Chapter 1 Slap the double standard bitch in the face. 300,000 is a must for the betrothal gift. In addition, you need to agree to one condition of mine. If you agree, I will consider marrying you. Oh? Tell me about it. In an elegant cafe, a man and a woman sat in a corner and talked to each other. That's right. Susan, who had dyed apricot hair, used a spoon to stir the coffee in front of her and continued, I can have a male best friend, but I can't allow my partner to have a female best friend. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Miss Sue, don't you think this is funny? Because I always know what I'm doing, but I know you men definitely don't know what you're doing. Ding, the God-level selection system is binding to the host. System? Chen Fan's heart couldn't help but tremble. System binding is successful. This system will appear when the host faces the choice of dignity or reputation being damaged. Ding, host, please make the following choices. I'd accept Susan's mate selection conditions and be rewarded with a forgiveness hat, which allows you to forgive everything your partner does. B. Angrily rebuke Susan-san for being a double standard bitch, make her angry, and reward her 100 million. Is there any need to choose? Just now, Chen Fan was simply curious about what weird requests this blind date partner would make, so he listened to her continued chatter. Now that he has the system in his hands, why should he put up with this double standard bitch? What's the matter? Do you agree or not? I don't want you to argue with me about this after we get married. Su Shanshan waited for dozens of seconds, and when she saw that Chen Fan didn't reply, she suddenly became impatient. Marry? Who would marry a green tea bitch like you? Not to mention a dowry of 300,000 yuan, even if you give me 300,000 yuan, I still won't marry you. Chen Fan shouted loudly without any politeness. The sound was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of nearby guests. Su Shanshan blushed, anger creeping up her face, and she said, Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I don't mind your 4,000 yuan monthly salary and your lack of a car or house, but you dare to say that to me. What's wrong with you, you double standard bitch? Who knows what you did with your male bestie, that's why you are so afraid that your partner has a female bestie. I don't want to waste time talking to you, waiter, pay the bill. Chen Fan threw down 100 yuan and strode out of the cafe. Su Shanshan angrily took out her cell phone, quickly dialed a number, and angrily said, Aunt Jiang, what kind of rubbish did you introduce to me? Not only is he poor, but he's also a scumbag. Chen Fan didn't care what Susan said about him behind his back. He felt very happy because he heard the system's successful selection sound and saw the bank card-bound mobile phone receiving the payment information. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, father, grandfather, ancestor. In the past, Chen Fan would never have dared to think about having a deposit of 100 million. Now that I have the system in my hands, a counterattack in life is no longer a dream. Chen Fan left the coffee shop and excitedly ran to a nearby bank, intending to withdraw tens of thousands of yuan to see. After arriving at the bank and getting a number, Chen Fan waited for an hour for 3 numbers before finally arriving at the counter. Hello, I want to withdraw money. Chen Fan was so excited that he was a little nervous. How much money? What's the maximum amount you can withdraw at the counter? You don't even know how much money you want to withdraw. What are you doing at the counter? Said the bank clerk with a gloomy face. A trace of gloom flashed across Chen Fan's eyes. He just asked a question, but the other party was so arrogant. He said dissatisfiedly, why do I need to ask you if I know it? Within 200,000 yuan, that's fine. The bank clerk sneered and whispered, do you have that much? Ding, host, please make the following choice A, accept Wang Chang's sarcasm, and be rewarded with 100 turtle egg pills. Effect, there is nothing that the turtle egg pills cannot tolerate. If there is, take another one. B. Angrily rebuked the other party and successfully made him apologize, and was rewarded with 10 demolished buildings in Zhangliang village. What did you say? Say it again. Chen Fan shouted angrily almost at the moment the system prompted him. Bank clerk Wang Chang stared at Chen Fan and sneered in his heart. With his many years of experience working in a bank, he concluded that Chen Fan in front of him was definitely not a rich man. Moreover, judging from Chen Fan's age, he was only in his early 20s and was wearing rubbish clothes. How much money could he have? At that moment, he stopped trying to cover up and said, I said, the counter can only take cash up to 200,000 yuan. The question is, do you have that much in savings? Call your manager out. Manager? Don't use the manager to attack me. If you don't want to withdraw money, please leave, or I will call security. If you don't apologize to me today, I won't leave. Take out all the money in my card. Chen Fan threw the bank card into the hole on the counter. Wang Chang took the bank card with a sneer, swiped it into the machine, and glanced at the total amount on Chen Fan's card. His expression suddenly changed, and he whispered with trembling lips, 2 commas, there are actually 2 commas. There are 3 numbers before the commas, that means hundreds of millions. How is it possible that this man who is younger than me has a net worth of hundreds of millions? This must be an illusion. Wang Chang couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Chen Fan didn't care what Wang Chang was mumbling, and said, what's wrong? Can you take it out? Well, big brother, the maximum amount you can take at the counter is within 200,000. If it's over 200,000, you have to make an appointment 1 day in advance. Wang Chang's voice changed and his tone became very humble. If you can't withdraw money, transfer it. I have a card from another bank here. Transfer all the money over. Chen Fan took out another bank card from his wallet and threw it in front of the counter. This scene between Chen Fan and Wang Chang had already attracted the attention of people nearby, and many people were talking about it. The general manager of the bank also heard the news and hurried downstairs from the second-floor office area and ran into the counter area. After whispering a few words to Wang Chang, he stared at the computer screen, took a breath, and hurried out of the counter to Chen Fan. Hey, Mr. Chen, welcome to our Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. You are a distinguished guest of our bank. You should go to the VIP area to handle your business. Can I lead the way for you? Forget it. After today, I will no longer be a customer of your bank. Transfer all my deposits to the Agricultural Commercial Bank of China card. Chen Fan glanced coldly at the manager in front of him. The bank manager turned to the counter and shouted, Wang Chang, come here. After he finished speaking, he quickly smiled at Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I just understood what happened. It was our employee who offended you with his words. Please calm down. Wang Chang, apologize quickly. Wang Chang ran to Chen Fan with tears in his eyes, looked at him with a mournful expression, and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize you, Mr. Chen. I sincerely apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me for this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. Mr. Chen, today's incident is our bank's fault. We really don't want to miss out on such a big customer like you. How about this? Our bank will replace your card with a black gold card. There are less than 100 customers of this black gold card in this city. You will enjoy all the high-end services of our bank, and we will also give you a natal banknote. This natal note contains the first letter of your name and your date of birth. I'm afraid you can't get this kind of note even if you have a lot of money. What do you think? Chen Fan, who had received the system reward, had actually calmed down a lot. Now after hearing what the manager said, he wanted to keep things quiet. Well, since you are so kind to me, let's forget about this matter today. Mr. Chen, you are really generous. Let's go to the VIP area over here. Mr. Chen, if you need any business, I will do it for you personally. Okay then. Half an hour later, Chen Fan walked out of the bank. He did not withdraw much cash this time. He came to the bank just now simply to find out whether he could withdraw all the money in his card. Now the promise has been confirmed. This time, in addition to increasing the transfer limit, the most important thing was that we obtained 10 demolished houses in Zhangliang village. Zhangliang village is the last urban village in Guangzhou and its value is very high. The real estate projects around Zhangliang village generally start at over 100,000 yuan. Chen Fan has now been allocated 10 relocated houses and his net worth is probably over 10 billion yuan. I just don't know how the system can assign 10 buildings to me. Chen Fan couldn't help but have some doubts in his mind. Eeyore. At this moment, a Mercedes stopped in front of Chen Fan and a man in a suit got out of the car. Hey, Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, I finally found you. After the man in the suit got out of the car, he walked towards Chen Fan excitedly. Chen Fan, who was carrying a huge sum of money, looked at the man in front of him with some caution, standing at a distance from him, and asked in doubt, Do you know me? Who are you? I'm sorry for being rude. Let me introduce myself. I'm lawyer Dai Guoliang. This is my business card. Lawyer? What do you want from me? It is like this, Mr. Chen Fan. According to the DNA database we checked, we have confirmed that you are the descendant of the Chen Boizhu family we have been looking for many years. This is the inheritance confirmation letter. You will receive the family inheritance in 10 demolished houses. Chen Fan was a little confused. Although he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect the system to play such a trick on him and give him such an identity. He was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. He didn't even know his parents' surnames or names. The name was given to him by the director of the orphanage. Now someone told him that he was not an orphan but the only heir to a large family, and he was a little confused. Mr. Chen Fan, why don't we find a place and have a serious chat? All right. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan took the document in his hand and looked at it carefully. He was a little confused as to whether the content in the document was written by the system or his own experience. Because the content of the document seems plausible, there really is such a Chen family in Zhangliang village, and the original family has a long history. But unfortunately, this family has only one son for 9 generations. More than 20 years ago, the 9th generation successor was abducted and sold. As the bad news spread, the elders of the family could not bear the blow and passed away one after another, leaving behind only a large ancestral house. Now that Zhangliang village has been demolished, the inheritance rights naturally fall to this abducted child. As for Chen Fan, based on DNA matching and his childhood experiences, it seems that he is the abducted child. Chapter 2: The Taste of Childhood. System, is the information inside true? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask the system. But this system seemed to be non-intelligent and could not even chat with him. Mr. Chen Fan, how about this? If there is no problem, just sign here, and the inheritance rights of this villa will be in your hands. Chen Fan read the contract carefully several times, and after confirming that there were no scams, he signed his name and put his fingerprints on it. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Fan, on being able to return to your roots. I will handle the property certificate and will give you all the information in the next 1 or 2 days. Thank you, Lawyer Dai. Okay, Mr. Chen Fan, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back to work first. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Watching Dai Guoliang leave, Chen Fan had not yet recovered from his shock. It's not about the huge amount of wealth, but about one's own life experience. Am I really a descendant of the Chen family? Forget it. Anyway, I have no father or mother. I accept this identity. From now on, I will worship my ancestors seriously on the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month. After making up his mind, Chen Fan took a car to the Zijin Villa district, wanting to see his ancestral property. Soon, he arrived at the destination according to the address. A magnificent villa area dazzled Chen Fan and made him fascinated. Looking at the 3-story villa in front of you, its romantic and solemn temperament, the high-ceilinged foyer and the imposing door, the round arched windows and the stone masonry at the corners, all show its elegance and luxury. The villa has 3 floors and is built against the mountain. The scenery on each floor is unique. Entering the gate, there is a path paved with pebbles. On both sides of the path are a row of stone benches, on which are arranged various shapes of flower and tree bonsai, which is pleasing to the eye. The path turns left and there is a moon gate. Entering the moon gate is the courtyard on the 1st floor of the villa. In just one day, he saved 100 million yuan and owned a detached villa. Chen Fan's heart beat faster and he felt like it was about to jump out. So this is what it feels like to be rich, walking with the wind. Chen Fan took a few steps and a phone call suddenly came. Hello, who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? Chen Fan, don't you want to do this anymore? I'm giving you half a day off, but you're not coming back to work now. Come back to me quickly. A manic voice came from the other end of the phone. Before Chen Fan could reply, the other party hung up. Chen Fan works as a chef in a Chinese restaurant. Today, he took half a day off because his landlord introduced him to a blind date. Now that such a huge sum of money has suddenly appeared, Chen Fan has forgotten about going to work. I have money and I still work in a knitting class. But think about it, I have worked hard for half a month, and the hard-earned money is still in the restaurant. Even if I quit, I have to get back my earlier salary. Okay, I'll go back and finish today's work, then quit my job and enjoy life. Having made up his mind, Chen Fan called a Didi and headed back to the Dihao restaurant. It was lunchtime when Chen Fan returned to the restaurant. As it was the weekend, there were many customers. There were 3 or 4 tables of people waiting in line outside the door. Brother Chen, you're back. How was the blind date? Tan Kei, who was serving dishes in the hall, saw Chen Fan coming back, walked over and asked mysteriously. "Ha? How did you know about my blind date?" Brother Yuan said it, and everyone in the restaurant knows it. "So, is my future sister-in-law pretty?" Feng Wei Yuan is such a tight-lipped guy. I should have known not to tell him. By the way, where is the manager? Chen Fan complained and then asked Tan Ke. He's in the office, but he doesn't look very happy. Brother Chen, don't mess with him unless you have something to do. Okay, I get it. See you later. Brother Chen, you haven't told me yet, how was your blind date? He heard Tan Ke's complaining voice behind him, but Chen Fan ignored it and walked straight to the office. After knocking on the door a few times, Chen Fan walked into the office and submitted his resignation directly to the manager. Resign? It's not impossible, but you see there are so many customers today. After you finish today's work, I will settle your salary when you get off work. Yes, no problem. Chen Fan is a responsible person. There are many guests today and the kitchen must be very busy. It would be unreasonable for him to leave at this time. It's only half a day anyway, so just treat it as the last half day to experience the hard work of the job. He went to the locker room, changed into chef's clothes, and joined in cooking. During the work, the chefs who were familiar with Chen Fan teased him about his blind date. Chen Fan didn't want to say too much and just responded with a few remarks. I had just finished cooking a dish and was about to take a break when I heard the sound of dishes falling to the ground at the kitchen door. Ah, Makoto, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I'm sorry. Chen Fan looked over there curiously and saw Tan Ke hurriedly picking up the plate on the ground, and at her feet was a plate of scattered dishes. Kei, do you know how much effort I put into making this dish of braised deer tendons with scallions? Now you've ruined my efforts, what do you say I should do? I'm sorry, Chang. It's my fault. I apologize. How about I buy you a cup of milk tea as an apology? Is that how you want to get rid of me? So what do you want, Brother Chang? Simple, go on a date with me after get off work, and watch a movie with a late-night snack. As Chef Liao Changwei finished speaking, there was laughter and booing all around. Tan Ke stood aside with a flushed face, looking at a loss. She was not a permanent waitress here, but a college student who came to the hotel to work during the summer vacation. She was pretty, especially her legs, which always attracted a lot of attention when she passed by. Because of this, she was often teased by the chefs in the kitchen. Even a week ago, the chefs made a bet that whoever could pick up Tan Ke would have to give a bonus of 500 yuan each. Brother Chang, can you change to something else? Or I can buy 2 cups of milk tea. Liao Changwei threatened, but I'm telling you, this scallion fried deer tendon is our restaurant's signature dish. No one else can make it well except me. If a customer complains, the manager will probably give you trouble. At the very least, he'll deduct a few hundred yuan, or at worst, you'll lose your job. Brother Chang, please don't be like this. My tuition for the new semester depends on this. Tan Ke said aggrievely. If you don't want me to be like this, then just accompany me for supper tonight. We can eat, watch a show, and then. Liao Changwei said as he put his hand on Tan Ke's arm. Tan Ke pushed Liao Changwei's hand away and said, Brother Chang, please respect yourself. I won't date you. Humph, you have the guts to humiliate me, Liao Chang, in public. I don't think you want to continue working in this restaurant. Liao Chang became angry and shouted loudly. Chef Liao, is there any need to be angry? It's just a dish. Just pour it out and cook it again. If you don't want to cook it, I'll do it for you. A clear voice sounded in the kitchen. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you are crazy. You dare to be the first to do so. Feng Weiyuan, who was next to Chen Fan, pulled his sleeve, trying to persuade Chen Fan. But Chen Fan didn't care at all. He had already resigned anyway, so why did he care about the chef's expression? Chen kid, you want to be the first to come forward? Well, let me see what you can do. Liao Changwei looked at Chen Fan with a gloomy face. If you can make 90% of my results, I will let this matter go. If the customer is not satisfied, you must admit your mistake and resign immediately. This kitchen does not welcome you. Do you dare to bet with me? Ding, the host is being questioned, please choose A. Take the initiative to admit your mistake to Liao Changwei, saying that he was just joking, and you will be rewarded with the skill of being a coward. Speak to the other party in a humble manner, and there will be a 50% chance that he will let you go. B. Choose silence, reward dog shit luck charm. When stepping on dog shit, there will be luck bonus. C. Bet with Liao Changwei and get the highest level of Chinese cuisine as a reward. Don't you want to be a coward? Shit luck? Why is this choice so pathetic? Of course I would choose C. Let's gamble, who's afraid of who? Ding, host's mission completed, Chinese cuisine is loading at full level. In fact, even if he has not reached the highest level of Chinese cooking, Chen Fan can still make the dish of braised deer tendons with green onions. In the orphanage, there was no meat to eat and we mainly ate vegetarian food. Back then, there was an old chef in the orphanage who cooked all kinds of delicious dishes in order to let the orphans have good food. Braised deer tendons with scallions was one of them. When Chen Fan was 7 or 8 years old, he often helped the old chef. I can't guarantee other things, but he would definitely win with this dish. It's just that it has always been the head chef who cooked this dish, so he has no chance to perform. Chop bean curd sheets and green onions into sections and heat oil in a pan. This scallion braised deer tendon is very simple to make, with only 2 ingredients, scallions and bean curd sheets. But it is really difficult to do it well and it takes a lot of thought, especially the control of the heat, which requires perfection. The bean curd sheets should not be overcooked, and the green onion should be slightly browned but not burnt black. Soak the tiger skin shaped bean curd sheets in hot water again to soften them so that they can be easily seasoned. Then add seasoning and stir fry. After a while, the aroma of onions emanated from the pot. The rich aroma, along with the drifting smoke, instantly filled the entire kitchen. Tan Kei smelled the onion fragrance and couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of intoxicated expression. Liao Changwei, the head chef, looked very unhappy. Just by smelling the onion fragrance, he knew that Chen Fan had at least 90% of the skills to cook this dish. It's okay, Kei, take it out and serve it to the guests. Chen Fan served the dishes and arranged them on the platter successfully. Yes, brother Chen. Tan Kei trotted over, holding the plate carefully, and walked outside. Tan Kei carefully walked out of the kitchen holding the dishes. The aroma suddenly became like a kite that had lost its string, wandering freely in the hall and into the diner's nostrils. The diners around all looked sideways at Tan Kei. Tan Kei walked to table number 6 and put the dishes on the table. Uncle, your scallion fried deer tendon is here. Please enjoy it. Yeah, okay. The guest at table 6 was an old man. He picked up the food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, tears suddenly started streaming down my face. Tan Kei, who was standing by, was terrified and asked quickly, Uncle, are you okay? Is the food too spicy? No, no. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled, this dish is so delicious. It tastes like my childhood, the taste of my mother's cooking. After these words were spoken, the diners nearby could no longer sit still. What is this dish? It smells so good. Waiter, give me 1 portion. I want 1 too. I'll add 1 more dish to my order. Here are 2. Hubby, aren't you full? Why are you still eating? Pack up and go back. For a moment, the hall was noisy. Chapter 3 Meet an acquaintance again. Chen Fan walked out of the restaurant and couldn't help stretching. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After working hard all day, he was almost exhausted. He regretted making the dish of braised deer tendons with scallions a little. Because of this dish, he was forced to work overtime. In the whole day, he cooked more than 100 dishes of braised deer tendons with scallions. Chen Fan grinned as he touched the 4,850 yuan in cash in his pocket. Although the system rewarded him with a fortune of tens of billions, the money earned through hard work is extremely precious. Brother Chen, wait for me. Yes, it's you, Kei. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with a gleam when he saw Tan Kei running towards him. After get off work, she changed into her own clothes, a beige shirt and a short denim skirt. These legs are absolutely amazing. Brother Chen, are you going home? Or should we go together? You're coming home with me? Ahem, no, no. Tan Kei shook her hands in panic and said quickly, that's not what I meant. We should go home together. No, we should go together. I'll go back to school and you go home. Tan Kei seemed very nervous and spoke incoherently. You want me to take you back to school, right? No problem. I'll be passing by Nanchur University anyway. Chen Fan smiled and walked side by side with Tan Kei. Nanchur University is a famous university in the city. Chen Fan's score in the college entrance examination was poor, so he failed to get in and chose another university. Yes, Brother Chen, you haven't told me how the blind date went today? Is my future sister-in-law pretty? Don't mention it, it's over. Ah, isn't she pretty? Not really, our values are different. Oh, it's okay. Brother Chen, you are such a nice guy, there are a lot of girls who like you. Maybe there is someone around you who likes you, you just don't know it. TSK, don't say I'm a good guy. I don't want a good guy card. Chen Fan said quickly. Brother Chen, can I add you on WeChat? Okay. How could Chen Fan miss the opportunity when a beautiful woman took the initiative to add him on WeChat? He quickly took out his cell phone. After adding each other on WeChat, the two kept walking. On the way back to school, they didn't have much to talk about. They just talked about things in the restaurant. 10 minutes later. Kei, we've arrived at your school. Ah, so soon. Tan Kei showed a reluctant expression. Okay then, Brother Chen, see you tomorrow. Tan Kei raised her hands and said goodbye to Chen Fan. Well, see you tomorrow. Oh, that's not right. I'm quitting my job starting tomorrow. Just as I was about to say something, Tan Kei had already walked into the school. Forget it. Resigning isn't an honorable thing anyway. There's no need to publicize it. Chen Fan left the school, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and said to the driver, Master, take me to a place where I can get a massage. Massage? Man, there are so many massage places in Guangzhou, and the prices are different. What level do you want? It's okay if the price is a bit higher, the most important thing is the technology is good. Chen Fan replied that he found that his consumption concept changed quietly after he became rich, and he pursued the best in everything. He was really tired today and wanted to have a massage to stretch his muscles. Hey, brother, you know how to enjoy yourself. Since you said so, I will take you to the best one. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Sit tight, I'm driving. The taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and the car sped along the busy street. Maybe because he was too tired, Chen Fan actually fell asleep in the car and had to be woken up by the taxi driver. Hey buddy, we're here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with this club. If you have to choose, 36, 98, 100, and 168 are all good. Chen Fan didn't waste any words. After paying the bill, he got out of the car and strode into the club, which was decorated in a grand and upscale style. Welcome, sir, how can I help you? I want a massage. Chen Fan replied. It was his first time to come to such a place, but he was not shy or timid at all, because he had money in his hands, so he naturally became bolder. Sir, please follow me up to the second floor and I will show you to your room. Soon, the waiter took Chen Fan to a separate room. The lighting inside was dim, but the environment was not bad, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Sir, do you have any familiar technicians? Or can I recommend one to you? Number 100, I think. Chen Fan heard the driver mention that there were a few good technicians, so he picked one at random. Okay, sir, what price range do you need? There are Thai massage for 99, health massage for 199, and 299. Just the 300 one. Chen Fan didn't know so many terms, so he just picked a price casually. Okay sir, take a shower first, we will arrange a technician for you in 15 minutes. After the waiter left, Chen Fan went to the bathroom to wash up, then lay on the sofa and played with his phone for a while. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Hello, sir. I am technician number 100. Can I come in? Come in. Chen Fan replied loudly. The door was pushed open, and a woman in her 20s, dressed fashionably, stood outside. She was wearing a black dress with pants that were cut high above her calves. After getting Chen Fan's answer, she walked in with a small shoulder bag and a smile on her face. She has a good figure and looks, and even looking at her makes people feel a little crazy. But when Chen Fan saw her appearance clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Hello sir, 300 is just for massage. If you need other services, you can pay extra. Hey, it's you, scumbag. When the woman said this, she recognized Chen Fan and exclaimed. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh that this world was really tiny. The woman in front of him was none other than Susan, who had gone on a blind date with him this morning. I just didn't expect that she, who asked for 300,000 yuan in the morning, would now ask for 300 yuan. Oh, it's you, you double-standard bitch. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer. He thought Su Shanshan, this double-standard bitch, was so high-standard that she asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, but it turned out that she just wanted to find an honest man to take over. Susan felt a surge of heat rising from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to explode, but this was her workplace and she didn't dare to do anything rash. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me a massage. I'm not good at this, find someone else." Susan said this and left the room in a hurry. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chuck. There was a knock on the door. Chen Fan thought Su Shanshan had come back, but it turned out to be the waiter who brought him in earlier. At this time, he looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, sir, number 100 suddenly feels a little unwell. How about I change a technician for you? How about number 168? Her skills are the best here." "Okay, I'll do as you arrange." "Okay, sir, wait a moment." The waiter left the room with an apologetic smile. After the waiter closed the door, he was immediately puzzled. Number 100 has always been very enthusiastic towards customers, why is he so abnormal tonight? Chapter 4 Wing Chun. An hour later, Chen Fan left the store. This 168 technique is pretty good. Chen Fan felt that all the fatigue in his body was almost gone. He hummed a song and hailed a Didi to go back to the dormitory, planning to officially start his rich life tomorrow. After getting off the car, Chen Fan walked towards his rental house. When he turned into an alley, two tall figures suddenly came towards him. An inexplicable sense of crisis entangled Chen Fan's heart. He couldn't help but become alert and quickly chose to take another road. But after he took a few steps, 3 or 4 figures came towards him on the other road. Chen Fan knew one of them. Susan. It turned out to be her. It must have been the matchmaker who revealed his address, and Susan and her men were lying in ambush waiting for him nearby. "Brother Tian, this is the rubbish. You have to teach him a lesson for me." Su Shanshan snuggled up to one of the bald men and said angrily. "Anyone who dares to bully my sister is against me, Hao Tian. Don't worry, I won't let him off easily. But you have to comfort me tonight." The bald man said this and pinched Susan's thigh with a smile. "Brother Tian, you are so bad." The bald man walked up to Chen Fan with a smile and said, "Boy, I'm going to give you 2 choices. One is to kneel down immediately and kowtow to me and my sister 10 times. The other is that after I hit you on the head, you kneel down and kowtow to me and my sister 10 times. I'll give you 10 seconds to make your choice." Ding, the host is facing the option of being chosen by dignity. Option A, kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. You will be rewarded with the knee magic skill even if you kneel for a lifetime, your knees will not feel tired. Option B, choose to run away, and you will be rewarded with a leg stretching and eye glaring pill. You will feel refreshed and your legs and feet will be nimble after taking it, a must-have for running away from home. Option C, slap Lu Haotian, tell him to eat shit, and reward him with the level of Wing Chun martial arts grandmaster. Kneel? How could I kneel? Run? It's even more impossible. Even if he had to fight his way out, Chen Fan would not sell out his dignity. What's more, with the help of the system, he had nothing to fear. The only difficulty now is how to get close to Lu Haotian and slap him. What's the matter, kneel or not kneel? Your name is Brother Tian, right? Actually, we don't have to fight to the death. Why don't we talk? Chen Fan looked at the bald man and slowly walked towards him, 5 meters away. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you whether you will kneel or not. Kneeling is impossible, but I can give you money. 2 meters away. Money, huh? Don't expect me to let you go without 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Is that so? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and walked to within 1 meter of Lu Haotian. Then eat shit. With a crackling sound, Chen Fan slapped Lu Haotian in the face with lightning speed. Ding, the host has completed option C, Wing Chun Grandmaster is loading. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Lu Haotian didn't expect Chen Fan to do this. He covered his red face and shouted. Seeing their big brother injured, the younger brothers rushed over angrily. Everyone's expression was extremely ferocious. Loading completed. As the system's voice fell, Chen Fan felt that everything around him seemed to slow down in an instant. These strong men who attacked him seemed to be moving in slow motion in front of him. Chen Fan took a deep breath, dodged the oncoming fist by moving sideways, and then kicked the opponent. Wow! The young man in front of him fell to his knees with a thud, holding his feet and screaming in pain. At the same time, two gangsters rushed up to Chen Fan and hit him on the head with wooden sticks in their hands. Chen Fan raised his hands and grabbed the wrists of the two thugs who were coming towards him. The sticks of the two men were stuck in mid-air and could not fall. At the same time, Chen Fan swung his legs and kicked at the third legs of the two men. "Oh my god. I'll go." After two screams, the two men covered the third leg, and beads of sweat spurted from their foreheads. The remaining Lu Haotian and another big man frowned immediately and did not dare to get close for a moment. But after all, both of them were born as gangsters. They had seen all kinds of fighting scenes, so they took a deep breath and attacked together. But followed by two sounds of "ah." Both of them fell to the ground. Lu Haotian was hit in the nose by Chen Fan's punch, and his nose was bleeding profusely. The other big man was kicked in the abdomen by Chen Fan and flew 1 meter away and hit the garbage pile nearby. Chen Fan took advantage of the victory and attacked the 5 people who fell to the ground again, punching and kicking them. After a few minutes, no one was able to stand up. As for Susan, she had disappeared without a trace. No one knew when she realized that things were not going well and she sneaked away. Chen Fan walked up to Lu Haotian, grabbed his head, and said, "Brother Tian, right? I'm going to give you 2 choices now. One is to kneel down immediately and kowtow to me 10 times. The other is that I'll beat you for another 10 minutes, and you kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times again. I'll give you 10 seconds to make your choice." Lu Haotian looked in pain. He didn't expect that the harsh words he had just said would be returned to him intact by the other party. But now the strong and weak sides have reversed. He became the one who had to kneel. "Dude, we were blind and offended you. We were wrong. Please let us go this time." Chen Fan nodded and said, "It's good to apologize. But let me ask you what you choose." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he slapped Lu Haotian in the face. It seemed that Chen Fan's slap was a little too strong, and after that, Lu Haotian actually fainted. "Fuck, it's so wet, I fainted after just one slap." In fact, it's not that Lu Haotian and others are of poor level, but that Chen Fan, who has reached the level of a Wing Chun grandmaster, is now first-class strong in both strength and offensive moves. This slap would probably make an ordinary person feel dizzy, not to mention Lu Haotian. "Ah!" At this moment, a terrifying scream sounded from the other end of the alley. A beautiful woman in her early 20s came running over. Chen Fan thought that the other party saw a fight and was shocked and screamed, but he was wrong the next moment. The beautiful girl ran to the car parked in the corner of the alley, touched the dented body with distressed look, and said angrily, "Who is it? Who smashed my car?" Chen Fan took a close look at the woman in front of him. She had straight black hair, a delicate face and a first-rate figure. She was wearing a black baseball cap, which made her look even more youthful and energetic. The black-haired beauty glanced at Chen Fan, the only person standing at the scene, and shouted angrily, "Did you smash my car?" "It's not me, it's him." Chen Fan pointed at an unlucky guy lying unconscious on the ground with an innocent look on his face and said, "I just kicked him once, and he crashed into your car and smashed it." Wing Chun is online. Chapter 5 Rolls-Royce Dawn. After hearing Chen Fan's sophistry, the beautiful woman with long black hair felt that she had suffered the greatest insult in her 20 years of higher education. He was so angry that he jumped up and down, pointing at Chen Fan angrily and said, "What a joke. He is so big and you are so small, and you kicked him to hit my car?" She definitely didn't believe it. In her eyes, it was Chen Fan who kicked him. After all, it is understandable that an ordinary adult can kick a car and make a groove. Chen Fan wiped his nose and said modestly, "Would you believe me if I said I'm the Grandmaster of Wing Chun?" Phew. Before Chen Fan could finish his words, the beautiful woman with long black hair held her belly and burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that tears came out. "Then do you believe me if I say that I am the 360th generation descendant of the 9-in white chicken claw?" The beautiful woman with long black hair stopped Chen Fan with these words. Chen Fan curled his lips and said innocently, "Believe it or not. Anyway, it wasn't him who did it, so it's better to leave now." "Okay, I have to go home." "You should wait for him to compensate you for the car after you wake up." "Oh, by the way, I slapped him just now, and he probably won't wake up for half a day." Everything that needed to be said had been said, and Chen Fan would not bore himself with boredom, so he just left. "Stop. Don't even think about leaving. You destroyed my beloved car like this, and you want to run away?" The beautiful woman with long black hair noticed that Chen Fan wanted to run away, and stopped him immediately. "Ruin? Yes, destroy it, pay for my beloved car." No compensation. Will you pay me back? If not, I will call the police and have them arrest you. By the way, since you guys are fighting together, according to the relevant laws, you will be detained for at least 15 days, and you will have to pay me back then. The beautiful woman with long black hair took out her cell phone and shook it, seeming to be a little grumpy. Ding, the host is being provoked. Please choose a scold the woman in front of you, making her feel ashamed, and then take the opportunity to escape, and you will be rewarded with the god-level thick-skin magic skill. No matter how embarrassing it is, the thick-skin magic skill can keep you calm at all times. If it's not you who is embarrassed, then it will be others. B. Choose silence, reward dog shit luck charm. When stepping on dog shit, there will be a luck bonus. C. Choose compensation, indicating that what happened just now was done by oneself, and reward a Rolls-Royce Dawn limited edition S, valued at 10 million yuan. Hiss. Rolls-Royce Dawn is a world-famous top luxury car. Different from luxury sports cars, Rolls-Royce Dawn focuses on business style, while also having a sense of luxury and solemnity. By the way, it also made up for this car-free trip. He didn't have to take a taxi every time he went out. Only a fool would not choose. Huge profit. Hello, are you deaf? Okay, you forced me to do it. The beautiful woman with long black hair felt like she was talking to a fool. She dialed 110 angrily, then picked up the receiver and spoke directly into his ear. But the next second, a strong and powerful hand came over, snatched the phone from her hand, walked over, and hung up. Fortunately, the call didn't go through. Seeing Chen Fan's behavior, the black-haired beauty's eyes froze. She took a step back, swallowed, stared at Chen Fan, and said with a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do? When the beautiful woman with long black hair looked at Chen Fan, she glanced around and found that there was no one here. It was late at night, and if the other party really wanted to do something, she would have to pay a price. At the same time, she regretted it so much and wished she would have endured it earlier. Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call the police. If you dare to do anything to me, I promise you'll die an ugly death. The beautiful woman with long straight black hair trembled slightly and retreated backwards. But Chen Fan followed closely, which scared the beautiful woman with long black hair again. Could it be that the other party wants to use force? Ah. She regretted it 1,000 times in her heart and even wanted to ask for compensation. But, the next second, Chen Fan stopped moving forward, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked directly towards her beloved car. Chen Fan gently stroked the dented part of the car and took a closer look. It was just a dent, with no scratches, so it was easy to deal with. The beautiful woman with long black hair saw the whole scene, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Okay, I got excited just now. I'll compensate you for this car. I recognize your car. It's an Audi A5, right? It's worth about 500,000 yuan. Do you want to repair it directly or replace it with another one? Chen Fan smiled slightly and said to the beautiful woman with long black hair. But in the eyes of the beautiful woman with long black hair, the smile was not kind. Thinking of the scene when Chen Fan snatched her phone before, her heart changed when she said she would repair it and pay compensation. She waved her hands hastily and said bitterly, forget it, you don't have to pay compensation. Are you kidding? The force just now was too strong. If she really angered Chen Fan in front of her, she would probably end up in a bad situation. She didn't want to suffer any loss in this dim light where she couldn't see her hand in front of her. No more compensation? Chen Fan's face changed. Yes, you don't have to pay for it. I just remembered that the dent might have been made by me during the day today. The beautiful woman with long black hair had such hatred in her eyes that she could only lie with her eyes open. But this is not a temporary solution. As a lawyer, she will make the other party pay the price, but not now. Yes, not now. If you endure for a moment, everything will be calm. If you take a step back, the more you think about it, the angrier you will get. No. Chen Fan shook his head and said directly, I am not the kind of man who will not admit his mistakes. Now, whether you want to repair it and then compensate me, or just replace it, I can accept it. If there is no need to compensate, then wouldn't the Rolls-Royce Dawn be ruined? He didn't want to obtain that shameless magic skill. Ah. The black-haired beauty was stunned. She was completely dumbfounded. The other party was not like this just now. Could it be cheating? She asked tentatively, Do you really want to pay? Yes, I will definitely compensate you. It depends on which option you choose. You can choose to exchange it, or just repair it. Chen Fan tried his best to keep his expression calm and composed. After all, what would he do if he scared the beautiful woman with long black hair in front of him? Okay. I choose to pay. I have car insurance, so I can get part of it reimbursed when the time comes," said the beautiful woman with long black hair weakly. "Okay, then this is the plan. Let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you directly." Chen Fan waved his hand. The beautiful women with long black hair looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and agreed. After quickly agreeing, Chen Fan transferred the money, 5,000 yuan. The beautiful girl with long black hair looked at the money transferred to her mobile phone in disbelief. It turned out that she really had to lose money. "Okay, the compensation has been made, and we are fine now." Chen Fan suddenly felt happy. He got the Rolls-Royce on. Chapter 6 Mu Xin. Sure enough, after a few seconds the system voice came from my mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed." However, the way the system buys cars is a bit special, that is, the system spends money to buy it at the 4S store, and it is estimated that it will arrive tomorrow. "Hey, don't leave in such a hurry." Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the beautiful woman with long black hair boldly stopped him. She didn't seem to be afraid, but rather looked a little guilty. After all, I had wronged him. Well, let's add each other on WeChat." The beautiful woman with long black hair looked at Chen Fan and said. In fact, she was still a little nervous inside. She felt that Chen Fan was not the bad person he thought he was, otherwise she would have taken the money and ran away long ago. That little groove could be solved with 1 or 2,000 yuan. Don't get me wrong, I mean maybe the car wasn't repaired or something, so I can ask you to reimburse me. If it's too much, I can even refund you some money." The evasive and hesitant words made Chen Fan feel that the girl in front of him was a little cute. He had to say that upon closer inspection, she was really a beauty, with long straight black hair, fashionable clothes, and conspicuous white legs. "Not bad, then add it." Chen Fan nodded, called up the WeChat QR code, and then the two added each other as WeChat friends. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Mu Xin, what's yours?" "Chen Fan." "Okay, fine. I'll go first and we'll talk about the follow-up later." After saying that, Mu Xin drove away. It was obvious that she didn't seem to be bothered by the groove on her car. Chen Fan waved his hand and ran to the side of the road to hail a taxi. Then he waved on the side of the road, hailed a taxi and arrived at the Zijin Villa district. As I got into the taxi, the phone rang. Beep, beep. The phone rang immediately, and the number marked on the phone was Donghai City 4S Auto Dealership. So fast? Chen Fan answered the call without thinking, but his phone was lagging and he swiped several times before he answered the call. As soon as he answered the call, a respectful voice came from the other end. The voice was loud and clear, and it seemed to be a middle-aged man. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen? I am the general manager of Liandong Automobile Company Chao Jianben. You can just call me Xiao Chao. Is Mr. Chen here?" "Mr. Chen? Yeah, I'm here. It's like this, Mr. Chen Fan. The Rolls-Royce you ordered from us is in stock at Yaoying store. If you need it, I can send someone to deliver it to your place immediately." No need, I'll come to your car shop tomorrow." Chen Fan thought about it and decided that it was already late at night, so it didn't matter if he got it. He had already quit his job and had nothing to do anyway, so he could go to the car dealership when the time came. "Okay, Mr. Chen, you can call this number directly when you arrive tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you," the person on the other end of the phone said respectfully. Then Chen Fan nodded and hung up the phone, feeling refreshed. When entering or leaving the villa, he was stopped by the security guard. After seeing Chen Fan's key, he was so scared that he quickly bowed and apologized. Chen Fan was not arrogant. After all, it was not reasonable for someone who could live here to take a taxi. This also made Chen Fan more determined to pick up the car early tomorrow morning, feeling very happy. Returning to the Zijin Villa district, lying on the big bed in the master bedroom, I felt even more comfortable. The Zijin Villa district has everything, nothing is missing, and all the specifications are of the highest quality, with a full taste of money. After lying down for a while, I went to take a shower. After washing, I felt more relaxed. Ding ding. As soon as I went to bed, Tan Kei sent me a message. "Brother Chen, are you home yet?" "Yeah, just arrived." So are you done with your shower? Are you ready for bed? Tan Kei replied to the message immediately. This straight woman's remarks made even a straight man like Chen Fan embarrassed. I just finished washing, how about you? I'm done washing too. Okay, go to bed early, then we'll see you tomorrow. In the 553 girls' dormitory of Nanshur University, Tan Kei, who was lying on the upper bunk wearing cute pajamas, replied with a smile. Kei, why are you laughing so much at night? Hey, tell me the truth, are you in love? Suddenly, a girl who was sleeping in the lower bunk of Tan Kei said this while applying a facial mask. Ah! After hearing this voice, Tan Kei's face changed instantly, like a thief who stole honey, a little embarrassed. No, I'm not in a relationship. Hee, you're lying. I don't believe you. Kui, have you forgotten? You will be hesitant when you lie. I know you very well. There were 5 people in a dormitory, and the remaining 4 looked at Tan Kei with scrutiny. At this moment, Tan Kei was like a red-faced cat, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She took the initiative and pressed the pillow on her head before the 4 men could even ask. I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. However, Tan Kei couldn't play with her phone now, nor could she reply to Chen Fan. Oh, never mind, let us talk about it tomorrow. I can see Brother Chen tomorrow anyway. After replying to Tan Kei, Chen Fan saw a message from Mu Xian, whom he met tonight. Well, Chen Fan, it's too late today, and the forest shop is closed. I'll go get it repaired tomorrow. I just called to get an estimate, and it'll cost about 2,000 yuan. I'll refund you the extra amount after I get it repaired. Okay, no problem. If there's less, just tell me. If there's more, that's fine, just take it yourself. No. Mu Xian replied with 2 words, expressing the firmness of his attitude. Chen Fan didn't care. He now had a Rolls-Royce on, so he wouldn't mind even if he had to pay for another one. It's not that I look down on this little money, but I really don't care. This empty big villa is completely deserted. Although it is big, it is not pleasant at all. After tossing and turning, Chen Fan decided to hire a nanny tomorrow, otherwise it would be difficult to just clean the villa. After finishing his thought, Chen Fan opened this year's most popular game, King of Glory. It's not that he doesn't like games, but when he was a chef, he was so tired after get off work that he didn't even have the energy to touch his phone when he got home. Now, he has a car, a house, and savings. He is definitely a first-generation rich man, and he is so happy. Without work, every day is a holiday. After downloading, Chen Fan began his gaming journey. But what made him most angry was that the game on this phone was so laggy, it was so laggy that it exploded. It's not an internet card, it's a mobile phone card. I used to be frugal and the mobile phones were all from a few years ago. As we all know, mobile phones have developed rapidly in recent years, and the latest models are eliminated once a year. Chapter 7 Car Purchase Troubles I. What's more, this is a phone from a few years ago, you can see how slow it is. Forget it, I'll go get a new phone tomorrow. The cost of buying a mobile phone is thousands or tens of thousands, which is just a drop in the bucket. After Chen Fan checked the latest models this year, he fell asleep. When people are free from stress, they sleep most comfortably. They don't have to worry about what to eat tomorrow, how long they have to work tomorrow, or how much they will earn this month. Everything is stress-free. Time passed quickly, and when Chen Fan woke up from a deep sleep, it was already past 9 o'clock. At first glance, the sun is already shining. It's really nice to live without stress. But I didn't sleep well last night. After all, I have changed to a new environment. From today on, you will enjoy the life of a rich person. According to yesterday's plan, Chen Fan slowly got out of bed, changed clothes, and washed up. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Chen Fan felt elated. A handsome square face, a weathered beard, quite manly, sizzle, I'm so handsome. Being handsome had no advantage before, but after becoming rich, being handsome became the biggest advantage. After washing up, Chen Fan hailed a taxi and drove towards Liandong Auto Shop. My goodness, young man, you are so rich but you still take my taxi. The taxi driver was a kind middle-aged man. He saw Chen Fan in the rearview mirror and said cheerfully, "Ha, uncle, this is called being low-key." "Oh, I understand. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile." Liandong Auto Company is not far from the Zijin Villa district and it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. When I got off the car, a gust of hot air swept over me. Donghai City, a famous hot city, is now midsummer, so it is naturally very hot. At first glance, the Donghai City auto shop is quite impressive. This commercial street is lined with 4S stores, and each store is decorated luxuriously, which makes people feel ashamed. Pedestrians walking on the road would look into the 4S store from time to time, their eyes full of envy. After looking around, Chen Fan set his sights on the largest 4S store, Liandong Auto. I learned about it last night. Liandong Auto is a huge 4S store, one of the best in Donghai City. It has numerous luxury cars. There are 6 or 7 security guards standing in front of the store alone. Each of them is very sturdy, holding electric batons and looking very majestic. This is enough to show the strength of Liandong Auto. He walked quickly towards the Liandong Auto store. After entering the store, Chen Fan's mind suddenly became clear. Big, in one word, big. And extremely luxurious. There were dozens of customers moving around in the store, and there were also 30 or 40 sales staff. As soon as he entered the store, a good-looking salesperson in OL clothes walked straight towards Chen Fan, with a professional smile on her face all the time. This place is not like other small shops that look down on customers, even though Chen Fan is dressed simply. "Sir, what do you need to see?" "Well, I'm just strolling around." Chen Fan pursed his lips and planned to take a look first. Anyway, he was already here. If he came across a car he liked, he could buy it all at once. After all, he was rich now. What's more, the underground parking lot in Zijin Villa District is over 100 square meters and can accommodate dozens of cars. "Okay, sir, I'll take you to have a look. I wonder what price range of cars you're looking for." The saleswoman folded her hands and said respectfully. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "Probably between 1 or 2 million and 10 million. "Well, that's the price." "Ah?" The saleswoman didn't seem to understand. She asked tentatively, "A car that costs between 1 or 2 million and 10 million? Chen Fan nodded. After hearing this confirmation, the saleswoman worked even harder, her tone a little excited. "Okay, sir, please follow me, I'll show you one by one." "Are you kidding? A car that costs between 1 or 2 million or 10 million? Even though she's just looking at it, she will try her best to show it. Maybe she will really buy it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful saleswoman took Chen Fan to a Mercedes-AMG Benz S-Class AMG. As he spoke, he began to introduce it carefully. "Hello, sir. These two Mercedes-Benz S-Class AMGs are business style and are the first models released in 2020. The new cars are equipped with a 6.0 T V12 engine and adopt a new family design language. The body details are more rounded. The new car adopts a narrower matrix LED headlight design. At the same time, the signature polygonal shield grille still appears on the new S-Class, further enhancing the overall momentum of the front face. I have to say that this beautiful saleswoman has extremely solid skills. She introduced her products slowly and with great vigor, which even moved Chen Fan. But after thinking about it, he found that it still wouldn't work. This car was obviously not suitable for him. He still liked sports cars, something like the Rolls-Royce Dawn. He had taken a look online before and found that the Rolls-Royce Dawn was a sports car, which suited his temperament very well. The system was so smart that it could even detect his interests and hobbies. "Sir, don't you like it?" The beautiful saleswoman asked apologetically when she saw Chen Fan didn't say anything. "Well, I don't like it very much. Please introduce a sports car to me. I prefer sports cars." Chen Fan nodded and said without any airs. The next second, a loud voice rang out. "Where are the people? Where are the people? I've been here for such a long time, and you haven't seen me? Is this how you receive customers who want to buy cars?" The sound was very loud, and most people looked in the direction of the sound, including Chen Fan. A fat man wearing a suit, a gold chain around his neck and talking arrogantly appeared in everyone's sight. This fat guy looks very funny. The suit he wears can't cover his beer belly, and he has a lot of pimples on his face, which makes him look a bit disgusting. There was a hot, beautiful woman nestled in the fat man's arms. The beautiful woman was wearing very little and had a happy expression on her face. The key point was that the beautiful woman did not have any expression or look of disgust towards the fat man. Seeing this scene, a word appeared in everyone's mind. Lots of wealth and billions. Of course, Chen Fan is no exception. The fat man yelled several times, and finally a salesperson came up. However, after being scolded, the salesperson was still arrogant and said that the salesperson was too ugly and that it affected his appetite for lunch. Damn, this is simply too arrogant. Finally, the fat man looked left and right and saw the saleswoman next to Chen Fan, and seemed to fall in love with her at first sight. You, come here. The fat man ignored Chen Fan and pointed at the saleswoman and said, What are you looking at? Can't you hear me? I'm talking to you. Come here and show me the car. Chapter 8 Car Purchase Troubles Part 2. After pointing, he kept muttering, What's wrong with your brain? You don't even want the money? But the saleswoman seemed to be afraid. She glanced at Chen Fan, who had no expression on his face, and bowed slightly to the fat man. Excuse me, sir. I am introducing a car to this gentleman. If you need to see a car urgently, I can let my colleague receive you. Liandong Motors has a rule that customers must be treated with 100% respect, and anyone who enters the store must be received. Come on, introduce him to me. Where are your eyes? Can this guy afford a car? Oh, you're introducing a Mercedes-Benz S. I think you're confused. It's about 2 million yuan. Look at this kid. Does it add up to 200 yuan? The fat man sneered and said sarcastically, and the beautiful woman in his arms giggled. She seemed not to care at all. Instead, she looked at Chen Fan arrogantly. What are you looking at, poor boy? Girl, you are also a fool. I just heard that he wants to buy a sports car. You didn't believe it, did you? Ha ha. Faced with this situation, Chen Fan looked at the two people who sang the same tune with an expressionless face. The salesperson next to her was a little shaken, but when she saw the disgusting look in the fat man's eyes as he looked her body up and down, she couldn't help but tremble and felt like vomiting from the bottom of her heart, but she held it back. I'm sorry, sir. No need to tell him I'm sorry. I don't want to bother with him. Just take me to see the sports car. Chen Fan was too lazy to care and sneered. But the next second, the fat man couldn't help it, pointed at Chen Fan's nose and cursed, Boy, I think you are looking for death. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Why do I have to know you? Chen Fan saw the dog's paw coming at him and stretched out his hand to twist it with a snapping sound. He has already reached the level of a grandmaster of Wing Chun martial arts. Isn't it easy for him to twist the dog's paw off? Ah! In an instant, the entire 4S store was filled with screams like pigs being slaughtered. The fat man had never expected that the boy in front of him was so strong. The huge force made him scream, and the pain quickly spread throughout his body. His whole body was in so much pain that he couldn't help but spasm. Ah! Boy, I'm going to kill you, ah! The fat man's eyes turned red with pain, and bloodshot eyes filled his eyes. He swung his fist directly at Chen Fan. He. Seeing the two incoming fists, everyone seemed to have seen what would happen to Chen Fan. This fat man is so huge and strong that if he is hit by the hammer, he will get bruises at best and vomit blood at worst. Seeing that the fat man is trying his best, Chen Fan did not give in and clenched his fist hard. Bang! The two fists collided and the sound of bones breaking was heard again. When everyone thought that Chen Fan's fist was broken, another pig-slaughtering scream came from the fat man's mouth. Ah! Forgive others when you can is usually said to those who have no ability, but Chen Fan didn't think so. With incredible speed, he turned over and did a spinning kick with such great force that it felt painful. With a bang, the fat man weighing about 200 pounds was kicked 5 meters away and hit the glass door, breaking it into pieces. However, the glass door was of good quality and did not fall down, but cracked all over. The 20 or 30 guests present, as well as dozens of salesmen, took a deep breath when they saw this scene. Ah! Murder, murder. Murder! The beautiful woman saw this scene and came to her senses. She shook her head and yelled like a madwoman, then went to help the fat man. Husband, please don't die, please don't die. At the same time, the security guards came over after hearing the noise. They all pointed their eyes at Chen Fan, with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Some of them were retired security guards, and they knew how much strength it took to do this. It was too terrifying. Seeing the security guard coming, the instigator of all this was still standing there, ignoring them completely. He didn't take the security guards seriously at all, and even shook his hands, muttering, "My hands hurt. This person is really thick-skinned." Hearing these words, everyone present burst into laughter, including the salesperson who received Chen Fan, the woman who acted like a shrew just now, and even the security guard. After hearing this, the fat man's face was so gloomy that blood could drip out. At the same time, when he saw the beautiful woman laughing, he got angry and slapped her in the face. "Bitch, you dare to laugh at me? Boy, if you have the guts, I'll put you in jail for 10 or 20 years today. I don't believe it. Security, are you guys eating shit? If you don't catch this guy, my hands will be broken. The fat man was filled with rage, like a mad lion. The security guards must be unhappy to be scolded like this. After all, this fat guy is too arrogant and deserves to be beaten. However, their job is to protect Liandong Auto from violence, so even if they are unhappy, they must take Chen Fan down. But at this moment, a middle-aged man came out in a hurry. Manager Ma. Manager Ma. Manager Ma. All the sales staff shouted. Manager Chen is the deputy general manager of this Liandong Automobile Company. He is in a position second only to the general manager. When he saw the mess on the ground, he was furious. Old Chen, you are finally here. When the fat man saw the person coming, he spoke as if he was crying, as if he had felt extremely wronged. After the so-called manager Ma took a look at the fat man, he squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Fan, looking him up and down. After a few seconds, he said to the security guard in a menacing manner, "What are you doing? Arrest this guy and send him to the police station." Old acquaintance. He. Boy, I told you before that if I don't put you in jail for 10 or 20 years today, I won't believe it. The fat man was so excited that he wished he could bite Chen Fan right now. He was so arrogant to the extreme. But Chen Fan still looked at everyone expressionlessly, then glanced at the security guards, shocking them so that they dared not take any action. Manager Ma, it seems wrong for you to do this. You convict me so quickly without asking the reason or considering the development of the situation? Chen Fan said calmly. But in the eyes of Manager Ma, it was just a cold smile. Do you know who this is? The manager of Bowning Real Estate Group. Who are you? You beat up Manager Fan, and you can still run away? If you know what's good for you, you should kneel on the ground and beg Manager Fan for mercy. If you still insist on being stubborn, then I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Manager of Bowning Real Estate Group. Bowning Real Estate Group. When everyone heard these words, they were slightly surprised. Chapter 9 Bowning Real Estate Group. Bowning Real Estate Group, one of the top real estate groups in Donghai City, has numerous industries under its umbrella and a market value of over 5 billion. A simple manager's annual income is no less than 500,000 yuan, and after all the miscellaneous calculations, there really is a cost to being arrogant. You may feel good after getting beaten, but your next life will be ruined. Boy, kneel down. After hearing Manager Ma introduce himself, Fan Minghui became even more arrogant. After being helped up, he endured the pain and yelled at Chen Fan. He wanted to humiliate the other person severely, and then send him to prison for decades to let him know the consequences of offending him. Chen Fan still had a blank expression on his face. Bowning Real Estate Group, the manager is very powerful? Chen Fan laughed disdainfully. If the other party was the president of Bowning Real Estate Group, he might have to stay out of the spotlight for a while, but the other party was just an ordinary manager. Good boy, you are so arrogant. Security guards, come on. Manager Ma felt like he was slapped hard in the face. He took a step back and waved his hand to let the 7 or 8 security guards come on. Being so arrogant in front of Liandong Auto, even if Chen Fan didn't die, he would be skinned alive. The customers around him were all watching the show. They wanted to see whether this guy or the security guards were better at fighting. But they already have their own result, which is that Chen Fan will be beaten to the point where he can't get up and then thrown into the police station. Although the security guards didn't want to go up, they had to listen to Manager Ma and rush towards the iron rod with grim faces. What they expected happened. Chen Fan was like a walking professional boxer. Every punch he threw could knock down one person. Even the retired players couldn't withstand it. In a blink of an eye, the security guards were scattered on the ground, screaming and groaning. Waste, waste, waste. Manager Ma was so angry that his head was swelling, and he was even more crazy than Fan Minghui. The salesmen standing by were horrified when they saw this scene. Ah! Damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Lao Ma, you hired such rubbish security guards? Fan Minghui was so angry that he was shaking all over. The security guard lying on the ground was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this. We are rubbish? You yourself have been beaten like a dead pig. At this point, Chen Fan directly picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, a respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Chen, are you here yet? Oh, yes, I'm here, but I encountered some problems. Chen Fan said with a sneer. Ah, where are you? I'll come to you right away. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone said anxiously, as if he wanted to express something. Ha, it's right at your car dealership. Car dealership? Oh, I'll be right back. Please wait. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan still maintained a calm demeanor, but Manager Ma, who was standing nearby, was already sweating on his forehead, and there was a storm in his heart. He heard the general manager's voice. He stared at Chen Fan intently, as if trying to find the reason. The next second, he seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and asked. Oh no, you are Mr. Chen? He asked, tentatively. The aura before and after was so different that everyone was confused. Fan Minghui looked at him in confusion. Lao Ming, have you eaten too much shit? As soon as the words fell, they were met with a roar. Shut up! After yelling, Fan Minghui was completely stunned. But at this moment, Chen Fan looked at Manager Ma, sneered, and nodded. It's the surname Chen, what's wrong? After hearing the exact answer, combined with what Chen Fan had just said on the phone, Manager Ma was dumbfounded. He trembled with fear and his head started spinning rapidly. Fortunately, he had been in society for many years, so he quickly reacted. He slapped himself hard in the face, clenched his fist and said to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, you came here without telling me? No one understood, except Chen Fan. It turns out that the other party must know himself. How could Manager Ma not know Chen Fan? Big customer. Manager Chow specifically mentioned this. Now he is in big trouble. If Manager Chow comes back immediately, he may lose his job. Seeing this, he hardened his heart and kicked the security guard up. Everyone, get up. Take this fat guy out and beat him up. Just when the security guards were about to attack Chen Fan, they were stunned. Wait, fatty? What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to do it anymore? Immediately, take this fat guy and this bitch out and beat them up. Lao Ma, you took the wrong medicine. You actually want to hit me? You've lost your mind. Fan Minghui was dumbfounded and cursed. But Manager Ma took direct action and slapped him in the face. Fan Minghui's pig face was slapped, and it turned red. When everyone saw this extremely unexpected scene, they rubbed their eyes vigorously, with expressions of disbelief and surprise on their faces. But at this moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped outside the door, and a middle-aged man in a formal suit and with a livid face got out of the car. When he saw the crowd gathered in the car dealership, his eyelids twitched violently, and his face became even uglier, so that his calm expression changed in vain. When Manager Ma saw the middle-aged man getting off the car, his heart skipped a beat and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Speak of the devil, there he is. The middle-aged man with a sullen face looked around and took Chen Fan in his sight. He stepped forward and asked, are you Mr. Chen Fan? Yes, I am. Looking at the meticulous middle-aged man in front of him, Chen Fan nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the general manager of Liandong Auto. My name is Chao Jianben, and I am the Chao who is calling you. Hearing Chao Jianben's words, Manager Ma trembled with fear. His face became extremely ugly. Real. His legs and feet even went limp and he almost sat down on the ground. It was over. His career was over. At this moment, Fan Minghui's face was also confused. Everyone knows Chao Jianben, the biggest figure in Liandong Auto. Looking at Chao Jianben's attitude towards Chen Fan, he seems to be fully aware that he has gotten into trouble. His whole body begins to tremble unconsciously. Mr. Chen, you've come at the right time. Shall I take you to see the car first? Chao Jianben's face did not look very good. He knew what was happening here even with his big toe. However, what surprised him was that Mr. Chen on the phone was such a young man, but he became even more respectful. Forget it for now. The matter here has not been resolved yet. If you had come any later, I might have been beaten down and sent to the police station. Chen Fan said slowly. Chapter 10, Playing Pigs and Eating Tigers. Everyone present was motionless, the atmosphere was very strange, and he was the only one who was walking slowly alone, then gently touching the nearby vehicles. Sure enough, after hearing this, Chao Jianben's face became even more ashamed and angry, and his eyes went straight to Manager Ma. Tell me, Ma Guangxi, what happened? Chao Jianben said angrily. The aura was so strong that Minghui began to tremble as he spoke. I. What do you mean by I? Speak. Chao Jianben narrowed his eyes and stared at Minghui, then slapped him with his backhand. You can't even speak clearly. I think you don't want to do this anymore. You say. Chao Jianben directly looked at the salesperson who had just received Chen Fan. At this time, the salesperson who received Chen Fan also recovered from the shock. She said carefully, yes, it's like this, manager, just now Mr. Chen wanted to buy a car, and then the fat man came up. What are you coming up to? He came forward and angrily scolded Mr. Chen, saying that Mr. Chen. The salesperson spoke hesitantly, and after he finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief, as if he had survived a disaster. After hearing the entire process of the incident, Ma Guangxi and Fan Minghui knew they were in great danger. Fan Minghui, in particular, was so frightened that he was shaking all over, and even his legs could not stand steadily, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. Manager, yes, I'm sorry, it's my fault. He was scared, completely scared. Even a fool could see that he had provoked the wrong person. As Chen Fan said, he was just a manager, with an annual income of only 200,000 yuan, and with all the other extras, it was only 500,000 yuan a year. Get out. Don't beg me. If Mr. Chen doesn't forgive you, I can't save you. Chao Jianben slapped Fan Minghui on the other half of his face with his backhand. Although Fan Minghui was in great pain, he had no intention of resisting. He even turned his gaze towards Chen Fan, who was stroking the car. He knelt on the ground and quickly ran towards Chen Fan, kowtowing to the ground. Mr. Chen, please forgive me. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please just treat me like a fart, you. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, he continued to kowtow on the ground. Ma Guangxi, who was standing by, saw this frightening scene and his face turned purple with fear. Fan Minghui kowtowed 20 or 30 times in a row and passed out due to dizziness, but Chen Fan still didn't say a word. Seeing Fan Minghui fainted, Chao Jianben directly shouted at the security guard to throw him out. Finally, it was Ma Guangxi's turn. Chao Jianben was a businessman. He knew how to handle the situation and directly fired Ma Guangxi. Upon hearing that he was fired, Ma Guangxi collapsed to the ground. He wanted to beg Chen Fan to spare him, but after seeing what happened to Fan Minghui, he wanted to slap himself hard. Why are you helping this bastard? Now he has killed himself. He wished he could cut Fan Minghui into pieces right now. Fortunately, Chao Jianben was quite respectable and did not throw him out directly. All of this happened so fast that all the customers were stunned. Play the pig and eat the tiger? I actually encountered. After Chao Jianben had dealt with these, he walked towards Chen Fan respectfully and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, do you think you are satisfied with the way you handled this matter? Well, it's okay. Chen Fan nodded. This Chao Jianben was indeed a businessman. His handling of the matter made him feel slightly comfortable. Hearing the affirmative answer, Chao Jianben was extremely grateful. But the next second, Chen Fan raised his hand and said to the salesperson, who was still a little scared, come on, I'm rooting for you. After saying this, the saleswoman nodded subconsciously, then looked at Chen Fan with a little more respect, and he stammered, thank you, Mr. Chen, for your compliment. Chao Jianben was too smart. He figured out Chen Fan's thoughts and subconsciously asked her, what's your name? Manager Chao, my name is Yi. Very good, Xiaoyi, since Mr. Chen thinks you are very good, then you can follow me. Starting tomorrow, you will replace Ma Guangxi's position. Hiss. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Directly replaced Ma Guangxi's position, that is? General Manager. But, Manager Chao, I've only been working for less than a month. When Yi Xinran heard this, her face instantly turned red, and she stammered to Chao Jianben. After these words were spoken, all the sales staff present were extremely ashamed and angry. They were offered a promotion but actually wanted to refuse? Why not them? You have to know that salespeople work very hard and need to introduce customers to their products every day in order to make money. What about the deputy manager? He only needs to go around every day and then he can get money, with a guaranteed minimum of 10,000 yuan. As long as there are transactions in the store, the deputy manager can benefit from it. It can be said that he really makes money while lying down. So what? I believe you have the ability. Ability is something that needs to be cultivated slowly. Just follow me and do your job well. Chao Jianben shook his head and said indifferently. In his own words, he can promote someone without any effort, but he needs to give a reason for the promotion. This reason was obviously caused by Chen Fan. This makes perfect sense. Ah, okay, thank you, Manager Chow. Yi Shinran's heart began to beat rapidly. No need. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen has a good eye for people, otherwise I wouldn't have discovered you. Chao Jianben shook his head again and flattered Chen Fan effortlessly. Chao Jianben was a very shrewd person. Everything he did had to make value from it, which made Chen Fan have to admire him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Yi Shinran said naively, with a blush on her pretty face. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart. Don't thank me. I told you this is what you should do. Just do your best. After that, Chen Fan calmly said to Chao Jianben, Manager Chao, let's go. I'll go check on my car. Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Seeing that the storm had subsided, Chao Jianben breathed a sigh of relief, spoke directly to Chen Fan, and then led the way. Everyone was so envious. What does low-key mean? This is what low-key means. A flashy pretense. When he got inside, Chen Fan discovered that the Liandong Auto Store was a different world. The area inside was larger than the outside, and all the cars there were million-level luxury cars, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, and everything else. Among the cars, there was a gray and black sports car lying in the center of a more open space, which attracted Chen Fan's attention at first sight. Looking at the little golden man, Chen Fan confirmed at a glance that it was his car. Rolls-Royce Dawn. Chapter 11 Extreme Driving Techniques SSS. The Rolls-Royce Dawn appeared in front of Chen Fan, giving him a refreshing feeling. The most striking feature was the silver-white rising and falling golden man. Silver bullet paint, unique ingenuity. The design inspiration of the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition comes from the convertible sports cars of the 1920s. Rolls-Royce defines this car as the first collection car of the 2020s, mainly for those who do not follow the rules, love to pursue fun. In terms of appearance, the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition uses a unique super metallic bespoke high-end custom silver paint, showing the meaning of silver bullet. In addition, the car is also equipped with new dark wheels and dark front bumper trim. However, the biggest highlight of this car is that the rear seat is changed to two raised arrow cowlings fairings. The color of the fairings is the same as the interior color, and the central panel is the same titanium silver as the body, and is also equipped with a silver bullet logo. Of course, these are all what Chen Fan found through searching on the internet. Mr. Chen, that's your car. I'll take you to see it. Chao Jianben smiled and took Chen Fan towards the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Okay. Chen Fan felt completely refreshed. The only pleasure for men? Besides women, it is sports cars. Sports cars can stimulate all the energy and blood of men and boost their spirits. At this moment, Chen Fan was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan took 2 steps at a time and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Dawn, gently stroking the shiny surface of the Rolls-Royce Dawn. A special feeling was transmitted to Chen Fan's heart from the touch. This feeling was really wonderful. Chen Fan had touched the vehicles outside before, and the two feelings were incomparable. The material of the vehicle could beat other vehicles. The title of Rolls-Royce as the king of cars was indeed well deserved. Seeing a hint of joy on Chen Fan's face, Chao Jianben, who was standing by, also boldly began to introduce the car like an enthusiastic salesman. Chen Fan was probably the only one since the store opened who could make the manager introduce the car in this way. After all, some big business owners don't have these qualifications. If it were an ordinary person, Chao Jianben would at most give Chen Fan a warm welcome, but would not go to this extent. The real reason that made Chao Jianben do this was that Chen Fan had great potential. His purpose was obvious. He wanted to get close to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was only about 24 years old. At this age, he could buy a Rolls-Royce Dawn worth 10 million. What kind of potential was this? Master Chen, let me introduce you to this car. This Rolls-Royce Dawn is already the most luxurious car in our store. In terms of power, the Silver Bullet Collector's Edition is expected to remain unchanged. It is still equipped with a 6.6L twin-turbocharged V12 engine with a maximum power of 420 kilowatts, 571 PS, and a peak torque of 820 Nm. The transmission is matched with an 8-speed manual transmission. In terms of interior, the Rolls-Royce Dawn Silver Bullet Collector's Edition has added more exclusive designs, such as carbon fiber instrument panels and interior panels. In addition, the center console is wrapped in leather, and multi-layer leather stripes are added to the side. After hearing Chao Jianben's introduction, Chen Fan nodded, but his eyes never left the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Master Chen, the introduction is almost over. You can try driving it first and feel the pleasure. Chao Jianben said respectfully from the side. After saying that, Chao Jianben put the key in his hand into Chen Fan's hand. Okay. At this time, Chen Fan was already impatient, and as he said that, he took the key and pressed the start button. At this moment, Chen Fan slightly opened the door, and in an instant, exquisite metal push rods and wood grain appeared in front of Chen Fan. After a brief hesitation, Chen Fan sat directly on the extremely comfortable seat wrapped in delicate calfskin. A strong sense of compactness and comfort came over him, making the excitement in his heart even stronger. There is a clock on the far left. The placement of the clock is very ingenious, and at this moment the roll of the clock goes far beyond the meaning of observing time. At this time, Chen Fan personally touched the steering wheel, which would communicate with him the most. After gripping the steering wheel tightly, he savored the delicate and soft touch. Master Chen, can you drive? If you can't, can I send someone to take you back? Chao Jianben spoke at this time, but after he found something wrong, he smiled and said, Master Chen, don't worry, I don't look down on you, I'm just afraid that you are not very skilled in driving. After all, every car has its own soul, and you need to be more familiar with it before you can drive it successfully. Don't hit a smiling person. Chao Jianben is very careful with his words and has a noble soul. Even if Chen Fan wants to lose his temper, he can't. He is indeed a shrewd businessman. At that time, Chen Fan was unsure. Although he had a driver's license, it was a year or two ago. He had not touched a car for such a long time that he was naturally not very familiar with it. Besides, the Rolls-Royce Dawn was a luxury car, so its operation was naturally different from that of ordinary vehicles, and it was even more different from the crappy car he took when taking the driver's license test. Just as Chen Fan was about to nod, the system's voice came from his mind. Ding, the host is being questioned, please choose A, tell Chao Jianben that you can't drive, and ask him to send someone to take you back to the Zijin Villa district, and you will be rewarded with the shameless skill whenever an embarrassing moment is triggered, keep a blank expression at all times, anyway, you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed, Ali Gu. B, choose silence, and you will be rewarded with a horse shit luck charm. When you step on horse shit, you will have a huge luck bonus, making you the ultimate lucky guy. C, take the initiative to tell Chao Jianben that you can drive, and let him know, and reward you with extreme driving skills SSS, which means you can easily drive any vehicle, even airplanes and tanks. When the system's voice fell, Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, Manager Chao, it's just a mobility scooter. My nanny can drive it. Chen Fan said calmly, as if it were true. Hearing this, Chao Jianben was slightly startled and nodded subconsciously, but he seemed to have discovered something wrong. Wait, a mobility scooter? Is the Rolls-Royce Dawn a car for transportation? A 10 million yuan vehicle? This is outrageous. My nanny can drive a Rolls-Royce Dawn? Manager Chao had a series of question marks in his mind, but he didn't think the young man in front of him was joking with him. Chao Jianben almost vomited blood when he realized what was happening. He just smiled awkwardly and said, okay, Master Chen, you can get familiar with it first. If you are still not proficient enough, I can still send someone to send you back. Chapter 12, Meeting Mu Xian by chance. Chao Jianben still didn't say anything final. He knew that these second-generation rich people liked to pretend, so he just went along with what Chen Fan said. If Chen Fan couldn't pretend anymore, he still had a way out. This is probably the reason why Chao Jian was able to get the position of manager. To be honest, he is very good. Okay, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, the system in his mind started ringing again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. Suddenly, some things appeared in Chen Fan's mind, and these things made his eyes light up. It was obvious that driving a Rolls-Royce Dawn was a piece of cake for Chen Fan at this time. It's like a 6th grader looking at 1st grade questions. Not to mention anything else, Chen Fan could handle planes and tanks at this moment, let alone a mere car. As he spoke, he casually pressed the start button of the Rolls-Royce Dawn, and suddenly an ethereal roar from the Rolls-Royce Dawn echoed throughout the entire hall. The sound was extremely crisp and ethereal, and very pleasant to hear. There is a saying that goes, to see whether a car is luxurious or not, you only need to listen to the roar of the car. In addition to this, there is another basis, that is, to see if the car has huge vibrations while driving on the road. Every car is equipped with a shock absorption system, and the natural shock absorption system of the world-class luxury car Rolls-Royce Dawn has also reached the extreme. Chao Jianben was a little surprised to see Chen Fan really operating it skillfully. Could it be that what Chen Fan said was true? Manager Chao, let me go out for a walk and get all my documents ready. Chen Fan said directly. Okay, Master Chen, don't worry. I have already taken care of all these things for you. As he said that, Chao Jianben personally walked out of the hall to get these documents for Chen Fan, and also brought the license plate as well. CAA 9988. The license plate is not bad, and it must have taken a lot of thought, which is enough to show Chao Jianben's sincerity. Chen Fan hadn't expected Chao Jianben to be so sensible. He secretly sighed that it was so easy for rich people to get things done. If it were an ordinary person, it would take several days to get a license plate. Maybe there were many people in line, so it might take even more days to get it. But what about him? He didn't need to worry about these things at all. It was so cool. Master Chen, drive slowly on your way. If you need anything in the future, you can call me today. I will do my best to help you, no matter what. Chao Jianben spoke seriously as he placed all the paperwork on Chen Fan's passenger seat, with a smile on his face the entire time. Okay, Manager Chao, I will come more often. Chen Fan said calmly. As for luxury cars, one is definitely not enough. Just like women's clothes, you have to change them at least one day. Luxury cars naturally need to be changed and driven frequently as well. That's really fun. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and walked out of the hall lightly. As Chen Fan took out the Rolls-Royce Dawn, everyone in the store focused their attention on Chen Fan. Damn, that rich guy just now. Rolls-Royce Dawn? 10 million. Oh my god, it's true. Just now he said he would buy a sports car worth 10 million. Oh my god, Manager Chao personally received him. He must have an extraordinary background. Aren't you talking nonsense? A person of ordinary origin driving a luxury car worth tens of millions in his 20s? Oh my god, I'm so envious. The Rolls-Royce Dawn is worthy of the nickname Silver Bullet. Not only is it fast, but its color is also eye-catching, especially the wheels under the car, which give people the feeling that they have not been turning. No matter where it goes, it always attracts countless envious eyes. Wow, you're so handsome, little brother. Come on, he's handsome, but he's richer. Will I believe you? As they were talking, the young couple who were buying the car together started arguing, which was really a joke. After leaving the Liandong car store, Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom like a galloping bull, and the Rolls-Royce Dawn also flew up like a silver bullet. So cool. The key is that with the extreme driving technology SSS, Chen Fan can drive the Rolls-Royce Dawn in an orderly and relaxed manner. Ding ding ding. Just when Chen Fan was driving very happily, a WeChat voice rang. When I opened it, I saw it was a message from Tan K. Brother Chen, why haven't you come to work yet? Brother Chen, I heard from my supervisor that you resigned? Sad. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Where are you going now that you've resigned? It's only the middle of the month. Can your salary support you in finding a new job? Brother Chen, why don't you reply to me? What are you doing now? Messages were sent one after another, and looking between the lines, Chen Fan sensed a hint of unhappiness on the part of Tan K. I've already resigned and don't plan to do it anymore. We'll talk about work later. Chen Fan thought for a while and replied directly, not bothering to say anything else. But the next second after replying, Tan K sent another message. I'm sad, Brother Chen, you finally replied to me. So what kind of job are you going to continue doing? I don't want to do it anymore if you leave. At worst, we can quit together and we can still work together then. No, I don't plan to work anymore after I quit. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Tan K was really sincere and actually wanted to resign with him. However, he was not short of money now, but Tan K, so Chen Fan didn't want Tan K to resign. Sad, Brother Chen, did you quit because you found me annoying? Why don't you come back? I can just quit. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about it because... Chen Fan didn't know how to say this, so he replied hastily, you do it first, and I'll tell you when the time comes. After saying that, Chen Fan put down his phone. There is quite a lot on the itinerary today. Buy a mobile phone, find a babysitter, well, that's about it. After finishing his thought, Chen Fan drove slowly along the roadside. Rolls-Royce Dawn is always the focus wherever it goes. Moreover, this is a forest street with people buying cars in an endless stream. Naturally, they all pay attention to it. There are also many women who are crazy about Chen Fan, flirting with him. How do you say it? They can't wait to jump into Chen Fan's car. Driving slowly, Chen Fan saw a graceful figure in a purple skirt outside an Audi 4S store. When he got closer, he saw a beautiful woman on the side of the road trying to hail a taxi, and she seemed to be frustrated about not being able to get a taxi. But upon closer inspection, I found it slightly familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. Xin? Oh, I remember now. It was the woman with long black hair from last night, the woman whose car was dented by my punch. Chapter 13 Xin's shock. After a closer look, it was true. After saying that, Chen Fan drove the car in front of Xin and left. At this time, Xin was frustrated about not being able to get a taxi. There were many vehicles coming and going here, but there were very few taxis. He wanted to call a taxi online, but he was still queuing. Ah! I'm going crazy. If that bastard hadn't dented my car last night, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Xin muttered, clenching his fists. But the next second, she saw a luxury car parked in front of her, and her eyes were immediately attracted. However, it was not the money that attracted her, but the people in the car. Her brain suddenly short-circuited, as if Chen Fan looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Hey, are you repairing the car here? Chen Fan smiled slightly and looked at the dazed Xin. At this time, Xin also reacted. She stared at Chen Fan and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Is this your car?" Of course Xin has seen Rolls-Royce, not because he sees it often or because he has it, but because of the brand effect. After all, as long as the little golden man is mentioned, people will unconsciously think of Rolls-Royce, and when they think of Rolls-Royce, the price will be extremely low. Yes, you remembered me, right? Let's go, get in the car. I see you've been waiting for a taxi here for a long time. Chen Fan thought for a while and asked her to get in the car. After all, he took Xin's car for repair, so why not give her a ride on the way? They weren't in a hurry anyway. Hearing this, Xin got into the car in a daze. Her expression was a little dazed and surprised the whole time. It was not until she got into the car that she slowly reacted, and the corners of her mouth twitched from time to time. Comparing Chen Fan's appearance with his appearance yesterday, no matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a rich man. Is this really your car? Xin said in surprise, her mouth wide open in shock. Yeah, I just picked it up this morning. Chen Fan turned the steering wheel and drove towards the center of the road. The sudden acceleration caught Xin off guard and caused her to sway backwards. However, this Rolls-Royce Dawn is the king of cars. After a brief sway, it became as stable as a dog. At this moment, Xin also felt that he was not sitting in a car, but standing on the ground, because there was no shaking. Even when going over a speed bump he could only feel a slight vibration. Compared with his own car, it was like one was in heaven and the other was on the ground. Thinking of this, Xin became nervous, and his heart became even more confused. How much did it cost to repair the car? Is it enough? Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. Well, that's enough, it only costs 2,000. I'll return the remaining 3,000 to you. Xin was like a little white rabbit. He spoke hesitantly and his momentum was not as strong as yesterday. No, I said, if there's more, I'll give it to you as compensation. If there's less, I'll just transfer it to you. Chen Fan shook his head and refused, then continued, by the way, where are we going? You can't let me take you around all the time, right? Oh, go to Qingyuan Law Firm in Sanxia Plaza. Xin said without thinking. There was a hint of panic on her face, but because she was too nervous, she simply tilted her head to face the window to avoid embarrassment. A breeze blew, blowing through her hair, and her hair spread out and blew backwards. Oh? Are you a lawyer? Chen Fan said in surprise. Sanxia Plaza is located in the city center, where every inch of land is valuable. And the most shocking thing is that Qingyuan Law Firm is one of the top 10 law firms in Donghai City and is very famous. Well, can't I be a lawyer? Xin felt that Chen Fan looked down on her, and rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily. Okay. I envy you for being a lawyer. Chen Fan said leisurely. To be honest, lawyers are a profitable profession, otherwise they wouldn't open a business in a place like Sanxia Plaza where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. What's there to be envious of? Mu Xian complained, "Don't think too much, I'm just a trainee lawyer, I make 10,000 yuan a month. I have to live for 83 years without eating or drinking to be able to afford your car." Mu Xian just took out her phone and checked it. She was shocked to find out that the car cost 10 million. After learning the price, she was naturally very careful. After all, she couldn't afford to pay for it if it got bumped. Hee hee, alright. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. This little girl seemed a little jealous of the rich, but it didn't matter, so he simply sped up. As for a sports car, it is called a sports car only if you can experience the thrill. If it is slow, you might as well buy a grandma's car. The speed was too fast, which completely stimulated Chen Fan's driving pleasure. When entering the city center, Chen Fan felt like crying. The traffic jam. It was too prosperous. Traffic jam had become a prominent feature of developed urban areas. However, this did not give Chen Fan too much of a bad experience, because the cars in front and behind him were at least 10 meters away. The reason was naturally because he was afraid of bumping into anything, so this was quite refreshing. Hey, look at that guy, he's so rich, and there's such a pretty chick sitting in the passenger seat. If I had money, I would change my car every day. But it's a pity that I was born into a bad family. I have to work hard for decades to drive a junky car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, while others can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions with just a flick of their fingers. With a luxury car like this, I'm sure you'll never lack girls wherever you go. Several car owners stuck in traffic were complaining quietly, and naturally they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The traffic jam was soon cleared, and Chen Fan successfully took Mu Xian to Qingyuan Law Firm in Sanxia Plaza. I stopped the car and took a quick look. Qingyuan Law Firm was so magnificent. There were also many clients coming to file lawsuits. It was hard not to make money. Okay, we're here, let's get off the car. Chen Fan said calmly. Ah? Are we there? Mu Xian, who had been feeling ashamed and angry, finally reacted. Her tone was a little unfriendly. She had heard all those dirty words before. Hey, what kind of person did they make her look like? That's all. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. I'll be leaving first. Mu Xian nodded, picked up the bag in her hand and left, walking towards Qingyuan Law Firm. Along the way, she naturally saw envious and weird looks coming from countless directions. Envious looks come from women, and weird looks naturally come from men. There is envy and jealousy, this is what real people are like. Even though Mu Xian didn't do anything and just took a ride with Chen Fan, she has been labeled a money-worshipping bitch in the minds of countless men. Hey, guess what exciting thing I just discovered? Ha ha ha. Chapter 14 Death Gossip. What's the matter? Tell me, what makes you so happy? I'll tell you. I'm afraid it will scare you. Do you know the new intern lawyer? She's the lawyer named Mu Xian. Yeah. I know. It's the one with the long white legs and the amazing body. She looks so pure. Zizizizi, she's my goddess. What's wrong? Yes, she has a great figure. She must have practiced yoga a lot. If she does, hee hee. I just don't know which son of a bitch will get the gift. Inside the Qingyuan law firm, a group of men sat together gossiping. Naturally, there were also women who loved gossiping the most. Seeing that they were talking about women, they would definitely complain and ridicule them. Let's not talk about whether she's a goddess or not. Just now when I went downstairs to get information from a client, I saw Mu Xian getting out of a luxury car worth tens of millions. Oh my god. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present was shocked. You dare to slander my goddess, I will kill you. It's absolutely true. I'm not slandering her. I could tell her figure at a glance. I even paused there in a daze for a few seconds. The client was angry because of this. I guarantee it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I swear on my character. It seems like what he said is true. No wonder she has such a good figure. It turns out she is spoiled by rich men. Money digger bitch. A group of people were slandering each other, and were already using what had just happened as a topic of conversation and laughter. When someone is happy, someone is sad. At this time, Mu Xian was already sitting at her workstation. She clenched her fists tightly with a numb and ashamed expression. She wanted to rush out and tell them that she just took a ride and didn't know them at all. But the more she explained, the more annoyed she became, so she kept silent. But in the eyes of some people, silence is acquiescence, and explanation is a cover-up. People's hearts are complicated and they are all colorful. She cannot control what others think, but she can control her own behavior. It's that simple. Suddenly, when Mu Xian was in a daze, a petite, cute and beautiful girl came up to her and quietly said beside her seat, "Xinshin, what happened? Why do I hear so many people talking about you?" Yuan Yao, like Mu Xian, is an intern lawyer at Qingyuan law firm, and they are also best friends. Yao Yao, don't listen to any nonsense. He is just one of my clients. I just took his ride. Mu Xian said irritably, I really want to tear their big mouths apart. They talk about everything. Seeing Mu Xian so angry, Yuan Yao also covered her mouth and laughed, really? But they all said, hey, forget it, tell me, is he your new boyfriend? No. Real? I've already said it's not true. He's just a client of mine. Mu Xian said in annoyance, how can I have a boyfriend who is a rich second generation? Well, that's not certain. Xinshin, you have such a good figure, and you are mature and sensible. It's not certain that you have a rich second generation boyfriend. Listen to me, hold on to him, and then you will become a rich man's wife, and then I can eat with you every day without having to work. Yuan Yao said mischievously with a sneer, and from time to time she was thinking about going out to play, that would be really good. Oh, Yao Yao, I'm too lazy to care about you. I have to work. You should go and get busy too. Let them talk if they want to. Mu Xian didn't want to care about it anymore. The innocent will be innocent. Maybe it's just a gust of wind. There have been such gossips before. Maybe it will die down in a few days. Okay, then you must remember to hurry up. Yuan Yao sneered and left, leaving Mu Xian pretending to organize documents. But Mu Xian didn't know that when Yuan Yao walked to the toilet, her expression changed from joy to anger and hatred in an instant, and there was even a hint of jealousy in the end. The saying changing one's face faster than turning the pages of a book probably refers to this. Why, how can you be better than me in everything? Yuan Yao and Mu Xian have been good friends and besties since childhood. After graduating together, they still went to work together. No matter how hard she tried, she could not compare to Mu Xian. Mu Xian would always be the other people's child in her family's eyes, while she was nothing. The gap between the two of them seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, but now Mu Xian suddenly had a rich second-generation friend, which made her last sense of contrast disappear. You can't refuse to admit defeat. As she spoke, Yuan Yao smiled ghostly, and changed her face again in the toilet, turning into that cute and innocent look, and walked out of the toilet. She seemed to have already planned a trick in her mind, a trick to make Mu Xian lose to her. At the same time, Chen Fan had arrived at a larger talent market. After targeting the position of nanny, Chen Fan began looking for his target. He had thought about recruiting online before, but after thinking it over, he felt that it was a bit troublesome. It would be better to select on site and take the selected ones away directly. Sir, are you looking to hire a nanny? Chen Fan said respectfully to a talent consultant. Yes, nanny. So what are your requirements? The talent consultant asked, and it was natural to do so according to the procedure. After hearing this, Chen Fan thought for a while and then said, female, about 20 to 24 years old, no bad habits, hardworking, not the lazy type. That's probably all. It's definitely okay for a woman to be a nanny, otherwise why would they hire a man? There is nothing to say about the age of 20 to 24. It is definitely not good to be older. If it is the level of an ant, that is definitely impossible. Chen Fan does not have that kind of hobby. Being hardworking and willing to do things are naturally the simplest requirements. After all, the villa is so big that you probably need to hire 1 or 2 people. Oh, that's right, sir. Your conditions are a bit harsh. The talent consultant frowned slightly when he heard Chen Fan's request. Is it harsh? Chen Fan asked back. Yes, sir. It's a bit harsh. You know, these girls are probably new to society and may not be willing to work as nannies. Compared to the traditional nanny, it is more embarrassing, how to say it. In the traditional concept of some people, after graduating from college, one must find a stable, easy, and high-income job. How can one become a nanny right after graduating from college? Isn't it embarrassing? Because in the eyes of these girls, they have not been subjected to too much pressure from society, so they think that as long as they have money and stability, they will not be realistic. Seems a bit harsh. But there is no condition to avoid it. Chapter 15 Gender is so difficult. That's all. These are my conditions. Chen Fan didn't plan to change them, and even added one more condition: at least the appearance has to be acceptable. After all, we'll see each other everywhere. I won't ask for body shape, after all, it seems like it's too much. Hearing this, the talent consultant's face darkened slightly. He seemed a little reluctant to receive Chen Fan, but he still decided to calm down and asked, "Sir, what are your requirements for the salary of your employees?" "Well, I might be away from home often. I don't have to work when I'm not at home. My working hours are not fixed, but I'll have at least 2 days off a week." As for the salary, Chen Fan hesitated when he heard about the salary. If it was less, no one would work. Anyway, he didn't need this little money, so he said directly, 10,000 a month. 10,000? The talent consultant was confused. 2 days off a week? Is there such a good thing? After all, Donghai City is not very poor, but it is not very developed either. The average salary is about 5,000. For those who just graduated and entered the company, to have 4,000 a month is considered amatba, and they are still squeezed by overtime. Compared with the salary offered by Chen Fan, he was tempted. After all, he worked very hard as a talent consultant here and only earned a minimum of 2,000 yuan a month. If he wanted to get a higher salary, he could only get a commission plus to survive. The talent consultant reacted and asked solemnly, "Sir, can you not be so rigid about your gender?" Chen Fan was slightly startled. It was obvious that he had not kept up with the times. "What do you mean?" "Oh, sir, this is what I mean. Do you still want a male nanny?" "No, to be precise, can I have one? I'm not lazy and I cook delicious food," the talent consultant said excitedly. "Get lost." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him. He was so stubborn about gender. "Then is it too late for me to go to Taiji for surgery now?" the talent consultant said with a wry smile. "It's too late. I already know you are a man." Chen Fan wanted to say something sweet, but he also wanted to prove indirectly that the salary he offered was more appropriate. "Okay, sir, I won't force you then," the talent consultant said dejectedly. He was really tempted. What can you do in this city with 2 or 3,000 yuan? Nothing. If the monthly salary was 10,000, he would do it even if it meant working himself to death. If the monthly salary was 100,000, he would do it even if it meant losing a layer of skin. "Then, sir, I will write it for you. Recruiting a full-time home nanny, requirements: female, age 20-24, dignified, hardworking, 2 days off on holidays, monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, is that okay?" "Well, that's possible." Chen Fan nodded. It was not bad. This way he should be able to hire a better nanny. "Then where should I fill in the work address?" the talent consultant asked enthusiastically. Although he could not hire a nanny directly, if the monthly salary was high enough, he could get a certain commission from Chen Fan every month. This was his way of making money, so he had to be respectful to this gentleman. "Do I still need to fill in the address?" Chen Fan was slightly stunned. "Yes, that's right. Our company strictly requires you to fill in your address so that we can screen out people who don't meet your requirements, such as those whose residential addresses are too far away, or those who work in the industry who are not qualified. It is quite interesting to have both sides screen each other." "Okay, just write Zijin Villa District as the address." "Oh, okay, Zijin Villa District." The talent consultant took the pen and began to write. As he wrote, he seemed to notice something and asked tentatively, "Sir, Zijin Villa District?" "Yes, it's the Zijin Villa District," Chen Fan said calmly. But the talent consultant had an incredible look on his face. He was completely stunned, and his body trembled. It was a big client. Big clients. Rich people. Maybe if you perform better, you can get some extra benefits. For example, if you tell Chen Fan that no one is hiring and you need to increase your income, and then you publish it at the original price, wouldn't it go into your pocket? After all, a nanny who costs 10,000 yuan is already a high-end nanny. To grab such a prime job, you have to give some benefits? He. That's why he was so happy. Ha ha. Really talented. The talent consultant was already laughing wildly in his heart. After all, rich people don't care about a few bucks. They only care about how well things are done. "Okay, sir, leave your phone number. I can report to you at any time if there is any situation." The talent consultant spoke sincerely and was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Okay. Chen Fan left the phone number and felt good. Then he thought of something and asked directly, by the way, can we find it today or tomorrow? Yes, you can. Don't worry, sir. We are one of the best talent markets in the city, with more than tens of thousands of people coming and going every day. We guarantee that we can find the most suitable and satisfactory nanny for you. Okay, then I feel relieved. After saying that, Chen Fan stood up and walked outside. It's time to change your phone, it's that simple. After Chen Fan left, the talent consultant in the room couldn't help laughing excitedly. He must hold on to Chen Fan as a big client, as he would definitely receive benefits in the future. Money makes the world go round. He simply discarded the tens of thousands of job applications that had accumulated before, and helped Chen Fan to process them first, allowing him to go directly through the accelerated channel. After leaving the talent market, Chen Fan drove to a street of mobile phone stores. This street is full of mobile phone stores selling Apple, LG, Huawei, and Rice phones. They include domestic, non-domestic, European, American, and African phones. But Chen Fan has made his own choice, he wants to choose Apple. The reason he chose Apple was not because of the brand effect, or the so-called saying that using Apple means being rich, but because he heard that Apple phones are not slow at all. Before that, he planned to try it out. After all, no matter how rich he is, he can't spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a piece of junk. Having said that, Chen Fan parked his car in the parking lot. Rich people's luxury cars are always the focus of attention wherever they go. After entering the parking lot, 2 or 3 security guards saw that there were no parking spaces, so they directly called people to lift the car and clear the way. It felt so good, and the feeling of being treated preferentially was really great. Chen Fan left calmly and entered the largest Apple mobile phone store. Entering the Apple mobile phone store, Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Whether it was mobile phones, computers or tablets, they were all Apple brands. The gorgeous appearance deeply attracted him. No, not only a mobile phone, but also a computer. That's how you can enjoy life. After all, Chen Fan also liked playing computer games before, but he just didn't have the free time to go online. Chapter 16 Super Powerful Black Technology Computer. After entering the Apple store, Chen Fan almost became an invisible person, and many idle salesmen did not place their hopes on him. After all, Chen Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes, so it was probably impossible for him to buy a mobile phone, so he just came to take a look. Since they were just looking around, they naturally had no intention of serving them, but a clerk still came up to ask Chen Fan. Sir, what can I do for you? A woman with short wavy hair came up and asked. Her tone was not very nice, but it was not very respectful either. It was quite different from the waiter who was warmly entertaining in serving tea and water. Chen Fan didn't think anything of it and just went forward to check. Sir, may I ask what you need? I can introduce them to you. After all, there are many types of Apple phones, and each phone has its advantages and disadvantages, so it will be convenient for you to judge. The salesperson with short curly hair seemed a little unhappy. After all, she was ignored, but she still suppressed her anger and spoke, putting her status at the bottom. Well, okay, do you have the latest model of Apple mobile phone here? Chen Fan nodded and asked directly. The latest model of Apple mobile phone? The salesperson with short curly hair was slightly stunned. The voice was neither loud nor soft. The salesperson nearby, who was too lazy to greet Chen Fan even though he was free, heard it and tried to hold back his laughter. Fortunately, we didn't go to receive him. This guy probably came to visit again. Yes, I just take a look and buy next time. I don't know when the next time will be. There are commissions for mobile phone sales for store clerks. They can get several hundred or even 1,000 yuan in commission for each phone sold. The more they sell and the higher the price they sell at, the more money they make naturally. But they seem to have gotten used to it. Naturally, there were no people in the Apple store who were obviously overconfident. The quality was pretty good. At least they didn't shout loudly. After all, Chen Fan was a customer. This is also the rule of mobile phone stores. In recent years, there have been many incidents of mocking customers, causing these stores to try their best to rectify the situation. At least the atmosphere on the surface has improved, but it is inevitable that it will become a topic of conversation among these idle salesmen. No, this kid doesn't seem to be here for the first time. I remember he came here many times. Really? Why haven't I seen him before? Hey, you know what, he's quite a handsome guy. Do you think you can afford to buy him? Come on, I'm sure I've seen him plenty of times, and I guess I'll have to think about it after reading it. Although the voice was very soft, Chen Fan still heard it to some extent. However, he ignored it. There was no point in getting angry with such a person, as it would only affect his mood. Yes, take me to see it. Chen Fan nodded. Sir, it's like this, our latest Apple phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. If you don't have enough money, maybe, I can take you to see other price ranges, such as the Apple 8 Plus that came out 2 years ago, which is also a very good phone and only costs 4,000 yuan. At the same time, we have many discounts. The saleswoman with short curly hair seemed reluctant to take Chen Fan to see the phones. She thought for a moment and then introduced other mobile phones. No need, 10,000 is 10,000. Take me to see it and I'll buy it if it's suitable. Chen Fan shook his head. 10,000 for a mobile phone was beyond his imagination, but when he thought about the durability of Apple phones and the fact that they could be used for 4 to 5 years without any lag, it was still acceptable. After all, he was not short of the 10,000 yuan. Ah, okay. The saleswoman with short curly hair shook her head and sighed slightly. Her tone became a little stiffer. Then follow me. The only respect he had for her disappeared completely, which surprised Chen Fan. In fact, the salesperson with short curly hair must have thought that Chen Fan was just taking a look at the character before buying it next time, which was understandable. At this moment, a customer who came in with Chen Fan directly bought an iPhone 10 for a full 8,000 yuan. When the salesperson with short curly hair saw this, he felt even more unbalanced. The customer came in with Chen Fan, and they were dressed similarly. It was just that she was short-sighted enough to greet Chen Fan, and instead let another salesperson get a great bargain. She was so angry that she thought of dying on the spot. For a mobile phone worth 8,000 yuan, the commission she could get was at least 800 yuan. The rule in the store was that the more you sell, the more commission you get, and the minimum commission is 800 yuan. Thinking of this, the salesperson with short curly hair lost all desire to serve Chen Fan. He was so unhappy. Huh? What are you staring at? Chen Fan asked directly when he saw the salesperson with short curly hair didn't leave. Come with me, I'll take you to see it now. Apple stores are relatively large, with each type of mobile phone designated in an area. The newest models are naturally in the innermost, most visible and conspicuous place. Walking to the glass counter, Chen Fan was attracted by the Apple 12 Plus in the glass cabinet at first sight. Full screen, super large screen, and gorgeous appearance like flowing water, this is the first impression that this phone brings to Chen Fan. It is very refreshing. Hurry, pick it up and show it to me. Chen Fan said, pointing at the Apple 12 Plus in the cabinet. Sir, if you don't buy it, you can't actually do it. The salesperson with short curly hair said while holding back her anger. In her eyes, Chen Fan was already a complete trash, especially his current appearance. Although he looked handsome, it did not affect her feelings towards Chen Fan at all. Ding, the host is being questioned. Please choose a, say you are just looking and will buy next time, and say you are really trash, and you will be rewarded with a trash pill after taking the trash pill. Your words and actions will be like a gangster in trash, but there will be a charm bonus, which will make trash girls like you. B, choose silence, and you will be rewarded with the stepping on shit power talisman. When you step on shit, the power in your body will increase exponentially. C, buy this phone and get a super high-tech computer as a reward, the world's most advanced 0.1 nanometer CPU chip, equipped with advanced technology for the next 1,000 years. Hearing the voice from the system, Chen Fan was slightly stunned, and then reacted immediately. How can I buy it if you don't show it to me? Don't you allow people to try out the phone in your store? Chen Fan asked angrily, what's the rule? These people are the most annoying. They come to have a look every day, and every time they say they will buy next time. The key is that they take up the store's resources. Obviously, the salesperson with short curly hair has blamed Chen Fan for not getting the commission before. If Chen Fan was not there, then she would run the fastest and would definitely be the one to receive the other guest, and the commission would naturally be hers. Rules? You're not buying it, what if you break it? Seeing Chen Fan was angry, the saleswoman with short curly hair also gave up, but after thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, forget it, I'll take it out and show it to you, so that you don't ruin the reputation of our store again. Chapter 17 Cell Phone Incident. After he finished speaking, the salesperson with short curly hair reluctantly put on a pair of white gloves and carefully took out the Apple 12 Plus from the counter. All her actions seemed like she was holding a treasure. But to her, it was a treasure. The official price of Apple 12 Plus was 12,888 yuan, which was only a few months' salary for her. So she was very careful, afraid that it would drop to the ground if she was not careful. This Apple 12 Pro Plus is priced at 12,888 yuan, without any discounts or offers, but it comes with official gifts, a 100W fast-charging wireless charger, an earphone, and a phone case. It is equipped with the iOS 14 system, and the fully closed system keeps the entire phone running smoothly. In addition, the front camera uses an under-screen design, which can reach 15 million pixels. In addition, the rear camera uses 3 cameras, and the central camera uses a wide-angle camera to ensure that the photos are more three-dimensional and vivid. The 3 cameras have a combined capacity of 100 million pixels. This mobile phone has witnessed the pinnacle of the industry and the most advanced technology, which is incomparable to domestic mobile phones. However, it has one shortcoming that has not been mentioned, that is, the battery is not very durable. At best, the phone will be completely out of power in less than half a day or a day. After saying that, she didn't care about Chen Fan's feelings. The salesperson with short wavy hair took the Apple 12 Pro Plus in her hand. After putting it away, she took a deep breath. Okay, now that you've finished reading, I've introduced what I should introduce. By the way, this is the only Apple 12 Pro Plus we have in our store. If you want it, go home and get the money. Go home and get money? In this day and age, who keeps money at home? It was obvious that the salesperson with short curly hair just wanted to drive Chen Fan away. Hey, I said, that guy is just playing around, the 12,888 phone is just for fun. I've never seen the picture before, and I just wanted to satisfy my curiosity. If this silly girl really took it out to show him, I would laugh if it broke. If it were me, I would just ask the security to chase him away to avoid putting myself at risk. The salesmen nearby were whispering to each other, as if they had seen Chen Fan leave in a shameful manner. But Chen Fan disagreed. Only one? Yes, there is only one. Take it home and get the money. At this time, the salesperson with short curly hair had already put the Apple 12 Pro Plus into the glass cabinet and seemed ready to leave. Damn it. When we met Chen Fan just now, the other salesman had already closed 1 or 2 deals. And she was still foolishly receiving him. If she wasn't afraid of giving people a chance to talk about her, she would have wanted to throw this guy out long ago. Okay then, I'll take this phone, Chen Fan said, and took out a bank card from his pocket. With a bang, it fell on the glass cabinet. For a moment, the saleswoman with curly short hair who was about to leave in a sullen mood was slightly startled. She looked at Chen Fan with curiosity, but she still didn't believe it in her heart. Do you really want it? Nonsense, why would I throw away my bank card if I don't want it anymore? Hurry up and wrap it up for me. Chen Fan was a little impatient. Why are you taking so long? Just swipe the card. Regardless of whether there are any tasks released or not, he likes this phone very much and it is worth the price. It is quite comfortable to use it to watch live broadcasts and play games. Oh. The saleswoman with curly short hair stupidly picked up the bank card on the glass cabinet. After a brief trance, her face turned red, not because of excitement, but because of anger. What kind of card is this? Nonsense, a bank card. Bullshit, this is a night card. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? The saleswoman with curly short hair couldn't help but curse. She looked at the card again and again. Isn't it the night card that has been popular on the internet recently? What discounts, gas discounts, and coupons? Anyway, you only need to spend 5 yuan to hold it and you can get it back. The gold stamping patterns are exactly the same. Chen Fan's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to beat the salesperson in front of him until he was bruised and battered. What the hell is this night card? This is his black gold card, right? Forget it. He sighed, not wanting to get angry with the other party. Why do you care about my card? If there is money in it, you can just swipe it and you will know. Chen Fan said speechlessly. The salesperson with short curly hair muttered and reluctantly took out the post machine beside him. It worked, and the machine started beeping. Pfft, it really is a night card, ha ha ha, can't even enter the password? I laughed. I thought he was really going to buy it. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I think this kid can do great things. He hasn't even run away yet and has to keep pretending. I'm dying of laughter. How can this man be so shameless? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to our curly girl? Virtue. After swiping several times in a row, the saleswoman with curly short hair looked extremely embarrassed. She threw the card in her hand directly at the man's face and said unhappily, "Kid, get out of here." If you mess with me again, don't force me to call security. Chen Fan was also slightly startled. Could there really be something wrong with this black gold card? No, there must be nothing wrong with it. Wasn't this replaced by the bank manager for him? Is that old guy trying to trick himself? The money will definitely not go away. Maybe there is something wrong with the card entry and it cannot be swiped. No, there's no problem with this card. Try swiping it with another post machine. Chen Fan suppressed his anger and put the card back on the glass cabinet. The next second, a crisp, sarcastic and harsh voice rang out. It turned out that there were two people standing behind him. There was a man and a woman. The man looked very ugly, but the woman was okay with a nice figure. However, after seeing her face, Chen Fan wanted to vomit. Isn't this Susan? Hey, Chen Fan, haha, why are you here? Su Shanshan said sarcastically, while leaning her head on the man's shoulder. The two looked so different that it felt very incongruous. Based on Chen Fan's initial understanding of Susan, this man must be extremely wealthy. It's none of your business, Chen Fan said calmly. When everyone saw the scene, they covered their mouths and watched the show. What kind of show was this? One after another? Could it be that they are ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends? However, they all seemed to have some abnormal expressions when looking at Susan. After all, anyone could think that. But then again, money makes the world the best, and they would rather find a rich boyfriend than a poor and unmotivated one. It's that simple. What do you mean it's none of my business? We finally get to know each other, right? Susan frowned and spoke while suppressing her anger. Shanshan, who is this guy? The man next to Sushanshan pointed at Chen Fan with disdain. Chapter 18 Exposing Susan. Husband, who else could it be? It must be that weird guy who went on a blind date with me before. Didn't I tell you? He's the toad who wants to eat swan flesh. Susan became unhappy when she thought of what happened before. She had to get back all the face she had lost before. As she spoke, she gently raised her proud head and leaned on the man beside her. That expression, unique to a double-standard bitch, made Chen Fan feel sick. Oh, I see. This guy is the poor guy who makes a few thousand yuan a month you mentioned, right? Ha ha. The ugly man laughed disdainfully. Hey, kid, you're quite handsome, but you don't have money. Ha ha, in this era, being poor is a serious flaw. The man belittled Chen Fan and elevated himself, as if he wanted to express that even if he was ugly, he could still find a woman who would look down on him. Come on, you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You even want this pair of worn-out shoes. I really admire you. It really is true that when you are hungry, you are not picky about food. Not picky about eater. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, the salespeople around burst into laughter. It felt so good. He looks very kind, but I didn't expect that he can scold people without using any bad words. What did you say, you little brat? Before Su Shanshan could get angry, the ugly man got angry first. Boy, if you dare to say one more bad word about my girlfriend, I'll kill you. Oh, husband, don't get angry over this poor boy. Don't forget what we are here for today. Susan turned into a little bird and kept shaking the ugly man's shoulders, making Chen Fan feel like vomiting. Chen Fan really wanted to tell everyone about Susan's work at the foot massage parlor. It was so disgusting. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm too lazy to get angry with this idiot. Today is our 1-week anniversary of love. So I'm bringing you to buy an iPhone 12 Pro Plus. The ugly man ignored Chen Fan with a look of disdain. 1-week anniversary of love. We've only known each other for a few days. Vomit. Chen Fan wanted to vomit even more, as he had a bit of evil taste in his heart. He wondered how ugly this ugly man's face would be when he knew that Su Shanshan worked in the foot massage parlor. However, Chen Fan wanted to vomit, but the customers and salespeople present were all envious. It's been a week since we were in love, so romantic, and they even gave each other such expensive gifts. Wow, I really want a boyfriend like this. Thank you, husband. Susan looked so happy, afraid that Chen Fan didn't know that he was going to give her an Apple 12 Pro Plus. His arrogance was amazing. Take out the Apple 12 Pro Plus and swipe it. The ugly man took out a golden bank card from his pocket. As soon as the bank card came out, the saleswoman with curly short hair was shocked. She was ecstatic and her whole face was filled with excitement. This card is a gold card. Anyway, it is not a night card. Moreover, someone searched the card on the spot and was extremely shocked. This bank card can only be withdrawn if the deposit exceeds 1 million. And it must be 1 million at the beginning. If it is less than 1 million, the card may be withdrawn at any time. Hiss. Oh my god, so he is a walking millionaire? You can definitely say that. It's a good thing that woman didn't find that poor bastard. I'm just a little envious. Hey. But I envy the girl with curly hair more. She will get a commission of at least 1,000 yuan soon. The way he takes out the card is so cool. Even if you are ugly, you can still have such a demeanor. So, the salesperson with short curly hair took the gold card excitedly and swiped it directly on the post machine, which made a beeping sound. Ah. The salesperson with short curly hair was confused. Is there something wrong with this post machine? She hurriedly took another post machine and was about to swipe the card when Chen Fan suddenly stopped her. Everything should be based on first come first served. I told you before that this post machine was broken, but you didn't replace it for me? Now you replace it for him? It's your turn, take your dirty claws off me, and don't force me to call security. Your night card won't work even if you use 100 post machines. The saleswoman with short curly hair was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wanted to swipe it, but Chen Fan was too strong, and she couldn't get an inch forward. Puff. Su Shanshan couldn't help but said, Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to end up like this. You actually used the night card to buy a cell phone? Are you trying to make me laugh? Do you think you can use the night card coupon to buy the Apple 12 Pro Plus in full? Get out. Chen Fan refused to give in. This salesman looked down on others, which made him very unhappy. And this Susan, who kept ridiculing him, did she really think he was a sick cat? Ah, buddy, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but your so-called girlfriend actually works in a foot massage parlor. Fortunately, I didn't find such a double-standard bitch, otherwise I don't know how many times I would be cuckolded every day. No, I went there last night, and she was the one who received me. As soon as the words fell, the whole store fell into silence, and the ugly man's face darkened, and he stared at Chen Fan intently. Susan, who was standing by, was also startled. Her face immediately showed panic. Within a few seconds, she reacted immediately and said frantically, Chen Fan, how dare you slander me? Hubby, don't believe him. This guy just can't stand us doing well and is slandering me. Hubby, you must believe me, right? Su Shanshan wanted to kill Chen Fan in her heart. She explained again and again, and fortunately the ugly man did not doubt her. Boy, do you really think I'm joking with you? Do you believe that with just one phone call I can make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow? The ugly man didn't expect that this ignorant boy in front of him would dare to slander his girlfriend. He also showed his courage and domineering attitude that should belong to a man. It's up to you to believe it or not, huh? Don't come crying when you get injured, Chen Fan sneered. Forget it. I don't want to play tricks with you guys. Ask your manager to come out. I'll pay 20,000 yuan to buy this phone. Chen Fan didn't want to pay attention to these people. He didn't believe that a store would be full of these people who looked down on others. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie hurried out of the store. He had a tag around his neck with his public number and position on it. His public number was 001, his name was Hong Jingxin, and his position was naturally store manager, the person in charge of the store. What happened? Hong Jingxin said in a loud voice with a meticulous expression. He glanced at everyone and then set his sights on Chen Fan, who had said before that he was looking for the manager. Are you the manager here? Chen Fan looked at Hong Jingxin calmly and said. Yes, I am the manager here. Hong Jingxin nodded after a brief hesitation. It's like this, I want to buy a mobile phone, but I didn't expect that everyone in your store is so contemptuous, which makes me very unhappy. Chapter 19 Black Gold Card with 100 million deposit. So, I decided to buy the entire store and make all of you leave. Just figure out how much it will cost. Chen Fan's face was extremely cold when he said this, and even Hong Jingxin felt a little depressed. Of course, Hong Jingxin definitely didn't believe it, but when Chen Fan took the black gold card in his hand, he was dumbfounded. I was completely dumbfounded. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Hong Jingxin swallowed hard and suddenly gasped quickly, this. His tone was also hesitant. He immediately reacted and bowed vigorously, hello sir, I am the store manager Hong Jingxin here. If you have been inconsiderate just now, please don't be angry. I will definitely take care of it. As he spoke, Hong Jingxin personally poured a glass of water in front of the water dispenser and handed it to Chen Fan. At this time, his face was already extremely red, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. "Hurry up, pack up the mobile phone that this gentleman needs to buy," Hong Jingxin said very quickly. "Hurry up. What are you still standing there for?" But manager, his is a night card." The salesperson with short curly hair couldn't even tell anything from the manager's face. Seeing this, Hong Jingxin finally couldn't help it and shouted, "Get lost, you don't need to come to work tomorrow, get out as far away as you can. Not only that, you can forget about going to work in any of the dozens of stores here." These store managers are usually friendly and naturally familiar with each other. It is very easy to ask them not to go to work, just by saying hello. Why? The salesperson with short curly hair was stunned. Hong Jingxin was too lazy to answer and simply pushed the salesperson with short curly hair away. He personally picked up the Apple 12 Pro Plus from the glass cabinet, with the corners of his mouth twitching from time to time. It all happened so fast that everyone was stunned, and even Susan and the ugly man were unable to react. By the time everyone reacted, Chen Fan already had the Apple 12 Pro Plus in his hand. "Master Chen, this is the phone you need. Because your shopping experience was unhappy due to problems at the store, I'm giving it to you as compensation. No money required. Free." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Could it be that Chen Fan is not a piece of trash? Instead, he is a powerful person? Otherwise, why would their store manager change his attitude? You know, their store manager is much more arrogant than the salesperson, and would basically kick him out if he made any minor noise. But now, not only did he not kick Chen Fan out, he also gave him an Apple 12 Pro Plus for free. "Master Chen, look, have you calmed down?" Hong Jingxin wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked tentatively with some trepidation. At this time, Chen Fan's expression still did not change at all. "Forget it, you're the only one who doesn't look down on others. Let it go this time." Chen Fan was not just talking big. To buy this store would cost at most 1 or 2 million, which he could still afford. But Hong Jingxin didn't dare to gamble. It was obvious that he recognized this card. "Hey, what do you mean? Just because you are the store manager, you can sell this phone to him? We have to pay first. Why should we give it to him?" Susan's anger exploded all of a sudden, and she bared her teeth and claws like a shrew. Hearing the angry curse, Hong Jingxin's face suddenly turned cold. The ugly man next to her wanted to slap Susan hard. Didn't she understand what was going on? Su Shanchan is stupid, but he is not. It is obvious that the other party has bad intentions. If he is really a poor piece of trash, then why would Hong Jingxin treat him like this? Why? Just because I'm the store manager, who the hell are you? Also, I've seen your card. The threshold for opening a card is only 1 million. Master Chen's card requires a black gold card with a threshold of 100 million. 100 million. When these words came out, everyone present was dumbfounded. 100 million. 100 million. 100 million is enough for opening a card. Even though the ugly man was prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. The gap was too big. He admitted that his family had some money, but at most they were just the type of wealthy second generation. This card with 1 million in it still belonged to his father, and the total assets of the family would only be around 10 or 20 million if all of them were thrown away. It's over. I've offended someone I shouldn't have offended. But considering this, it makes sense that Hong Jingxin gave Chen Fan a mobile phone for free. Only in this way could Hong Jingxin give it away willingly. Giving away a mobile phone is a small thing, but leaving a big impression. Impossible, he has a night card. What's the bullshit 100 million black gold card? Susan reacted and her face flushed. Although she was not confident in her heart, how could she believe that Chen Fan could have a deposit of 100 million? It's up to you to believe it or not, but if you slander young Master Chen again, don't blame me for asking the security to throw you out. Hong Jingxin was too lazy to say such things to such a shrew. It simply lowered his status. You have to know that he was very respectful to Chen Fan, but to someone like Su Shanshan, it was obvious that there was a world of difference. To put it nicely, she was a customer, but to put it bluntly, she was here to cause trouble. Since he came to cause trouble, he will have his own way of doing things. I don't care. We asked for the phone, and I've already paid for it. It's ours anyway. Su Shanshan still refused to give in. She didn't believe that Hong Jingxin would throw her out. But just as he finished speaking, there was a snapping sound. Bang! The person who was beaten was Susan. The right half of her face was swollen, red, and bruised. The person who beat her was the ugly man next to her. He was Susan's current boyfriend. Lu Huan, you dared to hit me? You dared to hit me? Su Shanshan was slapped in the face, and all her anger was swallowed out. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death today, believe it or not? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lu Huan looked straight ahead, shaking with anger. Did this woman get kicked in the head by the production team's donkey? She kept provoking him again and again. It was a good thing that something happened to Su Shanshan, as it had nothing to do with him, but he was afraid that Chen Fan would get angry and deal with him as well. Once his family knew that he had offended a rich young man, 800 of his legs would be broken. It can be said that when faced with these things, he still knows what to do. His father once told him that it was okay to go out and have fun, and to find women, but he must not mess with people he couldn't afford to mess with, especially those rich young men. If his father knew about it, he would be better off dying 800 times. Lu Huan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Chapter 20 You can do anything. What the hell are you talking about? Who am I and what right do I have to care about you? Get out of here. I don't want a girlfriend like you. Get lost. Lu Huan couldn't hold back his anger. After all, he was a rich second generation, so why should he be so respectful to such a stupid woman? It seemed that he had spoiled her so much that she had lost her way. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Lu Huan, you're not a man. Su Shanshan went crazy and scratched Lu Huan's face with her fingernails, which made Lu Huan completely angry. He kicked Su Shanshan to the ground. Fuck, you crazy woman. From today on, I have nothing to do with you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly calmed down his anger. He didn't know whether this play was real or fake, but it was for Chen Fan to watch. Mr. Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. If you have any problem, just go find this stinky woman. I'm very sorry for this. I had some misunderstandings with you just now. Please be magnanimous and just ignore me. Lu Huan said respectfully. After all, he was a man who knew the times. But in the eyes of people around, it was really awesome. A millionaire begged for mercy. At this time, they had completely changed their minds about Chen Fan. Their eyes were shining, 100 million in deposits. That family property must be tens or even hundreds of millions? If they married Chen Fan, wouldn't they be the wives of wealthy young men? They would fly directly to the branches and become phoenixes. At worst, being Chen Fan's girlfriend, wouldn't it be easy to get hundreds of thousands or even millions of pocket money a month? Of course, I think so, but I don't know if I have the courage to do it. But at least now no one dares to come forward to find Chen Fan or show off. The one who regretted the most was the saleswoman with wavy short hair. She regretted so much that she wanted to slap herself hundreds of times and even wanted to die. Fortunately, Chen Fan didn't take her seriously. She just lost her job and her commission. Okay, then go away. Remember to keep an eye out next time. Chen Fan said calmly, and naturally he was too lazy to embarrass the other party. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Huan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he sighed in his heart. He bowed hurriedly. Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you, Mr. Chen. Oh, by the way, I didn't lie to you before. You should go to the hospital for a checkup to avoid contracting any disease. Chen Fan thought of something and reminded her. But this reminder made Lu Huan's face turn pale. He stared at Susan, who was crying on the ground, gritted his teeth and kicked her, then turned to Chen Fan and said, Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chen. I'll go check it out right away. It's true. Because in Lu Huan's eyes, Chen Fan would definitely not lie to him, and what he said before must be true. But he didn't think about why Chen Fan went to the foot massage parlor to wash his feet. Wasn't it uncomfortable to soak his feet in the villa's swimming pool? After saying that, he hurried out of the store. It's all over. Hong Jingxin, who had been standing aside without daring to breathe, immediately handed over a business card with all his contact information on it. Master Chen, if you need any equipment next time, you can just call this number. You don't have to come here in person. I will send someone to deliver it to you immediately. Hong Jingxin said respectfully. Naturally he wanted to climb up the big branch of Chen Fan. Okay, sure. Chen Fan nodded and casually stuffed the business card into his pocket. Not bad. He walked over as if he had never seen Susan crying on the ground. Wait, Chen Fan, oh no, Master Chen. Wait. Suddenly, Susan said excitedly. She immediately wiped away the tears on her face and tried to keep herself calm. After taking 2 or 3 breaths, she immediately looked at Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, do you still need a woman by your side? I can do anything you want me to do. I will serve you well and I will be very good and obedient. Su Shanshan was abandoned by the previous sponsor at this time, so she immediately set her sights on Chen Fan, the super sponsor. Cheeky? So what? As long as she can get close to Chen Fan, Su Shanshan would not frown even if she wanted to do something, let alone be shameless. As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Su Shanshan, a person with no moral bottom line. Hiss. No wonder Chen Xiao just said that she was a materialistic bitch. It's true that she is a slut, but the men around her are very envious of Chen Fan. After all, although Susan is materialistic and disgusting, she has a great figure after all. The clothes she wears cannot hide her hot body, which makes people imagine a lot. With such a figure, her skills must be very good. Envy, jealousy. Some people think that Chen Fan will agree, but some people think that Chen Fan will refuse. But no one expected that Chen Fan ignored it completely, and was too lazy to even say the word get out and just snorted coldly. Hiss. Domineering. Susan didn't expect that she would be rejected even after she had done so much. She was shocked. She was dumbfounded, but after hesitating for a minute or two, she stood up, holding her abdomen, and walked out of the store step by step. She didn't give up or get angry. She even secretly vowed to become Chen Fan's woman. Not only that, she also wants to become a wealthy wife and control all of Chen Fan's wealth. He even wanted to take over all of Chen Fan's wealth and do whatever he wanted with him. I'm afraid only a silly woman like Susan can come up with such a fantastic idea. However, in Chen Fan's opinion, the first step was wrong. Becoming his woman? Was she dreaming? How could a slut say such a thing? After leaving the Apple store, Chen Fan headed towards the parking lot. A system voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. The reward has been distributed. It is naturally the reward just now, a super high-tech computer. It is just stored in the warehouse and can be taken out at any time if needed. However, Chen Fan does not plan to take it out now. I'll talk about it when I get back to the villa. I can save money on buying a computer. I'm so happy. However, when I walked into the parking lot and reached my parking space, there were already several security guards standing by my car, and they kept saying, it's over, it's over, it's over, and so on. It seemed that everyone was so scared that they didn't know what to do. It's over. What if that young master comes? What should we say? What else can I say? Tell the truth. Do you want to pay for it? Anyway, it wasn't us who bumped into it. If you want to find someone, let the young master go find that woman. Yes, I recognize that woman, but I can't remember her name right now. Didn't she leave her phone number? Anyway, she doesn't look like she's going to run away. The young master shouldn't make things difficult for us. How about we look around first? Chapter 21. The car was scratched. When Chen Fan heard the conversation and the security guards surrounding his car, his face suddenly turned cold and he walked quickly forward with his phone in hand. What happened? As soon as these words were spoken, the security guards with their backs to Chen Fan trembled at the same time, sweat broke out on their foreheads, and everyone's face was filled with hot sadness and fear. It's over, it's over, it's over. At this time, different situations appeared in the minds of each security guard. However, Chen Fan was too lazy to ask and simply pushed them aside. Sir, listen to me, it's not that we are unprofessional, we have been carefully watching over it all the time. Yes, it wasn't us. We have surveillance here to ensure it wasn't us. Don't bother us. We have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Please don't make things difficult for a little security guard like us. Several security guards cried and spoke incoherently. After the Rolls-Royce Dawn entered Chen Fan's field of vision, his expression became even colder, so cold that it could emit a chilling light. At this time, there was a scratch on the leftmost hood of the Rolls-Royce Dawn. Although the scratch did not affect the aesthetics, it did make Chen Fan furious. Love your car like you love your woman. If your woman is hit or scratched, can you tolerate it? The answer is of course it is unbearable. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and gently touched the scratch. Then his vision was instantly attracted by a piece of paper stuck on the rearview mirror. On it were two large and clear words, sorry, and below sorry, there was also a number. Where are the people? Chen Fan's face turned cold and he stared at the security guards. Several security guards had never experienced such a glare before, and they immediately became timid. Master, that person ran away. Just now when I checked the surveillance camera, I saw a woman scratching it on purpose. Yes, it's a woman. This phone number should be hers. We don't know what it means specifically. Is there anyone out there who deliberately puts a scratch on a luxury car? I don't know if it's a bubble in my brain. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and picked up his newly bought mobile phone and called the number. Seeing Chen Fan making a call, several security guards tensed up. If it was fake, then the property management of the parking lot would definitely be in big trouble, and in the end, they would be the ones who would suffer. So sad. Grass. At this time, the security guards were cursing the person who scratched the car in their hearts. At the same time, after Chen Fan made a call, there was a few beeps but no answer at all. Just when he was about to hang up the phone, it was connected. Within seconds of the call being connected, a very pleasant voice came from the other end. It was a woman's. Hello, who is that? I am the owner of the car. Chen Fan said calmly without changing his expression. But the other party was not panicked or terrified. Instead, he said in a very calm tone, sorry, sir, I scratched your car by accident. Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. Please forgive me. Oh, and then what? Chen Fan didn't say anything, but simply replied. How about this, sir? I will treat you to a meal at around 5 o'clock this afternoon to express my apologies. By the way, I will arrange for your vehicle to be repaired later. The address has been booked, Mingjiang Hotel, how about that? The other party spoke calmly and without any panic in handling the matter. Instead, there was a feeling that it had been planned for a long time. Well, fine, let's do as you say. Chen Fan is not a kind-hearted person. Since the other party wants compensation, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. By the way, he will also take a look at which stinky woman dared to scratch his beloved car. You know, I just picked up this Rolls-Royce Dawn this morning. It's so sad. Okay sir, that's it. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, glanced at the terrified security guards, and said, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, just do what you need to do. After the words were spoken, several security guards were surprised in disbelief, and then showed a feeling of relief. Thank you sir, you are so great. Sir, you are sensible. You deserve to be rich. You deserve to be rich for the rest of your life. Several security guards cheered, and their flattery was very obvious. After all, they didn't have much knowledge. Chen Fan tried his best to keep calm. After sending the security guards away, he carefully observed the scratches on the Rolls-Royce Dawn. From a distance, the silver exterior made the scratches not obvious, and it could be said that they were completely unnoticeable. Only if you looked closely would you notice them. Plus, the location is not that conspicuous, the scratch is short, and it doesn't look like a big deal, so it only requires simple maintenance. However, Chen Fan was a little confused. Who on earth would scratch his car? It was obvious that this scratch was not made accidentally, but was caused by a simple blunt object. The position was also awkward, and it was basically impossible to scratch it unless one tried intentionally. Simply put, this was a deliberate scratch, but it was unknown what the purpose was. Let's talk about the subsequent appointment at Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan, who used to be a chef, must know that Mingjiang Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Donghai City, ranked among the top 5 hotels. The consumption is naturally not good. Basically, only the rich and powerful can go there. Otherwise, one dish may cost a month's salary. Of course, this is just the most basic understanding. We can only see how luxurious it is after we go there at 5 p.m. today. With that, Chen Fan got into the car and downloaded a map on his newly bought mobile phone. After all, he was driving and there were unfamiliar roads everywhere, so the map could help him with some advice. It was already lunchtime, and Chen Fan was going to find somewhere to eat something, then go straight back to the villa and live a carefree life. Just as Chen Fan was about to step on the accelerator, a WeChat message came in, and the sender was Tan K. Brother Chen, where are you? Something big has happened. Something big has happened. What happened? Chen Fan took a look and replied. I have to say, this phone is as smooth as silk and extremely fast, it is definitely worth the money. After Chen Fan sent the message, Tan Kei immediately replied. Something big has happened at the Dihao restaurant. The guests are making a fuss and the manager is overwhelmed with work. Tan Kei replied anxiously. It has nothing to do with me. I've already resigned. I'm too busy to do this, so I can just hire someone else. Chen Fan replied with a little confusion. Why would this girl say that? Chapter 22 Mastering Hacking Technology SSS. No, listen to me, Brother Chen. After you left, the restaurant has undergone tremendous changes. Let me make it short. Do you remember the dish you made before? It was well received. Yes, I remember. He still remembers clearly that he made hundreds of servings of braised deer tendons with scallions every day. He almost fell apart from the whole process. Those diners are so crazy that they don't think they have enough food after eating and they want to pack it up. Some diners are even more abominable, coming several times a day. Yes, it's the dish of braised scallions and deer tendons. Now the diners are complaining that the taste has changed. They are asking for refunds and wanting to smash the store, saying that they were served a fake product. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan burst out laughing. Liao Chengwei was the head chef, and he must have been cooking after I left. Now it seems that all the diners know that the taste is not right, so of course they will smash the restaurant and scold me. Liao Chengwei's cooking skills are good, but how can they compare to my own full-level Chinese cooking skills? Now Chen Fan wanted to see how embarrassed the arrogant Liao Chengwei was. It has nothing to do with me. I have already resigned, hee. Chen Fan was laughing in his heart. The Dihao restaurant didn't treat him well before. He would definitely not go back. Moreover, he had so much money. Why should he go back and be a grandson? Isn't it okay to be a salted fish that eats, drinks, defecates and urinates every day? It's beautiful. At the same time, in the kitchen of Dihao restaurant, several chefs gathered together and looked at the message in Tan Kei's hand. It's over, oh, it's over. What's wrong with that guy? Why did he resign for no reason? Oh my. A bald man in a suit and tie said while scratching his head. Several people were like ants on the hot pan. Manager, maybe Brother Chen doesn't want to come back. Tan Kei said weakly. In fact, she felt a little secretly happy in her heart. Maybe the manager would let Brother Chen come back, so that she could work with Brother Chen every day again. No. What if he doesn't come back? What if so many diners make a fuss? The manager yelled and took out his phone to make a call. The number was naturally Chen Fan's. The most angry person here is naturally the chef Liao Chengwei. Who can admit that he can't beat the other party? He certainly won't admit it, but now there is nothing he can do. The scallion fried deer tendons he made can't satisfy the appetite of the diners at all. He can only silently think in his heart that these rubbish diners don't understand real food. Damn it! The manager's call was immediately hung up and he was confused for a moment, but his expression did not change at all. If compared to before, he might have just cursed at everything his parents did. But there is nothing I can do now, I definitely can't curse. As he spoke, the manager walked straight towards his office. Chen Fan on the other end naturally hung up the phone and hummed a little tune, which was very beautiful. As soon as he hung up the phone, this disgusting skin-peeling monster called again. Chen Fan hung up again without hesitation. Hey, it's like there's nothing we can do. After hanging up, the call came again. Chen Fan had no choice but to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Chen, where are you now? When Chen Fan heard the phone call, he was stunned. He looked at the phone number again and again. Is this the number of his previous manager? No, Chen Fan immediately asked, who are you? Brother Chen, I was your former manager. I just resigned a day or two ago and you don't recognize me? Oh my god, he really is the manager? This doesn't sound right. Brother Chen, are you working now? No. Then can you come back now? We need people like you in our store. Really, without you, the customers in the store are making a fuss. How about you come back and help? As soon as Chen Fan was about to refuse, the system's voice came in his mind. Ding, the host is being chosen, please choose A, reject the manager directly and tell him that you have found a new job. The reward is don't be so cowardly, speak to the other party in a humble manner, and there is a 50% chance that he will let you go. B, choose silence, and you will be rewarded with the silence's gold divine skill. Whenever you are silent, there is a chance that $1 will appear under your feet. C directly and tactfully agreed, saying that he was able to come to work and rewarded with proficiency in hacking technology SSS. Oh my god, this, you can choose this? Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and after some consideration, he could only choose C. He had just obtained a high-tech computer, and perhaps the hacking technology and SSS skills could help him reach the top. Brother Chen, are you still there, Brother Chen? The manager asked like a little brother. Yes, I am here. I have found a new job. It's in a restaurant that is about the same size as Dihao restaurant. When I went for the interview, they asked me to be a sous chef first. The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month. When Chen Fan finished speaking, the manager hesitated. The second chef is a position slightly lower than the head chef. He is usually the second in command of the kitchen. His duties are to assist the head chef. If the head chef is away, the second chef will be in charge of the kitchen affairs, and the person in charge is the so-called head chef. Of course, sometimes there are part-time chefs who are entrusted to temporarily serve as head chefs. This may be difficult to understand. The head chef is the head of the kitchen, and the second chef is the core chef of the kitchen. The purpose of saying this is naturally to give the manager a choice. Since I want to go back, I definitely can't go back so easily. Even if I go back, I can't be a grandson, right? At least I have to be a big boss. Sure enough, the manager made a decision immediately. Brother Chen, if you come back, I will immediately be your head chef. As for the monthly salary, I will give you 20,000 directly. After I ask the boss, I can give you a higher salary. How about that? As long as you come back, these are not a problem. Ah, isn't the chef Liao Changwei? Chen Fan asked with a deliberate sneer. He's a shitty chef. How can Liao Chengwei's cooking skills compare to yours, Brother Chen? If you come, I'll make him your assistant. Oh no, just one word from you and I'll fire him. There's no place for him in the entire restaurant industry. The manager spoke excitedly and in a funny way, which made Chen Fan laugh again and again. Okay, then I'll push that aside first. I'll come back and help out. After all, we have developed feelings for each other. Dihao restaurant is where Chen Fan has always worked. It would be a lie to say that he has no feelings for it. At least the environment and people are familiar to him. Okay, then, Brother Chen, can you come to work today? I'm very busy here. As you know, the diners all say they won't eat anything other than the dishes you cook. Chapter 23 Genetic Enhancement. What this meant was naturally that Chen Fan should go back to work immediately. Okay, I'll come over now, but I still have some things to do at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You shouldn't have any objection to me leaving then, right? All the things that needed to be done had been done. Except for some things that needed to be done at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there was almost nothing else to do, so it was okay to go back now. Sure. Absolutely. As long as you come to work here, Brother Chen, I basically won't ask about your affairs. Just say a word and that'll be all. The manager was also very sensible. After all, without Chen Fan, the Dihao restaurant would not be able to survive. What a restaurant fears most is that the food is not tasty, because if that happens, customers will leave and the restaurant's revenue will be greatly reduced. It is basically unacceptable to be in this situation. So, now what Chen Fan said is what he meant, and he had no way of disagreeing. Okay, I'll come over now. Good. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone and went to the Dihao restaurant, feeling very happy. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. The hacker technology rewards have been distributed, but Chen Fan is somewhat indifferent now. The parking lot was not far from the Dihao restaurant, and it was not the morning rush hour, so it took about 10 minutes to get there. After looking for the parking lot, Chen Fan went straight to the Dihao restaurant. When Chen Fan returned to the restaurant, he was shocked. Is this a restaurant or a vegetable market? All the seats were filled with customers. Although there were dishes on their tables, they only ate 1 or 2 pieces and then stopped eating. Some even didn't touch them at all. At this time, the guests were clamoring to eat the dishes that had been prepared earlier, and some were even knocking with their chopsticks. Sorry everyone, Chef Chen is coming back soon. Chef Chen is coming back soon. Please be patient. Be patient, what the hell? I came here specifically to eat the stewed deer tendons with green onions, and now what are you serving me? I really think it's a gimmick. The other dishes are relatively normal and acceptable, but what on earth is this stewed scallion fried deer tendon? The only dish in your house that is worth eating is stewed scallion fried deer tendon. That's right, we all come here specifically to eat the braised deer tendons with scallions. It was fine before, as these diners could accept her slightly like other dishes. However, after eating the braised deer tendons with scallions, their appetites became very picky, and they were no longer satisfied with even the previous dishes. In other words, some people come here specifically to eat the braised deer tendons with scallions. The manager burst into tears of joy when he saw Chen Fan coming. Brother Chen, you are finally here, Brother Chen. At this time, Tan Kei was also standing beside the manager. Her anxious face turned ecstatic after seeing Chen Fan. Brother Chen, you are finally back. When the diners saw the person the manager was calling Chen Fan, they all paused for a moment. So young? And the cooking is so delicious? Chen Fan nodded and focused his attention on these moments. Suddenly, something added to his mind. He immediately waved his arms and the scene instantly became quiet. Ahem, thank you all for your support. I made the scallion fried deer tendons that you all love. I had to take a leave of absence for something, which resulted in me being late today. So please bear with me. To express my apology, I will definitely give you enough scallion fried deer tendons today. As soon as the words fell, applause broke out. Bang 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 bang. So young, and so handsome. It seems that skill is not determined by age. Exactly, he cooks so deliciously and is so handsome. I'll have to ask for his contact information later, ha ha ha. Yes, a good man. He cooks delicious food and is a chef. Is this the legendary good man? After the meal was done, the diners quieted down. The women among the diners all looked at Chen Fan with fascination, and only stopped looking at him when he entered the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, the chefs all turned their eyes to Chen Fan, calling him Brother Chen. Although Liao Changwei had a reluctant look on his face, he still called him Brother Chen symbolically. Brother Chen, you are, well, those diners are so greedy, why don't you work harder, well, cook all the dishes? Or ask them to prepare what needs to be fried, and you cook it? The manager said on the side, somewhat embarrassedly. As soon as the words fell, the whole kitchen fell silent. Chen Fan pursed his lips and even cursed in his heart, aren't you trying to tire me to death? But the words were blocked by the system as soon as they came to his mouth. Ha, do you think you can do it? Roughly estimated, there are at least hundreds of orders this time. If you copy one copy at a time, you will need to copy hundreds of times. Aren't you exhausted to death? Liao Changwei, who was standing aside, said disdainfully. This was not directed at Chen Fan, but at everyone. Even the donkey in the production team would not dare to do this. Ding, the host is being questioned, please choose A, directly refuse, saying that you only cook scallion stewed deer tendons and nothing else, showing the demeanor of a chef, and rewarded with the arrogant talisman. No matter where you go or who you meet, using this talisman can make you quickly become extremely arrogant. B, choose silence, reward dog shit luck charm. When stepping on dog shit, there will be luck bonus. C, agreed directly, and said it was easy, and rewarded with a gene enhancement potion. After using the gene enhancement potion, you will get a superhuman physique, with ruthless and endless power and no fatigue, but it will not affect any sleep and quality of life. The gene enhancement potion can adjust all the genes in the human body to the optimal state, completely strengthening the human body. It can be said that it can do everything except flying. Promise. Of course I agree. Ha, I'll have to try to know if I can do it. Chen Fan took a deep breath and smiled slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole kitchen fell silent again. The manager, who had originally thought he would be ruthlessly rejected, was dumbfounded. He even regretted saying this before. What if Chen Fan just ran away? But now, he was actually glad that he had said this. However, in the eyes of other chefs, there was even a hint of surprise and suspicion, and the most direct one was disdain. Why disdain? As for cooking, they admitted that Chen Fan could do it, but cooking so many dishes at once would inevitably lead to mental confusion or even lack of strength. You know, the iron pan is very heavy. If he cooked for an entire afternoon, he would definitely have backaches and might not be able to get up tomorrow. Besides, he was still angry. If that was true, wouldn't they be the culprits? Brother Chen, are you crazy? Can you fry so many? That's right. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that you almost collapsed after working all afternoon? Chapter 24. Even the donkeys in the production team are not so fierce. The diners are so crazy, ordering food like crazy and cooking like crazy. Maybe they won't be able to get up tomorrow. After all, if the amount of exercise increases, they will be doomed. They can't risk their lives for money. Don't worry, it's okay. Chen Fan nodded and said to Tan Kei and Feng Weiyuan. Of course Chen Fan has his own ideas. The reason he agreed to it now is nothing more than for the genetic potion. If he says he is dying after a day of hype, wouldn't he be able to shirk his responsibility then? It's a business that is sure to make money. Having said that, the manager happily left the kitchen. The kitchen officially started operating. Everyone started to prepare the ingredients in a hurry, and all the ingredients were ready. And Chen Fan, who was holding the big pot on the side, naturally got the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. The gene enhancement potion was not a special potion, but was directly injected into his body by the system. In an instant, he felt a continuous force coming from somewhere in his body. The bursting power made him feel instantly energized, as if there was an endless force pushing him to move. The iron pot, which originally weighed about 3 or 4 pounds, now looked like a soft marshmallow in Chen Fan's eyes. It was very light and he could not feel any weight at all when holding it in his hand. In addition, his mind seemed to suddenly become much more sensitive, causing him to become much more familiar with the entire cooking process. To make a simple analogy, before being strengthened, Chen Fan might have to cook one dish at a time. But now, Chen Fan filled 4 large pots at once and stir-fried the dishes at the same time. Although the cooking steps were different, he was able to handle them all with ease. Ox. Having said that, Chen Fan could only pick up the order beside him. 4 dishes. They are all fried with scallions and taste like deer tendons. It seems that these diners are crazy. They all come here for the braised deer tendons with scallions. After checking the order, the bean curd sheets and green onions were already prepared, and Chen Fan began his operation show. Filling 4 pots at once is a behavior that many chefs find puzzling. But Chen Fan poured oil into each pot, and immediately they all had expressions of surprise on their faces. That's crazy. Could it be that Brother Chen wants to cook 4 dishes at once? Oh my god, look at this amazing operation, I think he probably wanted to do this. Oh my god, I've been a chef for several years, and this is the first time I've seen such a great cooking skill, cooking 4 dishes at once? Shit, is this too crazy? Will he make it in time? The chefs on the side were all guessing, and the thing that they could not understand the most finally happened. After pouring the oil, Chen Fan did not hesitate at all, showing his mastery of Chinese cooking. Heat oil in a pan. His control over the temperature at this point has reached perfection. After seeing the oil boiling in 4 pans, the heat is ready, so put in the bean curd sheets and fry them. The eye-popping thing really happened. The kitchen was silent as they all watched Chen Fan's operation show. Do not fry the bean curd sheets too overcooked. When they have become tiger skin-like, rinse them with hot water again and stir-fry them directly. After a set of operations, Chen Fan performed it smoothly and meticulously, stir-frying in 4 pots, and there was nothing unusual in each pot. Oh my god, you're that strong? You can lift 2 pans with your left and right hands and stir-fry without even a spatula? Oh my god, I was really shocked, this is too strong. It is quite difficult for ordinary people to stir-fry in a wok. After all, this wok is different from the wok at home and is surprisingly heavy. But in Chen Fan's eyes, it seems like he doesn't need to use any effort at all. By the time they reacted, the rich aroma, along with the drifting smoke, had already filled the entire kitchen. 4 dishes were already placed on the table. After finishing these 4 dishes, Chen Fan's first feeling was that it was effortless at all. He even became more and more motivated. Great! This genetic potion is really too strong. He even secretly touched his bulging abdominal muscles, damn! Chen Fan has a physique that is easy to lose weight. Although this physique may not seem like anything special, when you take off his clothes you will see that it is all bones. This physique is known as an insulator of abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles. But now, Chen Fan already has strong abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, which feel very powerful to the touch, and he is a killer among men, women, young and old. Tan Kei, who was standing by, was stunned. Then, she smelled the fragrance of onions and couldn't help but close her eyes, her face full of intoxicated expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the seasonings. If it's time to serve the dishes to the front desk, go and serve them. Chen Fan spoke directly. All these people were stunned and felt a little unhappy. Okay. I'll go right away. I'll go prepare the materials. I'll go serve the food. I'll go get the order. As they spoke, the group of people started moving quickly, leaving behind Liao Changwei, who had been slapped in the face and didn't even have a sense of existence. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Fan fiercely, his eyes full of anger. Finally, he also went to prepare the seasoning. He was originally a head chef, but ended up being a helper chef. It must have been a heavy blow to his reputation. At the same time, Tan Kei, who was excitedly serving the dishes, also had a smile on her face. She was very happy that Brother Chen was back. Tan Kei carefully walked out of the kitchen holding the dishes. The aroma suddenly became like a kite that had lost its string, wandering freely in the hall and into the diner's nostrils. The diners around all looked sideways at Tan Kei. Some were expectant, some were excited, and some were regretful. They regretted why they didn't come earlier. It smells so good, hurry up and cook me some food. Ah! I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Yeah, I still have to go to work. Oh, I regret it so much. I just delayed a little bit after get off work. It's so annoying. Hurry up and serve the food, serve the food. When the guests saw the waiter bringing out the dishes, they shouted excitedly. But Tan Kei was also helpless, and she just shouted softly, "Everyone, please be patient, just wait a few minutes, Chef Chen is cooking now." After saying that, she walked to table number 6 and put the dishes on the table. "Uncle, your scallion fried deer tendon is here. Please enjoy it." "Yeah, okay." The guest at table 6 was an old man. He picked up the food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing a few bites, tears suddenly started streaming down my face. It's still the same taste, it's still the same taste. My life has not been lived in vain. The smell of mom. Yes, it tastes like mom's. It's so delicious. Such a familiar taste. The old man alone ordered 2 servings, and the other 2 were ordered by 2 couples. When they put the food in their mouths, they couldn't stop tears from flowing down their cheeks. This behavior was envied by many diners. Chapter 25 Anchor Chi-Chi. After the dishes arrived at the designated location, Tan Kei entered the kitchen again. It was obvious that she was moving very quickly and seemed to be in a hurry. "Hey, do you think this dish is real? Why do I feel like it's just an extra?" In the corner sat a girl holding a mobile phone. She had light makeup on, her facial features were 3-dimensional and regular, her black hair cascaded, and she looked quite fresh. She was also wearing a tank top and shorts, and her slightly fair skin looked very eye-catching. This combination made her look extremely pure, and with her age of around 20, she was a beauty that would kill otakus. In addition, this girl has a playful and cute face, and she is a beautiful scenery wherever she goes. Goddess Chi-Chi, don't say that, I feel it is real. It's fake, absolutely fake. No matter how delicious this dish is, it can't be this delicious. I don't believe that this small workshop can be better than a 5-star hotel. That's right, they must be extras. The acting is so fake, it's so embarrassing that I want to find shit to eat. Ha 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 ha, are you looking for shit to eat? The most I can do is use my thumb to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground. It's so funny. What are you guys arguing about? If it's fake or not, Goddess Chi-Chi will know after she eats it. It turns out that this girl is called Chi-Chi, and she is a female anchor of Guya Live. Looking at the popularity of this room, it is as high as more than 300,000 people, which is terrifying. The number of her fans has reached nearly 400,000, and this number is still rising rapidly. You know what, I just grabbed a seat. You'll know if it's fake after you eat it. As a lovely, kind and innocent food anchor, I won't lie. Chi-Chi said with a smile. Hey, my goddess is laughing, my goddess is laughing, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, please, Goddess Chi-Chi, don't eat rotten rice. Are you a new fan? Our Goddess Chi-Chi will not eat rotten food. That's right, if you keep talking nonsense I'll start to curse you. Our Goddess Chi-Chi never eats rotten food, so you newcomers, stop talking nonsense. The number of male and female rooms actually maintains a balance, which indirectly proves that the host Kiki does not win because of her appearance, but attracts fans through the program effects or special methods. It is hard to say exactly. But to be honest, Kiki is really beautiful. This beauty is not caused by makeup. After all, she only puts on light makeup, and it is obviously a natural beauty. At the same time, Tan K, who had just returned to the kitchen with the dishes, was stunned. Because she saw 4 plates of braised deer tendons with green onions on the table. So fast? You know, she just went out, and now Chen Fan seemed to be about to make another pot. The one pot here does not mean one dish, but 4. Oh my god. Looking at Chen Fan at this moment, he looked like he was full of energy, it was so scary. Not only Tan K, but all the chefs present were stunned. K, are the guests outside dissatisfied with anything? Feng Weiyuan is Chen Fan's best friend, so of course he is more concerned about the situation outside. Brother Yuan, no, they are not dissatisfied with the dishes cooked by Brother Chen. Tan K said after being slightly stunned. Chen Fan is such an animal, he's like a donkey in the production team. What kind of medicine did he take to become so powerful all of a sudden? Feng Weiyuan muttered to himself, good guy, I must ask him later, maybe he can be of some help to me. Kui, don't look at it yet. There won't be enough space later. At this time, Chen Fan, who had prepared another pot of food, turned around and looked at Tan K. That S8 freshly prepared dishes. It was so awesome that even Chen Fan himself felt that he was too powerful. No, it was the gene enhancement potion that was too powerful. So in the end, Chen Fan decided to stir-fry the deer tendons with green onions first. He can fry 2 portions in one pot, and 8 portions at a time. This way, he can completely process the order in just over 10 minutes, saving a lot of time. Hee hee, let's see what you're going to do later. Liao Chunwei on the side laughed disdainfully. Now all 4 pots are fried the same way, and the steps are similar, but in the end some diners with discerning tastes order different dishes, so the steps will definitely be different. The indirect impact will naturally lead to the wrong ingredients or insufficient heat, and the most direct impact is that the taste of the dish will change. Of course, this was all his guess. But in the end, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Fan is a real beast. Even if they are different dishes, they are handled in an orderly and meticulous manner. Liao Changwei, who didn't believe it anyway, went out to ask the diners, and the unanimous answer he got was that it tasted very good, very good. It was much better than what he had made before. Because of this sentence, he was so angry that his face turned black. He didn't know why, but he just took off his clothes and walked away in shame. Brother Chen, you don't know, ha ha, Liao Changwei ran away. That's right. Don't you know that Liao Changwei was so angry that his face turned black? He even went to ask the diners and was mercilessly ridiculed. Yes, it made me laugh to death, ha 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 ha. Brother Chen, you are really strong, stronger than the donkey in the production team. You are so smart, and you made all the right moves. Oh my god. A group of chefs in the kitchen were chasing after Chen Fan and flattering him, including Tan Kei and Feng Weiyuan. As for why they kept talking about the production team's donkey, it was because Chen Fan's speed never slowed down within 1 or 2 hours, as if he had endless power. It was so scary. Okay, let's do what we need to do. Do you have any orders now? Chen Fan stopped this group of people from flattering him, but he still felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Brother Chen, there's no more. Tan Kei thought for a moment and said, I think the fried and takeaway dishes have all been cooked, and it's past mealtime, so there are basically no new customers. Okay, that's good. I glanced at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh my god. So fast? 4 hours had passed. Chen Fan cooks so quickly, which shows how crazy these diners are. In fact, Tan Kei knew that a customer was so crazy that he asked to take away 10 portions. By the way, Brother Chen, an old man said he wants to meet you. Tan Kei suddenly remembered something and said directly. A guest? Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Yes, it's a guest. He has been waiting there and refuses to leave no matter what. Tan Kei said with a pout. Okay, let's go out and take a look. Chen Fan took off his apron and walked directly outside. Chapter 26 Private Chef. After saying that, the two of them hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. At this time, most of the customers in the store have left. After all, it is not mealtime. However, in another hour or 2, most of the customers will come. Chen Fan followed his gaze and looked towards the open area, where there was an old man. Brother Chen, it's that old man looking for you. Tan Kai said. Okay, I'll go take a look. Chen Fan nodded and walked over. Old man, I heard you were looking for me? Chen Fan said as he looked at the kind and amiable old man in front of him. Ah? The old man was slightly stunned, and then his face was full of smiles. Young man, is this dish of scallion fried deer tendons made by you? Yes, is there any problem? Chen Fan's heart tightened, wondering if he was dissatisfied. But the next second, he dismissed all the thoughts. There were 2 plates of braised deer tendons with scallions on the table. There was nothing on the plates except for some residue, just like washed dishes. If it weren't for the lingering smell, even Chen Fan might not have recognized it as braised deer tendons with scallions. Sit down, young man, ha. The old man led Chen Fan directly to sit opposite him, showing his incomparable enthusiasm. Young man, don't worry. I'm not looking for trouble with you. Today I just want to see who made this dish of scallion fried deer tendons. I came here last time and couldn't forget it after I ate it. As he spoke, the old man seemed to recall the taste from before, and his eyes suddenly became red, but not a single tear came out. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Old man, thank you for the compliment. No, it's exactly the saying, young and promising, ha. Seeing that Chen Fan was still humble, the old man kept praising him. Finally, the old man stated his purpose. Young man, how much do you make per month in this restaurant? The old man asked tentatively. Ah? Why are you asking this? Chen Fan was confused. Young man, you should know what I mean. I want to hire you as my personal chef. Don't worry, it's not a restaurant, but I will cook for me alone. I will pay you. According to this restaurant, I'll give you double the salary. If you perform well, I can consider giving you triple the salary. How do you think? Not only that, if you want to take a leave, it's basically no problem. You only need to do it once or twice a day. How about it? Triple the salary, which is equivalent to 60,000 per month. If it was the previous Chen Fan, he might not be able to hold back and agree directly, but now I didn't intend to do this. I'm sorry, old man. I don't really care about the salary. I cook based on my mood and I don't really like pursuing fame and fortune. Chen Fan shook his head. He was rich enough now and he had more than enough money to spend on food, drink, and the bathroom. In addition, the fact that he has no parents and one person's fullness feeds the whole family makes him feel like a salted fish. Ah? Brother Chen, are you crazy? After hearing Chen Fan's answer, 10K, who was standing by, ran to him and said with a panicked look on her face, Brother Chen, didn't you quit because the salary was too low? Why don't you want to go now? In 10K's eyes, getting the most money and doing the least work is naturally wonderful. Seeing that Chen Fan had such an opportunity, she couldn't bear to let Chen Fan give up. Kai, that was all in the past. This is now, and I am different now. Chen Fan's restless heart also became somewhat calmer. He is different from others. If he had so much money all of a sudden, he would definitely spend it on wine and women and lead a life of luxury, but he just wanted to run a stable business. It sounds a bit funny, but it is indeed Chen Fan's inner thoughts. The old man on the other side opened his mouth and said nothing, but his face showed disappointment and loneliness. He took a deep breath and smiled again. Young man, you remind me of my youth, but this era is different, Luo. There are too few people like you. I want to train you. Thank you, old man. Although I can't be your personal chef, if you really like my scallion fried deer tendons, you can come often. Okay. The old man nodded heavily, then took out a business card from his arms and placed it on the table. Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you are not satisfied with your work in this restaurant in the future, I still welcome you to be my private chef. If the salary is not enough, I can still add more. The old man was a straightforward person. Although he did not achieve his goal, he was not angry or discouraged. Instead, he did what he should do at his age. But judging from his appearance and the request for a private chef, the old man should be a wealthy man. Okay, then I will come to you if I am unhappy with my work in the future. Chen Fan nodded and put the business card on the table directly into his pocket. As for what was printed on it, he was too lazy to read it and just followed the old man's wishes. After the two chatted for a few words, the old man slowly left. The entire restaurant was also very empty. Brother Chen, why don't you agree? There's nothing wrong with cooking with an old man. It's easy, and the key is that the salary is so high. Tan Kei complained. Oh, Kei, you don't understand. Delicious food is not just about sharing it with one person, but about letting as many people as possible enjoy it. As chefs, we want to make sure everyone enjoys the meal. If we only cook for one person, there will be no motivation at all. When Chen Fan talked about his feelings, he sounded like he meant it. Tan Kei naturally nodded, not quite understanding what was going on, but she was mostly still a little confused on behalf of Chen Fan. Hey, handsome guy, wait. Just as the two were about to leave, a cute girl appeared from behind them. The girl's beauty and figure made Chen Fan's eyes light up. His heart was pounding, but he calmed down after a short while. Handsome guy, is this the dish you cooked? No, it was you who cooked the dish just now? Chi-Chi stared at Chen Fan with her eyes wide open. Yes, is there any problem? Chen Fan said calmly, but when he saw Chi-Chi holding the phone in her hand and taking a photo of him, he subconsciously pushed the phone away. Sorry, beautiful lady, I don't like taking pictures. Why? You are so handsome, why don't you like taking pictures? And there's something wrong with your food. It's so problematic. What's the problem? It's so delicious, so delicious. Are you the legendary treasure boy? A series of questions were thrown out, and Kiki's live broadcast room exploded instantly. The straight guy made me laugh to death. But you know what, he's really handsome. Chapter 27 Mingjian Hotel. My goddess Chi-Chi is actually this kind of person. She goes up to chat with any handsome guy she sees. To be honest, this method of teasing is absolutely amazing. Let me go up, I want to be this little brother's wife. He cooks delicious food, is handsome, and has a high salary. He is simply the best man in the world. You're dreaming. When Chi-Chi gets the contact information, I will definitely go and get involved. I will definitely want to have a chance with such a good man. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. He subconsciously grinned speechlessly and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for the compliment, but I have to get off work now, so I may not be able to chat with you." Why? I just saw you and you're leaving. No, isn't your restaurant open at night? Kiki said disappointedly. Open, why not? It's open until 9 p.m. Then why did you say you were off work? Because I can leave work whenever I want, and no one can control me. Damn, are you so arrogant? Chi-Chi pouted, I haven't left for so long, and you're telling me to leave now? What about my dinner? At this moment, in Chi-Chi's mind, Chen Fan's cooking was delicious, super delicious. And she had been sitting for so long just to eat lunch and afternoon meal together, and now Chen Fan was going to leave work early. How could she bear it? Don't you need to support a girlfriend? No, I don't have a girlfriend. Don't you have to support your family? Need not. Then why don't you buy a car and a house? If you don't work hard, what will you do when you have no money? You are still so young, why do you want to be a salted fish? Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. Okay, beautiful, I really need to get off work now. It's already past 4:50, and we still have to talk about the maintenance car. If you still want to eat the food I cook, you can come here on time tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chen Fan walked inside with Tan Kei, who seemed a little unhappy. It's over, goddess Kiki got rejected directly, I'm dying of laughter. This guy is definitely a straight man made of steel and titanium. His moves made my eyes pop out. I'm dying of laughter. I remember that before, other people always tried to flirt with goddess Chi-Chi but were rejected, right? It seems like this is the first time that goddess Chi-Chi has been rejected. What goes around comes around, What are you talking about? Goddess Chi-Chi was rejected. That's because the man knew he was not worthy of goddess Chi-Chi, so he ran away in shame. Oh, stop talking, I'm really angry now. Since there's nothing to eat in the evening, I'll go off the air. See you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chi-Chi closed the live broadcast room without any hesitation. Countless confused viewers were left behind, but they all left the live broadcast room after 10 or 20 minutes. After exiting the live broadcast room, Chi-Chi wanted to wait for Chen Fan, but after waiting for 10 minutes, only Tan Kei came out, and she was stunned. Where's that little brother? Chi-Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Could he not have come out yet? Why did it take so long? It was a pity that she couldn't enter the area where employees changed their clothes, otherwise she would have gone in to find Chen Fan long ago. You mean Brother Chen? Tan Kei was slightly stunned. Brother Chen left a long time ago, didn't you know? Go? Where to go? I've been standing here. Kiki's face turned red instantly, with an expression of shame and anger. Oh, that might be the back door. Brother Chen left after changing clothes for a minute or two. After Tan Kei finished her last sentence, Shichi had already disappeared without a trace. It can be seen how angry she is at this moment. Ah, damn it, damn it. You stinky man, you dare to dump me, I'm going to kill you, kill you. At this time, Shinanchi wanted to scratch Chen Fan's face a few times, he actually dared to let her wait. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had already driven away. He left quietly because Chen Fan felt that Shinanchi was annoying, so he left quietly. Chen Fan turned on the map navigation and drove the Rolls-Royce Dawn towards Mingjiang Hotel. When he arrived at Mingjiang Hotel, he was also shocked. One word, big. Two words, luxurious. Mingjiang Hotel is not a 3-no hotel, but a whole building. What does that mean? Some small hotels rent 1 or 2 floors of a building as their address, while Mingjiang Hotel occupies an entire building. After a careful count, I found that Mingjiang Hotel has a total of 14 floors, and each floor is extremely high. Chen Fan had learned before that the bottom 7 floors of Mingjiang Hotel were restaurants, while the top 7 floors were hotels. After reading this, you basically understand that the main purpose of dividing the restaurant into 7 floors is naturally for experience. From the first floor to the 7th floor, consumption gradually increases, and status naturally also gradually increases. Above the 7th floor are hotels, which are similar to restaurants. The top floor is naturally the most luxurious suite. As you go down, the consumption naturally gets lower and lower. Of course, don't think that the cost is not high if you don't live on the 7th floor or eat on the 7th floor. Even eating on the lowest floor is not affordable for ordinary people. After driving into Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan had the car keys taken away by the parking attendant and parked the car. At first glance, the parking lot of Mingjiang Hotel is filled with luxury cars, at least million-level luxury cars. The most common ones here are BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Rolls-Royce. It can be said arrogantly that cars that cost hundreds of thousands or just over $1,000,000 can only be regarded as grandma's cars and commuter vehicles here. Just after I parked the car, a phone call came in. There is still a familiar voice. Well, I've arrived at the Mingjiang Hotel and I'm coming up now. 2nd floor. Okay, I'll be there soon. Please describe your appearance. Business suit? Well, fine, I'll come find you. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone and took the lobby elevator directly to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor has the lowest consumption, while the 2nd floor has slightly better consumption. Guests here also have a unique privilege, which is that they can overlook the Yalu River next to the Mingjiang Hotel. The Yalu River flows thousands of miles, shaping the different forces of nature, which can heal people's psychological anxiety. Mingjiang Hotel is indeed worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Every guest entering the hotel will have a personal waiter who will be responsible for giving directions and serving dishes. Her appearance is also quite pleasing to the eye compared to outsiders. Drop. We have reached the 2nd floor. Sir, please follow me. The waiter showed a professional smile and led Chen Fan directly forward. The most intuitive feeling when entering the 2nd floor is the visual feast, with glass on the floor that has been polished so repeatedly that it is almost reflective, and extremely stylish decorations that are rich in both Western and Eastern elements. Chapter 28 Xia Yue Xue. It is no exaggeration to say that the two styles combined are a visual feast, which shows how much effort the designer has put in. Coupled with the natural floral fragrance and deep greenery, Chen Fan feels that he is in an extremely simple yet luxurious place. This feeling lingers in the body and mind, bringing a new and different feeling, as if away from the hustle and bustle of the city, everything seems so comfortable. The gentleman has arrived. Chen Fan, who had been immersed in it, reacted and nodded, looking over, locking a beautiful figure in his eyes. Wearing a simple black and white professional suit and with thick black hair draped over his shoulders, Chen Fan exudes an extremely powerful aura, which is exerted invisibly. When he walked up to her and took a look, Chen Fan was immediately attracted by the woman's face. A pair of clear and bright pupils appeared in Chen Fan's field of vision. Above the pupils were curved willow leaf eyebrows, and slender, slightly curled eyelashes that kept trembling. The fair and flawless skin revealed a hint of light pink, and the thin red lips were like rose petals. In addition to her devilishly hot body, she wore a pair of professional short black pants under her slender thighs, showing off her perfect figure. Coupled with her smooth skin like ice and snow and her beautiful figure, it forms a severe contrast with her professional attire, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. But after a brief moment of comfort, as the woman's gaze came over, a cold feeling emerged in Chen Fan's heart. Unlike before, she was like an ice beauty at this moment. She just glanced up and down at Chen Fan and then stared at him intently. Mr. Chen? The woman asked tentatively. Yes, I am. Hearing Chen Fan's answer, the woman was stunned at first, and then a wave of doubt spread in her heart. She just waved slightly to Chen Fan to sit down. Chen Fan was actually a little nervous. This woman was so beautiful that he couldn't help but want to look at her at any time. He had completely forgotten the speech he had prepared before. Well, let's make it short and talk about how to deal with the car issue. Chen Fan thought for a while and said directly. But the woman did not answer. Instead, she asked the waiter to bring 2 cups of coffee. Mr. Chen, please introduce yourself first. My name is Xia Yueshue. I'm very sorry for scratching your car, but please rest assured that I will bear all the subsequent repair costs of the vehicle. After he finished speaking, Chen Fan nodded. Anyone who could eat on the 2nd floor of Mingjian Hotel could definitely not be considered an office worker. Judging from Xia Yueshue's appearance, she must be a manager in a company, and her annual salary must be at least 500,000. It's just a car repair. A simple scratch shouldn't cost more than tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, even though it's just a scratch, it's the king of cars, Rolls-Royce after all. The repair cost will definitely be a little more expensive than other vehicles. Miss Xia, this is what I don't understand. Why did you scratch my car? Chen Fan asked without hesitation. After the words fell, Xia Yueshue did not panic at all. She just smiled and said, Mr. Chen, this question hits the point. I did scratch the car on purpose. Why? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Yueshue. Well, I think it might be to attract your attention. Xia Yueshue pursed her red lips and said directly. Catch my attention? Ha? Chen Fan was even more puzzled. Why did he catch his attention? Could it be that the other party wanted to catch his attention because of the Rolls-Royce he was driving? This is a bit inappropriate. Could it be that the other party is a gold digger? No, if it were true, they would definitely not say that, but would create an encounter. Well, to be honest, I really wanted to get your attention. Xia Yueshue nodded. Let's get straight to the point. If there's nothing else, I might go home. Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything else and spoke directly. Faced with such an answer, Xia Yueshue was not embarrassed at all, but rather felt a little calm. Since Mr. Chen wants to know, I will tell him. Xia Yueshue nodded and spoke directly. Well, my company has encountered some problems recently. The capital chain has been broken, and now we urgently need to introduce funds. Xia Yueshue's expression was slightly lost, which was not an expression that someone as beautiful as her could make. That's it? Aren't you afraid that I'm renting the car? Chen Fan sneered. Don't be afraid. If that's the case, I'll just compensate you. Xia Yueshue shook her head. Well, I can only say that I can't do anything. So be it. I'm just a poor boy and I don't have much to say about the investment company's affairs. Chen Fan knew nothing about these things, but these were all capitalists who played with capital operations. He knew nothing about it, and the money invested in them could only stay on the surface without even a ripple. Master Chen, don't rush to draw conclusions. Tell me about my situation first, or you can search for my situation online directly. Xia Yueshue spoke directly. Chen Fan subconsciously picked up the phone at hand and started searching for the 3 words Xia Yueshue. After the search was over, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Xia Yueshue, 23 years old this year, holds a Master of Finance from Pennsylvania State University. After returning to China in 2019, she founded a cosmetics brand in Donghai City, Snowskin. Its business covers a wide range of products, accounting for 68% of the cosmetics market in Donghai City. Its valuation is $5 billion, and it will exceed $10 billion after listing. After reading all this, there is also Xia Yueshue's life of cheats. Not only her talent, but also her appearance was rated as one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City. Wait, what the hell is this ranking? However, there is only one outstanding entrepreneur in Donghai City, Xia Yueshue. After reading the entire entrepreneur ranking list, Chen Fan has a new understanding of Xia Yueshue. Xia Yueshue is indeed a talented person. She built the company's valuation to $5 billion in just 1 year, which is a bit scary. How do you feel, Mr. Chen? Xia Yueshue took a sip of coffee and said calmly. I finished watching it, it's not bad, the life of a cheater is quite exciting. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said directly, "What puzzles me is why a rapidly growing and large enterprise would suddenly have its capital chain broken." Eh? Xia Yuexiu sighed, shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Snowskin has developed rapidly, so it is naturally the target of all cosmetics companies. In addition, it is in the newcomer stage and has been hit before and after. Shareholders were forced to withdraw their investment, and new products have not been launched yet, so the capital chain was broken. In fact, the most heartbreaking thing here is that Snowskin, as a newcomer, had been developing vigorously, but was suddenly hit by various companies and its shareholders were forced to withdraw their investments." Chapter 29 God-Level Trader SSS. The withdrawal of investment was the main reason, which led to the break of the capital chain. As new products had not been released, there was no capital recovery, so the capital chain was broken in a short period of time. After listening to it, Chen Fan also had some insights. It seems that the business world is like a battlefield and it is not just a saying. After all, people will do anything for money. Okay, although I know, there's nothing I can do about it. But before that, I need to think about it. Tell me, how much money do you need? Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. He had a glimmer of hope. After being genetically enhanced, he can naturally analyze things in a comprehensive manner. If he could really help Snowskin survive this crisis, he would be able to accumulate wealth quickly. Being a shareholder, especially a promising shareholder, is not bad. 150 million. Xia Yuexiu was a little embarrassed to say it when she saw Chen Fan asking, but she later explained, 150 million will be divided into 3 rounds of investment, 50 million per round. For every 50 million you invest, you can get 10% of the total shares of Snowskin. As long as we get through this crisis, Snowskin can bring you at least 50 million in revenue every year. After he finished speaking, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. It will take 3 years to recover the investment and make money in the future. If the company is about to go bankrupt, then sell the shares. Risk and return have become hugely proportional. However, Chen Fan wanted to give up because he didn't have 150 million. Depend on. Ding, the host is being chosen, please choose A. Take the initiative to explain to Xia Yuexiu that you are a piece of trash, that the car is rented, and the rent has not been paid yet, and the car must be returned in a few days. Reward, bad luck charm no matter where you go, there is a 50% chance of stepping on shit, and a 20% chance of meeting a stinky woman who likes you. B. Directly choose to refuse, saying that you don't have that much money at all, so that the other party will give up the idea of letting you invest, and reward you with a laughing charm if you use the laughing charm directly on the other party. The other party will laugh non-stop until the charm expires after a day of laughing. C. Said that he could think about it first, and agreed to invest, but the shares needed to be 15%, and he wanted to make more money. Reward, God-Level Trader SSS, with an exclusive stock that is guaranteed to make money. Exclusive trader, allowing you to directly become a trader boss, using stocks as a shortcoming, directly making a lot of money, and cutting leaks like crazy. When the system voice fell, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and then he was suddenly surprised. Well, I've thought about it. Chen Fan paused and said. But Xia Yuexiu seemed a little disappointed. Perhaps, her methods simply didn't work. That was all. She sighed slightly. Don't sigh. I plan to invest. I can give you 50 million in the first round, but this will be after I inspect your physical company. Ah? Mr. Chen, do you mean you want to invest? Xia Yuexiu's pupils dilated and her face suddenly became panicked, and the coldness on her icy face gradually diminished. At this time, Xia Yuexiu's heart also became excited, and her adrenaline continued to surge. However, the next second, the excitement in her heart was extinguished, but her rationality did not disappear. She seemed not to believe that Chen Fan would invest. After all, Chen Fan was so young. Although he could drive a Rolls-Royce, it was still daunting for him to take out 50 million at one time. Yes, investment, but don't be too happy too soon. If your company doesn't suit my taste, then forget about the investment. Chen Fan shook his head. He was not a fool, and he didn't have so much money to mess around. Oh, yes, there is one more condition. What conditions? Xia Yuexiu was slightly stunned. Sure enough, there were conditions for agreeing so quickly, but she had already thought of something in her mind. She clenched her teeth slightly, as if she was making a decision. Well, the condition is to invest 150 million and get 15% of the shares. Chen Fan said directly. There was nothing hard to say. He now had the sovereignty, and if they wanted to invest, they had to agree. Besides, this was not taking advantage of the situation at all. Xia Yueshue was stunned for a moment, then nodded briefly. 15% is a bit too much. I need to go back and discuss it with the shareholders. How about this? I'll go back tonight and hold a meeting. I'll give you an accurate answer tomorrow. Okay, let's discuss it. Xia Yueshue spoke meticulously. She pretended to be unwilling, but in fact she was very willing in her heart. The reason she refused was naturally because she was afraid that Chen Fan would raise the price after she agreed. After all, 15% of the shares is not excessive. Xia Yueshue had looked for investment from other investment companies before, but the consistent answers she got were either acquisition or a minimum of 25% of the shares, and the maximum investment amount was no more than 100 million. Okay, let's eat first. Xia Yueshue nodded and ordered the food that had already been ordered. The food is very delicious and fragrant, it is a delicious enjoyment when it enters the mouth. However, Chen Fan was a little shocked after glancing at the menu. The vanilla cheese baked abalone in front of him alone was sold for nearly 8,900 yuan per serving, and the portion was small. Oh my god, how scary is this? What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Is it not to your liking? Xia Yueshue had been paying attention to Chen Fan's every move. No, it just tastes average. Chen Fan shook his head. The taste is indeed average, but the ingredients are relatively fresh. Selling it at this price is already sky high. If the price is set according to Chen Fan, 1,200 yuan would be the maximum. Sir, if you have any dissatisfaction with your appetite, I can ask the chef to accept your opinion. The waiter said respectfully, and did not feel annoyed or angry because Chen Fan belittled the dish. After all, this is a 5-star hotel. First of all, the quality of its employees must be excellent. Otherwise, if they cause trouble for the hotel every other day, the hotel would have collapsed long ago. Of course, compared to this, the service is still worth the price. The meal cost about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, but it was all paid by Xia Yueshue. She didn't feel heartbroken at all, and even felt it was very normal. Mr. Chen, I will go back and prepare. I will be waiting for your visit tomorrow. Chen Fan nodded, exchanged WeChat contact information with Xia Yueshue, saved the number, and the two walked downstairs together. Today was quite comfortable. It was already around 7 o'clock. The two of them also ran towards different places. Xia Yueshue was driving a million-level Audi, which was relatively solemn. Chen Fan was naturally driving a convertible Rolls-Royce Dawn. There seemed to be many women standing in the parking lot, as if they were waiting for something. Chen Fan naturally ignored them and drove directly towards the Zijin Villa district. Chapter 30 Extreme Trader. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection, rewards are being distributed. When the system voice came, some new things popped up in Chen Fan's mind. Naturally, it was the god-level trader SSS skills and a stock. He did not study it too much, but returned to the Zijin Villa district first. At this moment, he opened his mobile phone and saw dozens of messages, as well as several missed calls and text messages. The calls came from Yi Xinran and also from the HR manager who called today, the one looking for a nanny. It should have been found, but Chen Fan was too lazy to reply, and directly opened the message from Tan K. Brother Chen, are you home yet? Brother Chen, are you busy? Oh, Brother Chen, you don't know that Dihao restaurant was packed tonight. Because you were not there, the people were very noisy, but they were all suppressed by the manager. Brother Chen, why don't you reply to me? Are you busy? I'm so bored. How about we go out and play together during the holidays? I know there's an amusement park that's super fun, but no one wants to go there with me. Brother Chen, I'm going to go wash up first. Remember to reply to me when you see the message later. Seeing this series of messages, Chen Fan smiled bitterly and replied directly, I was eating just now and didn't notice the phone. I had the volume on silent when I was eating just now, so naturally I didn't notice it. After replying, Chen Fan took off his clothes and prepared to take a shower. I opened the closet, and there was nothing inside. I have forgotten my clothes these days. I have to find time to buy some clothes tomorrow, otherwise I won't even have enough to change into. Although Chen Fan doesn't care much about appearance, it can still increase his appearance points, right? He didn't have time to do it before, but now he has a lot of time. He can go to work whenever he wants, and he has more time. Moreover, Chen Fan also discovered that his original intention of being a lazy person had begun to change unconsciously, such as tonight's investment. It seems that the system also wants me to not be just a salted fish. Forget it. Without thinking about it anymore, Chen Fan started taking a shower directly. After taking a shower, Chen Fan sat on the big bed, turned on the air conditioner, and looked at the dark water flowing outside, feeling relieved. He suddenly thought of something and took out a computer from the system warehouse. This is the super high-tech computer I got earlier. As soon as he took out the computer, Chen Fan thought it looked great. The flat and gorgeous pure white appearance is a notebook. The screen of the notebook is only slightly opened, showing the full screen without any borders. What surprised Chen Fan the most was that this computer seemed to be a product of black technology and there was no keyboard. And there is no power button, everything is designed very simply, there is not even a heatsink? Oh my god! Is this the black technology computer? Chen Fan was a little speechless. He fiddled with the computer for a while, and the screen of the high-tech computer lit up. Suddenly, a circle appeared in the center of the computer, and Chen Fan's face was reflected on it. A prompt appears above. Scanning iris information. Facial recognition in progress. Comparison successful, starting now. Suddenly, I entered the computer desktop directly. In order to make it convenient for Chen Fan to use, the super high-tech computer is equipped with the Blue Star system. The familiar operating interface gave Chen Fan some confidence. The next second, the keyboard under the super black tech computer appeared, like a projection, but when you touch it lightly, it seems to have a special touch. Not bad, that's good. The super powerful black tech computer is equipped with an advanced processor, which can run anything without any lag and has super computing power. The more advanced the computer is, the faster it can process tasks. This is why computers have been developing CPUs over the years. Just imagine that a 12nm CPU has only been developed in this period, but when Chen Fan saw the 0.1nm CPU on the black technology computer, he knew it was not simple. I checked the number of computer cores, 10,000 cores, and 20,000 threads. Be good, be good. Nowadays, the most powerful computers have only about 100 cores, and they are very large. How can this ultra-thin notebook have so many cores? Damn, if this gets out to others, I'm afraid it will be directly acquired by the manufacturer for research. It's so scary. Moreover, this super high-tech computer is also equipped with iris and facial recognition. These cutting-edge technologies alone are impressive. Very beautiful. Is this the legendary most powerful productivity tool? Chen Fan is proficient in SSS hacker technology and SSS god-level trader skills, so tinkering with this computer is no problem. But he didn't like software programming, so he directly opened a stock trading website. Enter the stock code 025641. This stock code is the bonus stock from the previous system. It is said that investing in this stock can make a lot of money. It is a Hong Kong stock. This Hong Kong stock is a mediocre enterprise that operates some relatively niche industries, such as equipment components, which belong to the semiconductor industry. This kind of equipment components is very niche after all, and can basically only maintain the smooth operation of the industry. The price has been very stable, and the average price is only about 20 yuan. Oh my god? Can this stock make money? Chen Fan possesses the SSS skills of a god-level trader. He can simply tell based on the company's business conditions that although this stock has potential, a sharp rise is not likely to occur for the time being. It can be said that the investment has potential, but the effect is very slow, unless there is a huge public opinion or other factors, which will also cause the stock price to surge. However, Chen Fan decided to give it a simple try. The greatest skill of the god-level trader SSS is trading. What is trading? Using various methods to raise the stock price so that you can make a profit from it is the so-called cutting leaks. Of course, this is also a way to make money, and it is a formal way to make money. Simply put, if you have the ability and vision to make money, you can make money just like Buffett. But if you have no ability, no experience, and no vision, you can only be a small investor in the stock market and be at the mercy of others. Chen Fan now has about 100 million yuan. It is simply unrealistic to invest all of this 100 million yuan. It is really unrealistic. What if it all goes to waste? But small investments are still okay, such as a drizzle of several million or something. Now he is not taking it seriously by taking out a few million to test the waters. Of course, Chen Fan is not a fool. Since the system asked him to invest in this stock, something will definitely happen to this stock. Although it cannot be seen now, it may happen in the next few days. So he will keep a close eye on this stock. Thinking about this, Chen Fan began to collect other stocks. He analyzed the collected stocks directly to find out the points worth investing in. Chapter 31: Screening Stocks. But the stock data was so huge, and all the stock markets were so messy, that Chen Fan was scared in the end. Shit, we have to think of a way to try other methods. Stupid, completely stupid. Chen Fan is proficient in hacker technology SSS, so isn't it easy to make an analysis software? He only needs to set up the algorithm he wants, and it can directly replace manual screening. At the same time, after the screening, the targets have been greatly reduced, so of course he can become a productivity giant all of a sudden? It actually worked. Chen Fan felt a little relieved. As he was thinking, Chen Fan downloaded a programming software. He chose Python, the most popular language this year. In data processing, there is often a trade-off between scale and complexity, so Python has become a compromise. Even large domestic and foreign companies have the shadow of Python, which is comfortable to say. Chen Fan is proficient in hacker technology SSS and is basically familiar with all languages on the market. It is no exaggeration to say that he knows both black and white technologies, and has basically become an all-round machine. Hacking technology contains not only positive aspects, of course, but also negative aspects. It's just that Chen Fan is not interested in those things. No, he has no idea about them at all. Mastering the hacking technology SSS does not mean that his thinking has changed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to make money? Having said that, after downloading Python, Chen Fan began to type code. After organizing all the logical items, Chen Fan roughly drew a chart and listed some main steps on the chart. Collect all the stocks on the market and classify them into each industry. Not every industry's stocks are worth investing in. Naturally, this is also one of the main reasons for classifying it. Next, Chen Fan started a new round of planning. After collecting all the stocks, he conducted a secondary analysis and took the stocks of these excellent companies, take the stocks of potential companies, and carried out secondary classification. Step by step, all stocks that do not meet the rules and requirements will be screened out. The main purpose of doing this is to screen out monster stocks. Simply put, in the stock market, those stocks whose stock price trends are strange and whose price fluctuations are irregular are simply called monster stocks. The trends of these stocks are completely contrary to common sense and the overall market, and do not conform to the rules of human analysis. The price trend of monster stocks is obviously abnormal than that of normal stocks, completely contrary to common sense and difficult to understand. Generally, they rise and fall sharply in a short period of time, and there is no regularity at all. It can also be explained that this listed company has been making losses continuously, but its stock price has been hitting the daily limit one after another, and although the company's stock price obviously cannot reach such a high share price, the price is beyond everyone's expectations. This kind of stock poses a huge hidden danger to investment, and the information such as assets is completely of no reference value. However, this does not mean that all monster stocks are garbage. Later, Chen Fan will start with the monster stocks. Maybe the monster stocks are the best goal for him to get rich overnight. It was already night, and Chen Fan was in a state of supercoding. The computer keyboard in his hand was projected and had no delay, so typing code was effortless for him. In addition, after his genes were strengthened, he could still be full of energy even if he didn't sleep for a few days. But it didn't mean that Chen Fan would never need sleep in his life. Even Superman couldn't bear it. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Fan stopped the task at hand and ran the software thoroughly. There are no bugs at all, at least no logical bugs, and it ran successfully in one go. At first glance, the software written takes up a full 1 GB. Hiss. 1 GB memory, my god, how big is this software? Chen Fan disagreed. Although this software had some gaps compared to those world-class software, all these codes were typed out by him manually. Both the code simplicity and the code completeness were the best. If a development team was asked to develop it, it would take dozens of days to complete. Even if it was completed, it would be at least around 10 GB. Although a team's development efficiency is fast, communication is relatively weak. The duplication of code in various problems will greatly take up time and memory. So when you calculate it this way, it's about the same. After developing the software, Chen Fan named it at random and double-clicked it to open it. A pitch-black box popped up, with no data on it. It opens in seconds. Even a 1 GB software can be opened in seconds for this high-tech computer, and the processing speed is extremely fast. Even the computer's cooling system does not turn on. It can be seen that for this computer, the software is as easy as an adult carrying a thumb-sized stone. The next second, a string of characters began to flash in the software box. Suddenly, the software started up and began to collect stock resources frantically. Chen Fan tried his best to avoid domestic stocks because there are certain restrictions in the country. For example, there is a price limit mechanism. If the stock price rises to 10% of the day's stock price or falls to 10% of the day's stock price, then the further increase will be directly restricted. This situation is very unfavorable to him. After all, some stocks will rise with public opinion or good news. When investing in stocks, one does not necessarily look at the company's potential or its profit base, but more at a piece of news, some earth-shaking news. For example, there is a listed company that is running well and its stock price has been falling at a very flat rate, with the fluctuation not exceeding 2% 5%. But suddenly one day, the company received an investment. You can imagine the situation. Once the news breaks out, some shareholders will start scrambling to invest in it. After all, everyone wants to make money, and it is not bad to make money by taking advantage of the opportunity. Then, once the investment amount of this stock far exceeds the previous amount, this stock will usher in a crazy rise. Well, what if we encounter some bad news? For example, if the executives of a listed company sell off their shares or withdraw their capital, or if the entire industry suffers a blow, just like the above situation, once investors withdraw their shares, the company's stock will decline significantly. When it declines to a certain level, there will be a frenzy. If public opinion appears again and again, then the stock will be out of the market. Again, the price of stocks not only reflects the company's operating foundation and operating conditions or profitability, but is also linked to the major decisions of shareholders. It has to be said, but there are exceptions to the rule of monster stocks. As we have mentioned before, monster stocks are relatively strange stocks. They are also stocks that investors dare not touch. The scene goes back to the past, when Chen Fan had been waiting in front of the computer. There are about 10,000 stocks in Hong Kong stocks. It takes a while to analyze them. It took 5 minutes to complete the analysis. Chapter 32 10K Live Broadcast. After analysis, the number of stocks among these 10,000 was reduced to nearly 5,000. All those that did not match the trend were cleared out. This shows how many stocks there are that are being used to make money. It is almost certain that 9 out of 10 ordinary people will die if they enter the market. After nearly 5,000 stocks were screened out, Chen Fan did not act rashly, because the screening just now only screened out most of the unqualified stocks and the stocks that were about to die, and these 5,000 stocks did not mean that all of them could be invested in. At least 3 rounds of screening are required. According to Chen Fan's guess, there will be only about 100 stocks that can be invested in the end, and this is the maximum. As expected, after the second round of screening, nearly half of the stocks were excluded. Although these stocks cannot be considered junk stocks, their growth ceiling is difficult and there are signs of bankruptcy at any time. Although they are better than monster stocks, Chen Fan generally does not think highly of them. There are 2,500 shares left, and the software will proceed to the next round of analysis. Stocks are basically analyzed using software algorithms, and these software algorithms have been built in by Chen Fan. All he needs to do is determine whether the conditions are met. This greatly saves Chen Fan's time. If Chen Fan analyzes a stock, it will take at least 1 minute. The same method can be used by software, but it only takes 1 or 2 seconds to complete the analysis. It can be seen that software is always a tool that can greatly stimulate productivity. Since he was analyzing, Chen Fan simply sat aside, looked at the silver moon in the sky, picked up his mobile phone and started tinkering with it. At first, he downloaded some live broadcasting software, but they were all rubbish. In the end, he had to download the highest-ranking live broadcasting software, Guya Live. But it was already 3 o'clock, and basically only a few people stayed up late to broadcast live. Of course, this refers to women, not men. Chen Fan didn't have the heart to watch men, but it still disappointed him, because these female anchors were basically dinosaurs. It looked one way when he opened the cover, quite beautiful, but it looked another way when he entered the room, making Chen Fan want to vomit. Just when Chen Fan was about to leave the live broadcast room, a cover caught his attention. Looks familiar? No, I'm completely familiar with it. ISNT this Tan K? Yes, Tan K. Chen Fan clicked on it with a skeptical attitude and found that the live broadcast room was dim at this time. But when he saw the person, Chen Fan was completely sure that it was Tan K. Why is she live streaming? That's not right. Are you still not asleep at 3 o'clock? Tan K is still a college student. Apart from the necessary classes, she works part-time at the Dihao restaurant. How could a simple girl like her do live streaming? Is it possible that you are short of money? Chen Fan frowned and stared at the screen. At this moment, the number of people in Tan Kei's live broadcast room was pitifully small, only about 10 people, and some of them were robots, and few of them spoke. At this time, Tan Kei seemed still unfamiliar with live streaming and she did not interact too much with the audience. Of course, the audience here naturally refers to the men who can't sleep late at night and are looking for prey everywhere. Hey, little sister, are you a college student? Are you in the dormitory now? Oh, I found a treasure. It looks pretty cute. Can you take the light down to light it up? I want to take a look at other places. Oh my god, the upstairs guy is too much of a jerk. He's a college student, can you be a little gentler? Like I said, little sister, are you free tonight? Come out and drink with me. If you're happy, I'll give you a big rocket. Hey, it's all the same. You guys are not sleeping at night. I don't know what you want to do, right? When Tan Kei saw this, she felt a little ashamed and angry, but she did not show it too much. Instead, she stood there in a daze, as if thinking about something. I saw that her eyes had dark circles and were red. I didn't know what she had been through. Even when she was yawning, she was still broadcasting live. After several seconds, Chen Fan reacted, sighed, and went back to his personal center directly. After thinking for a while, he charged 2,000 yuan into it, and then quickly returned to Tan Kei's live broadcast room. After returning to the live broadcast room, Chen Fan directly opened the gift backpack and gave out a few small flowers first. A few dollars. After sending it out, Tan Kei's face, which was about to fall asleep, immediately became energetic. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chen. Tan Kei was hesitant to speak, and she immediately said, thank you Chen for the flowers, but you can just chat in the live broadcast room, you don't have to send me gifts. Why? Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, didn't you open the live broadcast room just for gifts? Tan Kei was slightly stunned, but she quickly reacted, I'm sorry, Chen, I opened the live broadcast room for the union's mission, so I don't need you to send any gifts. It turned out that Tan Kei had signed a contract with a live broadcast union, and she only needed to live broadcast for 4 hours a day. The advantage of this was that she could still get a guaranteed salary of 1,000 yuan even without any gifts. Of course, the live broadcast union is not a philanthropist. If you don't live broadcast for the required time, then you are done for. Therefore, Tan Kei is still live streaming now. Chen Fan's face was dark, and he pointed to 2 carriages on the gift backpack. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 1. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 1. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 1. After 3 rounds, 300 yuan was spent, and Tan Kei was confused by it. Oh my god, you are such a rich man, you gave me 300 yuan at once? 660, there is nothing good to do with 300 yuan, a foot bath only costs a few dozen or 100 yuan. The guy above knows nothing. $300 is just a start. Besides, this anchor is worth the price. Yes, didn't you see that the host didn't wear any makeup at all? She looks pretty. She's my type. Hey, we're all men, I understand. In their eyes, isn't giving gifts just to make the anchor smile and achieve some ulterior motive? Of course, this is all they're thinking. After Tan Kei came to her senses after seeing the gift, she hurriedly shook her hands, Chen, please don't give me any more gifts, please don't give me any more gifts. I've already told you I have a guaranteed payout, you can just chat for a while and then go to sleep, and I'm about to go off the air, I still have to go to work tomorrow. Tan Kei looked at her dark circles and felt like crying. It's okay, I have money. Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied directly. Anyway, these 2,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. In Chen Fan's mind, Tan Kei is not a materialistic woman. At least her money should not be used to buy cosmetics and luxury goods. He and Tan Kei have known each other for so long, and Tan Kei has always been a simple girl. There are basically not many such girls in this era. Chapter 33 Tan Kei earns a lot of money. In addition, Tan Kei has to go to work and wants to make money by live streaming at night, so she must have encountered some trouble. Although Chen Fan couldn't ask directly, he could still help indirectly. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 3. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 3. Chen, send out the carriage for the anchor Kui 3. Chen, send out a sedan chair for the anchor Kui1. Oh my god, what a rich guy. Giving away so many gifts at once, do you have extra money to burn? I'm throwing away a full 2,000 yuan. You just threw away my monthly salary like that? I'm asking for support without saying anything. Get out of here, big brother, I haven't eaten for a day, please take me with you, I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse, just give me 5,000 yuan a month, just 5,000 yuan. Please support me, you can do whatever you want, please support me, please support me. With the gift, the whole room quickly became lively. Not only that, Chen Fan's move seemed to have brought some heat to Tan Kei's live broadcast room. The heat here is not the heat of the room, but the heat of the entire live broadcast room, such as some people who are watching the live broadcast room or some people who have not yet entered the live broadcast room. The number of people in the room jumped from a dozen to 200. Although 2,000 yuan is not a lot, the main purpose is to try something new and join in the fun. Plus, Tan Kei has never approved the cover of her photo, so there is very little turnover among people entering the room. This is the first time I've seen a cover photo that hasn't been photoshopped. I love it. You're so pretty too. I've decided to follow you from today. Oh my god, your live broadcast room is toxic, why did he click to follow it himself, ha ha ha. I was thinking, could this be the legendary treasure girl? Love it, she's actually from our Nanshur University, hee, a junior schoolmate, ha. I didn't expect that I have such a beautiful junior schoolmate. Don't be so arrogant upstairs. I will go to Nanshur University to find her tomorrow and make her my girlfriend. I, the arrogant one, sent a carriage to the anchor Kui1. Kei's family and friends group gave a little red flower to anchor Kui1. Kei's family and friends group gave a little red flower to anchor Kui1. At the same time, there was an uproar in Tan Kei's live broadcast room. The popularity reached its peak, and 80% of the users who came and clicked to follow. It can be seen that Tan Kei is very good, but she just lacks an opportunity. At this time, Tan Kei was so excited that she was incoherent. She kept saying thank you for the gift and welcome. Although the gifts she gave were only worth a few dollars, her heart had already changed at this time. At the very least, she obtained them through her own strength. Of course, she still has to thank Chen for giving her this opportunity. After a live broadcast, it was already past 4 o'clock. The tasks in the live broadcast room are almost completed, so she is ready to go offline. Thank you for your support and love. I have to go to work tomorrow, so I plan to end the live broadcast. Thank you very much. Hey, goddess, don't go, keep telling jokes. Please don't, goddess, I'm not nervous about going to work tomorrow, why are you nervous? You rubbish upstairs, you don't want to rest and you don't want to let our goddess Kei rest? Get out. Hey, I'm going to bed too. Although I don't have classes tomorrow, I plan to get enough rest tomorrow to continue listening to Goddess Kei's jokes. It turned out that Tan Kei couldn't sing late at night, so she had to tell jokes quietly, which became a feature of the live broadcast room. When Tan Kei saw the income of the live broadcast room, she was shocked. The number of new fans, 600, the new popularity value, 35,000, the total income from live broadcast, more than 5,000. Seeing this, Tan Kei's face suddenly turned red, and her sleepiness disappeared with the appearance of profits. She wiped her eyes carefully and saw that the profit was indeed more than 5,000, and she became extremely excited. But after thinking about it carefully, of the more than 5,000 yuan in profits, the platform took half, leaving more than 2,000 yuan, and then the union took another half, leaving only more than 1,000 yuan. Come on, Tan Kei, the income from the live broadcast tonight is over 1,000. More than 1,000 yuan, she had never dared to think about it before. After all, her goal was to meet the live broadcast requirements and then get the basic salary at the end of the month. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something and directly opened the gift-giving ranking list and found the first place, Chen. As he said that, Tan Kei sent a message, "Thank you, brother Chen, thank you for the gift you gave me tonight, but it's too much. I'll give it to you after I make some money from my live broadcast room." Tan Kei's initial idea was to return the money to Chen, but she changed her mind later. After all, the amount was too large and she felt uneasy holding it. But the others were made up of smaller amounts, and she felt that this was the result of her hard work. After all, in order to tell a joke just now, she was searching on Baidu while doing a live broadcast, and her mouth never stopped, which even woke up her roommates several times. Well, it's okay. These are all gifts from me. Just take them. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Go to sleep quickly so that you can do a good job on the live broadcast tomorrow. When Tan K saw the message sent by Chin Chin Chin, she felt dazed. She felt like she had seen this kind of tenderness somewhere before. She shook her head hurriedly. Okay, I can pay you back when I make money. Next time if you want to come to my live studio, just give me 3 or 5 yuan. Don't give me more. Your money didn't come for nothing. After sending the message, Tan K lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Chen Fan received Tan K's message and burst out laughing. This little girl really likes to think about others. In fact, judging from the words that Tan K just sent, Tan K is not a person who curries favor with the powerful. She is not licking me just because I gave her a gift, but rather because she wants to pay me back. These 2,000 yuan are really nothing to Chen Fan, so just give it away. Put down your phone, the stock data has been processed. After processing nearly 10,000 stocks, only about 50 were left that met the requirements. It doesn't mean that the eliminated stocks are not suitable for investment, but because these stocks have various risks, they are not suitable for investment for the time being. For these 50 stocks, Chen Fan decided to clean them up again and start manual analysis. In the end, almost all of them were qualified. It can be said that even if you throw your money into these 50 stocks, you will basically make money in the short or long term. This is the result of knowledge circulation brought to him by the SSS skills of the god-level trader. Of course, Chen Fan is not a god and cannot decide the stock price increase. It can be said that even a god cannot decide the stock price increase. Chapter 34, Dihao Restaurant is extremely popular. Therefore, Chen Fan started the second round of development. The most important goal this time is to collect information about these stocks. Yes, information from the entire internet. Once collected, it will be automatically identified and connected to the entire stock system. Simple purpose: if the news is good, then buy directly; if the news is bad, then simply sell a little, and when the news improves, buy frantically immediately. In fact, the first and most important point in playing stocks is news. You must be well informed. If you are not well informed, you will inevitably fail to control the overall price. Here is a simple conspiracy theory, that is, the entire company will be the leaks cutter. They usually leak the news, for example, before investing, then after he leaks it, his own people buy frantically, so that the value rises after the news is released, and when the bad news comes out, they sell frantically, so that they can stop the loss in time. Of course, this is how capitalists play. Chen Fan's approach is also simple. He stops losses as quickly as possible and tries to make profits as quickly as possible. The entire small software is not as big as the analysis software and it took less than an hour to complete. After everything was connected, Chen Fan took out a small amount of 20 million to try it out. 10 million is the total investment for these more than 40 stocks, and 10 million are the stocks given by the investment system. At the same time, Chen Fan is also testing the stock given by the system. If bad news comes out, he will try his best to buy it at the lowest price. The method is different from other stocks. The difference is that this is the stock given by the system. After finishing simply, Chen Fan lay down on the bed. This is not the essence of the god-level trader SSS, but simply from the perspective of an investor. There is nothing wrong with doing so, because investment can also bring relatively good returns to Chen Fan. It's probably too late to start trading now because you have to go to work soon. Chen Fan simply took another shower and lay down on the bed. Although he was genetically enhanced, he was still full of energy, but this did not cause him to suffer from insomnia. He fell asleep within a few minutes of lying down. Woke up at 8 o'clock the next day. Dihao Restaurant is basically closed in the morning. Chen Fan had made an appointment with Xia Yueshue in advance to check on the company at 6 p.m., because he would be less busy at that time and it would be a good time to go for the appointment. Chen Fan naturally did not dare to underestimate the investment, so he planned to thoroughly investigate the prospects of Snowskin before doing so. Time passed quickly, and it was after 9 o'clock before Chen Fan slowly drove his Rolls-Royce Dawn to work. Isn't it too high profile? Chen Fan suddenly thought, driving a luxury car worth tens of millions to go to work, maybe it's a bit high profile, right? Forget it. When I go to Zafufu today, I'll talk to Xia Yueshue about vehicle maintenance. At worst, I can buy a car worth hundreds of thousands or millions to drive around. This way, I'll be more low-key, which is not bad. The Zijin Villa district is not far from the Dihao restaurant. It took about half an hour to get there. There was a bit of traffic jam on the way, but it was normal to get there at work. Just as he was about to go to the Dihao restaurant, a phone call came in from the manager. The first sentence I said when I answered the phone was a respectful "Brother Chen." "Brother Chen, where have you been?" "What's the matter, manager?" Chen Fan said after taking the phone. Hey, brother Chen, why aren't you here for work yet? It's just time to go to work. There aren't many people here in the morning anyway, so it's okay to arrive a little later. Chen Fan has his own airs, but he is not arrogant. He doesn't need this little money, and he can leave any time. It's that simple. Hey, brother Chen, you're such a worry. The dishes you cook are so delicious, and they're all the rage on the internet. There are all kinds of food anchors and videos featuring our Dihao restaurant. Now Dihao restaurant has also become a celebrity check-in spot. The current situation is no longer the same as before. The manager said, wiping the sweat off his face in the Dihao restaurant. Before, there were not many people in Dihao restaurant in the morning. Although the consumption was affordable, after all, they were all office workers. Office workers certainly did not have the energy to eat well in the morning. At most, there would be a few more people at noon or mealtime. But at this time, Dihao restaurant became popular on the internet, and naturally attracted more diners. Okay. I'll be there right away. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Which damn guy was looking for trouble for himself? No, he must get a raise. Is this amount of money worth his time? And he has been so busy these past 2 days that he has not even been able to take care of the babysitter. Originally he thought the manager was exaggerating, but after entering the Dihao restaurant, Chen Fan was stunned, completely stunned. Dozens of seats were fully occupied, and some of them were newly added. It was okay for those who shared the table to eat, but there were rows of guests standing outside the door, roughly estimated to be at least 20 or 30 people. When I saw this, Chen Fan trembled all over. So much. It's not dinner time now. No, even at dinner time yesterday there wouldn't be so many people here. Hey, brother Chen, you're finally here. Hurry up and serve the food. We're all waiting for you. The manager quickly wiped the sweat from his face and spoke. Okay, I'll go right away. By the way, manager, don't forget to give me a raise. This. Chen Fan complained. Okay, I've already told the boss. He said that based on your recent performance, if you perform well, he will give you 50,000 yuan a month. It's still quite generous, but it's still too little, not even as much as what the old man gave. Oh, by the way, where is that little girl Tan K? Chen Fan looked left and right and spoke. How would I know? Tan K might not be at work yet. I'll call her later to urge her. The manager was so busy that he was dizzy. He had to appease the guests and gather the employees at the same time. He simply had to bear it all by himself. Okay, I'll go in now. At this time, Chen Fan entered the kitchen, and the noise like that in a vegetable market suddenly quieted down. It was completely soundproof and very comfortable. After entering the kitchen, I heard Brother Chen calling me. It turned out that the chefs had already prepared everything and were just waiting for Chen Fan to arrive. Well, okay, let's prepare everything and start today. After saying that, Chen Fan put on his apron without hesitation, and just like yesterday, he fried 4 pots at once. No, I added 2 more pots today. There are 6 of them at once. So, Chen Fan decided to cook the same dish first. The same dishes are all popular dishes, and are basically must-orders for diners, such as the braised deer tendons with scallions. These diners are really animals. They order braised deer tendons with scallions every day. Don't they get tired of it? Of course, there must be some new guests here. Chapter 35. I have never eaten such delicious food. When will the food be served? I lined up here an hour ago. Are you so arrogant? Yes, I came here with you. When will the food be served? Aren't we here to taste the food? This is a terrible experience. I give it a 0. 0 points. If you don't serve the food, you will get 0 points. Who is the chef? I just saw so many chefs come in. Will it take an hour? Isn't this a ripoff? That's right, the price is high, but what kind of experience is this? If they don't serve the food, I will complain. Everyone, please wait a moment. I got here before you. Why can't you just wait? Good food requires waiting. At this time, the main restaurant was in chaos. Among them were guests who wanted to taste the food, and naturally there were also people looking for trouble. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. The Dihao restaurant had been packed with people since yesterday. Of course, if the interests of other stores were affected, they would naturally be counterattacked. Please wait a moment, everyone. The chef has already started cooking. There are many customers today, so please wait patiently. If your appetite cannot be satisfied, we can give you a refund first, but I promise you will regret it after the refund. At this time, the manager said seriously. Nonsense, I don't believe it's so delicious. If it doesn't taste good, I'll pay double compensation. As he said that, a fat man stood up. It was obvious that he was an undercover sent by another store. Although he didn't want to come, he was forced to do so. His purpose was to find out how delicious the food in Dihao restaurant was. But he had to admit that there were too many customers in Dihao restaurant. Even he was startled. The manager wanted to explain something when the tightly closed kitchen door suddenly opened. 3 or 4 chefs immediately brought out delicious dishes. Suddenly, the entire Dihao restaurant was filled with the aroma of mouth-watering food. Wow, it smells so good, it smells so good, oh my god. Yeah, it smells so good, but I don't know how it tastes. The taste must be top-notch. I tried it yesterday and it was really delicious. The chef was not here last night, so the taste was not that good. When I heard that the chef was coming to work today, I came here immediately. Hurry, hurry, I ordered first, I came first, serve me the food, serve me the food. In fact, the queue at Dihao restaurant has been forming since 7 o'clock. Those who come early will wait longer. Those who come early do not complain but enjoy it all because they know that the time they spend will be recovered by the food. But those who didn't taste it later naturally felt unhappy. At this time, there were not enough staff to serve 8 dishes at once, and even the assistant chef would end up being a waiter. Shoo, delicious, delicious, ha ha ha. It's really delicious, and I feel it tastes like my mother's. At this time, a young man started eating with big mouthfuls, and tears rolled down his face unconsciously. Just act it out. Can you cry when eating scallion stewed with deer tendons? Where did you find these extras? They are so realistic. I want to find one next time. At this moment, this is what many diners are thinking. But as more and more people tasted it, they began to waver in their hearts. Aren't they all actors? Of course, they thought so, but when they really started eating it, they were stunned. It melts in your mouth, refreshing and delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food. I want more, I want more. At this time, the young man who had just eaten the braised deer tendons with scallions spoke directly. His expression was very excited. He immediately took out his mobile phone and paid for 5 dishes. The manager standing by saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Comfortable. Young man, give me a bite, let me try it. At this time, the fat chef stared at the young man and said. He arrived later, and very late. If he were to be served one by one, it would take who knows how long it would take. Where did you come from, you fat head? I'm not going to give you anything to eat. This is what I ordered. If you want to order, go ahead and order it yourself. The young man didn't care at all. He just picked up the meal and started eating it in big mouthfuls. It seemed that his appetite had improved a lot. The fat man clenched his fists, but gave up, swallowed his breath, and said, well, how about I give you money and I'll buy this dish? Bullshit, what did you buy for me to eat? The young man laughed disdainfully. It was really comforting to see so many people watching him eat delicious food but not being able to eat it. How about this, double it, how about I double the price? The fat man gritted his teeth and stomped his feet and said, this is already the highest price. Double, are you sure about double? The young man shook his head. If you pay double the price, I can give you half. Half? Is that so deceptive? I won't take you like this, okay? Okay, then go and order it yourself. I waited in line for 3 hours to get it, so I can't give it to you. The young man didn't get angry but smiled and continued eating. With his appetite aroused, he picked up another bowl of rice and ate it with relish. The smell filled the air and the guests around were drooling. Oh, okay, half and half. Seeing that the other party was so difficult, the fat man gritted his teeth and agreed again. Give me the money first. Can I still run away? That's not necessarily true. The young man is like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Damn it. Okay, I'll give it to you first. The fat man took out his cell phone and paid the money. The manager asked someone to bring up an empty plate and gave him some. The fat chef took a sip of the sauce on the plate with doubt. In an instant, the sauce melted in his mouth, constantly stimulating his taste buds. At this moment, his dull expression suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god! It's so delicious!" "Well, I didn't lie to you, it's worth the price. How can it be so delicious?" The fat chef didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the chopsticks and put the food into his mouth. His expression became more and more exaggerated, so much so that he poured all the food into the rice. The essence. The dish of braised deer tendon with scallions can have different flavors, and the flavor that the fat man tastes is naturally the flavor that he has been craving for. At this moment, his eating manner was extremely ugly, but no one laughed at him, because the young man opposite looked gentle and polite, but once the food entered his mouth, it was almost as if he had been hungry for dozens of days. But it also indirectly proves how delicious and great this dish is. In less than a minute, under the gazes of many diners, half of the dish was eaten up by the fat chef. He smiled with great pride and said, "It's delicious. I've been a chef for more than 20 years, and I've never come across such delicious food. Where on earth did this chef come from?" "Manager, can I see him?" the fat chef said when he saw the manager. After hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with embarrassment, and the last bit of doubt disappeared. A chef with more than 20 years of experience could still praise the dish without hesitation, which showed that it was really delicious. Chapter 36 Panda Eyes. "Sorry, I don't have the time to take care of this. It's beyond my ability." The manager refused mercilessly. In his opinion, Chen Fan was now a treasure in the hands of Dihao Restaurant, and he had no control over this treasure. Most importantly, he had already recognized this person, the chef of a nearby restaurant. In this era of rampant interests, it was inevitable that he would not expect Chen Fan to be poached. Maybe this chef is like this? After being rejected, the fat man did not show any regret. He just said, "Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts. I just want to meet this chef." At this moment, in his heart, Lin Yang had become his idol. No, his idol as a chef. Even he didn't expect that a dish could be so delicious and full of colorful emotions. But the manager still refused mercilessly. "Chef Chen is very busy, but I will tell him, and it's up to him whether he wants to see you or not." After the voice fell, the fat man nodded repeatedly. "Okay, then, can you give me another special dish now?" "No, you have to queue. This fat guy said so much just to cut in line. I can't beat you to death." "That's right, shameless and despicable. You said so much just to cut in line. Go queue up at the back. I have to go to work in the afternoon. I don't know when I can get food." "That's right. I came all the way here just to have a meal. Is it that difficult?" As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 10 dishes came out from the kitchen. These dishes are the restaurant's various specialties. In an instant, countless intoxicating flavors swept in, constantly stimulating the taste buds of everyone present. In one word, it is fragrant. 2 words, absolutely amazing. When they tasted the delicious food on the plate, it seemed that everyone had forgotten that they had been waiting for hours. At the same time, Tan K, who had not appeared, came, but she stared at the 2 black circles and said in a panic, "Manager, I'm sorry, I slept late last night." "You're here just now, hurry up, go to the kitchen and help." The manager yelled, but then he seemed to have thought of something and immediately changed his words. "Hurry up, why are you still standing there, don't you see so many people?" The second sentence was obviously much softer. Even Tan K felt very strange. Strange, why is the manager so gentle today? Of course, in her opinion, the manager was very gentle today. If it were in the past, he would basically bring her into the office and scold her. At the very least, she would be scolded, and at worst, her salary would be deducted. But today I just said a few words. Tan Kei had strong doubts about this. Of course, it's not that the manager didn't want to scold Tan Kei, but he himself was an experienced manager. He certainly couldn't just look at the surface when doing things, otherwise he wouldn't have worked hard to become the manager of a famous restaurant in his 30s. In the manager's eyes, Tan Kei has more or less an intricate relationship with Chen Fan. Although this relationship is very subtle, even a fool can see that Chen Fan still cares a lot about Tan Kei. If we talk about what happened before, how could Chen Fan come back if Tan Kei hadn't persuaded him? To put it more seriously, what should I do if I scold Tan Kei and make Chen Fan unhappy? So the manager tried his best to control his temper. "Kei, you finally agreed to come to work." Tan Kei changed her clothes and entered the kitchen. As soon as she started serving the dishes, she was spotted by Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan held the handle of the pot with his left and right hands and could stir fry without a spoon. It seemed that the chefs next to him were already accustomed to it and kept preparing the work in their hands. The whole kitchen was very busy. Ah, Brother Chen, I slept late yesterday night, so I didn't wake up to come. Tan Kei kept explaining like a mouse caught by a cat. I know. Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. Yesterday, he was watching the live broadcast of Tan Kei, so they both went to bed at almost the same time. But Chen Fan was different. Chen Fan had been genetically enhanced. He could be full of energy whether he slept or not. But Tan Kei was different. She was the most ordinary person and her health was not that good. Without enough sleep, she would definitely not be able to get up in the morning. Ah. Brother Chen, how did you know? Tan Kei asked subconsciously. Didn't you look in the mirror? The dark circles around your eye sockets are about to turn into panda eyes. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. After she finished speaking, Tan Kei stood there in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, her face turned red with shame and she started to hide herself. It was terrible. When she woke up today, she found that it was already past 9 o'clock. She washed up in a hurry and ran out without tidying up. Because she was in a hurry to get to work and would be scolded if she was late, she didn't notice it. Okay, you should go to the lounge and take a nap first. I'll talk to the manager later. Chen Fan thought for a while and then spoke directly. The Dihao restaurant has a dedicated employee lounge, where employees can basically rest on their own except during busy mealtimes. The purpose is to make employees less tired. It can be said that the most basic conditions are in place and it is a simple lounge. No, I'm fine, I just slept late yesterday, it's okay. Tan Kei was very stubborn, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the hall with the dishes. Faced with the stubbornness of this little girl, Chen Fan was helpless. Looking at the dozen dishes on the table, he felt nothing. Never mind, let us continue cooking. Brother Chen, it's too mushy, said a chef. What's wrong? The pot is burnt. The pot is burnt. Oh my god. Chen Fan quickly turned his head away. He was so focused on chatting with Tan Kei that the dish was burnt. It was only a few seconds. This shows that temperature control is very important when cooking. Fortunately, nothing was wasted after Chen Fan made the final remedy. Seeing that the dishes were burnt, the chefs around were very happy, but they were just happy secretly. However, when Chen Fan finished remedying the problem, they were completely dumbfounded. Can it be repaired if it is messed up? Oh my god, what on earth is this operation? Tan Kei came in quickly like a diligent employee, and then took out the dishes quickly. Combined with Chen Fan's cooking speed, it was simply amazing. Oh my god, the food is served so quickly? Could it be that it has already been cooked? Bullshit. The food that has already been cooked is still steaming hot? Are you blind? I can only say that Chef Chen is really fast at cooking. That's right, aren't you satisfied with cooking so quickly? I'm still waiting. How about if you're disgusted, you can give me the food first, and then you can wait. Chapter 37, Trouble I. Bullshit, I didn't say that. You better wait. I'll eat first. Having said that, the man began to eat voraciously. The Dihao restaurant was as popular as ever, but the surrounding restaurants were not so good. There were very few customers here and there. Even if there were customers, they would leave without ordering anything after seeing so many people in the Dihao restaurant. In addition, a beautifully dressed girl was running quickly towards the Dihao restaurant with a mobile phone in hand. She was like the wind. Ah, Goddess Kiki got up late, so awesome, now she's running, ha ha ha. Goddess Chi-Chi, I think you don't care much about food. Is sleep more important than food? What made you wake up late? Was yesterday all fake? It's not fake, it's not fake. I didn't eat rotten food. If you don't believe me, just come and try it yourself. Shin Anchi explained. Her face was filled with happiness, but when she saw the Dihao restaurant, her eyelids drooped. There are so many people here? Isn't it time for dinner yet? Shin Anchi was dumbfounded. The line stretched to the door of Dihao restaurant. Looking inside from the outside, there were at least 20 people. They were all silently queuing in their own queues, but some customers were drooling when they saw the guests eating inside. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. There are so many people queuing up. Oh my god, is it so popular? It's even more popular than yesterday, right? Are we going to strike while the iron is hot and invite more extras? Please stop talking nonsense, I beg you. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. I had the honor of eating there yesterday. If you don't believe me, get out of here. Yes, there are so many people. Goddess Chi-Chi, please turn the camera over and see if the place is really full. Having said that, Shin-An-Chi immediately lined up to the end and then turned the camera over. At this time, the crowd eating in the Dihao restaurant completely shut up the fans in the live broadcast room. Because, in the Dihao restaurant, there was almost silence, everyone was eating the food on their plates, and from time to time their expressions revealed a hint of satisfaction. But the most terrifying thing is that someone actually ordered 2 or 3 plates at once. Oh my god! 2 or 3 plates. This is so inhumane. What's more, most customers even pour rice directly on the dishes when they are served. The guest who burped after the meal had a shiny plate. It's easy to tell whether the food in a restaurant is good or not, for example, by how much food is left on the plate. But if you look closely, basically everything is cleared out, there is no food left on the plates, and some customers even licked the plates directly. It's so disgusting, but so real that no one laughed at them. Oh, damn it, I came so early, why are there still so many people here? Shin-An-Chi said angrily. It was really annoying. Ha ha ha, early? Goddess Chi-Chi, you call this time early? Don't tease me, it's almost 11 o'clock now, is it still early? Ha ha ha, when Goddess Chi-Chi said early, she meant early in the afternoon, not in the morning. Don't misunderstand. Seeing so many people, I also want to try it. Since no one believes it, I will be the detoxification for everyone. If it doesn't taste good, I will post it. I believe that Goddess Chi-Chi will not eat bad food. I believe that Goddess Chi-Chi will not eat bad food. Yes, I believe it too. It seems that since I started paying attention to Goddess Kiki, she has never had a bad meal. Of course not. I'm the famous food anchor Chi-Chi. I don't eat rotten food. As long as it tastes good, it tastes good. Shin-An-Chi said proudly, but she was completely discouraged when she saw that there were 20 or 30 people in front of her. Fortunately, Chen Fan served the dishes very quickly, basically serving enough food for 7 or 8 guests in 10 minutes. It was also very quick and convenient. Although we had to wait for such a long time, which was a bit disappointing, the speed of serving the dishes was worthy of praise. But Tan Kai was in misery. Only then did she notice how perverted Chen Fan was. Every time she served the dishes to the guests and returned to the kitchen, the dishes were ready again, as if there had always been the same number of dishes, with no changes at all. But there is nothing we can do as there are so many guests. Finally, around 11:30, Shin-An-Chi finally entered the Dihao restaurant, sat down smoothly, and began to taste the food. Yeah, I'm going to start eating. I won't chat with you guys anymore. After saying that, Shin-An-Chi put her phone aside. Hiss, she took the first bite and felt completely refreshed. All the unhappiness she had felt in line was gone. Her expression was so satisfied and happy that the users in the live broadcast room who were watching the meal also felt refreshed. But they were dumbfounded when they saw Shin-An-Chi ordered 5 dishes at once. I eat so much but I'm not fat, ha ha ha. After a long time, 4 or 5 big men rushed in from outside the store. Hey, why aren't you queuing? Is there anyone who cuts in line like you? If you want to eat, go queue up. Fuck you. The leading man was a bald man holding a stick, which made him look very domineering. The scorpion tattoo on his bald head made the man regret what he said. With a loud bang, the person who was speaking was kicked away. The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of countless diners. But Shin-An-Chi was still eating her food, looking very happy, as if she was not affected at all. The loud noise caught the manager's attention. The Dihao restaurant had 360-degree surveillance, and he immediately understood what had happened. He ran out of the manager's office quickly, holding the phone in his hand and called, "Hello, boss, someone is causing trouble in the restaurant." "Huh? If there's any trouble, call security." A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, and she said it with a little displeasure. Boss, but the security guards are all on leave today, and there are only 2 security guards in our store. There are 4 or 5 people coming from the opposite side. They are not friendly. The manager said bitterly. Okay, call the police first. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my restaurant. After saying that, the manager walked out. At this time, the restaurant was in chaos. As soon as the 4 or 5 big men came in, they started hitting the equipment and tables, chairs and benches in the store with baseball bats. I'll kill you. You dare to smash my vegetables? I queued up to buy them. Fuck. After saying that, the bald leader hit him with a stick, and he immediately became obedient. The situation instantly became uncontrollable. Shinanchi hadn't reacted yet. Oh, what a pretty girl. Can you let me have a bite of her? At this time, an ugly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked over and stared at Shinanchi. Chapter 38, Trouble Part 2. Sizzle, sizzle, great figure and fair skin. It would be even better if I could feel it. No, this is my meal. Shinanchi shook her head, without even raising her head, and continued to eat her meal attentively. Ah, what an ugly man. What happened? I seem to hear someone being beaten. What an ugly man. Don't come near my goddess Chi-Chi. I'm going to kill him. Get away. Who is this guy? He is so ugly and yet he comes out to scare people. I will kill you. At this time, the man also noticed the live broadcast room. He covered the camera with one hand and dropped it to the ground with a bang. Little beauty, what I mean is, you eat yours and I eat you, ha ha ha. This ugly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes showed a hint of greed. At this time, Shinanchi also reacted. She was about to get angry, but when she saw such an ugly man in front of her, she kicked him away. Fuck you, you broke my phone? Shinanchi kicked the ugly man in the face, causing him to take several steps back. You bitch, you don't know how to live or die. As he said that, the man actually took out the stick in his hand. Ah, you, don't come over here, I didn't mean it. Shinanchi immediately backed down. Big eyes, stop causing trouble. Don't forget why we are here. The man next to him reminded directly. I know, but this chick kicked me, so I had to give him a slap. No, let's finish this and leave quickly. We'll come back next time if there's another opportunity. No, you guys smash it first. I'll give her some flowers to see. How dare you kick me? The man called Big Eyes said unconvinced. He really couldn't bear to be kicked in the face by a woman. Forget it, the person next to him stopped trying to dissuade him. After these people came in, they kept smashing things. Except for the first shooter, basically no one was injured. Shinanchi was so frightened at this moment that she immediately explained, Big brother, I didn't mean it just now, just smash it and run away. No, you dare to kick me, today I have to teach you a little lesson. As he said that, Big Eyes licked his tongue. I'll give you a chance, if you accompany me to have a meal and rest at night, I won't beat you, or I will open a hole on your cute head right now. While he was speaking, he did not forget to swing the baseball bat in his hand to show off his power. At this moment, Shinanchi's face was filled with rage. She shook her head fiercely. No, don't come over here. If you come over here, I will call the police and let them arrest you. Haha, I'm so scared. Big Eyes looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and he clenched his fists and grabbed towards Shinanchi. Don't! Shinanchi subconsciously closed his eyes in fear, but the next second, a huge arm stretched out directly, faster than him, and clamped his arm fiercely. A huge force swept over, and there was a snap. That's right, it was the sound of bones breaking. At that moment, the screams and sounds of fear in the entire restaurant stopped abruptly. After the sound stopped abruptly for a few seconds, a painful sound of slaughtering a pig came from Big Eye's mouth. Ah! It's broken. Stop, it's broken. The person who clamped him was none other than Chen Fan, who was cooking before. At this time, he was wearing an apron and looking majestic, holding an iron pot in his hand, and appeared in everyone's sight like a god of war. Chen Fan swung his foot and kicked it quickly, directly kicking the Big Eye that was crying in pain away. Big Eyes fell to the ground, spewing out angrily, it's broken, big brother, avenge me. Several big men who came in stopped what they were doing and stared at Chen Fan. Are you okay? Chen Fan looked at Shinanchi, but when he saw her face, it was this girl again? Ah. I. Shinanchi swallowed and said in a panic, I'm fine, I'm fine. Chen Fan came to suddenly. If it weren't for Chen Fan, the ugly man's fist might have landed on her, and, now, she felt that Chen Fan was so handsome, like a god descending from heaven. Oh no, is this the feeling of being moved? I'm glad you're okay. Chen Fan ignored the infatuated look and looked at the entire restaurant. At this time, the customers were running away and dispersing. Although they were not hurt, they were also frightened. What was particularly serious was that the tables, chairs, and benches were basically all damaged to varying degrees. "Kid, which gang are you from?" At this time, the silence was finally interrupted, and the bald man who was in the lead spoke. None of these 5 men was thinner than Chen Fan, especially the bald man, who had solid muscles and wore a flirty floral shirt, which made him look very ruffian. "From that business?" Chen Fan wanted to laugh when he heard that. He shook the pot in his hand and said, "You are blind. You work in the kitchen. How about you?" Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. It was too funny, especially Shinanchi, who was standing next to him. She even covered her mouth with her hands while laughing. In a safe place in the corner, there was a man in a suit and tie squatting. This man was the manager who had been hiding. He wanted to go out and persuade them at first, but seeing how big the scene was, he was also scared. At this moment, his face was full of regret. It's over, Chen Fan is finished," he cursed in his heart. Why would Chen Fan think of going out to do this? Damn, why haven't the police come yet? Are you kidding me? Boy, do you know what will happen if you tease me? The leading man felt greatly insulted. He gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Fan angrily. "Brother, don't talk nonsense to him, he broke my hand, I'm going to cripple his legs, this kid." At this time, Big Eyes got up from the ground and said, gritting his teeth. When his bones were broken just now, he almost fainted from the pain. He wanted to pay him back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. But Chen Fan was not afraid at all, and even said disdainfully, "That's right, you just realized I was teasing you? Since you've already smashed it, either get out of here or wait for the police to catch you." Chen Fan was too lazy to take action. It was not because he was afraid, but because he did not want to hurt them. Not only was he a grandmaster of Wing Chun martial arts, but his genetic enhancement alone made him more than this group of people could handle. "This kid is too arrogant. Big brother, let me break his arm," a big man with green hair said. Chapter 39, Trouble Part 3. After saying that and getting his eldest brother's approval, he narrowed his eyes, fiercely took out the baseball bat in his hand, and hit Chen Fan mercilessly, naturally hitting Lin Yang's arm. "If he says he'll remove my arm, without mercy." Seeing the baseball bat coming at them quickly, everyone closed their eyes in fear. Even Shinanchi, who was just thinking about having fun, couldn't help but take a step back. "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan used the iron pan in his hand to block the baseball bat, and a huge metal collision sound echoed throughout the restaurant. Buzz. The green-haired rubbish who was swinging the baseball bat felt his scalp tingling from the shock. He bit him and said, "Kid, if you have the guts, don't block it. You, how about I give you a try with a stick? Are the IQs of these scumbags so low?" Having said that, Chen Fan swung the iron pan in his hand without hesitation. The buzzing sound rang out again. The iron pot smashed hard on the garbage guy's head, and he screamed again. Because the force was so great, he was directly blown to the other side of the restaurant by the iron pot, rolling on the ground and screaming. Apparently, the iron pot broke his hand. This sudden attack left everyone stunned, even the boss. "Good boy, you have pretty good skills." The leading man narrowed his eyes, stared at Chen Fan, and made a poo sound. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. "Thank you for the compliment, but you are really rubbish, it's just that your screaming is a little bit impressive," Chen Fan said calmly. "Don't be too arrogant, kid. Come on." The leading man shouted, and the remaining 4 people came up together, including Big Eyes whose palm was broken. When the 3 of them joined the battle, everyone's heart suddenly tightened. It's over. I can handle it alone, but I won't be able to handle it if 3 of them come together." But something happened that shocked them. After the 3 of them attacked together, Chen Fan's posture was extremely agile, and his starting and ending steps were basically extremely fast. Before they had any time to react, the 3 iron pots hit them. The force was so painful. It really proved what Chen Fan said, they can do nothing except screaming. After several fights, everyone present was dumbfounded. These big men were actually begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me, big brother. Stop hitting me. You've made my face swollen. I can't even face anyone when I go out. Don't hit me, brother. Both of my hands are broken. Please stop hitting me. We are wrong. Brother, be gentle, my hand is broken. Mom, please take me away. It hurts so much." To be honest, this means being arrogant in front of people and humble behind their backs. At this moment, several people were eager to leave here. They were so good at fighting that they were completely defenseless and had no temper at all. Okay, if you want me to stop fighting, you have to pay me. Compensate, I'll compensate, I'll compensate. The leader no longer dared to be arrogant and whispered, as long as you let us go, I'll compensate. He already regretted taking this order. He didn't expect to meet such an amazing person, who was actually a chef. Okay, since that's the case, I won't fight. All the decoration costs here will be borne by you. 200,000, no more, no less. Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. 200,000 yuan? The bald leader was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly. What? Don't you think it's too little? Fine, I'll give you a little extra, 200,000 for renovation, 50,000 for store damage, 50,000 for customer damage, plus, And my cell phone, he broke it. At this time, Shenanchi stood up and said angrily. There's nothing we can do about you. Even your cell phone can be broken, so how can your brain not be broken? Chen Fan said, shaking his head. You, humph. Shenanchi didn't expect Chen Fan to scold her like that, and she felt a little unhappy. Okay, I'll give you 50,000 yuan for the phone, and after converting everything, I'll give you a discount, 400,000 yuan. Isn't it only 350,000? 400,000 after discount? After hearing the price, the leading man almost fainted. Fortunately, the younger brother next to him pinched his philtrum hard to wake him up. 400,000, big brother, I don't have that much money. The bald leader wanted to kill his younger brother. Why did he wake him up? The order this time was over 50,000 yuan, how could he get 400,000? Not 400,000? Chen Fan's voice turned slightly cold. He shook the pot in his hand and prepared to attack again. No. Big brother, we can talk it over. Yes, I have it. The bald man immediately took out his bank card, swallowed his throat and said, Here is 350,000. How about 350,000? Big brother, we don't need a discount. Yes, brother, we are cheap people, we don't need a discount, just the original price. Okay, since you're all bitches and don't need a discount, just go with it. 350,000 is 350,000. As he said that, Chen Fan picked up the post machine from the side and started swiping it. The machine had a limit prompt, 50,000 per transaction, and after swiping 7 times he finally finished it. When the brush was finished, the bald leader felt heartbroken. That was the money he had saved for his wife. He had used the 350,000 yuan to marry her, and now it was all gone. He felt disheartened. Okay, then I'll consider it a bargain for you this time. It's good to pay for a lesson. Chen Fan said with the iron pot in his hand. As he said that, he handed the iron pot to Shenanchi, ready to send this group of scum away. When Shenanchi got the iron pot, she instantly became depressed and looked extremely panicked. Chen Fan, hurry up, I can't hold it. This iron pot is too heavy for Shenanchi. If you can't even hold this, what use are you? You might as well go home and eat your baby. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Shenanchi, then put the iron pot on the table. The moment he put it on the table, a bang was heard. The people around him immediately showed black lines on their faces. Brother, since the money has been given, can we leave now? Without Chen Fan's order, they dared not leave. What if they were dragged back and beaten up again? Wouldn't that be the end? Besides, they had already spent the money, and it would be a big loss if they were beaten up again. Well, okay. Since you paid compensation, I decided to personally escort you out of the store. Having said that, Chen Fan waved his hand, ready to take them out. But at this moment, several people in police uniforms walked in. The leader was a woman who looked heroic, beautiful, and had an attractive figure. She immediately set her eyes on these people who were dressed in rubbish and asked, Are you the ones causing trouble? Chapter 40 Shenanchi. When they saw the police coming, those who were about to leave lost all hope. I originally thought that I could leave after getting the money, but now it seems, it's all over. I will have to stay in prison for at least a few months. As for the bald leader, he fainted, obviously very angry. The follow-up has basically ended and several people have been taken away. But later, something unexpected happened to Chen Fan. The female police officer actually asked to follow him to the police station to take a statement. I say, beautiful police officer, why don't you just take the statement here? Do you want to give me a few small medals? Chen Fan said calmly. Well, I want you to go back and take a statement, but you can also take the statement here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chung Yunlan. You can just call me Officer Ching. Ching Yunlan immediately instructed his colleagues who came with him to collect evidence, and then he began to take statements. The records involved many aspects, including Chen Fan and Shen Anqi. May I ask how they started to destroy the scene when they came in? Ching Yunlan asked. Well, I don't know either. There is surveillance footage. You can take out one as evidence. Chen Fan waved his hand and was quite cooperative. At this time, Tan Kei also walked out of the kitchen tremblingly. She looked at Chen Fan with a hint of fear on her face. Brother Chen, are you okay? Well, I'm fine. You go in first. It's still a mess here. If you step on glass shards, you'll be doomed. Okay. Tan Kei nodded. The place was made entirely of glass, which could be broken by those people and easily stepped on. Out of concern and receiving care and obedience, Tan Kei went back. At this time, the manager also came out from that corner and cooperated with the investigation. Finally, Chang Yunlan took away a videotape and took everyone away. This incident ended abruptly. Although they compensated for the losses, the law still does not allow them to do evil. Even if they compensated, they would be prosecuted and brought to justice. Brother Chen, I really have to thank you this time, otherwise the restaurant would have suffered a huge loss. The manager said flatteringly while rubbing his hands. It was a compliment before, but now it is respect. He is such a good cook and also such a good fighter. Is he a Superman? It's okay, manager. It's just a small matter. There's no need to worry. They have already compensated him anyway. Take out 50,000 yuan to buy this customer a new phone, and then compensate him later. The rest should be able to make up for the loss. Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. Okay, no problem, I'll do as you say. The manager nodded, made the call, and hung up in less than a minute. He said excitedly, Brother Chen, I have already reported what happened to my boss. She said she is going to give you a reward of 20,000 yuan, and her salary will be increased to 40,000 yuan a month. Well, it's okay, so. After saying this, Chen Fan showed no reaction. But in the eyes of the manager, that is envy. A cook earns more than a manager like me. You should know that my salary is only 20,000 yuan per month, which is twice as high. Okay, it looks like we can't open the store today, so I can go home early. Chen Fan said. But it caused dissatisfaction among many customers. Chef Chen, although we can't eat here, we can take the food home. Yes, I've been waiting in line here for so long and it's still not packed? Yeah, I'll pack some too. You can take it home and eat it. It can make up for some of our broken hearts. Well, I'm hungry too. I didn't eat enough just now, and I want to pack up too. Shen Anqi, who was sitting next to Chen Fan, said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Chen Fan's face was full of black lines, and he coughed. Okay, I'll just try it for the time being. Maybe I won't be going to work in the next few days because it will take some time to renovate the store. This will be the last time I cook in these few days or in the next 10 days. Anyway, there is nothing important to do later. Even if I go to inspect the snowskin, I have to go at 6 p.m. It's not even 12 p.m. now, so I might as well make do with some cooking. Hearing Chen Fan's agreement, everyone was delighted, and the previous fear and terror were swept away, as if they had never happened at all. Due to the high level of damage before, everyone was more conscious in paying and waiting quietly. The dishes were served very quickly and it took less than half an hour to prepare the food for 20 or 30 people. Everyone left with a very happy feeling. Brother Chen, you were so awesome just now. We didn't dare to come out, but you actually jumped out directly. No, our Kung Fu chef Chen is not only a great cook, but he's also a top fighter. That's amazing. Brother Chen, your skills just now were amazing. You knocked these people down in just a few moves. You've practiced this, right, Brother Chen? Are you blind? Would you dare to do this if you haven't practiced before? After this incident, the dissatisfaction of all the chefs present disappeared and turned into respect and admiration. If it were the scene just now, they would have been so scared that they couldn't move their legs, and naturally they would admire Chen Fan very much. Okay, the manager said that we should take a few days off first and go back to work after the renovation is completed. Let's all go home. Chen Fan silently accepted the flattery of these people and then spoke. When they heard that they would take a few days off, everyone who had been prepared cheered. As a chef, you basically work 365 days a year without holidays. It's natural that I'm very happy to be able to take a few days off and relax. Brother Chen, are you really okay? Did they really not hurt you just now? Tan Kei asked in disbelief, with a hint of excitement in her heart. It's really okay. It's time to get off work. You should go back to school and catch up on your sleep. Your two panda eyes are really ugly. Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Ah. Brother Chen, you are so mean. Why do you keep talking about my panda eyes? Tan Kei felt ashamed and didn't dare to face Chen Fan. She hurried to the changing room, changed her clothes, and left alone without waiting for Chen Fan to come out. When she left, she was afraid that Chen Fan would be unhappy, so she sent a WeChat message. Brother Chen, you should go back as well. I'm going back to school to catch up on my sleep. After sending the message, Tan Kei smiled sweetly. Chen Fan left almost at the last minute, but he found out that the manager had been waiting for him. Brother Chen, when the bonus comes, you will get it in the form of a bank card, said the manager. Manager of the bank. Chen Fan nodded and left. But as soon as he left the Dihao restaurant, he was stopped. It's that little girl Shan Anchi again. What are you doing? Chen Fan stared at Shinanchi, which made her feel embarrassed. Well, thank you for today. Shinanchi's heart trembled uncontrollably when she thought of the dangerous scene before. Chapter 41 Shopping. If it weren't for Chen Fan, I would probably have been beaten. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Chen Fan shook his head and said calmly. By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Shinanchi, what's yours? Chen Fan. Then. After hearing Chen Fan's name, Shinanchi asked tentatively, then Chen Fan, how about I treat you to a meal to express my gratitude to you? Chen Fan paused for a moment, no need for that. I've already said it's just a piece of cake. Humph, I told you to have a meal, but you're still unwilling. Come with me. Shinanchi was very upset when she saw that Chen Fan actually refused. She pulled Chen Fan away. It was dinner time, so Chen Fan didn't resist too much and followed Shinanchi. There was basically nothing planned for the afternoon, so I went to eat. By the way, can I call you Brother Chen? I see that the little girl next to you calls you that. Shinanchi and Chen Fan came to a gourmet roast duck restaurant. Well, sure, just order if you want. Looking at the roast duck, Chen Fan really had no appetite. As he spoke, he picked up his cell phone, which received a long string of messages. In addition to news about bank card deductions, there is also news about price fluctuations. These are all reminders that Chen Fan set in the software. Whenever there is a price change, he will remind himself. In addition, there will be changes in prices or bad news. Unexpectedly, the stock given by the system fluctuated quickly and briefly. The news received was that some material was missing, which caused the stock to fluctuate. But the fluctuation soon came down. The decision was similar, and Chen Fan also bought a small amount. I have probably spent 20 million now. Most of the stocks have appreciated in value, so I roughly estimate that I have made a profit of 1 million. When seeing this profit, Chen Fan felt it was unreal. After all, it was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. Hey, why are you playing with your phone while eating? Shinanchi shook her head and hurriedly urged, Brother Chen, are you free this afternoon? Anyway, my phone is broken and I have to get a new one. How about you go shopping with me? Shopping? Chen Fan was stunned at first, then quickly shook his head, forget it, I might as well go home and get some sleep. You? Shinanchi thought Chen Fan was simply unreasonable. She didn't know how many people wanted to accompany her shopping, but when it came to Chen Fan, it seemed so reluctant. But Shinanchi is just that kind of person. If you don't obey me, I will force you. Finally, under Shinanchi's constant persuasion, Chen Fan agreed. It's good to spend the money he earns, especially since he hasn't bought any clothes yet and only has 1 or 2 pieces on him, which are not enough for him to wear. Besides, we have to go and inspect the snow-covered skin in the afternoon anyway, so it's not good to dress poorly. Okay, let's go shopping. Chen Fan nodded, I also want to buy some clothes. Okay, I'll cover all the expenses for this afternoon. Shinanchi patted her chest and said proudly. Okay. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. The way she spoke really sounded like a rich woman, but he didn't take it to heart. After the meal, Shinanchi insisted on paying the bill, and in the end Chen Fan was left as a gigolo. Zizizizi, that boy is so lucky, he found a rich woman. I just heard that the rich woman wants to support him. Come on, this is not a rich woman, this is a white, rich and beautiful woman. Isn't she so beautiful? If I were her, I would also want to be her pretty boy. Huh, the guy is so handsome, it's hard to say who will be with whom, but the girl is also very beautiful, I'm so envious. Yes, I envy you. Who told us that we don't have such a face? After Chen Fan and Shen Anqi left, the men and women in the store were gossiping, and they seemed very jealous. Of course, Chen Fan definitely didn't know. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan and Shen Anqi arrived at a large square, which was crowded with people. When Shen Anqi arrived at the square, she was as happy as if a seal had been broken. Brother Chen, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go shopping. Shen Anqi is beautiful and dresses innocently, so she attracted a lot of anger from Chen Fan. Of course, Chen Fan didn't take it seriously and always maintained a calm attitude. Although he is not very old, he always has that handsome and badass aura, and his body is strong and perfect, which makes him more attractive to the opposite sex than Shen Anqi. What a handsome little brother, it's a pity that he has a girlfriend. Do you know that's his girlfriend? Maybe she isn't. Why don't we ask her on WeChat? Hey, why don't we give it a try? It would definitely make me feel safe to have such a handsome guy as my boyfriend. And look at his muscles. They even stretch his clothes. Wow. Chen Fan's figure made these girls drool just by looking at him. Brother Chen, I just realized that you have a great figure. Shen Anqi naturally heard these rumors at this time, and seemed to have noticed Chen Fan's figure. Do you exercise too? Well, I guess so. Just some exercise. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't exercise. It was because of the effect of the gene-enhancing potion that he was so strong. No wonder you were so good at fighting, you were really handsome before, now you are just trash. Shen Anqi was so excited when she thought about it before. Chen Fan's boyfriend power is overflowing. All girls who come into contact with Chen Fan have this feeling to some extent, just more or less. Maybe this is the invisible charm. It's a pity that he is not her boyfriend. Thinking of this, Shen Anqi's heart was pounding. Is this love? What are you thinking about? I still have things to do after shopping. Chen Fan looked at the dazed Shen Anqi and said. Ah. Shen Anqi reacted, her cheeks slightly reddened, and she didn't dare to look directly at Chen Fan. Shen Anqi, just go shopping, why are you so distracted? Okay, brother Chen, let's go buy a cell phone first. By the way, I want to buy the same model as yours. Shen Anqi was a little envious when she saw that Chen Fan's cell phone was also the latest model. Let's go buy it. Didn't the manager give you 50,000 yuan before? Shen Anqi's cell phone is certainly not worth so much money, but the 50,000 that Chen Fan mentioned is 50,000, so the manager naturally dared not refuse to give it. After all, Chen Fan is now the treasurer of the Dihao restaurant. Even if he gives 100,000, the manager might grit his teeth and give it, for fear of making Chen Fan uncomfortable. Okay, let's go. After saying that, Shen Anqi took Chen Fan directly towards the mall. Location, Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza covers an area of over 200 acres, and its land area is so large that it stretches as far as the eye can see. Fortune Plaza has everything, including a large shopping mall, a food court, an amusement park, and a movie theater. To put it nicely, it covers all the necessities of life such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment. It can be said to be a large landmark building in Donghai City. Chapter 42, Meeting Hong Jingxin again. After entering Fortune Plaza, Chen Fan and Shen Anqi went directly to the electronic equipment area. This entire building is divided into 7 floors, and each floor represents some kind of electronic equipment. Its scale is so large that it is beyond Chen Fan's imagination. Finally, Shen Anqi and Chen Fan reached the 7th floor. This is the electronic mobile phone area. After getting out of the elevator, I found that this floor is also very large, and there are more than hundreds of people coming and going to browse and buy mobile phones, and there is a salesperson next to each customer, enthusiastically introducing the products. Wow, it's so big. Shen Anqi completely let go of her nature and quickly ran to the mobile phone counter to take a look, while Chen Fan followed behind her with an expressionless face. Hello, is there a phone you're interested in? Or what kind of phone do you want to buy? I can introduce them to you one by one. A female salesperson aimed at the two of them and walked towards them quickly. She did not ridicule or refuse to receive Chen Fan and Shenanchi just because they were young. Of course, this is professionalism. Well, do you have Apple 12 Pro Plus in your store? Shenanchi thought for a while and said directly. Apple 12 Pro Plus? The salesperson was slightly stunned. She glanced up and down at Chen Fan and Shenanchi, and finally set her sights on Shenanchi. Judging from her temperament, Shenanchi should not be short of money. According to her taste, the clothes she wears are worth at least 3,000 or 4,000. She smiled to the extreme. Miss, you came at the right time. We just received 3 Apple 12 Pro Plus in our store. After a round of rush sales, there is only one left. Oh, there's one left? Hurry, hurry, bring it to me. Shenanchi said anxiously, as if she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to buy it. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan sighed inwardly. Shenanchi is really naive. This is the most basic skill in sales, which is to make the customer feel anxious and panic, which is conducive to the chance of closing a deal. Of course, Shenanchi obviously didn't know. Shenanchi and Chen Fan followed the salesperson into the store. At this time, the store was also quite large and there were dozens of customers. Soon, the salesperson took out the Apple 12 Pro Plus from the counter and introduced it enthusiastically. But Shenanchi didn't seem to care and said directly, well, let's take this one, pay quickly, pay quickly. Okay, miss. When the salesperson heard that he had to pay, a refreshing smile appeared on his face. He picked up the post machine directly, and just when he was about to swipe the card, a slight respectful voice sounded behind Chen Fan. Mr. Chen? Chen Fan subconsciously turned his head and saw a familiar person. This person is? I have an impression. Yes, a very strong impression. After thinking for a few seconds, a face echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Isn't this middle-aged man the owner of the store where I bought the mobile phone before? Hong Zhengxin. That's right, it's Hong Zhengxin. Manager Hong. Chen Fan reacted slightly and said directly, why are you here, Manager Hong? Young Master Chen. This word sounded a little uncomfortable, so he didn't like the word young Master Chen. It felt like stubbornness, and also had the flavor of a rich second generation, which made him uncomfortable. As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. Hong Jingxin is a businessman, and observing people's expressions is the most basic thing, so he reacted quickly. Chen Fan, why are you here? When he spoke, he thought he was a little bold, but he felt relieved after hearing Chen Fan nod. No, I just came here with my friend to buy a mobile phone. Chen Fan said, expressing his approval. Oh, so that's how it is. Hong Jingxin nodded, subconsciously looked at Shenanchi, who was slightly stunned, and praised without hesitation, Chen Fan, your girlfriend is very beautiful. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Hong Jingxin acted very naturally. Manager. The salesperson at the side glanced at Hong Jingxin. Well, since brother Chen Fan wants to buy a mobile phone, let's give him a 50% discount. Hong Jingxin said. 50% off? The salesperson was confused. 50% off? Isn't that a loss? The price of Apple 12 Pro Plus is $34,888. The purchase price in the store is about $30,000, plus commission expenses, so the store can make a little profit. Now there is a 50% discount at one time, which directly confused the salesperson. She even suspected that her manager had lost his brain. Yes, 50% off. Just fight if I ask you to. You will get every cent you deserve. Hong Jingxin really wanted to give it to Chen Fan for free, but after taking everything into consideration, he decided to give it a 50% discount. Sure enough, Chen Fan did not refuse, so that's fine. Okay, manager. After saying that, the salesperson hurriedly changed the price on the post machine and then swiped the money. 17,400 was deducted, and the rest of the amount was rounded off. Naturally, the salesperson was good at observing people's expressions. Miss, your cell phone has been packed for you. The sales speed was very fast, for fear of making Chen Fan and Shenanchi dissatisfied. After all, she was not a fool. Chen Fan must have some relationship with the manager. As for what kind of relationship, she didn't know, but she could see that their manager had some respect for Chen Fan. The person who could make the manager do this must at least be a rich second generation. Shenanchi was stunned for a moment before she took the phone. Holding the phone in her hand, she happily pressed the buttons again. Thank you, Manager Hong. Chen Fan nodded to express his gratitude. No, brother Chen Fan, if you want to buy a mobile phone in the future, you can come to my store. This is my store, and that is also my store. If you find it troublesome, just call me directly and I will send someone to deliver it. Hong Zhengxin said respectfully. Okay, fine. Chen Fan thanked him again and left with Shen Anqi. Manager, why is there a 50% discount? Wouldn't that be a loss? The salesperson asked tentatively after seeing Chen Fan leave. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Next time, when Mr. Chen comes to buy a mobile phone, you can get a 50% discount. If you can't make up your mind, you can give it to him for free. Hong Jingxin regained his authority as a manager and walked straight into the store. Free of charge, my goodness, now the salesperson finally understands, this Chen Fan is at least a rich second generation. Their manager must have done this in order to curry favor with Chen Fan. Brother Chen, you actually know the manager of the mobile phone store? Shen Anqi asked curiously while walking in the elevator. Yes, I knew him before. Chen Fan's mind moved, and he spoke calmly. Then why does he call you Mr. Chen? Are you a rich second generation? Shen Anqi looked at Chen Fan with a wicked smile. How should I know, Mr. Chen? Have you seen any big family with the surname Chen in Donghai City? Chen Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh, that's not the case. Then why does he call you Mr. Chen and give you a discount? And I think he wants to give you a cell phone for free. Shen Anqi was still puzzled. Maybe it's because I saved him before, so he respects me so much. Chen Fan made up a reason. Chapter 43 A True Male God. Okay, let's go shopping. Shen Anqi naively believed it, and then happily took Chen Fan downstairs. The shopping mall at Fortune Plaza is also incredibly large, with all kinds of brand name clothing available. I told you, Brother Chen, I'll pay for today's consumption. When Shen Anqi saw the beautiful clothes and skirts, her nature was completely released, as if she was given an injection of chicken blood. Forget it, I have my own money, you can just buy yours. No, you promised me. Shen Anqi took Chen Fan to go shopping for clothes first. She bought a lot of things and let Chen Fan carry them all, just like a personal nanny. Fortunately, Chen Fan's genes were strengthened, otherwise he would have been exhausted to death in the afternoon. Shen Anqi bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes in total, but she seemed to have no intention of stopping. Chen Fan regretted following Shen Anqi to go shopping. Gosh, he had never gone shopping with a girl before, but this time ruined all his future plans. Fortunately, Shen Anqi did not lose her conscience and took Chen Fan to buy clothes. Entering various brand stores, Shen Anqi carefully selected Chen Fan's clothes as if she were choosing her own clothes. In Chen Fan's opinion, the styles of these clothes are quite good. But, they are all good, you can pick anyone. But Shen Anqi doesn't think so. What do you think of this dress? Shen Anqi said as she came to Chen Fan, holding a black short-sleeved shirt. It's okay. Chen Fan nodded. What about this one? Yeah, it's okay. Can you say anything else besides okay? Well, okay. Chen Fan's mind was a mess. Aren't these clothes the same? There are only slight differences. If you don't dress up, you'll become a middle-aged greasy uncle. Shen Anqi said unhappily. No, she couldn't let Chen Fan become a middle-aged greasy uncle. As she spoke, Shen Anqi began to choose clothes with even greater enthusiasm. The salesman on the side stared at Chen Fan from time to time. What a handsome little brother, it's a pity that he has a girlfriend. Hey, his girlfriend is pretty too, and he bought so many things, I'm afraid he spent a lot of money. You don't think he's a gigolo, do you? The three salesmen spoke quietly, their voices were so low that only they could hear them, but Chen Fan, who had been genetically enhanced, could naturally hear them. The genetic enhancement potion was an all-round enhancement, so even if they spoke more quietly, he could still hear them. But Chen Fan has become accustomed to it. After strolling around for so long, he has heard such words so many times that he doesn't care anymore. Finally, Shen Anqi picked out 5 pieces of clothing in a row. The salesperson nearby finally found a topic to break into Shen Anqi's world. Miss, you have a good eye. This is our latest summer t-shirt, designed by the world's top master Calatrava. The official price is only 38,000 yuan, but the discount price in summer is only 15,888 yuan. Oh my god. Chen Fan was shocked when he saw the price. Although he was very rich now, he would not spend money like water. A short-sleeved shirt for 15,000 yuan, this is too scary. Wow, okay, you come and try it. Shenanchi's eyes lit up when she heard there was a discount. Seeing Shenanchi's reaction, Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Could it be that Shenanchi is really a rich woman? This price is already at the rich level, but Shenanchi doesn't care at all. Instead, she feels like she has made a profit. Hello sir, our fitting room is broken. But don't worry, we have sent someone to fix it, it just takes some time. The salesperson said weakly, fearing that it would make Chen Fan and Shenanchi unhappy. They're all broken? Shenanchi said in annoyance. The changing room in such a big store is actually broken. Miss, our shop is broken because of a water leak upstairs. Upon hearing this, Shenanchi gave up the idea of shopping and prepared to pull Chen Fan away. Seeing Shenanchi wanted to leave, Chen Fan was overwhelmed. He had been choosing here for at least half an hour. If he had to go to another store and spend another half an hour, wouldn't it be a waste? Forget it, give it to me, I'll change it here. Chen Fan was too lazy to change stores. After all, he was a man and would not suffer any loss if he was seen. After saying that, he directly took the clothes from Shenanchi's hands. Just take off your shirt. In an instant, perfect muscles appeared in the vision of the four women. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. There was a look of horror on everyone's face. Especially Shenanchi. She had seen Chen Fan's outline before and could make a general idea of it. She knew he worked out, but she didn't expect him to have such a good figure. She couldn't help but blush. She had never seen such a scene before, and her heart was pounding. But the other three salesmen were obviously older, but their infatuated looks were still as strong as ever. I was secretly delighted. After putting on his clothes, Chen Fan looked at the four confused people and asked, "How is it?" Shenanchi hadn't recovered from the previous scene yet. The scene had already been deeply imprinted in her mind, lingering, as if she had been seeing it all the time. "Sir, you have such a great temperament. It matches perfectly with this dress." "That's right, sir. You have such a great temperament. Sir, this dress suits you very well." The three salesmen responded quickly and praised. They are salespeople. No matter how ugly a person is or how inappropriate the clothes are, they will praise them, because as long as the customer is happy, he or she may buy the clothes, and if they buy the clothes, they will naturally get a commission. What's more, Chen Fan looks really handsome and charming in this dress. Shenanchi reacted and praised repeatedly, "Good, good, good. This girl's vision is indeed unique. He, try this dress again." Shenanchi said, with a little snickering, and once again put the 4 or 5 pieces of clothing in her hand into Chen Fan's hands, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Fortunately, she had chosen a lot of clothes, so she could still take a look, he. Seeing the 4 or 5 pieces of clothes in his hands, Chen Fan felt melancholy. As he spoke, he quickly took off his clothes. The strong and perfect muscles appeared again in the eyes of the 4 women. This is easy, I never get tired of watching it. Even when I see it for the second time, I am still shocked. These muscles are fat but not greasy, and have a completely different feeling from the muscles grown with protein powder. Some women don't like muscles because they are too greasy, but Chen Fan's looks very refreshing, as if it is natural. Not only that, these muscles seem to exude endless masculinity and hormones. I can't help myself when I see Shenanchi. With handsome looks, perfect muscles, and golden ratio of height, Chen Fan is definitely a male god in Shenanchi's eyes. Chapter 44 Patek Philippe. In the end, after changing more than 10 pieces, Shenanchi finally gave up choosing due to Chen Fan's strong resistance. Of course, Shenanchi had seen enough and felt very happy. It is said that men like to look at beautiful women, and women definitely like to look at handsome men. After paying the bill, Shenanchi directly spent more than 100,000 yuan and bought Chen Fan a few sets of clothes. How many sets? About 100,000. This is easy, of course, don't think too much, the pants don't need to be changed, as long as the size is right, they can basically be put on. Otherwise, the changing room is out of order, and we can't let Chen Fan change in the store, right? A sum of money of about 100,000 yuan is not too much, but not too little either. But Chen Fan still decided to give the money to Shenanchi. "Give me your bank card number later and I will send you the money," Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. At this time, Shenanchi, who was as cheerful as flowing water, reacted and shook her head hurriedly. "Brother Chen, I told you that I will pay for this afternoon. So, I don't want it. Just give up on it." Shenanchi laughed, her laughter was pure and kind. "I glanced at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Fan had no choice but to take Shenanchi away, but Shenanchi was still reluctant to leave and even wanted to shop for a while longer. After all, Shenanchi probably still liked the feeling of shopping with Chen Fan. By the way, brother Chen, let me take you to buy a watch. You look bald and have nothing on your body. Shenanchi suddenly thought of something and spoke directly. After all, it seemed that Chen Fan was really missing something. As a man, you have to wear something. No. Chen Fan was about to refuse, but the system voice sounded. Ding, the host is being chosen, please choose A, reject Shenanchi, saying that you are a piece of trash and will not buy anything. The reward is the skill of being a coward speaking to the other party in a humble manner. There is a 50% chance that the other party will let you go. B, choose silence, reward dog shit luck charm. When stepping on dog shit, there will be a luck bonus. C, agree to buy a watch for Shenanchi, but you must pay for it yourself after purchase, and you will be rewarded with a random property. Hiss. This system is really casual, and it can trigger rewards in this way. Since there was a reward, Chen Fan would naturally not let it go, so he simply agreed directly. This is what a random property is. It would be great if there was another villa. Of course, even though I thought so, I was also guessing in my heart. After all, the system had been very generous before. Okay, let's go take a look. Something profitable happened, and Chen Fan also felt that his hands were bald. He might as well choose a watch to try. Anyway, his hands were also bald, but he just didn't think of it just now. Really? Shenanchi was a little excited when she saw Chen Fan agreed so readily for the first time, but she didn't know why she was excited. Shenanchi thought that Chen Fan would directly refuse her, and she was prepared to try to drag Chen Fan to buy it, but now there is no need. As she spoke, Shenanchi had already aimed at the target and pulled Chen Fan to a Patek Philippe brand store. This is why Shenanchi brought Chen Fan to the Patek Philippe brand store, as if it had been premeditated. Patek Philippe watches are known to everyone, and its brand effect is well known all over the world. As a very luxurious watch brand store, naturally, the lowest-end specifications of Patek Philippe watches in the specialty store start at tens of thousands of yuan, and the high-end ones range from hundreds of thousands to millions. The fine workmanship of Patek Philippe has won a global reputation. As soon as I entered the store, Patek Philippe's sales staff came and were extremely enthusiastic and respectful. She did not look down on Chen Fan and Shenanchi because of their age. The service in this kind of store is basically first class, and it is worth the price from any perspective. As he spoke, the salesperson smiled and took Shenanchi and Chen Fan to separate seats and began to inquire about their intentions. The Patek Philippe store is very large, with a special lounge area for customers. There were 7 or 8 couples choosing watches inside, and the salespeople were actively promoting their watches. Sir and madam, what kind of watch would you like to buy? The waiter bowed slightly and brought 2 cups of coffee. The service was absolutely impeccable. Give me some of the most popular men's watches you have. Shenanchi said without hesitation. Okay, wait a moment. Less than a minute later, the salesperson brought the watch up. These watches are almost all worth tens of thousands of dollars, which makes Shenanchi very dissatisfied. Let's get some slightly better watches, with a budget of 500,000 to 1 million. When Shenanchi started to speak, Chen Fan did not say a word from beginning to end, but just watched silently from the side. The salesperson also understood that Shenanchi was in a dominant position. Although it was a men's watch purchase, Shenanchi had the final say, so she only needed to deal with Shenanchi. Ma'am, how about you come with me and choose directly at the counter? We have a lot of popular styles this year, and most of them have different price levels. Okay, no problem. Shenanchi nodded, put down the shopping bag in her hand and followed. After Shenanchi left, all the couples looked at Chen Fan. There was a hint of disdain in the women's eyes, but there was envy in the men's eyes. Honey, I want this one. This watch is the latest model this year. Oh, baby, it's too expensive. This watch costs 50,000 yuan. How about we choose more? The man said uncomfortably. A watch costs 50,000 yuan. He really doesn't want to buy it, but, don't you love me anymore? You're not willing to spend 50,000 yuan on me. You said you would treat me well. The woman said coquettishly, and at the same time she was very unhappy in her heart. A watch only costs 50,000 yuan, but she doesn't even want to buy it. The man shook his head bitterly. Baby, I haven't received my salary this month yet. I would buy it for you if I had received it. No, I want it today, I want it today. I want it today. The woman continued to act coquettishly, and her coquettishness made the man lose face completely. Like a child who doesn't understand anything, his words were pleading, but also full of inexplicable unreasonableness. Chen Fan shook his head. Poor man, he treats this kind of woman as a treasure, but he doesn't know that she just treats him as an ATM machine. Poor thing. Maybe at this moment, the man was truly envious of Chen Fan. At such a young age, she can be listed as a beautiful, rich, and young woman. She is rich and beautiful. It can be said that there is no man who does not envy her. But Chen Fan knew that in the eyes of some picky people, even breathing was wrong. Chapter 45, Relationship Breakdown. What's your expression? At this moment, the woman seemed to be so angry that she could not vent her anger on her boyfriend, but instead took it out on Chen Fan, who was less than a table away. Baby, what are you doing? Why are you picking on others? They didn't do anything. The man was sensible and kept apologizing to Chen Fan, but the woman was unwilling to do so. I say, pretty boy, what do you mean? What was that expression on your face just now? Are you so angry? The woman was not afraid at all and kept confronting Chen Fan. Even if the man apologized a lot, Chen Fan was stunned. Unwarranted disputes, pretty boy. This really annoyed Chen Fan, but Chen Fan did not choose to reply to the woman. Instead, he looked at the man who kept apologizing to him. My friend, this woman treats you like an ATM machine. Don't you understand? Chen Fan said, her phone has rung 23 times since I came in and sat down at this seat. What do you mean? The woman seemed to be hit in the heart, staring at Chen Fan and speaking. What do you mean, what do you mean? He didn't see it, but I didn't see it? Although you had been replying quietly before, when your boyfriend went to the bathroom, you didn't cover it on purpose, so I saw it, it's that simple. As Chen Fan spoke, he turned his gaze towards the man. At this time, the man was still confused. If you don't believe me, you can just check her phone yourself. Now that I have said this, I have reminded her of what I should have. After saying that, Chen Fan also shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't bother to care before, but now, since he was criticized, he would naturally return the favor double. Sure enough, after Chen Fan said that, the man didn't believe it at first, but even though he didn't believe it, he still kept his eyes on the woman. Hubby, don't you believe me? I don't trust you, I just want to check your phone. After saying that, the woman grabbed the phone tightly and said, You don't believe me? You actually believe the words of a stranger? Don't you love me anymore? I love you, but I want to see your phone. We have been together for a year. You get up early and come home late every day, and I have never looked at your phone once. Is it okay for me to look at it this time? If, as you say, that person is really your client, then I will believe you and take the watch now. Brother, if it's true, I'll buy it for you. Chen Fan said calmly from the side. He saw it clearly just now. With his genetic enhancement, he could see every detail clearly. What's more, the distance was not far at all. Even ordinary people who were not nearsighted could see it clearly. You bastard, can you afford it? Do you have the right to speak here? The woman was mad and furious like a shrew. She seemed to have already accepted the fact, but she still held the phone tightly in her hand. But this behavior seemed even more tense to the man. Shanshan, let me see your phone. Suddenly, the man seemed angry too. If I don't give it to you, you'll yell at me? The woman seemed very surprised and said, You actually yelled at me? Sure enough, after this combination of punches was thrown and the passive skill of counterattack was activated, the woman started to cry. You actually yelled at me. When we were together, you said you would treat me well for the rest of your life. The woman thought crying was useful because no matter what happened before, as long as she cried, she would be comforted. But now, something unexpected happened. Not only did her boyfriend not coax her, but he snatched the phone away from her. Give it to me. The woman wiped away her tears and rushed to grab it, but she failed because she was too weak. Plus, the man was not weak at all. It was basically impossible for her to snatch the phone from the man. But the password can't be opened. Shanshan, why did you delete my fingerprint lock and change your password? Shanshan, what's the password? Password, the man said almost in a roar. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, he just wanted to check it one last time. But Shanshan just started crying and refused to tell the password no matter how the man yelled. What a failure! Although the biggest need for two people to be together is trust, they didn't even have the most basic mobile phone password. Looking at the boys, both his fingerprint and facial recognition had the woman's. Well, in that case, let's just be a good person and send the Buddha to the West. Chen Fan shook his head, not wanting to let his compatriots suffer from this kind of green tea bitch again. Friend, let me do it. I can solve it. Chen Fan is proficient in SSS hacking technology, so it is easy for him to crack the password of a mobile phone. He simply studied it for less than a minute and solved it. The woman, who originally thought that Chen Fan was just pretending, panicked when she saw the man's expression. At this moment, the man took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and his expression instantly turned cold. He had a look of heartache on his face, and his chest was heaving up and down. Angina pectoris. Xian. Why are there 4 strange men in your prestige? Also, what on earth were you guys talking about? The man looked at the chat records in disbelief. Of course, these were all the ambiguous chat records between this woman named Xian and other men. These chat rates are unbearable to watch. Finally, the woman panicked, thinking that it was a scam, and after quickly snatching the phone away, she was dumbfounded. It's really solved. It's really solved. Ah. She panicked for a moment, but after a brief panic, she hesitantly explained, These are all my clients. At this point, you still want to quibble, right? The man roared. Everything that was happening was watched by the couples around. They couldn't say anything about it and could only watch quietly. The same went for the shop assistants, who could only stand aside and watch quietly. This was a matter between the couple and they had no right to interfere. No, this is really my client. Xian tried to argue even at the risk of her life. In the end, the man was heartbroken, completely heartbroken. Separat. What did you say? Didn't you say you would never leave me? They are just my best male friends, can't you accept that? The woman maintained a tough attitude from beginning to end, as if she had done nothing wrong at all. When seeing this woman, Chen Fan was reminded of the money-digging bitch Su Shanshan, exactly the same. But he had done what he should do, and as for what the man should do, it had nothing to do with him. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. You little white face, you've ruined me. The woman went crazy and ran directly towards Chen Fan, but was stopped by her boyfriend. Chapter 46. Let's take both. What are you doing? At this point, you still want to do this? I've told you, let's break up. I don't have any feelings for you anymore. The man stopped her. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Why did you do this? It's all because of her. I told you those were my male best friends. Please don't break up with me, okay? I deleted them all. Deleting it, will that solve the problem? Tell me, how many times did you guys open a room? It turned out that the man already knew everything the woman had done. After all, this man may have already been extremely disappointed. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman looked at Chen Fan with endless hatred in her eyes. I didn't, don't you believe me? The woman tried to make excuses, but they were all weak. The man shook his head in utter disappointment. In that case, let's break up. I hope you won't make trouble for no reason. I'm being unreasonable? Am I being unreasonable? I've already said that I didn't check into a hotel with them, and I've also said that as long as you don't break up, I can delete all of them. Is this also being unreasonable? Yes, it's unreasonable to do this. I don't like you anymore. So let it be. A heart that is extremely disappointed naturally cannot be mended, just like a piece of glass. Once it is broken, even if it is repaired, it will be full of cracks. The same is true for feelings. It's all your fault, it's all your fault, you ruined my love, you ruined my love. The woman went crazy again and attacked Chen Fan with her fangs and claws bared. Just when it was about to touch, the sound of a slap was heard. A bloody slap mark appeared on the woman's face. The woman was stunned by the slap, and everyone present was stunned, even Chen Fan was slightly stunned. At first glance, it was not the man who slapped her, but Shenanchi who had gone to pick out watches. At this time, Shenanchi's face was flushed, but her expression was extremely cold. Crazy woman, if you dare to hit him again, I don't mind leaving a slap mark on the other half of your face. Shenanchi said domineeringly. Hearing this, the woman felt as if she were struck by darkness. The man did not waver from beginning to end. As he said, no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with her. The woman shed tears in pain, but the resentment in her heart became stronger with the slap mark. As she spoke, the woman knelt on the ground as if she had a mental breakdown, begging the man for forgiveness. Lin Peng, I really like you, please, I have no relationship with them, it's just a simple love between a man and a woman. I admit that I have slept with all of them, but that was not love, it was just a momentary obsession. I'm tired, I don't want to play anymore, let's get back together, shall we? I'll listen to you in everything from now on, as long as you marry me, I promise not to fool around anymore. The woman finally spoke up. In her opinion, only the man in front of her was really good to her. Other men were just tools. The only one who truly wanted to marry her was the man in front of her. Hearing this, the man's face turned green with anger. What's more, this happened in public, which made him even angrier. Is this a sign of repentance? No, this is finally an admission. But, to no avail. Finally, what was supposed to come finally came. I'm sorry, I told you, there's no way we two can get along. After saying that, the man couldn't stand the loss of face and all kinds of looks, so he finally picked up his bag and left, leaving behind the woman who kept crying. He who commits evil will suffer the consequences. If he had been less arrogant, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. But, if she hadn't experienced all this woman might still not have persisted in her delusion. Chen Fan could be said to have saved this woman a little. After all, this woman looked only 25 years old and should be more sober in the days to come. In the end, the woman didn't go crazy again. She grabbed her bag and walked away in shame. What Chen Fan and the others didn't know was that the woman's anger didn't diminish in the slightest after she left, but instead became even more intense. Even in her eyes, she still has not realized her mistake, and everything she has just done is just to win the man's sympathy and get back together. This kind of woman, no matter where she goes, will treat men as ATM machines, the kind that only withdraw money. Never mind, these things have nothing to do with him. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses from their trance. Perhaps this woman's fate served as a wake-up call for them. Chen Fan, are you okay? Shenanchi shook her hands and asked. Well, it's not a big problem, I just feel a little bit touched. Chen Fan shook his head, your hand must be hurting from that slap just now. Fine. In fact, it was very painful. The woman's face was burning, and naturally Shenanchi's hands were also very painful. Especially those flawless hands and slender arms with fingers that have never been stained by water. It's swollen, Chen Fan said. Well, I'll go buy some medicine later. Shenanchi frowned and said unhappily. Okay, I'll go buy some medicine with you later. Let's not talk about it for now. Come and take a look at the watches. I have selected more than 10 watches for you. See which one you like. As she said that, Shenanchi asked the salesperson who had been standing behind her to put down the watch. The watches come in different colors and shapes, but they make others envious. She protects her boyfriend so well and still has money. She's living off him by relying on her own abilities. After a casual glance, Chen Fan fixed his eyes on the silver arm in the middle. The dial of this arm is blue, and the middle hands are clearly visible, which is a perfect contrast. It is low-key and luxurious, but not without connotation. It is a watch between mature and immature. It feels good. The price is over 500,000, which is acceptable. Watches and sports cars are symbols of a man's status. With or without a watch, a man's temperament changes subtly. Moreover, after wearing a watch, his aura is changed and he can do anything he wants. Of course, these are all inner hints and subtle changes. You like this one too? I like this one too, but I also like this one. Seeing that Chen Fan's watch was exactly the same as the one she liked, she took out a watch from another box. This watch is not much different from the previous one, just the color is different. The price is 50,000 yuan more expensive than the previous one, which is acceptable. Okay, since you like both, let's buy both models together. Chen Fan thought about it and spoke directly. After saying this, everyone present was stunned. Eating white rice, eating like this, so self-righteously? Oh my god, it seems that even this beautiful, rich and white girl didn't say she wanted to buy it together? Damn, this man seems so shameless. Chapter 47 Not a gigolo? Of course, these are all their inner thoughts and they don't say them out loud. They say it's jealousy, but in fact it's envy. Shenanchi's expression changed in an instant, and she nodded, okay, let's go with these two. After saying that, Shenanchi took out her bank card and wanted to pay, but was stopped. Let me pay it. More than 1 million is not a small amount. Chen Fan said with a smile, and then took out a bank card from his arms. The card was pitch black, and for a moment the salesperson didn't know which card to choose. Finally, at Chen Fan's strong request, the salesperson took Chen Fan's card. "Do you want to buy a watch?" Chen Fan asked. No. No. "Sir, your girlfriend likes a watch just now, so I brought it for you." In order to increase his sales, the salesperson worked hard and took out a watch directly from the watch box. After taking out the watch, it was different from Chen Fan's. It was smaller and engraved with snowflakes and diamonds. The combination was perfectly proportional and it looked very comfortable. The designer must have had ulterior motives. I looked at the price again, it was over 700,000. No. It's too expensive, I don't want this. Shenanchi quickly shook her head and refused frantically. She was really afraid that Chen Fan would buy it, but she was wondering in her heart, could it be that chefs have so much money these days? "Okay, buy this one too." Chen Fan nodded. This girl really wanted to thank him. She bought him a watch worth 1 million yuan. The way he held the card just now didn't seem like he was pretending. If I don't take the card, she will be the one to swipe it. Since Shenanchi is so generous, if I don't buy it, wouldn't it be very stingy? Hearing Chen Fan's words, the salesperson jumped with excitement and his heart started beating fast. That's right, the basic guaranteed salary for employees in brand stores is 5,000 yuan, plus miscellaneous sales bonuses. It can basically be around 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. After all, the extra money earned is linked to sales, despite the fact that it is such a large brand store and has so many customers. People who come and go are just buying arms that cost a few tens of thousands of dollars, and the commission they get is just a few points. In addition, there are not many rich people, so basically making 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month is already considered good. This time, the total amount is nearly 1.7 million. The commission alone is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Unlike cheap watches, higher-priced watches come with extra commissions, which is why the salesperson is so happy. Because if you complete this order, you can earn tens of thousands. If you were in this situation, would you be happy? The salesperson next to him was so envious. "Okay, sir, I'll swipe your card right away." The salesperson was busy running around, fearing that he would cause Chen Fan's dissatisfaction. That was very respectful. The salesperson didn't think highly of Chen Fan before, thinking that the one who was really rich was Shenanchi. But she was surprised to find out that the one who was really rich was Chen Fan. Fortunately, she didn't show any displeasure towards Chen Fan. Of course, it doesn't mean that Shenanchi has no money. Shenanchi is also rich. She took out her card to swipe a watch worth 1 million yuan, which shows that her assets are still substantial. After swiping the card, not only the salesperson was confused, but even the customer who had previously thought that Chen Fan was a gigolo was confused. "Mom, it seems that both of them are second-generation rich people?" "Oh my god." Hiss. Fortunately, they did not offend the rich second generation, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After swiping the card, the total consumption was more than 1.7 million. Chen Fan placed the watch next to Shenanchi, who was still confused. "Take it with you," Chen Fan said. Shenanchi was reluctant to move, her pretty face flushed. It was so expensive that she couldn't bear to buy it herself. She didn't know why she bought it from Chen Fan. Of course, it was not to show off. The most basic reason was to thank Chen Fan. But it doesn't matter. She can earn 700,000 or 800,000 or even 1 million yuan a month just by live streaming. It won't be too painful to buy a watch for her. However, she was confused as to why Chen Fan would buy her a watch. Could it be that? When she thought of this, Shenanchi's heart started beating rapidly. "Sir, your girlfriend wants you to put it on her." The salesperson at the side saw that the mood was a little subtle and spoke without authorization. As he said that, Chen Fan smiled bitterly and took out the watch directly from the watch box. No. Shenanchi reacted and wanted to refuse, saying that she could wear it too. But she didn't expect that Chen Fan would really let her wear it. She was at a loss for a moment, and her face turned even redder, like a ripe cherry. Her heart beat faster, and it seemed that even breathing was difficult at this moment, and her head was dizzy. Is this love? Obviously, Shenanchi didn't know that this was the first time she experienced this feeling, but this feeling made her very happy, and she had countless little joys in her heart. When their hands touched, Shenanchi trembled unconsciously. After a few seconds, Shinanchi calmed down after being pressed against the soft strap. I have it on. Chen Fan spoke. In fact, he was somewhat nervous inside because he had never been in a relationship before. Fortunately, Chen Fan was a little thick-skinned, otherwise he would be embarrassed at this moment. In order to ease the embarrassment, Chen Fan took out his favorite watch strap and put it on. Well, it feels very good to get started. It suits her very well, and Chen Fan's temperament improves a lot after he put it on. If I change into the clothes I just bought, my temperament and charm will be even more enhanced. Okay, let's go. Chen Fan subconsciously looked at his watch and found that it was already close to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost time to go home. I spent the whole afternoon strolling around without realizing it. It was quite amazing. Ah. Shinanchi reacted. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to look at Chen Fan. She could only nod. As she spoke, Chen Fan picked up a big bag of things he had bought and prepared to leave. Just as the two were about to leave, the store manager came out. He is a middle-aged man with a strong aura and sharp eyes, which makes him look like a successful businessman. He glanced around and fixed his eyes on Chen Fan. Are you Mr. Chen? The manager asked tentatively. Yeah. Chen Fan looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He had never seen him before. Manager. The salesperson next to him became a little nervous after seeing the manager. The manager nodded, smiled warmly, and said to Chen Fan, Mr. Chen, I am the manager of this Patek Philippe store. My last name is Xiao, and this is my business card. If you come to our store to buy watches in the future, I can give you a 10% discount. Chapter 48, Inspecting Snowskin. If you have anything else, Mr. Chen, you can call the number above. I will do my best to help you. It was just another simple flattery. Chen Fan was already used to it. He took the business card and nodded. Okay, Manager Xiao. If you have nothing else, I'll leave. Okay, Mr. Chen, take care and I wish you a happy life. After saying that, Chen Fan took Shinanchi away. After he left, Manager Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said directly, next time when Mr. Chen comes to the store, you must greet him well. Otherwise, he should leave if he has to. Do you hear me? When everyone heard this, they nodded hurriedly. Everyone understood the general meaning. Even though they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run, right? Brother Chen, then, are you all so rich as chefs? Shinanchi looked at the watch in her hand with joy, and asked Chen Fan tentatively. It seemed beyond her imagination that he could buy something for 1.7 million yuan. How about you give me your bank card later and I'll transfer the money to you? No need for that. Why? Being a chef can't make money? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at her. That's right, getting up early and working late. How long will it take to earn 1.7 million? Although Shinanchi was naive, she was not a blank slate who didn't know anything. Is your house demolished? I heard that you can get a lot of money from the demolition. Now that you've spent the money, won't your family scold you? Shinanchi finally decided to give the money to Chen Fan. After all, 700,000 was not a small amount. At the same time, Shinanchi regretted it so much. If she had known, she would not have accepted anything. No need, maybe I'm a rich second generation. Chen Fan said half-jokingly with a wry smile. Zizizizi, I don't believe you. A rich second generation is also a chef? Shinanchi is not stupid. Which rich second generation is not short of money and is also a chef, and cooks delicious dishes? Ha ha ha, forget it. I'll tell you the truth. My cooking is definitely delicious. I made the money from working as a chef for rich people before, plus some extra money saved. Chen Fan decided not to say it out loud and just made up an excuse to get away with it. Sure enough, Shinanchi believed it. Chen Fan's cooking was so delicious that rich people would definitely like it. Naturally, his salary would be high, and he would naturally make more money. It's still good, at least in Shinanchi's opinion. Okay then, Brother Chen, but I still have to give you the money. I can make money myself, and I'm not short of money. That money was earned by your hard work, and I can't accept your kindness for nothing. Shinanchi spoke in a tough attitude. It's like saying if you don't take my money, you're a bastard. After all, this amount of money is not a small sum. Not everyone is a rich second generation and not everyone spends money like water. Shinanchi understands this. Chen Fan didn't care. He had made about 1 million from stocks before, and he estimated that he had made almost all of it now. As for how much money he spent, most of it was earned, so it wasn't a big deal. Forget it, you can pay me back when I'm short of money. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said. That's it, today's shopping trip is also over. But Shenanchi still wanted Chen Fan to have dinner with her. But Chen Fan refused. I want to go back to school after dinner. Shenanchi muttered unhappily. I don't have time to eat now. I have things to do. Isn't the Dihao restaurant closed? Why do you still have things to do? Shenanchi said curiously, like a curious baby. If it's not the Dihao restaurant, can't I have other things to do? Chen Fan's face was full of black lines. Oh, okay. Then I'll go back to school first. Shenanchi shook her head, looking very unhappy. Before leaving, Chen Fan and Shenanchi exchanged WeChat accounts. This girl is so naive and trusts strangers too easily. After taking a closer look at the things in his hands, Chen Fan counted them carefully. It seemed that no one was taking advantage of anyone. The total value of these scattered sets of clothes alone was hundreds of thousands. It seems that Shenanchi is really not short of money. Never mind, the two of them don't owe each other anything, which is good enough. After all, they have only known each other for less than a day or two. If you really count the time we spent knowing each other, it was only half a day. After Chen Fan watched Shenanchi get into a taxi on the side of the road, he also stopped a car and drove straight to the parking lot of Dihao restaurant. The car is still parked there. After arriving at the parking lot, all kinds of clothes were thrown in. Then Chen Fan planned to go home first and throw all these things at home. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. It's not rush hour now, so the traffic jam is basically just a minor one. It took me about 10 minutes to get home. After returning home, Chen Fan took a look at the running software. After taking a closer look, he was shocked. He hadn't noticed it before, but he noticed it now. He invested a total of over 30 million yuan in stocks, plus the stock recommended by the system. These 40 or so stocks earned him more than 2 million yuan in less than a day. After reading this data, I feel a little scared. It seems that the stock market is really a place where you can get rich overnight. Before, Chen Fan might have been very excited to make 2 million a day, but now it seems a little calmer. At least he has seen the world, right? However, when Chen Fan observed the stock given by the system, he was slightly stunned. The price has increased by about 10% from yesterday to now, and with the support of various news and public opinions, there will be greater room for growth. If it were Chen Fan, he would not dare to invest in this stock. If the system hadn't told him to vote, he definitely wouldn't have voted. And it clearly feels like this stock is being manipulated maliciously. It's a pity that this system is too unwise and doesn't provide any data at all, such as how much the increase was during the period and how many days it lasted. With such data, Chen Fan would not panic even if he threw in 100 million, let alone less investment. Hey, let us add another 5 million. 5 million is not a small amount. He only has 100 million in total now. The initial investment alone is 30 million, and then we will invest another 50 million when the time comes. All that's left is a bare 30 million. Chen Fan has already made up his mind. After this wave is over, he will start to make money by fully utilizing the God-level trader SSS. As mentioned before, the God-level trader's SSS skills are of little use to Chen Fan at the moment. The greatest strength of the God-level trader SSS skills is not in picking reliable stocks, but in being a trader. That's right, it's the trader. Traders can be found everywhere in the stock market, but it is still difficult to do it perfectly. However, for Chen Fan, these problems are not big. As long as he wants, he can do his best. He can also enjoy cutting leaks. Getting rich overnight is naturally not a dream. Chapter 49: The Difficulty of Snowskin. After a brief observation, Chen Fan added another 10 million to the stock recommended by the system. Invest 40 million and keep the remaining 10 million as working capital, that's fine. After finishing the observation, Chen Fan took a shower, changed into a new shirt, and put on his newly bought watch. Zizizi, after changing into a new outfit, Chen Fan's temperament and appearance changed drastically. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. He was already very sunny and handsome before, and he became even more handsome and charming after putting on the new clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Fan is full of confidence. I glanced at my watch. It was about 5:10. It's almost time to set off. The starting point is naturally Snowskin. As he spoke, Chen Fan casually sent the message to Xiao Yueshua, with whom he had never chatted on WeChat. We added each other on WeChat before, but we never chatted. After sending the WeChat message, Chen Fan took the car keys and set off. Halfway through, Xiao Yueshua received the message and replied with an OK. At this time, in Sanxia Plaza, on top of a towering building, Xiao Yueshua, dressed in formal attire, stood in front of the glass window, looking at the scenery below with a calm expression. The company's situation is deteriorating, with tigers in front and wolves behind. 50 million may seem like a small amount, but it can indeed solve all of Snowskin's current difficulties. Because she really was unable to fill the huge gap in the company, even the bank turned her away. To this end, she sold everything, including the house she bought this year, and even sold all her financial assets, and only by scraping together enough money could she breathe a sigh of relief. It can be said that at present, only Chen Fan can save the company, and she must use all means to get Chen Fan to invest. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yueshua directly prepared a large pile of materials from her desk. These materials were all found by her and were all the developments in the past year. There were also many confidential company documents during this period. She did not hesitate to take out everything, which showed how much effort she put into preparing them. She took a deep breath, and her expression changed from calm to cold. She casually picked up a contract and started to deal with it. Her expression was sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxed, and she always maintained the posture of a strong woman. At the same time, Chen Fan drove the Rolls-Royce Dawn and hummed a little tune towards Shuefu Skin. It took half an hour to reach the snowy skin, so we had to move at a very slow pace. After parking the car in the parking lot, Chen Fan came to the huge lobby of the building. It had modern specifications and the whole building was integrated, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. Whether it was the front desk or the customer lounge, there were cosmetics marked with the Snowskin nameplate, which showed that the whole atmosphere was very comfortable. A large company with unique characteristics. "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" The girl at the front desk approached Chen Fan and asked, her tone respectful as always. "Well, I'm looking for your President Xia." Chen Fan thought for a while and said, "President Xia? Oh, do you have an appointment?" The girl at the front desk looked at Chen Fan quietly. "Appointment? No. Nowadays, CEOs are all into making appointments." Chen Fan didn't get angry, but continued, "Can you please give your CEO Xia a call?" After the words fell, the girl at the front desk nodded and said, "Then I'll ask for you." The phone call was made. No one answered. It was very embarrassing, just when the girl at the front desk wanted to tell Chen Fan. The elevator in the hall opened. As the elevator door opened, two women with good figures appeared. They were all wearing work clothes and had a strong aura. The leader was Xiao Yueshua, and behind her was an unknown beautiful woman. It smells a bit strange, it should be an assistant. There was no one else except Xiao Yueshua and her assistant. The scene was a little small, but it was still okay, at least Xiao Yueshua came down to pick her up in person. "Mr. Chen." After seeing Chen Fan, Xiao Yueshua walked straight over and spoke. "Well, Mr. Xia, I'm here." Chen Fan didn't know what to say, but his tone was gentle and not too nervous. When Xiao Yueshua saw Chen Fan, she glanced up and down and nodded secretly. She felt that he had changed a lot after not seeing him for a day. If she hadn't been thinking about him so much, she probably wouldn't have noticed that it was Chen Fan. After all, his temperament had changed a lot before and after. Temperament is a very subtle thing, and it gives people a very unique feeling. "Let's go." After saying that, Xiao Yueshua led Chen Fan to the upper floor by elevator. This huge single-family building is the head office of Snowskin, with 7 floors in total. The floors above are other companies. Overall, the scale is many times larger than those small workshops, and looking at each floor, the employees are always busy. During this period, Xiao Yueshua's assistant Xia Xiao played the role of introducing everything. Xia Xiao introduced everything vigorously, and Chen Fan was also listening. The overall situation of the company looked very good. The three of them reached the 7th floor. Finally, Xia Xiao brought 2 cups of coffee and left, leaving Chen Fan and Xiao Yueshua in the office. The entire office layout is monotonous, but it looks very simple and pleasing. At this time, Chen Fan was also sitting on the leather sofa, sipping coffee, and looking at the scenery outside the window. "Mr. Chen, here is all the information about Snowskin over the past year." Xiao Yueshua carried a large pile of information to the coffee table in front of Chen Fan. Seeing this huge pile of materials, Chen Fan was overwhelmed. This woman was too scary. Why should she do this? How long will it take to finish this huge pile of materials? Fortunately, Chen Fan is not a nonsensical person. In his opinion, he only needs to focus on the prospects and operations of Snowskin. Please ask Mr. Xia to pick out for me the company's profit situation from last year and this year, as well as the company's future plan. Chen Fan said after taking a sip of coffee. After these words were spoken, Xia Yueshue was stunned for a moment. She seemed surprised. In her opinion, Chen Fan was just a rich second generation and should know nothing about these things. She prepared so much information just to give herself confidence. Mr. Xia, are you not ready yet? Chen Fan asked. Mr. Chen, no, I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, Xia Yueshue took out 2 thick books directly from a pile of information. The business plan is separate, and given Xia Yueshue's strong behavior, she also wants to make a separate book for the future direction of the company. This book was written by her all night last night. In just tens of thousands of words, it contains the plan for Zafuzi in the next 5 years. The remaining one is about operations. Simply speaking, starting from this year, Snowskin's profit-making speed is not as fast as last year, but it is still slightly better than that of ordinary companies. Profit is not the ultimate goal. If the entire enterprise wants to grow bigger and stronger, it needs core key people and a core key concept. Chapter 50 Quan Yangan. Based on this, Chen Fan took a quick look at Snowskin's profitability and was quite satisfied. Seeing that Chen Fan was just flipping through the books casually, Xia Yueshue was certain that Chen Fan was just pretending and couldn't understand it at all. But how could Xia Yueshue know that after Chen Fan's genes were enhanced, he gained the ability to read 10 lines at a glance? The human brain is limited, and once it is developed to a certain extent it becomes a genius. Chen Fan obtained genetic enhancement, so naturally he developed his brain to its limit. Although it is not like in the science fiction world where one can easily gain money or the ability to change the world, if Chen Fan wants to learn something, he will definitely be faster than everyone else. It is also completely understandable that learning anything has a talent attribute. Therefore, for these, Chen Fan would show and understand them, and they could be easily understood. In addition, business plans are all visions for the future, so Chen Fan can still understand them easily. After reading the business plan, Chen Fan was moved. In Chen Fan's opinion, Xia Yueshue has quite big ambitions. From the beginning, it was basically in perfect alignment with the business plan. Donghai City was only the first step, and the cosmetics industry was also only the first step. Her ambition was to expand across the country, and the core concept of the industry was completely absent from any of them. It will take time to see the final result, but Chen Fan thinks it's okay. Okay, Mr. Xia, that's it for today. Chen Fan said without thinking. After hearing this, Xia Yueshue's heart tightened. Could he be dissatisfied? Or maybe Chen Fan didn't want to invest in Snowskin at all, but just couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Or maybe Chen Fan had other intentions. Naturally, the fact that Xia Yueshue could think of this meant that this problem basically already existed. Before, a rich second-generation man had planned to get Xia Yueshue under the guise of investment. And this rich second generation is one of the companies that intends to devour Snowskin. Naturally, she was unwilling to do so, and the final result was predictable. Then, Mr. Chen, Xia Yueshue spoke cautiously. Now she has no way out. What should she do if Chen Fan really wants to use other people as threats? Or in other words, what to do? To obey or not to obey? When Xia Yueshue thought of this, her mind became a mess. Could it be that the business she founded with her own hands was really going to be destroyed? When she thought of this, she felt very upset. After the voice fell, Chen Fan did not say anything, but remained calm for about 10 seconds. Don't worry. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xia Yueshue seemed to have expected it. Her tense body relaxed, as if she had really given up, or perhaps she was disappointed. Completely disappointed in myself. But she still wants to fight for it, even if it means paying a certain price. Mr. Chen, are you serious? You're not going to consider it anymore? After Xia Yueshue said this, it seemed as if she had used up her last breath. At this moment, there was a trace of loneliness on her face. Don't be in a hurry. Chen Fan put the coffee on the coffee table and looked towards the only door of the office. He said slowly, I say, you guys outside the door, eavesdropping is not an upright thing. How about coming in and talking? After Chen Fan finished speaking, his expression showed a hint of calmness. Less than 5 minutes after entering the office, there was someone outside. Although he didn't come in, he didn't leave either. It was definitely not Assistant Xia Xiao. Judging from the smell of their previous time together, Xia Xiao was not outside, but a stranger. Xia Yueshue was slightly confused when she heard this. By the time she reacted, the office door opened. A handsome young man walked in from outside the door. He was wearing a stylish yet dignified blue suit and sunglasses. Behind him stood two tall and strong men in black, one black and one white, also wearing sunglasses. They were obviously professional bodyguards. "It's you, Quan Yangan. Who asked you to come in? Get out." When Xia Yueshue saw the person coming in, she quickly felt resistance and immediately spoke in a threatening manner. "Oh, don't be anxious, Mr. Xia. Why does it seem like you hate me?" The young man's name was Quan Yangan. He quickly took off his sunglasses and seemed to be very familiar with the person. He didn't care about Xia Yueshue's angry eyes and sat directly on the other side of the leather sofa, crossing his legs. From beginning to end, Quan Yangan didn't even look at Chen Fan, but kept staring at Xia Yueshue's graceful body. His eyes were open and aboveboard without any hesitation or evasion. It's just disgusting and revolting to watch. Chen Fan naturally knew why Xia Yueshue was so resistant to Quan Yangan. But it seems that Quan Yangan should be a rich second generation, so the relationship can be easily clarified. This should be a suitor who wants to take advantage of the situation. "I have nothing to say to you. I've told you to give up on this idea," Xia Yueshue said mercilessly, turning her head to the other side, not wanting to even look at this man. "Hey, Mr. Xia, haven't you thought about it yet? Is Mr. Xia's company getting worse and worse recently? But I really admire Mr. Xia. Even if the company can't hold on, the employees don't even know about it." "Well done," Quan Yangan said with a sneer. "I said, these things have nothing to do with you. If you don't leave immediately, I will call the police now." Xia Yueshue took a tough attitude and pointed her finger directly outside the door, signaling everyone to get out. Xia Yueshue, don't be ungrateful. My Quan family wants to invest in you because we think highly of you. Investing in you can ensure that Shuefuzi can survive. And you, on the other hand, are completely disdainful of it. What's the matter? Do you want to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit?" At this time, Quan Yangan was also annoyed. In order to get Xia Yueshue, he had already made several trips to Shuefuzi. And she was basically rejected every time she tried to get in. How could a spoiled and arrogant rich second generation like her accept that? Quan Yangan had never been rejected by a woman, but this time he fell into Xia Yueshue's hands. But how could she give up? "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I've said before that I'd rather Snowskin go out of business than let someone like you succeed." It was obvious that Quan Yangan had come more than once, and his ultimate goal was not only to disgust her, but also to do some ulterior motives. Although these activities are indeed too normal in the eyes of some people, Xia Yueshue obviously cannot accept them. Both physically and mentally, as well as in terms of dignity, these are unacceptable. Moreover, why did the bank and several friendly companies turn her down? To be frank, the reason for the rejection must be the threat or obstruction from these bastards. Chapter 51, Don't accept the toast and drink the penalty wine. Okay, Xia Yueshue, I'll give you one more chance. Invest 100 million to get 30% of the shares, and stay with me. This is your last chance, otherwise don't blame me for showing mercy. Quan Yangan shouted sternly, that was arrogance and domineering. Hearing this, Chen Fan wanted to vomit. He invested 100 million to get 30% of the shares, and he really wanted to take over Snowskin. And seeing that Quan Yangan is very ambitious, his real purpose is not to invest in Snowskin. This is just a threshold. When he gets 30% of the shares, his true purpose may be exposed. As Chen Fan thought, after Quan Yangan got 30%, the next step would be to take over the entire Snowskin. As long as you have money, it is easy to get scattered shares from shareholders. If a company allows a certain person or an organization to obtain more than 51% of the shares, even if the remaining shares are not in their hands, the ultimate control of the company will be in the hands of this company or that certain person. This is the simplest basic knowledge. If you want to control the entire company forever, the diluted shares must be in the hands of reliable people. If there is a rebellion, then you are basically finished. It is too normal for such things to happen in a corporate group, and it is also overbearing within reason. Obviously, Xia Yueshue is a smart woman. She will never put the entire company on Quan Yonan's shoulders. At least, she will not put the last hope of Xuefu's life on Quan Yonan's shoulders. If it does not receive investment, Snowskin's capital chain will be completely broken, and it will go bankrupt along with the sale of the company. But if they accept Quan Yonan's investment, they will lose half of their shares and be able to survive for a while. After a period of time, the final problems they will face will still fall on Quan Yangan. This kind of thing is not something that can be dealt with by being cautious. Quan Yangan is a smart man. Although he seems to be slacking off all day long, his actions are not that simple. They are just confusing. The final two results will lead to the destruction of Snowskin. Therefore, Xia Yueshue would never accept Quan Yangan's investment. This is not just a question of dignity, it is just a result and ultimately nothing will change. Mr. Quan, you'd better give up on this idea. Even if I have to watch Snowfuzi go bankrupt, I will not accept your investment. Also, don't have any bad intentions towards me. The end result will only make you regret it. Xia Yueshue said emotionlessly. After hearing this, Quan Yangan was very angry. In Quan Yanan's eyes, Xia Yueshue is a woman who doesn't know what is good for her. Just when he was about to threaten, Chen Fan on the side couldn't bear it anymore. I say, Mr. Quan, right? Since Mr. Xia doesn't accept your investment, you'd better take your people and leave, so as not to embarrass yourself here. Chen Fan spoke directly and calmly. As he spoke, he calmly picked up the cup of coffee at hand and drank it. After hearing these words, Xia Yueshue was stunned, and a trace of panic appeared on her face. Just chase them away, why is Chen Fan still talking? Quan Yangan is an extremely sinister and cunning person. The reason why Xia Yueshue dares to refute and accuse him unscrupulously is because the other party will not easily attack her. But if Chen Fan said so, it might not be the case. Although Chen Fan didn't want to invest, Xia Yueshue still didn't want to drag him into the storm. Damn it, where did you come from, you bastard? Get away from me, you have no right to speak here. Quan Yangan snorted coldly and glared at Chen Fan. Ha, you are really shameless enough. If you don't invest, someone else will. At best, you are just a threat to a woman. Chen Fan said disdainfully. In his opinion, Quan Yangan came here just to threaten him, and all he wanted to do was to get the stocks by various means. This kind of person is nothing short of a despicable villain. Hearing Chen Fan's abuse, Quan Yangan couldn't help it and punched the coffee table directly. His fist collided with the glass, making a loud noise, which scared Xia Yueshue. The two bodyguards behind him were also eager to try, ready to wait for an opportunity to act. Throw this guy out and don't disturb my conversation with President Xia. Naturally, he was talking to the two security guards behind him. Stop. Get out, get out. You are not welcome here, get out now. As she spoke, Xia Yueshue winked at Chen Fan, but Chen Fan seemed to see nothing, which made her very angry. He. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Quan Yangan lightly, and then stood up directly. The two bodyguards pretended to obey their employer and throw him out. I advise you to cooperate. One of the bodyguards spoke in stuttered Chinese. But unexpectedly, Chen Fan not only did not cooperate, but directly attacked with punches and kicks. The next second, before the two bodyguards could react, a kick hit them from behind. With a loud sound of bones breaking, one of the bodyguards flew out and hit the wall, howling loudly. This scene happened so quickly that no one present, including Quan Yangan, could react. The other bodyguard reacted quickly. He took a deep breath and looked at the other bodyguard behind him. His heart was filled with waves of emotion and he was truly shocked. It took a lot of force to kick such a big guy away with just one kick. And it would have been fine if he was just kicked away, but the powerful impact force directly knocked a big skeleton out of the wall, and the black wall could be seen inside. You have to know that the bodyguard is 1 or 2 times bigger than Chen Fan. Damn, you actually know Kung Fu. One of the bodyguards spoke directly in English, clenched his fists and prepared to attack Chen Fan. But he didn't expect to be greeted by another kick. At this moment, the bodyguard felt the pain of life and death. Chen Fan's kick directly dislocated his hand. In less than a few seconds, the bodyguard who was standing straight and superimposing just now disappeared, and instead there were 2 people lying on the ground, one of whom was unconscious. Mr. Quan, is it you who should leave now or me? Chen Fan brushed the dust off his legs and turned to look at Quan Yangan, who was already sweating profusely. You. Quan Yangan stammered, obviously frightened. These 2 bodyguards were specially hired by him who had fought in the battlefields abroad. Although they could not fight 1 against 100, they could definitely fight 1 against 10. But these 2 powerful bodyguards were killed instantly in the hands of the boy in front of him without even making a single round. How could he not be afraid? He was even more afraid that Chen Fan would beat him in the same way. Even the 2 bodyguards couldn't withstand it, so how could he, whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol and meat, withstand it? Chapter 52 Beating the Bodyguard. Brother, don't hit me, don't hit me. Quan Yangon finally couldn't stand Chen Fan's cold eyes and kept begging for mercy. Don't worry, I won't hit you, just go away. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Seeing that Chen Fan was going to let him go, Quan Yangon kept thanking him, then jumped up from his seat and ran outside. Etc. At this time, Chen Fan frowned and spoke. Quan Yangon, who thought he could run away, cried out and turned around. Brother, is there anything else? You're 2 pieces of trash, you can't take them away? By the way, you need to spend money to repair the wall here. Are you so ignorant of the rules? Do you want me to give you a lesson and teach you how to be a good person? Hearing this, Quan Yangon was angry and scared, but he still did not put on airs. Brother, you name the amount, and I will pay it. One price, 100,000. This wall needs to be redecorated, no more, no less. Chen Fan roughly estimated that repairing the wall would only cost a few $100s, and the rest would naturally be compensation. 100,000? Quan Yangon's heart bleeds when he sees Chen Fan asking for 100,000. It's just a broken wall that can be painted by just any worker, but he still wants 100,000. However, no matter how angry he was, he still had to pay the money, and he had to pay it respectfully without any resentment. After all, he was afraid that Chen Fan would find some excuse to hit him and the result would be counterproductive. Finally, after paying the money, Quan Yangon kicked the bodyguard on the ground to wake him up and ran away in shame. After leaving the office, Quan Yangon felt relieved. His face was particularly gloomy. He looked around with gritted teeth. He was unhappy and slapped the bodyguard in the face. Waste, it's a loss. The young master spent so much money to hire you as bodyguards, but you are such a waste. The 2 of them were killed in an instant. Where would he put his face? He came here with great enthusiasm to discuss investment, but ended up coming out in disgrace. Not only was he beaten, but he also didn't get the investment. Won't he be criticized when he returns? Boss, it's not our problem. That young man knows kung fu. Yeah, boss, our bodies are still hurting. The 2 bodyguards spoke very uncomfortably. It was not that they could not fight, it was that Chen Fan was too good at fighting, and his strength was really strong. They could not resist it at all. He was not an opponent of the same level at all. They were killed instantly without even making a move. They did not want that. You're just a kung fu idiot. Quan Yangon was very angry and walked away with a gloomy face. If I stay here any longer, I'll become a laughingstock. Seeing the boss leave, the 2 bodyguards supported each other and disappeared into the elevator. At this time, the 2 of them were sitting opposite each other in the office. Xia Yueshua's beautiful eyes blinked, with endless shock and curiosity in them. Why are you helping me? After just a few seconds, Xia Yueshua spoke in a shocked tone. I help you? I'm not helping you. Chen Fan smiled calmly. Hearing this, Xia Yueshua seemed puzzled. He wants to throw me out, isn't it my responsibility to refute him? Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something and spoke directly. It's my duty. Xia Yueshua nodded vaguely, but the shock in her eyes was still there. Okay, then I still have to thank you for helping me drive them away, otherwise I don't know how long I would be harassed. Xia Yueshua thanked from the bottom of her heart. At least Chen Fan did her a favor. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, she was very grateful. Quan Yangon is a very difficult person to deal with. His family is a powerful one, and there is nothing he can do about it. He could only let him do whatever he wants before, and he could dodge him once or twice, but now he is so arrogant that he comes directly to his door. It can be seen how much Xia Yueshua hates Quan Yangon. It's not really helping you. Let's continue talking about investment. Chen Fan ignored Xia Yueshua's thanks. He also couldn't stand Quan Yangon's arrogance. He just hit him, just like beating a drowning dog. It was that simple. About investment? Xia Yueshua looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. Didn't you say that you don't want to invest? After saying this, Xia Yueshua sighed that she had said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? I didn't say I wouldn't invest. I just said to wait a while because there was someone outside the door. Now that the person has left, it's time to get back to the topic. Chen Fan looked at Xia Yueshue, and their eyes met. Subconsciously, Xia Yueshue was infected by Chen Fan's infectious and calm eyes, so she didn't react at all. Let's stick to the previous plan, investing 150 million yuan and holding 15% of the shares. This was agreed upon before, and there is no objection. Xia Yueshue nodded in agreement. One condition added. Chen Fan said after thinking for a while. What conditions? At this point, Xia Yueshue would agree to something as long as it was not beyond her ability or acceptance. Okay, then I'll tell you. With this 150 million investment, I own 15% of the shares. Logically, I am a shareholder of Snowskin. However, I request that none of my information be made public. Everything must be kept confidential. And all matters of the company will be decided by you. What this means is that once the investment is completed, you can just leave it alone. Whenever the company makes any decision, even the smallest shareholder must be present to make the decision, but Chen Fan wants to avoid this trouble. After all, running around every few days is very unpleasant, and what he wants now is to be a hands-off boss. The meaning of this last sentence is that Chen Fan's decision-making power is handed over to Xia Yueshue. It is easy to understand, no matter what decision Xia Yueshue makes, Chen Fan will unconditionally choose Xia Yueshue's decision. When these words came out, Xia Yueshue was obviously shocked. Because this kind of decision is almost non-existent. Chen Fan is unique. Because shareholders invest in companies because they see potential and want to make money, so every decision may lead to changes in the entire company. In the end, whether the decision is right or wrong will cause a reaction from the company. Therefore, Chen Fan believed in Xia Yueshue unconditionally and blindly. But, it is worth mentioning here. Chen Fan did not blindly believe in Xia Yueshue. If Xia Yueshue was not worthy of Chen Fan's trust, he would not invest. Rather than simply saying that Chen Fan invested in the Snowfoozy company, it would be better to say that he invested in Xia Yueshue as a person. Don't think too much, Chen Fan just thinks Xia Yueshue is a very business-minded person. It has been witnessed before that a company was developed to a market value of 5 billion in just 1 year and that it led hundreds of employees. This is enough to prove Xia Yueshue's talent in business. This is what prompted Chen Fan to believe in Xia Yueshue unconditionally. Are you serious? Xia Yueshue's eyes showed a last bit of hope. The light of hope that was about to be shattered began to revive and burn fiercely in Xia Yueshue's heart. Chapter 53 Becoming a Snowskin Shareholder. This light of hope was so warm that she felt the coming of life. That wouldn't mean I would lie to you. Chen Fan smiled. As he spoke, Chen Fan took the initiative to mention that, as mentioned before, the 150 million yuan investment would be divided into 3 rounds, with 50 million yuan per round. The first round of investment was 50 million, which Chen Fan could easily come up with. But there are only 20 million left, so Chen Fan is not worried whether he can take it out. After all, he hasn't officially started making money yet. When it comes to stocks, it is very easy for Chen Fan to get rich overnight. Even if stocks don't make him money. However, being proficient in hacking and SSS techniques can also allow him to make money in a short period of time. It just requires some special means. Okay. Xia Yueshue agreed happily. Let's sign the contract. Chen Fan subconsciously glanced at his watch and found that it was already 6:30. Hearing that Chen Fan was going to sign a contract, Xia Yueshue finally regained her vitality. The coldness on her face finally disappeared, and she was greeted by an ecstatic smile. As she spoke, Xia Yueshue called Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao came soon and brought a contract. This contract was naturally the contract that Xia Yueshue had prepared earlier. Although I don't know if I can succeed, at least these things have to be fully prepared. From this point of view, Xia Yueshue is a person worth relying on. She can think about everything comprehensively, which is very good. Boss Xia, here comes the contract. Xia Xiao, who was wearing formal clothes and had a good figure, walked in, put down the contract and left. Mr. Chen, take a look at the contract. If you have no objection, please sign your name at the end of the contract. Xia Yueshue said, trying to suppress her joy. Okay. Chen Fan picked up the contract lightly. He wasn't 100% convinced, so Chen Fan still planned to take a look at the contract. After all, there are many traps in the contract, and if you are not careful, you will be crushed to pieces. This is not a joke. In business, there are countless trap contracts and even countless unfair clauses. On the one hand, it is a passive choice and can only accept these silently, but Chen Fan is not like that. Chen Fan makes an active choice, so he has the right to exclude some contracts that are unreasonable to him and strive to give himself the best advantage. After all, Chen Fan is not a philanthropist. Although he trusts Xia Yueshue very much, he will not give her money for nothing. After all, although Xia Yueshue is beautiful and capable, there is nothing else about her that attracts Chen Fan. The function of simply reading 10 lines at a glance was demonstrated at this time, and the contract of more than 10 pages was finished in less than a minute. Mr. Chen, you can take your time to look at it. It's okay if we can't sign the contract today. Xia Yueshue thought for a while and spoke, as if trying to give Chen Fan some sense of security. No, I've already finished reading it. Chen Fan shook his head casually and signed his name at the end. Chen Fan. Xia Yueshue's name is deeply engraved in my mind. After seeing that the contract was completely completed, Xia Yueshue's heart suddenly became clear. If Chen Fan hadn't been there, she would probably jump up and down with excitement. Although she didn't jump up and down at this moment, her chest was heaving with excitement. Mr. Xia, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Please don't let me down. Chen Fan said with a smile. Mr. Chen, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Don't worry, I will not let you down. Xia Yueshue showed her bright white teeth, displaying her greatest charm. When the time comes, just send me your company's public card via WeChat and I'll transfer the money. Chen Fan said after some thought. Okay. Xia Yueshue nodded. By the way, you haven't taken my car for repair yet, so do it as soon as possible. Chen Fan thought about it and prepared to buy a new car when the time comes. Mr. Chen, I have sent someone to check on your car. It will be repaired in the next 2 days. Is it convenient for you? If it is, you can hand over the car to me. Xia Yueshue is not a person who will deny her promises. Naturally, she will try her best to meet all of Chen Fan's needs. Besides, she was the one who scratched the car in the first place, so there is nothing wrong with returning the car to its original owner after repairing it. No problem, it's just that I don't have a car now. Chen Fan said awkwardly. It's okay, Mr. Chen. If you don't mind, I have a relatively shabby car in my garage. Xia Yueshue said with a wry smile. The best car in her garage is a million-level car, but compared to Chen Fan's tens of millions level luxury car, the Rolls-Royce Dawn, it is indeed a bit shabby. Yes, sure. Chen Fan nodded. It was a good idea. Otherwise, he would have to take a taxi back at night. Seeing that Chen Fan nodded without disgust, Xia Yueshue handed her car keys to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, let's have a simple meal at Ningjiang Hotel tonight. This is my personal way of expressing my gratitude to you. Seeing that Chen Fan wanted to leave, Xia Yueshue spoke directly. Whether for public or private reasons, Xia Yueshue really wanted to thank Chen Fan. Chen Fan hesitated for a few seconds and nodded briefly, okay. But I have a request. Don't call me Mr. Chen. It doesn't make me feel comfortable. Just call me Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not arrogant and was very easygoing. Xia Yueshue had always known this and he was just testing him. After the test, Xia Yueshue was in trouble. Then Mr. Chen, please don't call me Mr. Xia. If you don't mind, just call me Xia Yueshue or Yueshue. Xia Yueshue put herself and Chen Fan on the same level, so it was more reasonable to do so. Okay, that's no problem. Finally, the two agreed to meet at Ningjiang Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Chen Fan walked out of Xia Yueshue's office, a reminder that had been delayed for a long time rang in his mind. The mission has been issued. All formalities have been completed for the host. Reward, 100% equity of Ningjiang Hotel. After seeing this reminder, Chen Fan was stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, he reacted. This reward was for a task that I completed when I was shopping with Shenanchi before, but after completion the system still required processing, which has now been completed. After a brief hesitation, Chen Fan was delighted again. The Ningjiang 5-star hotel had a market value of at least tens of billions. My god, Ningjiang Hotel not only represents money, it also represents power. This is different because the clients of Ningjiang Hotel are all powerful people. It looks very cool. Ha ha. Chen Fan secretly rejoiced, then took out his cell phone and found a long string of messages. One was sent from Shenanchi, and the other was sent from Xia Yueshue. Xia Yushua sent Chen Fan a company bank card. Without thinking, he transferred the money directly into it. This card is a black card with no limit on transfers, so the transfer speed is also very fast, and all are of the highest standards. Chapter 54 Reception Hotel. The message Shinanchi sent was to ask Chen Fan to accompany her to the party. Class reunion. This little girl really doesn't consider herself an outsider, and she has to involve herself in things like this. But Chen Fan refused without even thinking about it, as he had to go to Mingjiang Hotel for dinner tonight. Ah, Brother Chen, do you have something to do? Well, I'll go alone then. Shinanchi replied dejectedly. After Chen Fan casually replied to the message, he walked directly to the parking lot, looked around, and then honked the car horn. Found it, it's an Audi. It looks like it was bought not long ago, and the appearance is quite bright and well maintained. After opening the car door, Chen Fan got in immediately and sat in the driver's seat. The whole car exuded bursts of fragrance. It's exactly the same smell as Xia Yushua's. There are also some cute little toys, dolls, and so on in the car. But Chen Fan also noticed that there was a pocket on the passenger seat, which was filled with clothes. I scratched it slightly and saw that the pocket was filled with panties and underwear. Looking at the size of the underwear, Chen Fan swallowed. Me, such a large scale? He hadn't had time to see Xia Yushua's size before, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Oh my god. Just when Chen Fan was about to load these things and throw them on the back seat, the sound of high heels rang out. When he looked over, he saw Xia Yushua, who was in a hurry and panic. Well, Chen Fan, I have something in there. Xia Yushua's face flushed red and she wanted to die. She had just gone to buy some underwear today and forgot to take it with her. She didn't realize it before that and only remembered it when she handed over the keys afterwards. Well, Xia, Mr. Xia, I left it behind for you. I was going to give it to you tonight. Chen Fan pretended to cough and tried his best to remain calm, but his eyes unconsciously looked towards Xia Yushua's upper body. It really is. Only then did Chen Fan truly notice how good Xia Yushua's figure was. Xia Yushua seemed to notice Chen Fan's eyes, and her face turned even redder, as red as a ripe peach, juicy and bright. Okay, then I'll take it first. Mr. Chen, take care. Xia Yushua spoke hesitantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. She opened the back door of the car, took out her clothes, then turned and left. Her blush had spread to her ears. It took Chen Fan about a minute to recover after Xia Yushua left. Could it be that Xia Yushua has never had a boyfriend? The vivid scene just now appeared in Chen Fan's mind. That kind of shyness could not be faked at all. The only possibility was that Xia Yushua had never been exposed to these things before. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. Chen Fan pulled his thoughts back and fastened his seatbelt. I have to say that the price of the car really determines everything. The seats of this million-level Audi are much better than other cars, but compared with my own car, the difference is too big. Never mind, just make do with it. Having said that, Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. There is nothing to do at the moment, so there is no need to panic. There's still a time to eat. Chen Fan simply drove the car towards the national highway. On a summer night, it is not completely dark at 7 o'clock, but there is a breeze when running by the river. Although there is some residual heat from summer in the air, it is still very cool overall. With both car windows opened, Chen Fan drove on the road with the speed increasing continuously. He also felt the refreshing breeze. The stress was completely relieved, and I enjoyed the river view and the sunset in the sky, truly relaxing my mind. Sure enough, having money can really solve 99% of the troubles, but the last 1% requires more money. Compared to before, Chen Fan didn't know how many times more relaxed he felt. It's just that 100 million was consumed in a short time. If you don't find a way to make money, it will be spent sooner or later. But, this system really understands him. Look, Mingjiang Hotel has delivered it. If we really sell it, we will get at least tens of billions, which can solve the current funding problem. But Chen Fan had no intention of selling Mingjiang Hotel. The Mingjiang Hotel, which is worth more than 1 billion yuan, can probably make a profit of tens of millions a year. Hey, the system also wants him to be a salted fish. Just when he was having a great time driving, a strange phone call came in. Chen Fan thought about it and took it. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected, and a more reasonable middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Fan? Yes, I am. Hello, I am Rong Hongfei, the former president of Mingjiang Hotel. When are you free to come and sign the contract? Rong Hongfei said respectfully. Well, okay, I'll come now. Chen Fan glanced at the time. It was almost time, so he could go. It seems that the system has not been completed for him. Never mind, he can still connect with it while signing the contract. Now is the right time. You can eat directly after signing the contract. Speaking of which, I feel a little secretly happy and excited. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Chen Fan hummed casually and hung up the phone. At this time, there is an office on the top floor of Mingjiang Hotel. A middle-aged man hung up the phone and sighed slightly. Boss Rong, have you really sold all the shares of Mingjiang Hotel? Said an older middle-aged man who looked like a butler. Yes, we have to sell it. Business is bad this year, and other industries are facing collapse. Now that a buyer has finally found us, we have no choice but to sell it. Rong Hongfei shook his head. The new boss will come later. You have to show your performance. I believe he won't replace everyone. A new hotel owner would not be foolish enough to replace all the employees. Okay. The older butler sighed slightly. Come with me later, and we'll set up a drinking party. I want to see who is the person who bought the Mingjiang Hotel in full without asking any questions. Rong Hongfei said after thinking hard. The Mingjiang Hotel is priced at only 1.5 billion yuan, and not many people have the courage to buy it if the full amount is paid. Even if the big families in the entire Donghai city wanted to buy it all at once, it would be difficult. Therefore, Rong Hongfei was very interested in this buyer. But he could guess that the other party was not very old. After all, he was not deaf. He had answered the phone before, and from the sound of the voice, he should not be middle-aged like him. But if it is a young person, then this matter is more horrifying. Even a fool would know that it must be someone from a big family. In fact, many family heirs will come out to gain some experience when they inherit a huge family business. But this is not the point. The point is that if he can get close to her, the benefits in the future will be immeasurable. Chapter 55 Resigning. Chen Fan drove the Audi and arrived downstairs of Mingjiang Hotel 10 minutes later. After parking the car, Chen Fan looked up slightly at a 15-story building, his eyes revealing surprise and, of course, joy. Indeed, he had somewhat unexpectedly expected that the Mingjiang Hotel was larger than he had imagined. The 15-story Mingjiang Hotel is magnificent and majestic. One can tell at a glance that it is of high quality. At the same time, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were already waiting for Chen Fan's arrival at the hotel gate. The two had already seen Chen Fan, but they saw that Chen Fan was driving an Audi, and most importantly, he was too young, only about 25 years old. Subconsciously, the two men did not associate Chen Fan with the new owner of Mingjiang Hotel. Until Chen Fan walked towards them and took the initiative to speak. You are the hotel staff, I am here to see Rong Hongfei. You are. Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were all surprised and shocked, and they were even a little overwhelmed to react. After being stunned for a moment, Rong Hongfei finally spoke. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? Chen Fan nodded. Rong Hongfei immediately showed a somewhat timid look. He stretched out his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Chen. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I am the president of Mingjiang Hotel, Rong Hongfei. Indeed, although he was mentally prepared that Chen Fan would not be too old, he still couldn't help being surprised when he saw how young Chen Fan was. Such a young man has the ability to buy Mingjiang Hotel for 1.5 billion. No one would believe that he is not a disciple from a big family who has come out to gain experience. As if out of instinct, Rong Hongfei regarded Chen Fan as a descendant of a large family. Of course, Chen Fan had no idea what Rong Hongfei was thinking. Now that he had come here, he had a very good first impression of Mingjiang Hotel, and he also had a good impression of Rong Hongfei. He already had an idea in mind. Mr. Chen, I have prepared a banquet, Rong Hongfei said respectfully, let's eat and chat at the same time. Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper brought Chen Fan into the hotel. Chen Fan took a look and felt even more satisfied. The layout here can be summarized in a few simple words. Low-key luxury with connotation. After Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper took Chen Fan into the elevator, the front desk clerks couldn't help but whisper to each other. Is that the new owner of Mingjiang Hotel? He looks so young. Not only is he young, he's also handsome. Such a young, handsome, and rich young man, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Even the front desk clerks couldn't help but become infatuated with her. Entering the banquet, Rong Hongfei, the butler, and Chen Fan took their seats. Glancing at the prepared meals, Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. The appearance and taste of these dishes were very good. Of course, if you compare it with the dishes he cooks, the difference is huge. Mr. Chen, take a look at the contract. If you have no comments or questions, you can sign it. Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at Chen Fan nervously. The two of them were naturally worried that Chen Fan would make his first move after taking office and overhaul the entire Mingjiang Hotel inside and out. But then, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. After reading it, Chen Fan nodded, I don't have any opinions or questions. Just sign your name. Seeing that Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were surprised, Chen Fan added, don't worry, I've checked and everything about Mingjiang Hotel is pretty good. Everything remains the same. We will discuss some subsequent development plans in detail and make a one-year plan. Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at each other in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with a hint of appreciation. Originally, the two of them would naturally think that Chen Fan just took a sum of money to buy a hotel for fun, but they didn't expect that he would think of the development plan. The two nodded secretly in their hearts. The entire Mingjiang Hotel is ready to accept Mr. Chen's orders at any time. Rong Hongfei said with a respectful look on his face. Dad. At this moment, an anxious voice with a hint of complaint sounded, accompanied by a fresh fragrance, and a graceful figure strode in. Resigning, why are you back? When did you come back? Rong Hongfei looked at the pretty figure with an excited and happy expression on his face. Chen Fan looked over, and for a moment, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Obviously, this is Rong Hongfei's daughter, Rong Resigning. She is tall, at least 1.72 meters, with a slim and graceful figure. Bright eyes, white teeth, and smooth skin. His eyes are bright and lively, and you can tell at a glance that he is very intelligent. Dad, why did you sell Mingjiang Hotel? Rong Resigning was furious. Mingjiang Hotel is all your hard work. How could you sell it? Rong Hongfei sighed and said, Daughter, business has been bad recently. We have been losing money for a year. If we don't sell it, Mingjiang Hotel will declare bankruptcy. Even if you go bankrupt, you can't sell it, Rong Resigning pointed at Chen Fan, and you're selling it to a rich second generation like him. He relies on his family's wealth and spends a lot of money to buy a hotel for fun. How can such a person understand what Mingjiang Hotel means to you, Dad, to me, and even to the entire Mingjiang Hotel staff? Chen Fan was speechless. When did I become a rich second generation? Are you still relying on your family's wealth to buy a big hotel for fun? Ms. Rong. Chen Fan's face immediately darkened, and he said to Rong Resigning, I think you misunderstood me. First of all, I'm not a rich second generation. Secondly, I won't buy a hotel for fun. Resigning, Rong Hongfei's face darkened, Mr. Chen is not the kind of person you say he is. Mr. Chen was able to acquire Mingjiang Hotel, so he must have had his own plans in mind. Yes, Resigning. The housekeeper couldn't help but say, also, young Master Chen has no intention of replacing any employee in Mingjiang Hotel. Just from this point of view, it is rare. You are not a rich second generation? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Rong Resigning said coldly to Chen Fan. You are no more than 25 years old. If your family is not rich, where did you get 1.5 billion to buy Mingjiang Hotel? You bought Mingjiang Hotel just to have fun. As for the life and death of Mingjiang Hotel and its future development, how could you care? I know people like you very well. Resigning, the more you speak, the more rude you become, and the more you go too far. Rong Hongfei couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face. Chapter 56 God-Level Hotel Management Ability. Rong Resigning said stubbornly, Dad, what did I say wrong? He looks like a dandy kid from a big family. How could he possibly understand our feelings towards Mingjiang Hotel? I was not being rude, and what I said was not excessive at all. If Mingjiang Hotel falls into the hands of such a person, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Resigning, you. Rong Hongfei was so angry that his face turned red, and he couldn't help but raise his hand, as if he was going to hit his own daughter. Dad, are you going to hit me because a stranger hit me? Rong Resining's beautiful eyes widened and a layer of tears quickly emerged in them. At this moment, her hatred for Chen Fan naturally became stronger. Rong Hongfei had never treated her like this before. This was the first time in his life, absolutely the first time in his life. All this is because of Chen Fan. I won't let you go. Rong Resining's eyes turned to Chen Fan, and she looked at him with gritted teeth. You don't understand hotel management at all. Even if you have already bought the Mingjiang Hotel, so what? I won't let you get involved in any of the management of the Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. It was the voice of the system. Ding, the host is being questioned. Please choose A. Take the initiative to admit to Resigning that he does not have the ability to manage the hotel. Reward, admitting defeat when faced with rapid questioning by the other party, quickly admit defeat to avoid greater questioning and harm. B. Choose silence, and you will be rewarded with the silence as gold skill. When someone questions you, choose silence, which will change their attitude and make them more friendly. C. Bet with Resigning, saying that he is capable of managing a hotel well, and that he can make Mingjiang Hotel profitable within a month. Reward, God-level hotel management ability. Host, please make a choice as soon as possible. God-level hotel management ability? The system's voice sounded, making Chen Fan involuntarily overjoyed. He naturally made a choice immediately. Needless to say, of course I'd choose C. Hey, dandy boy, why are you silent? Resigning saw that Chen Fan was silent and continued to speak coldly. Don't think that I will compromise if you don't say anything, dandy boy. Let me tell you, even if you acquire Mingjiang Hotel, I will still intervene in the management of the entire Mingjiang Hotel. As for what hotel management is, you simply cannot understand it, huh? At the end, Resigning looked at Chen Fan with contempt. Why don't I understand hotel management? Chen Fan said, otherwise, why would I acquire Mingjiang Hotel? You can also say that I understand hotel management better than anyone else. How about this, let's make a bet. You know the current situation of Mingjiang Hotel. It has been losing money continuously. I will make Mingjiang Hotel profitable within a month. What? In 1 month, Mingjiang Hotel can make a profit? Upon hearing this, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper looked at each other involuntarily, and they could see a hint of doubt and surprise in each other's eyes. Naturally, no one knew the current situation of the hotel better than the two of them. The hotel's operating situation has indeed reached a very serious level. Not to mention just 1 month, it would be a miracle if the hotel could make a profit within a year. Ha ha. Resigning sneered and didn't believe Chen Fan's words at all. Let alone 1 month, even if I give you 1 or 2 years, you can't make the hotel profitable. On the contrary, within 1 month, you can make the hotel completely bankrupt. I believe you can do it. Chen Fan said, why, you don't dare to bet with me? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I can really make the hotel profitable in a month? Let's put it this way, if I can't make the hotel profitable in a month, then I will no longer ask about anything in the hotel, and all matters of the hotel will be decided by you, Miss Rong. Is it true? Resigning was a little unconvinced. Chen Fan looked at Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper and said, with 2 of you here as witnesses, are you still worried that I will cheat? Okay, but I have a condition. You have to agree to it first before I can make a bet with you. Otherwise, I will never bet with you. Resigning seemed to have thought of some key issue. Chen Fan nodded, just tell me. Resigning said, it's very simple. You can't let the hotel go bankrupt within a month. Chen Fan nodded, of course there is no problem with this. I promise you. The host has completed the mission and won the bet with Resigning. The reward is being distributed. Rewards have been distributed. As the system's voice fell, Chen Fan felt that a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind, all of which were about hotel management. I didn't expect that hotel management involves so much knowledge and requires so much knowledge. After learning all the knowledge about hotel management, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel that his horizons had been broadened. Humph. At this time, a cold snort came from Resigning's mouth. Since you dare to make this bet with me, I believe you are good at hotel management. Now I will test you. Of course, before I test you, let me tell you something. Resigning showed a rather proud look. I am a student at Harvard University, a top international university, and my major is hotel management, so I have knowledge about hotel management. You can't get away with it in front of me, you know? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. With the God-level hotel management ability rewarded by the system, let alone you, a mere Harvard graduate, even the experts and professors of Harvard University are not good enough in front of me. The so-called hotel management. Naturally, Chen Fan spoke up immediately and talked freely. As Chen Fan spoke, Resigning's face became more surprised and shocked. After Chen Fan had been talking for half an hour, Rong Xining's mouth opened involuntarily, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at Chen Fan. After listening to Chen Fan's long speech on hotel management, Rong Xining could clearly tell that she had heard this knowledge from her professor when she was at Harvard University. Not only that, but now that this knowledge comes out of Chen Fan's mouth, it is even more vivid and easy to understand. When I was in school, even if there were things I didn't understand, now they suddenly became clear to me. Chapter 57, A Decided Thing. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Rong Xining subconsciously couldn't believe it. How could he know more than me? How could his understanding of hotel management issues be more thorough and profound than mine? You know, I'm a student at Harvard University. At this moment, Rong Xining was completely shocked. Naturally, her eyes were filled with suspicion as she looked at Chen Fan. However, she also knew that no matter how much she doubted it, it was a foregone conclusion that Chen Fan did understand hotel management. At the same time, one can imagine how surprised and shocked Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper were. From originally thinking that Chen Fan was too young to be the new owner of the hotel, to suspecting that Chen Fan just bought a hotel for fun, but what is the truth? Chen Fan is obviously an expert in hotel management. Naturally, judging from Rong Xining's reaction, this point can be seen very clearly. Naturally, Rong Hongfei couldn't help but burst into joy and laughed. I didn't expect that young Master Chen has such strong hotel management skills. It seems that Mingjiang Hotel has fallen into young Master Chen's hands, and it can be regarded as meeting a noble person. I have more confidence in the future development of Mingjiang Hotel. The housekeeper nodded and said, yes, it seems that young Master Chen may be able to make Mingjiang Hotel profitable within a month. Xining, now you should be convinced, right? Rong Hongfei looked at Rong Xining. I told you that Master Chen is not the kind of person you say he is. He is not a playboy. I think you should learn from Master Chen in the future. Humph. Rong Xining said stubbornly, what's the point of just talking? It's not certain whether the hotel can make a profit in a month. Chen Fan naturally looked full of confidence, then we'll just wait and see. Then Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and said to Rong Xining, don't you also want to participate in the management of the hotel? So, come up with a plan as soon as possible and give it to me tomorrow. Is there any problem? If there is any problem, I can give you 3 days. Of course, Chen Fan's last sentence was naturally meant to provoke Rong Xining. Rong Xining sneered, Mr. Chen, right? Why don't you ask around? I'm one of the best graduates from Harvard University in the past decade. It's just a matter of coming up with a plan. It's a piece of cake for me. I can hand it over to you tomorrow morning. Very good. I'll wait for you then. Chen Fan nodded. Let Rong Xining go back to prepare her own plan. Chen Fan also assured Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper that he would not transfer or fire any of the current managers or even staff in the hotel. After leaving Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan returned home and looked at the stocks he held, which had risen sharply again. In just a few hours, he made several $1 million. The stocks recommended by the system are really great. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Yueshue called and said that she had booked a seat in the best private room of Mingjiang Hotel and asked Chen Fan to come over. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Indeed, if Xia Yueshue knew that he was the new president of Mingjiang Hotel, no one would know how interesting the expression on her face would be. When Chen Fan drove to the downstairs of Mingjiang Hotel again, he saw a beautiful figure waiting for him downstairs. Tonight, Xia Yueshue had obviously gone through a careful and professional makeup and dressing up, and she looked even more radiant and charming than when she was seen during the day. Mr. Chen, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have already asked the chef of Mingjiang Hotel to prepare the best signature dishes here. Xia Yueshue smiled sweetly at Chen Fan, which made her look even more beautiful and charming. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Seeing Chen Fan's reaction, Xia Yueshue's pretty face blushed slightly as if subconsciously. Chen Fan couldn't help but become even more distracted, blurting out, she is indeed one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City. She is really beautiful. Xia Yueshue smiled sweetly, Mr. Chen, you are joking. This is all caused by outsiders. I am ashamed of myself and do not deserve the title of one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City. As they were talking, they entered the elevator. Finally, Xia Yueshue took Chen Fan into the number 1 box. After entering the box and taking a look, Chen Fan couldn't help but nodded with a look of satisfaction on his face. Although the area here is not small, the dining table is only big enough for 4 or 5 people to sit on, and the rest are some luxurious yet elegant furnishings, with a piano in the middle. Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan sat down, and the dishes came up quickly. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Unconsciously, Xia Yueshue didn't know what was happening to her, and suddenly, a special feeling arose in her heart towards Chen Fan. Xia Yueshue was shocked. She once swore that she would not consider falling in love before she was 30 years old. She would put all her time and energy into her career. Mr. Xia, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Seeing that Xia Yueshue's face suddenly looked a little abnormal, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Xia Yueshue took a sip of juice and tried to hide her embarrassment and awkwardness. Yueshue, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this moment, a young and magnetic voice sounded, and a young and handsome figure walked in. Fei Wanli. The moment Xia Yueshue saw this figure appear, she frowned slightly as if subconsciously. Indeed, the person who appeared now, Fei Wanli, was Xia Yueshue's former college classmate. When I was in college, I pursued her relentlessly and never gave up. Fei Wanli is also a celebrity on the university campus. He is known as the school's male god. He is both talented and handsome, and is proficient in almost everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I don't know how many girls have a crush on him. But unfortunately, Fei Wanli looked down on no one. In his eyes, it seemed that there was only one person from beginning to end. Summer Snow. When Fei Wanli heard that Xia Yueshue had actually made a date with a boy for dinner for the first time, he immediately became alert and followed her. At this time, Xia Yueshue couldn't help but ask, "Why is it you?" What a coincidence. Fei Wanli remained calm and nodded, "Yes, what a coincidence, I happened to be having dinner here with a few friends. When I passed by, I seemed to hear your voice. I didn't expect that when I came in, it was really you." Chapter 58 Provocation. Hey! Xia Yueshue, it's rare for you to eat here alone with a boy. There was a person following Fei Wanli, who suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. Xia Yueshue was not unfamiliar with this man. She was a classmate of his, but he always followed Fei Wanli around like a dog. Du glanced at Chen Fan, then said to Xia Yueshue, "Who is this boy? How could he have dinner with you alone? Could he be your boyfriend?" Xia Yueshue quickly said, "Don't get me wrong, this is my business partner, not the kind of relationship you think." Seeing Xia Yueshue quickly clear herself from the matter, Fei Wanli naturally felt relieved and quickly winked at Du beside him. The two seemed to have developed a tacit understanding a long time ago. Du said, "Xia Yueshue, we are all classmates. It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't we catch up now?" After saying that, Du didn't wait for Xia Yueshue to speak. He simply pulled over a chair and sat down. He glanced at the various dishes on the table, praised them for being delicious, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and started eating without any hesitation. "Yueshue, don't be surprised. You know Du's personality and temper very well. He is just that kind of person." Fei Wanli glanced at Du with a look of disgust, then quickly said to Xia Yueshue. Xia Yueshue seemed somewhat helpless and could only say, "It's okay, we are all classmates." Then Xia Yueshue looked at Chen Fan and asked with a somewhat apologetic look on her face, "Mr. Chen, these two are my classmates. Do you mind if they sit together?" Chen Fan shook his head slightly. "Since we are all classmates, then we are also friends, why would I care?" Naturally, Chen Fan could see that these two people were clearly worried that Xia Yueshue would suffer if she had dinner with him alone. They were also clearly suspicious of the relationship between him and Xia Yueshue. Of course, Chen Fan could naturally see it from the look Fei Wanli gave Xia Yueshue when he appeared. The other party must be Xia Yueshue's suitor. Chen Fan didn't find it strange at all. Xia Yueshue is outstanding in both talent and appearance. As one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City, it is impossible for her to have no suitors. At this time, Fei Wanli naturally sat down as well, sitting next to Xia Yueshue. "Hey, my friend, are you full? If you are, leave now," Du said to Chen Fan coldly. "Please be sensible and don't disturb our class gathering." Fei Wanli's face darkened. What are you talking about? This friend is obviously also Xia Yueshue's friend, so he is also our friend. At this point, Fei Wanli showed a friendly look and asked Chen Fan, "My name is Fei Wanli, what's your name?" "Chen Fan." Chen Fan replied calmly. "Chen Fan?" Du spoke again, mockingly. "It seems that from this name, we can tell that you are just an ordinary person, not even as good as a finger of my brother Wanli." Fei Wanli smiled and said, Chen Fan, don't mind. Do you is just like that? So, let me introduce myself. I was the idol of many girls in college. Oh, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel like laughing after hearing this, and responded calmly. At this time, Fei Wanli glanced at the piano and said, I have many talents, and playing the piano is one of them. I wonder if brother Chen Fan can play the piano. Yue likes listening to piano music the most. No. Chen Fan was indeed about to blurt out these two words. But suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding, the host is being provoked. Please choose A. Actively admit that you can't play the piano, and you will be rewarded with a lucky escape symbol when facing an opponent with stronger abilities than yourself. Leave immediately to avoid embarrassment. B. Do not respond. Pretend not to hear Fei Wanli's words. Reward turtle shrinking skill when facing provocation. Choose to retreat to reduce the chance of making a fool of yourself. C. Accept Fei Wanli's challenge and be rewarded with a god-level pianist. Faced with such a choice, is there anything more to think about? The answer is obvious. Select C. At this time, Chen Fan naturally spoke to Fei Wanli and said, What a coincidence, I also learned piano. Then he asked Xia Yueshue, Boss Xia, if you really like listening to piano music, I would be happy to play a song for you. Xia Yueshue could naturally see that Fei Wanli was clearly deliberately provoking Chen Fan. Naturally, she was very clear about Fei Wanli's various abilities. Although she would not agree to Fei Wanli's pursuit and develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him, she was still impressed by Fei Wanli's various talents and abilities. Especially the piano. As far as she knew, Fei Wanli's piano skills had reached level 10. Once at a school party, Fei Wanli captured the hearts of countless girls with a piano piece. Back then, because of a piano piece, she almost fell in love with Fei Wanli. Yueshue, Fei Wanli looked at Xia Yueshue and said, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes subconsciously. I remember that year, I played a piano piece at a party. I asked you at that time, and you said you liked it very much. What do you think of me playing that piano piece again? Xia Yueshue nodded, okay. Brother Chen Fan, do you mind if I play a song first and then you play? Fei Wanli said to Chen Fan. Although he concealed it very well, Chen Fan could still see at a glance the provocation in Fei Wanli's eyes, as well as the contempt and disdain for him. Of course, no problem. Chen Fan nodded and agreed without thinking too much. Even if it was not for anything else, just the reward from the system would make him very tempted. Sure enough, as Chen Fan accepted Fei Wanli's provocation, the system's voice sounded. The host accepts Fei Wanli's challenge, completes the task, and is rewarded with a god-level pianist. Ha ha! Chen Fan was so happy that he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Fan, do you know that Brother Wanli's piano skills have reached level 10? Do you suddenly spoke up and said, in front of Brother Wanli's piano skills, you are just a primary school student. Just wait for you to make a fool of yourself, ha! A mocking sneer came out of Duyu's mouth. If I were you, I would run away as soon as possible, otherwise I would be so ashamed after hearing the piano music played by Brother Wanli that I would want to slap myself a few times. Chapter 59 Playing the Piano. Chen Fan looked indifferent. Really? Is it really that powerful? Then I'd like to see it for myself. Ha, it seems that you really intend to challenge Brother Wanli's piano. Do you couldn't help but sneer, okay, I'll open your eyes in a while. Then, I'll see how ashamed you are and how you want to find a crack to crawl into. Only a man with both talent and beauty like Brother Wanli can be worthy of Xia Yueshue. As for you, you are just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Chen Fan stopped talking, too lazy to pay attention to the noisy Duyu. At this time, Fei Wanli had left his seat and walked towards the piano in the box. Walking to the side of the piano, Fei Wanli looked completely different, becoming extremely charming. Then, he slowly sat down and placed his hands on the piano. The first note sounded. Immediately afterwards, a series of notes continued to sound under the playing of Fei Wanli's 10 fingers. Chen Fan nodded and said to himself, it seems that he is indeed quite capable, worthy of being a level 10 warrior. Chen Fan is now a god-level pianist. He can naturally tell at a glance how well Fei Wanli plays the piano. Fei Wanli is indeed capable. Of course, compared with him, Fei Wanli can't even catch up with him now. The sound of piano playing spread outside, startling many waiters coming and going outside. Ha! Who's playing the piano in there? It sounds so beautiful. Let's go and take a look. For a moment, as the sound of the piano continued to ring out and spread outside, many people seemed to come in involuntarily. As soon as many people came in, Their eyes immediately fell on Fei Wanli. Subconsciously, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, who is this person? He plays the piano so well. Not only that, this guy is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Many waiters who came in upon hearing the noise subconsciously revealed an infatuated look, and looked a little dazed as they looked at Fei Wanli, who was concentrating on playing the piano. I know this guy, a waiter said. His name is Fei Wanli. He is a famous young talent in Donghai City, but he has someone he likes in his heart, that beautiful lady, Xia Yueshue. Why? Involuntarily, a sigh was heard. Of course, Fei Wanli seemed to be completely unaware of everything around him, and all his attention was focused on playing the piano. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and as the last note sounded, Fei Wanli finally finished playing the piano piece. There was complete silence all around. Fei Wanli turned around and looked over, pretending to ignore everyone else, and only looked at Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan. Seeing that Xia Yueshue was really moved by what she had said, Fei Wanli felt inexplicably happy and excited, as if Xia Yueshue had become his woman. Of course, Chen Fan also saw Fei Wanli's gaze, and it was obvious that the other party was saying, "See it, boy. This is the piano piece I played. Do you have the ability to play it?" At this time, Fei Wanli stood up and bowed slightly to everyone around him, indicating that the piano piece had been finished. Pa pa pa. It was not until this time that a thunderous applause rang out. The applause lasted for several minutes before it stopped. Then a burst of exclamations followed. Wow, that's amazing. The piano was played so well. That's right. I've never heard such a good piano in my life. It's amazing. Xia Yueshue, if I were you, I would definitely marry a man like Fei Wanli. I don't know which waiter suddenly spoke, and immediately caused a burst of booing. Marry him, marry him. Xia Yueshue was speechless for a while, and her face was filled with embarrassment involuntarily. Seeing this, Fei Wanli stopped the crowd from making a fuss in time. Brother Chen Fan, it's your turn. Fei Wanli said to Chen Fan, his tone clearly revealing provocation. Chen Fan, right? Do you said with a sneer to Chen Fan, you have also heard Brother Wanli's piano music? You should be aware of the gap between you and Brother Wanli. If I were you, I would run as far away as possible to avoid making a fool of myself. Chen Fan said calmly, I have to say that Fei Wanli plays the piano really well. Do you sneered? You don't even need to tell me that? What are you still doing here? Why don't you leave now? Chen Fan continued, but that's all. I can play piano music like that, and I play it much better than him. What? It can be seen that such words coming out of Chen Fan's mouth would cause such a huge storm. Even Xia Yueshue's eyes, as she looked towards Chen Fan, could not help but change slightly. She frowned slightly and said to herself, he is too good at bragging. Ha ha. Do you laughed loudly and said, you are almost making me laugh to death? I have seen arrogant people before, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. Let me tell you, even some well-known pianists will feel inferior after listening to Brother Wanli's piano performance. Who do you think you are? Have you ever learned piano? I am afraid you have never even touched a piano. Ha, you are just bragging here. Please. Fei Wanli no longer concealed the contempt in his eyes. Since Brother Chen Fan said so, I must also see it. Of course, he wished Chen Fan would make a fool of himself immediately. Although, Xia Yueshue said that she and Chen Fan were only business partners. However, how could Fei Wanli not know that, regardless of whether they were business partners or not, Xia Yueshue had never invited any member of the opposite sex to dinner, let alone someone of the same age as Xia Yueshue like Chen Fan. As if out of instinct, Fei Wanli had already regarded Chen Fan as his love rival. Naturally, Fei Wanli would be very happy to see his love rival making a fool of himself in front of Xia Yueshue. Chen Fan left his seat and went to the piano. Chen Fan sat down casually. Seeing this, Diu sneered and said coldly, it doesn't look like he can play the piano. He is still pretending. Then Diu said to Xia Yueshue, no matter what business this guy is talking to you about, I am sure that this guy is not a good person. Don't cooperate with him. In fact, Brother Wanli has always been your best choice. Chapter 60. This song should only exist in heaven. Xia Yueshue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with Chen Fan. Indeed, as far as she knew, Fei Wanli was the best young piano player she had ever seen. Even some well-known piano masters could not compare to him. Naturally, she subconsciously thought that there was no way Chen Fan's piano playing could compare to Fei Wanli's. If Chen Fan could admit that he was not as good as Fei Wanli, Xiao Yueshua would naturally think that it was nothing, because in her opinion, this was a very normal thing. Just as Xiao Yueshua was thinking this, Chen Fan started playing the piano. The moment the first note fell, Xiao Yueshua was stunned and her body seemed to stiffen involuntarily. She looked as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She just stared at Chen Fan with her eyes wide open, looking dazed due to extreme shock. At the same time, the reactions of everyone else were similar to Xiao Yueshua's. Of course, except for one person. Not Wanli. At this moment, although he looked extremely shocked and surprised, his expression was not exaggerated to the point of losing consciousness. However, a storm seemed to have arisen in his heart involuntarily. What the hell, this kid can actually play the piano? It looks like he plays even better than us, this is impossible. Fei Wanli subconsciously denied such a thing in his heart. In the entire Donghai city, no one else can play the piano better than him. He couldn't accept this. At this time, notes continued to be transmitted as Chen Fan's hands pressed on the keys. Every note that sounded seemed to carry extremely powerful magic, attracting everyone's attention. As the sound of the piano rang out and floated outside, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. All those who heard the piano sound, without exception, exclaimed, "Oh my god, who is playing the piano? The piano is so good. This song should only exist in heaven." Anyone who heard the sound of the piano would immediately come over. Thus, in less than a few minutes, the number 1 box was packed with people. What's even more peculiar is that even though the box was packed with people, no one made any sound. It seemed as if they were afraid of disturbing Chen Fan, who was playing the piano, even by making the sound of breathing. Time seems to pass quickly. When the last note was played by Chen Fan's fingertips, the sound of the note stopped abruptly. Everyone seemed to be still immersed in the beautiful music that had just been heard, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. When Chen Fan turned around, he was subconsciously startled. The box was packed with people, almost filling up the entire room. Of course, no one dared to approach him, as if they were afraid of disturbing Chen Fan from playing the piano. Pa. Xiao Yueshua was the first to come to her senses, and she clapped her hands subconsciously. Pa. Immediately afterwards, a round of applause rang out, like thunder, much louder than Fei Wanli's applause just now. Moreover, this kind of applause lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it stopped. "Mr. Chen, this. Xiao Yueshua looked extremely shocked and surprised, and looked at Chen Fan. "This is simply amazing, incredible. How can you play the piano so well? This is simply unbelievable. The piano music you play seems to have some kind of magic. It is simply a piece of music that only exists in heaven." Seeing Xiao Yueshua looking at Chen Fan with shining eyes, Fei Wanli felt unhappy and snorted coldly, "It's nothing, it's just so-so." "How is that possible? His piano playing is obviously much better than yours." The onlookers were the first to stop and a commotion broke out. "That's right, this handsome guy plays the piano better than you, and you still have the nerve to say that your playing is just so-so." Suddenly, hearing everyone say this, Fei Wanli's face turned red, then blue, then white, and finally turned the color of pig liver. Fei Wanli felt that he could not stay any longer, so he said to Xiao Yueshua, "I have other things to do. I will leave first. We can talk later." Fei Wanli quickly squeezed through the crowd and left in a dejected manner. "Okay, do you gritted his teeth at Chen Fan? I really didn't expect that you have this ability. You made Brother Wanli look bad. Boy, I tell you, this matter today can't just be let go. Just wait and see." After threatening Chen Fan for a while, "You left? What are you all doing together? Don't you have to work?" At this moment, a voice rang out, and all the waiters dispersed in a hurry as if they were mice hearing a cat's cry. "It's Manager Chen from the hotel. Mr. Chen, Mr. Xia, I hope we didn't disturb you guys from having a meal?" Manager Chen asked quickly. "That's not the case," Xiao Yueshua said. Manager Chen said, "That's good. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, just let me know." After the meal, Xiao Yueshua and Chen Fan went downstairs. Xiao Yueshua still looked at Chen Fan with surprise in her eyes. "Mr. Chen, I originally wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you, but I never expected that you would give me such a big surprise. It can be said that your piano playing is almost unmatched by anyone. I wonder when I will have the honor of hearing Mr. Chen play a piece again." Xiao Yueshua smiled brightly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan almost couldn't help but say, "If you want to listen, I can play at any time." Thinking about it, Chen Fan smiled and said, Boss Xia, we are now familiar with each other. You calling me Mr. Chen makes me feel awkward. If you don't mind, just call me by my name. Xia Yueshua smiled and said, Okay, I'll call you Chen Fan, but don't be too formal with me. Call me President Xia instead of President Xia. Just call me Yueshua. Chen Fan, why are you here too? Are you looking for me? At this moment, a voice full of surprise sounded, and a beautiful figure pounced directly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a look and found that it was Shenanchi. Previously, Shenanchi asked him to accompany her to a class reunion, but Chen Fan refused because he had an appointment with Xia Yueshua. Chen Fan was indeed a little surprised to meet Shenanchi here. Seeing a young and beautiful woman almost throwing herself at Chen Fan, Xia Yueshua felt a little sour in her heart for some reason. But in the end, she said, Chen Fan, since you have friends coming, I won't disturb you. Xia Yueshua got into the car without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, started the car, and sped away. Chapter 61 Take a piss and look at yourself. Chen Fan, who is that? She's so pretty. Shenanchi looked at the car whizzing away, feeling a little sour in her heart. She couldn't help asking. Is that your girlfriend? Chen Fan shook his head, she's not my girlfriend, just a business partner of mine. Business partner? I don't believe it. Shenanchi looked at Chen Fan with suspicion, I don't think so. Chen Fan was somewhat speechless and stressed, believe it or not, she is really not my girlfriend. Do I have to lie to you? Shenanchi snorted, humph, women are the best at judging other women. According to my intuition, that beautiful woman is probably interested in you. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy, but he shook his head on the surface, whether others are interested in me or not, I can't stop it. Humph, scumbag. Shenanchi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Fan. As expected, all men are bad. He didn't accompany me to the class reunion, but is here to have dinner with a beautiful girl. Chichi, you're here. Who is this? Is he your boyfriend? It's time for you to find a boyfriend. Just then, a voice was heard, and a graceful figure walked over hand in hand with a young man. Whether it is this beautiful figure or this young gentleman, both are radiant and dazzling, and they are simply a perfect match. This pretty figure is Shenanchi's college classmate, Zhang Xiaoyan. As for this young man, he is Zhang Xiaoyan's boyfriend and Shenanchi's ex. Zhang Xiaoyan used some despicable means to steal the boyfriend from her best friend Shenanchi. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Shenanchi's face was naturally filled with anger. She gritted her teeth at them and seemed to want to eat them up. Chichi, ignore this couple. Just then, another voice sounded, and a tall figure strode to Shenanchi's side. Hu Ling, what did you say? Who are you calling a bitch? Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned red with anger, and her eyes seemed to be spewing anger. Hu Ling, don't say dirty things. After all, we are college classmates and live in the same dormitory. That's right, Shenanchi, Hu Ling and Zhang Xiaoyan are now college classmates and roommates. They had a very good relationship back then and are close friends. College classmates? And we live in the same dormitory? Hu Ling sneered, so, you knew we were college classmates and we lived in the same dormitory, but you still shamelessly stole Chi-Chi's boyfriend. What do you mean by snatched away? Can you please not say it so harshly? Zhang Xiaoyan said confidently, the person Zhou Yang loves is me. If Zhou Yang really loves Chi-Chi, why would he break up with Chi-Chi? Honey, don't you agree? Zhang Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Yang beside her with a loving look. Zhou Yang kissed Zhang Xiaoyan on the cheek and said with a smile, dear, whatever you say is right. The person I love is of course you. Otherwise, how could I break up with Shenanchi? A pair. Hu Ling was so angry that she was fuming. Lingling, forget it. It's all in the past. I don't want to mention it again. Seeing that Hu Ling was still very angry and wanted to say more, Shenanchi stopped her. Looking at Chen Fan, Zhang Xiaoyan refused to give in and said sarcastically, of course you don't want to talk about the past anymore. It's hard for anyone to feel bad after being dumped. Besides, don't you have a new boyfriend now? At this point, Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at Chen Fan with a look of disdain and contempt on her face. But, Shenanchi, this new boyfriend you chose is not that good. Although he is a bit handsome, he is still not as good as my Zhou Yang. Look at my Zhou Yang, he is wearing all branded clothes. Then look at your boyfriend, he is just a country bumpkin. Zhang Xiaoyan, what did you say? Who are you calling a bumpkin? Shenanchi seemed to subconsciously feel a surge of anger in her heart, as if she was more angry about Zhang Xiaoyan scolding Chen Fan than about herself. Shenanchi, don't get me wrong, I didn't curse anyone. Zhang Xiaoyan said confidently. I'm just telling the truth. At this point, Zhang Xiaoyan revealed a proud look on her face. Shenanchi, do you know where Zhou Yang works now? You should have heard of the richest man's Yida Group. Zhou Yang is now the general manager of Hongwei Company, a real estate company under the Yida Group, with an annual salary of 1 million. Ha, he's just a small general manager. Even if he earns 1 million a year, so what? He's a scumbag. Hu Ling couldn't help but said angrily. If you can't eat the grapes, you will say they are sour. Zhang Xiaoyan said to Hu Ling sharply, what does your boyfriend do? Why don't you bring him to the class reunion? I'm afraid your boyfriend is not good enough. No, maybe no one wants you at all. You? Hu Ling rolled up her sleeves and looked like she was ready to fight with Zhang Xiaoyan. Lingling, there's no need to be angry with such a shameless person. Let's go in. Shenanchi stopped them and pulled Hu Ling to go into the hotel. She didn't want to say another word to Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yang. At this time, Zhou Yang spoke up. Chichi, after I dumped you, your standards have become so low that you found a boyfriend who was obviously poor. Judging from the way your boyfriend is dressed, he must be a worker. Chichi, please beg me and I will arrange a better job for your boyfriend. Ding, the host is being provoked and despised. Please choose A. Let Shenanchi ask Zhou Yang to arrange a job for her and reward her with the cowardly symbol. B. Turn around and leave, and you will be rewarded with a lucky charm for getting away. Leaving quickly at a critical moment can help you protect yourself. C. Scold Zhou Yang and fight back. Reward Hongwei Real Estate Company under Yida Group. When Zhou Yang's voice fell, the system's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind, and Chen Fan couldn't help but feel happy. Isn't this choice obvious? How could I possibly let a scumbag like Zhou Yang arrange a job for me? Turning around and leaving is not my style. Select C. It's really hilarious. At this time, Shenanchi sneered at Zhou Yang and said, Chen Fan's ability is much stronger than yours. He needs you to arrange the work? You are so shameless. Chen Fan spoke up and said coldly to Zhou Yang, you're the only one who wants to arrange a job for me? Don't you take a look at yourself, you scumbag? You should think about how to keep this job as the so-called general manager. Chapter 62, The Jumping Clown. As Chen Fan's voice fell, the system voice sounded. Ding, the host completes the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been distributed successfully. The host is now the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, a subsidiary of Yida Group. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his mind, Chen Fan was so happy that he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a half smile, as if he was looking at a clown jumping around in front of him. I'll give you a slap in the face in a minute. Chen Fan sneered in his heart. What did you say? When Zhou Yang heard Chen Fan's words at this time, he naturally looked as if he couldn't believe what he heard, and he was subconsciously stunned. Hu Ling next to him looked at Chen Fan with admiration and sneered at Zhou Yang. Why, you're just a scumbag, but it turns out that even your ears don't work. Chen Fan wants you to take a piss and look at yourself carefully. Don't go too far. Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to be greatly wronged, and angrily said to Chen Fan, Shenanchi, and Hu Ling. Zhou Yang was helping you out of good intentions. It would be fine if you didn't appreciate it, but you also insulted him. How could there be people like you? Hu Ling sneered and said, Zhang Xiaoyan, confusing right and wrong is not your specialty. Do you still have any shame? How could I become friends with such a shameless person like you in the first place? Hu Ling, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You, a person who doesn't even have a boyfriend, have the nerve to talk nonsense in front of me. It's simply embarrassing. Zhang Xiaoyan was furious, and she looked at Shenanchi again, and you found a boyfriend who was as unsophisticated as a country bumpkin. I told you that you will never get the chance again after this opportunity. Now even if you and your so-called boyfriend kneel down and beg me, my boyfriend will not help you find a job. My boyfriend and I will kneel down and beg you to arrange a job for us? Shenanchi couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaoyan, you are really good at daydreaming. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yang said arrogantly, Chi-Chi, and this Chen Fan, right? The economy is bad now, and it's hard to find a good job. You all know this. I'll give you one more chance. If you kneel down and beg me right now, I will still agree to help you find a job. Dear, Zhang Xiaoyan was a little surprised and pulled at the clothes. What kind of people are these? They said that to me, and they also said that to you. Even if they kneel down, they will be given a job. Zhou Yang smiled and whispered in Zhang Xiaoyan's ear, "Dear, don't worry, I'm just teasing them. If they really kneel down, I won't be able to help them find a job." "Dear, don't you think this is fun?" Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't help laughing and whispered, "It's really funny. I just want to see Shenanchi and her rustic boyfriend make a fool of themselves." They actually dared to say that. "Hey, what are you guys whispering about?" Chen Fan said, thinking that these two people were just a pair of clowns jumping around. Zhou Yang sneered, "What, have you thought about it? If you have thought about it, then what are you waiting for? Kneel down and beg me, haha." When he finished speaking, Zhou Yang laughed out loud, looking very proud, as if Chen Fan had already knelt down and begged him. Chen Fan said with a half smile on his face, "I kneel down and beg you? I'm afraid you will be the one kneeling down and begging for help in a while." What? It is conceivable what Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan's reactions would be when Chen Fan said this. The two of them were stunned for a moment in surprise, and then looked at Chen Fan as if they saw a madman or a fool. "Shenanchi," Zhang Xiaoyan said with a mocking look on her face, "originally, I thought you just found a boyfriend who was a country bumpkin, but I never expected, that you also found a boyfriend who was mentally ill, huh?" Zhang Xiaoyan burst into laughter, and her laughter fell into Shenanchi's ears, making Shenanchi look so angry that her face turned red. "Zhang Xiaoyan, watch your mouth. Who are you talking about who is mentally ill?" Shenanchi couldn't help it and wanted to fight with Zhang Xiaoyan. Chen Fan stopped them and said, "Chi-Chi, there's no need to get angry with this couple. There will be something interesting to watch soon." Zhou Yang couldn't help but sneer, "What nonsense are you talking about? What a good show. You can't be so naive to think that I will kneel down and beg you? Ha, it's so funny. Even if I kneel down to you, what will I beg you for?" "That's right. Why would Zhou Yang beg a country bumpkin like you? He must be crazy. It's so funny." Zhang Xiaoyan looked like she didn't want to bother with Chen Fan and the other two anymore, so she said to Zhou Yang, "Honey, let's ignore these three psychopaths and go to the assembly. If my classmates see you, they will definitely be very envious of me for finding a boyfriend as good as you, hee hee." Zhang Xiaoyan looked excited and happy. "Boy, if I, Zhou Yang, really kneel down and beg you, I, Zhou Yang, will take your last name and kneel down and call you Grandpa 3 times. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he really looked like he didn't want to pay any more attention to Chen Fan and the other two, and wanted to go into the hotel with Zhang Xiaoyan. But at this moment, a luxury car braked and stopped in front of the hotel. This attracted the attention of many people, and everyone subconsciously exclaimed, "Wow, what a handsome and cool car. This car is worth at least tens of millions." Zhou Yang and Zhang Xiaoyan, who were about to enter the hotel, also stopped and their eyes were attracted. At this time, the door of the driver's seat opened, and a man who looked like a driver got out of the car. Then he went to open the door, and a figure in his early 60s got out of the car. "Zhou Yafeng." The moment Zhou Yang saw this figure appear, he exclaimed subconsciously. Indeed, he was very familiar with this figure. It was Zhou Yafeng, the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company under Yida Group. This is the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyan also had a happy look on her face. She was thinking of something. "My dear, why did Zhou Yafeng come here suddenly? Is he here to see you? The president of Hongwei Real Estate Company actually came to see you on his own initiative. My dear, you are so amazing and so prestigious." As if subconsciously, Zhang Xiaoyan felt that the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company appeared to find Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was stunned and couldn't help but think so. Chapter 63 New CEO. At the same time, a noisy sound was heard all around. "Oh my god, isn't that Zhou Yafeng, the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company under Yida Group? How come he suddenly appeared?" Indeed, as far as I know, Zhou Yafeng has rarely appeared in public. I didn't expect to see Zhou Yafeng here today. I don't know what Zhou Yafeng is here for. That's of course not. Look who's here. Yes, Zhou Yang. That's right, Zhou Yang is the general manager of Hongwei Real Estate Company. Zhou Yafeng must be here to see Zhou Yang. It seems that Zhou Yang is doing very well in Hongwei Real Estate Company. He can even make a CEO come out to find him. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Yang looked so light that he almost flew up with his feet off the ground. "Boss Zhou," he naturally hurried over to greet Zhou Yafeng, with a smile as brilliant as it could be. "If you have anything to tell me, just give me a call. I dare not bother you to come to me in person." "Zhou Yang?" Seeing Zhou Yang was also here, Zhou Yafeng looked visibly stunned. He obviously did not expect that Zhou Yan was also here. He sneered and said, "Of course I'm not here to see you." After saying this, Xiao Yafeng didn't bother to pay any more attention to Zhou Yang and just walked past him. Zhou Yang stood there awkwardly, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. What's going on? As for the onlookers, they naturally saw this scene very clearly and were somewhat surprised and astonished. Judging from Xiao Yafeng's attitude towards Zhou Yang, Xiao Yafeng doesn't seem to like Zhou Yang very much. Indeed, Xiao Yafeng doesn't like Zhou Yang, and he looks disgusted when he sees Zhou Yang. It seems that we were all wrong. Zhou Yang is not doing very well in Hongwei Real Estate Company. When Zhou Yang heard these voices, his expression naturally became even uglier. But he soon regained his composure, took a step forward, and caught up with Xiao Yafeng in front of him. At this time, Xiao Yafeng had already come in front of Chen Fan and seemed to want to walk over, but it seemed that Chen Fan blocked his way. Seeing this, Zhou Yang stepped forward, pointed at Chen Fan's nose and said coldly, "You country bumpkin, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you see that Mr. Chiu was about to pass by? Get out of the way quickly. Don't you understand that a good dog doesn't block the road?" But what Zhou Yang never expected was that Xiao Yafeng suddenly turned around, his face was very ugly, staring at him, and then said, "Zhou Yang, what are you talking about?" Zhou Yang didn't think much about it. He still pointed at Chen Fan's nose and said, "This kid has no foresight at all. He didn't even give way when he saw you passing by. If you don't scold him a few times, he won't know what's good for you." What Zhou Yang didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, Xiao Yafeng's expression became even uglier. "Zhou Yang, from now on, you can get out of Hongwei Real Estate Company." Xiao Yafeng said to Zhou Yang coldly, "Go back and pack your things." "What?" Zhou Yang was stunned. He was surprised and looked at Xiao Yafeng in confusion. He really didn't know what he had done wrong. Why did Xiao Yafeng suddenly tell him to get out? Zhou Yang's face darkened, and he looked a little angry. He said to Xiao Yafeng, "Boss Xiao, even if you want me to die, you should let me die knowingly." Xiao Yafeng snorted coldly, "You called the president of Hongwei Real Estate Company a country bumpkin, do you think you should get out?" "I called you a country bumpkin?" Zhou Yang looked shocked and said quickly, "Boss Xiao, how dare I scold you? I swear, my respect for you is evident to all. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." Xiao Yafeng looked at Zhou Yang coldly. At this moment, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Zhou Yang was extremely disgusting. The new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? Zhou Yang looked even more confused. When did Hongwei Real Estate Company get a new president? Why haven't I received any news about it? Of course, at the same time, he also looked around, but he didn't see anyone special at all. But immediately afterwards, as if subconsciously, he felt happy. Indeed, Hongwei Real Estate Company is finally going to change its president. In his opinion, the new president must be a young man. Of course, young people should deal with young people. No matter who this new president is, I will definitely be able to get along well with him after I meet him. Zhou Yang seemed somewhat unable to control himself, as if he and the new president had become best friends. But before Zhou Yang realized anything, the others were naturally different, especially Shenanchi and Hu Ling. Naturally, the two of them saw everything Zhou Yang did very clearly. Didn't he just call Chen Fan a country bumpkin? Could it be that Chen Fan is the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? Shenanchi and Hu Ling looked at each other and saw the deep shock and surprise in each other's eyes. That's right, the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company. As expected, Xiao Yafeng said at this time, motioning to Chen Fan in front of him. "This is the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." "What? Him?" Zhou Yang was stunned. The moment he heard these words coming out of Xiao Yafeng's mouth, he was completely stunned. His eyes widened, almost bulging out. His eyes seemed to be subconsciously filled with a look of extreme disbelief. Shenanchi and Hu Ling looked at each other and said subconsciously at the same time, "Chen Fan is actually the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company." "Why, Zhou Yang, didn't you just say you would help me find a job at Hongwei Real Estate Company?" Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a mocking look on his face, "Then come and help me find a job." "I fly." Zhou Yang's tongue was tied and a layer of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. "You want me to kneel down and beg you to find me a job? Ha ha." Chen Fan looked at Zhou Yang with a smile. Zhou Yang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat all over his body. Ha! A burst of gloating laughter came from all around. He's the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company, and Zhou Yang actually said he would help him find a job in the company. This is ridiculous. Zhou Yang is completely embarrassed now. Chapter 64, Hitting a Wall. This is impossible, how could this happen? At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyan also looked extremely shocked. She was also stunned and seemed absent-minded, muttering to herself. How could this guy be the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? How could Shenanchi's boyfriend be the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company? I. Zhou Yang stammered, his face as red as liver. There was a fierce struggle in his heart. However, he was very clear about one thing, that is, he could not leave Hongwei Real Estate Company just like that. You know, since he became the general manager of Hongwei Real Estate Company, he has been envied and admired by countless people, including friends, classmates, and family. At every family gathering, he would be the focus of everyone's attention. As for various classmates' reunions and other dinner parties, it was no exception. Once he left Hongwei Real Estate Company, he would naturally lose everything. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Finally, his eyes determined, and it was obvious that he had made a decision at this time. With a thud, he suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Fan and said, "Boss Chen, I was wrong. I was blind. I didn't know you were the new president of Hongwei Real Estate Company. Please forgive me this time. As long as you can forgive me this time, I will work like a cow or a horse to repay you, and also work like a cow or a horse for the entire Hongwei Real Estate Company." Bang bang bang. At the end, Zhou Yang cowed out heavily to Chen Fan, and blood came out of his forehead. And Zhou Yang didn't seem to care at all. Chen Fan was indifferent to this. He put the question to Qiu Yafeng and said, "Mr. Qiu, do you think our company should keep this kind of person?" Qiu Yafeng seemed to have gotten the answer from Chen Fan's eyes. He snorted at Zhou Yang, "People like this work for the company in vain, and the company can't keep them." Qiu Yafeng continued coldly, "Okay, Zhou Yang, don't kneel anymore. If you kneel like this, it will only make me look down on you even more. Get up, go back and pack your things, and then leave Hongwei Real Estate Company. Mr. Chen, I beg you, I really beg you, I can't lose this job." Bang bang bang. Zhou Yang continued to beg Qiu Yafeng and Chen Fan, and his forehead hit the ground heavily again. "Zhou Yang, get out of here." Qiu Yafeng said coldly, "Even if you kowtow to death here today, Hongwei Real Estate Company will no longer accept people like you. Do you think Hongwei Real Estate Company will accept an employee who insulted the president? You." Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment. He stopped begging and stood up, saying coldly to Qiu Yafeng, "Qiu Yafeng, don't forget that you and my dad are friends. You are so ruthless, aren't you afraid that my dad will be angry and break up with you?" Qiu Yafeng looked nonchalant, "Your dad is nothing. The friendship between your dad and me was only gained over the wine table. What does it matter if your dad is angry? You." Zhou Yang looked so angry that blood almost spurted out. He angrily said, "Qiu Yafeng, I have worked for the company for so many years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Just wait. I will not give up so easily. I know exactly what you have done for the company, so I'll just wait." Qiu Yafeng was very calm. A burst of sneering sounds was heard all around. Zhou Yang is still being stubborn. He just called the new CEO a country bumpkin. How could Hongwei Real Estate Company want him? Yes, he has hit a wall this time. If he doesn't leave, he'll lose face. Ha ha. The sounds around him fell into Zhou Yang's ears, and his face naturally became even uglier. It was extremely gloomy, as if water was about to drip from it. Finally, he snorted coldly and walked away. "Mr. Chen, I finally meet you. Since you have something to do, I won't disturb you." Qiu Yafeng said to Chen Fan, "Young Master Chen, if you have any instructions in the future, just come to me." Chen Fan nodded. Qiu Yafeng got in the car and it sped away. "Chichi, we are all classmates." Zhang Xiaoyan did not leave with Zhou Yang, she stayed. She said to Shenanchi, "What happened in the past is in the past, let it go. There is no need to dwell on it. Don't be so petty. Stingy?" Upon hearing this, Hu Ling was furious and said coldly to Zhang Xiaoyan, "When we were in school, you used despicable means to steal Chi-Chi's boyfriend. You want Chi-Chi to be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it? Who was mocking and humiliating Chi-Chi just now? You also want Chi-Chi to be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it? Where's your face? That's right, you don't have any face at all." Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to have not heard Hu Ling's words at all. She strode to Shinanchi's side and took Shinanchi's arm, looking very affectionate. Chi-Chi, we are all classmates. I know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me this time? Please. Zhang Xiaoyan, get out of here. Shinanchi pushed Zhang Xiaoyan away. Are you disgusting? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Do you think I will forgive you and continue to be friends with you, and then you will steal my boyfriend again? Get out of here. I feel disgusted when I see you now. You. Zhang Xiaoyan's face looked very ugly. She did have such a plan in her mind. Why can Shinanchi find such a good boyfriend but she can't? It's not fair. She once again thought about snatching her boyfriend from Shinanchi. Of course, there was no way Shinanchi would give her this opportunity again. Ha ha. A burst of sneering sounds were heard all around. Zhang Xiaoyan is really shameless. Everyone knows that she stole Shinanchi's boyfriend when they were in school. That's right. Today you still have the nerve to say that Shinanchi is stingy and doesn't know how to forgive her. This kind of person is so shameless, I don't know how she survived to this age. When Zhang Xiaoyan heard the sounds around her, one can imagine how ugly her face looked. She looked at the ground, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She fled in a panic as if she was running away. The classmates who came to attend the party have arrived one after another, and everyone went up to a luxurious box on the 8th floor. Naturally, Chen Fan and Shinanchi became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone, please eat and drink as much as you want. I'll treat you to today's meal. Chen Fan said. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is mighty. I really envy Shinanchi for finding such a good boyfriend. Chapter 65, Empty Words. The atmosphere is warm. Chen Fan left the box to go to the bathroom. Shinanchi followed him out, and she couldn't help but say to Chen Fan, today's incident is all thanks to you. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yang, the couple, leave in disgrace, I felt so good. Chen Fan smiled and said, You're welcome. We are friends and it's only natural for us to help each other. After hearing this, Shinanchi did not feel the slightest bit happy, but felt very disappointed instead. Finally, she said goodbye to Chen Fan and returned to the box. Mr. Chen. At this moment, with a ding, the elevator door opened and a figure appeared in Chen Fan's sight. He is the housekeeper of Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan could see the anxious look on the housekeeper's face, and couldn't help asking, Housekeeper, what's wrong? What happened? The housekeeper said hurriedly, Mr. Chen, I was just about to come look for you. There were a few guests in a private room on the 6th floor making trouble. They said the food in the hotel was not tasty and they were going to sue us. Ah. The housekeeper sighed, this has happened for the 5th time this month. Because of this, the hotel's reputation has become worse and worse, resulting in fewer guests. Even the few guests who are here to cause trouble. Butler, don't worry, I'll go take a look. Chen Fan said as he entered the ladder. He intuitively felt that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. In the elevator, the housekeeper said, Mr. Chen, Resigning is already handling this matter. I am a little worried about Resigning. After all, Resigning has just graduated from the campus. Although she is a top student, she lacks experience after all. It's okay, I'll take care of it later. Chen Fan said. In a luxurious box on the 6th floor, 6 men were having dinner. Ms. Rong, tell me how we should solve this problem. One of the men said, picking up a hair from the dish. Rong Resigning remained calm, everyone, the food at Mingjiang Hotel is prepared by famous chefs, so there won't be any problems with hygiene. The man sneered, why, what do you mean? You mean I'm deliberately looking for trouble? Ms. Rong, not only is there hair in the food at your hotel, but it also tastes bad. These are all we see. Who knows how many unsanitary places there are behind the scenes that we cannot see? These 6 men looked like they were in a dominant position, and although they were talking, it was also obvious that they were looking Rong Resigning up and down without any concealment. Indeed, they had never seen a young and beautiful woman with such outstanding looks. How about this, Miss Rong? The man changed the subject and said, we are not unreasonable people. It would not sound good if 6 of us, grown men, bullied a girl like you. Why don't you just have a drink with us brothers and forget about it? What do you think? As he spoke, the man had already filled a glass of wine, picked up the glass, stood up and walked towards Rong Resigning. At the same time, the other 5 men, also holding wine glasses, stood up and walked to Rong Resining's side. All of a sudden, Rong Resigning was surrounded by these 6 men. I'm telling you, this is Mingjiang Hotel, not a place where you can mess around. Although Resigning appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very panicked inside. She had never been in this situation before. Ms. Rong, don't be nervous. We brothers won't do anything to you. We all want to resolve this matter smoothly, right? The man spoke slowly, his eyes glancing around at Resigning. Resigning felt uncomfortable for a while. Drink, Miss Rong. A man suddenly handed the wineglass in his hand to Resining's mouth. Resigning was subconsciously startled. Bang! At this moment, there was a sound of strong knocking on the door, and a figure stepped in. As soon as he saw this figure, Resigning felt excited and happy, as if subconsciously. Chen Fan! Resigning exclaimed, and also felt inexplicably safe. Who are you? Don't you know we are having dinner? What are you doing here? Get out! As if a good thing was suddenly interrupted, the 6 men immediately showed fierce eyes, looked at Chen Fan ferociously, and shouted coldly. Get out! Everyone, this is the new president of Mingjiang Hotel, Chen Fan. The butler stood up, looking neither anxious nor flustered. What? The new president of Mingjiang Hotel? Ha ha! The 6 men were all stunned in surprise, and then burst into laughter. Rong Hongfei is really crazy. Even if he knew that Mingjiang Hotel would go out of business, there was no need to hand over such a big hotel to a young boy, huh? That's right. It would be better to declare bankruptcy and then auction the Mingjiang Hotel instead of handing it over to a young boy. It's not your turn to point fingers at Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan looked calm and unhurried. I heard that you think the food we cook is not tasty? You want to sue us? That's right. Seeing Chen Fan's unhurried look, the 6 men seemed inexplicably intimidated. This is the hygiene of your Mingjiang Hotel, the man picked up a hair and gestured to Chen Fan. When you cook meals like this, who knows if there might be bigger problems? Is this your hair? Chen Fan asked. No, that's right, it's my hair. The man was a little surprised that Chen Fan asked this suddenly, and he was stunned. Then he got angry and said, What are you doing? Indeed, Chen Fan suddenly made a move and snatched the hair from his hand, and then suddenly made a move and pulled a hair from the man's head. Didn't you say this was your hair? Empty words are not enough. Chen Fan said slowly, Since you want to sue us, you must have real evidence. Take this hair for a test to see if it is really your hair. You dare to pull my hair. You're looking for death. A trace of panic flashed across the man's eyes, and then he became furious and grabbed Chen Fan with both hands. Chen Fan's body has been transformed by genetic enhancement potions, and his reaction ability and other abilities have surpassed ordinary people, not to mention that Chen Fan is also a Wing Chun master. To Chen Fan, the man's attack at this moment was like that of a toddler. Chen Fan dodged it easily. Damn it, you still dare to hide? The man was angry, roared, and pounced forward. Ah! But the next moment, a scream of pain came out of his mouth. Let me go, you bastard. Then he burst into anger. Indeed, Chen Fan was agile and grabbed the man's arm and twisted it behind his back. The man was unable to move for a moment. Chapter 66, Questioning. You dare to attack Brother Chang, you must be tired of living. When the other 5 men saw this, they all shouted angrily. Let go of Brother Chang. The 5 men then rushed towards Chen Fan together, looking angry and ferocious. Resigning had never seen such a scene before, and she subconsciously shouted in shock, Chen Fan, be careful. Mr. Chen, be careful. The housekeeper also looked nervous. But the next moment, Resigning and the housekeeper both realized that their worries were completely unnecessary. Even the 2 of them were a little confused about what was going on. As 5 screams were heard almost simultaneously, it was clear that the 5 men were unable to get close to Chen Fan, and they all flew backwards. Bang, 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 bang all at once, the sounds of 5 heavy objects falling to the ground were heard. The 5 men all fell heavily to the ground. For a moment, the 5 of them were wailing. Obviously, after this fall, all 5 of them were in great pain. Mr. Chen, it turns out you are a martial artist. Immediately afterwards, the housekeeper naturally reacted and couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with a look of surprise on his face. This really surprised the butler. He never expected that Chen Fan was so capable in hotel management and had obviously practiced kung fu. He didn't even see clearly how Chen Fan dealt with the 5 people, but it was obvious that Chen Fan's kung fu had already reached a certain level. I just practice for fun when I have nothing to do. Chen Fan said modestly. Indeed, if he told others that he was a Wing Chun grandmaster, Resigning and the housekeeper would be frightened. Besides, I'm afraid the two of them wouldn't be able to believe what he said. Tell me, who asked you to come here to cause trouble? Chen Fan subdued Chen Chang, making him unable to move, and asked. Let me go, it hurts so much. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly ask this, the man named Chen Chang subconsciously flashed a trace of panic in his eyes, but he looked like he had something to rely on, and he was still shouting. Kid, you just need to know that we are people you can't afford to offend. Now, I'm warning you, let me go immediately, otherwise, I have the ability to bankrupt Mingjiang Hotel tomorrow. Don't disbelieve that I don't have such ability, ah. As he spoke, a scream with even higher decibels came out from Chen Chang's mouth. This was so painful that cold sweat broke out on Chen Chang's forehead. His face was also pale. He took a deep breath and then spoke. If King asked you to let go, did you hear me? Do you know who I belong to? How dare you do this to me? Believe it or not, I will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow, ah. Chen Chang was still uttering harsh words, but another scream came out of Chen Chang's mouth. You're just being stubborn, aren't you? Chen Fan said coldly, very good. I like to deal with people like you who are stubborn the most. I don't believe that you won't tell me the truth, humph. With a cold snort coming from Chen Fan's mouth, Chen Fan attacked again. Crack, and immediately there was a sound of a bone dislocating. Ah! A scream came out of Chen Chang's mouth. It sounded extremely creepy, as if Chen Chang was suffering from some inhuman torture. Even the butler felt a little bit sorry for what he saw. Chen Fan's methods are too cruel. Chen Fan is so handsome. As for Rong Zining's words, his eyes looked at Chen Fan and couldn't help but brighten up, and he said secretly in his heart. At this moment, she really felt that Chen Fan was very manly. Involuntarily, an inexplicable feeling for Chen Fan arose in her heart. As long as I don't want to say it, no one can force me, Chen Chang, to say what I don't want to say, and you are no exception. Chen Chang was very stubborn. Even though at this time, because of the dislocated shoulder, he was already sweating and his face was as pale as snow. Ding, the host is being despised, please choose A, let go of Chen Chang, be impressed by Chen Chang's toughness, and be rewarded with the skill of admitting defeat when encountering the opponent's rapid questioning, quickly admit defeat to avoid being questioned even more. B, stop questioning and take the initiative to apologize to Chen Chang, make friends with Chen Chang, and be rewarded with a talisman for self-preservation with a certain chance of turning hostility between you and the enemy into friendship. C. Continue to interrogate 10 times in a row, and be rewarded with the obedience symbol to make the other party obedient and answer everything you want to know honestly. As Chen Chang finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in Chen Fan's mind. Obedient talisman? Isn't this exactly what I need? So the choice is naturally obvious. Select C. Very good, you're being stubborn, huh? Chen Fan said coldly to Chen Chang, then I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn. Click, click. Afterwards, Chen Fan questioned Chen Chang 10 times in a row, and each time he questioned, one of Chen Chang's joints was dislocated. After 10 times, Chen Chang fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. His face was as pale as snow, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead like rain. Why is this guy so tough? The butler muttered to himself, looking dumbfounded. Rong Zining thought of something, and a solemn look appeared on her pretty face. She said to Chen Fan, it is obvious that Chen Chang is not an ordinary person. It seems that someone is secretly dealing with Mingjiang Hotel. No wonder Mingjiang Hotel has suffered such heavy losses. Rong Zining's eyes suddenly fell on Chen Chang, and he said coldly, tell me, who asked you to come here to cause trouble? Chen Chang said in a staccato voice, I've said it before. No one can get a single word out of me if it's something I, Chen Chang, don't want to say. Humph, I advise you to just give up. At this time, the other 5 men had already stood up from the ground. They looked at Chen Chang with admiration in their eyes. Indeed, they knew very well that if it were any one of them, they would have been unable to bear it after Chen Fan attacked them like this, and would have told everything they knew. If Chen Chang doesn't say anything, then won't you say anything either? The butler thought of something and glanced at the 5 men. The 5 men were subconsciously startled. One of the men quickly spoke up and said, we are all Brother Chang's men. We know nothing. It's useless even if you kill us. Chapter 67, Obedient Talisman. Host has completed the task, rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been issued successfully. 10 obedient talismans have been stored in the system. As long as the host wants to use them, just silently recite the 2 words used. Sure enough, Chen Fan discovered at the first moment that there were indeed 10 more paper talismans in the system. Very good. Chen Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed. After using this obedient talisman, he was still worried that Chen Chang would not honestly tell him everything he wanted to know. Seeing the joy on Chen Fan's face, the 5 men were even more frightened and naturally thought that Chen Fan was going to attack them. We really don't know anything. We really don't know. The 5 men were terrified. Seeing Chen Chang's miserable condition, they didn't want to end up like Chen Chang. I don't want to attack you. Chen Fan said coldly to the 5 men, even if I attack you, you won't know anything. The 5 men breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Chang, right? I have to say, you are really tough. Chen Fan went over and helped Chen Chang up, letting him sit on the chair. But no matter how tough you are, no matter how much you don't want to say it, I will make you say it. Chen Chang was unable to move his entire body, and he could clearly feel the waves of severe pain coming from his body. Give up on this idea. I won't say a word. But Chen Chang was still very stubborn. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Give up, Brother Chang will definitely not say a word. The other 5 men couldn't help but speak as well, as if what they said was indeed ironclad facts. Mr. Chen, this Chen Chang is really a tough guy. The housekeeper couldn't help but said to Chen Fan, if we continue to interrogate him, I'm afraid someone will die. Resigning nodded in agreement. Yes, the housekeeper is right, we should let this man go. Now that we know that someone is secretly doing this, we will definitely investigate it. Chen Fan said, once the investigation is completed, it will take a long time. Don't worry, this guy will tell me everything I ask. Use the obedience talisman. After Chen Fan said this to the housekeeper and Resigning, he said it silently in his heart. Immediately, a yellow light that only he could see shot out from his body. With a whoosh, it penetrated into Chen Chang's forehead. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Chen Chang snorted coldly and said, I advise you not to waste your energy. I can't say anything I don't want to say. I won't say even a single word. Really? Chen Fan smiled slightly, looking very mysterious. Now, I will ask you, you answer. The first question is, who are you? I used to be a mercenary, Chen Chang answered truthfully. What, this? Chen Chang's answer shocked everyone, including the 5 men. The reason why everyone was so frightened was, of course, because Chen Chang suddenly gave in and started answering Chen Fan's questions honestly. The second reason is naturally because of Chen Chang's identity. Who could have thought, including the 5 men, that Chen Chang would actually be such a mercenary? At the same time, the housekeeper and Resigning were also suddenly enlightened. No wonder Chen Chang is so tough and speaks so harshly. Almost all the joints in Chen Chang's body were dislocated, but even under Chen Fan's questioning, he still refused to reveal a single word. What did I say? At this moment, even Chen Chang himself looked quite dumbfounded. I didn't expect that you are actually a mercenary. Chen Fan nodded as if he had realized something. No wonder you are so stubborn. Very good. Next, I will ask the question I want to know the answer to the most. Who asked you to come here to cause trouble? Brother Chang, please don't ask this question. The 5 men were the first to be frightened. They stared at Chen Chang with their eyes wide open, muttering something in their mouths. But what made them despair was that Chen Chang spoke again. It was Zhao Mingchang. He paid a large price and asked us to come here to cause trouble. Brother Chang, what's wrong with you? You were very tough, and you said you wouldn't say a word. What's wrong with you now? Are you possessed by evil spirits? The other 5 men collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Were the previous disturbances also instigated by Zhao Mingchang? Chen Fan asked. That's right. Chen Chang answered without any hesitation. Has Zhao Mingchang been doing something behind the scenes and wants to bring down the Mingjiang Hotel? Chen Fan continued to ask. Yes, Chen Chang continued to answer honestly. Why did Zhao Mingchang do this? Chen Fan asked. It's very simple. Zhao Ming has made his Hongji Hotel popular. Chen Chang was still very honest and seemed to say whatever he wanted to say. Damn it, I didn't expect that all this was caused by Zhao Mingchang, a despicable and shameless villain. The butler gnashed his teeth in hatred. Resigning was filled with anger. How despicable. Zhao Mingchang actually resorted to such despicable and shameless means. Doesn't he know what healthy competition is? Do you have any evidence that Zhao Mingcheng is secretly dealing with Mingjiang Hotel? Chen Fan asked with an idea in his mind. Yes. Chen Chang was still very honest. I have the recordings of his cell phone calls, and there are also many videos of him hiring people to deal with Mingjiang Hotel. They are all in a USB flash drive. This USB flash drive is in my pocket now. Very good, Chen Fan showed a satisfied look on his face, and then he found a USB flash drive from Chen Chang's pocket, and then took out Chen Chang's mobile phone. Chen Fan opened Chen Chang's cell phone and found some recordings. Upon listening, he found that they were all conversations in which Zhao Mingcheng discussed how to deal with Mingjiang Hotel. He even talked about the ultimate goal, which was to make Mingjiang Hotel completely bankrupt, and then he could directly acquire Mingjiang Liquor. Butler, go get a laptop. Chen Fan ordered the butler. Yes, Mr. Chen. The butler responded quickly and brought over a laptop. When Resigning saw the video footage inside, he couldn't help but tremble with anger. Chapter 68 Zhao Mingcheng. Indeed, Zhao Mingcheng actually mentioned her in his conspiracy. After Mingjiang Hotel went bankrupt, he would use some means to get Resigning. Resigning couldn't help but show a look of fear. I really didn't expect that the president of this big hotel would be such a despicable and shameless person with dirty means. Fortunately, we now know that he is the one behind the scenes. Otherwise, if something really happened to Mingjiang Hotel, we would still be in the dark. Then, she looked at Chen Fan with a grateful look on her face. Chen Fan, thank you, I really have to thank you for this matter, otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. Chen Fan smiled and said, you are too polite. I am now the president of Mingjiang Hotel. Anything related to Mingjiang Hotel is also my business. Don't you think so? Resigning looked even more ashamed. Chen Fan, I want to apologize to you. I apologize for not believing you before and for saying that you were just a playboy. Chen Fan waved his hands, as if he didn't care about what happened before at all. It's all in the past, there's no need to mention it again. Our most important thing now is to deal with Zhao Mingcheng. Yes, the housekeeper was also angry. This Zhao Mingcheng is really too hateful. We can't let him go easily. After a little thought, Chen Fan knew what he should do, and then said coldly to Chen Chang. Call Zhao Mingcheng right now and tell him that Rong Hongfei has decided not to run Mingjiang Hotel anymore and wants to sell it at a low price. Zhao Mingcheng is now the priority. Chen Chang still looked completely dumbfounded. He still doesn't know how he said those words. It seemed that as long as Chen Fan asked, he answered it immediately without thinking too much, and he answered all the questions honestly without a single false word. Not knowing what was going on, Chen Chang looked towards Chen Fan with a hint of fear in his eyes. His voice seemed to tremble subconsciously at this moment, and he said to Chen Fan, what on earth did you do to me? Why would I answer all your questions honestly? If you want to know the answer, from now on, just do whatever I tell you to do. Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. At that moment, even if such a sentence came out lightly from Chen Fan's mouth and fell into Chen Chang's ears, it also gave Chen Chang an inexplicable sense of shock. It seemed that whatever Chen Fan said, he could only obey and then execute it. He subconsciously picked up the phone, dialed Zhao Mingcheng's number, and then repeated everything Chen Fan had said just now without a single mistake. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chang still looked very honest and said to Chen Fan, after Zhao Mingcheng heard what I said, he was very happy and said he would come over immediately. Very good. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Chen Chang, I see that you are quite decisive in doing things. I won't embarrass you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan took action and reconnected all the dislocated parts of Chen Chang's body one by one. During the whole process, although Chen Chang could clearly feel a severe pain that was unbearable for ordinary people, he still endured it without making a sound. Chen Fan nodded with a look of satisfaction on his face, and suddenly said to Chen Chang, I see that you are a man with a tough temper and strong bones. I just need a subordinate to run errands. You can follow me. What? When the 5 men heard this, they all looked stunned. Immediately afterwards, naturally, a burst of sneering sounds came out from their mouths. What kind of person are you kidding? How could Brother Chang be your subordinate and run errands for you? You really don't know what you are talking about. It would be better if you could just run errands for our Brother Chang. But then a scene occurred that shocked the 5 people. Okay, I promise you, but unexpectedly, Chen Chang seemed to hesitate for just a moment and then immediately nodded in agreement. The 5 men were completely speechless. However, I have a condition. Chen Xianghu suddenly said. Chen Fan nodded, tell me about it, if I can promise you, I will agree to it. Chen Chang said, it's actually very simple. I just want to know what you did to me that made me answer your questions honestly and completely. I'll give you an answer. Chen Fan said, I'll tell you after I've dealt with Zhao Mingqing's matter. Chen Chang stopped talking. Good, that's great. After about a few minutes, a loud laugh was heard first. Zhao Mingqiang. Upon hearing this voice, the butler couldn't help but reveal a look of hatred. Zhao Mingqiang, if I don't deal with you today, I'm not Resigning. Resining's face also turned ashen. Chen Chang, I have always believed in your ability to get things done. A figure walked in. It was Zhao Mingqiang. He praised Chen Chang. But I really didn't expect that you were so capable. I just asked you to come here to cause trouble, but you actually solved the problem of the entire Mingjian Hotel. Okay, I will definitely reward you later. Resigning, you are here too? Zhao Mingqiang suddenly discovered a pretty figure. His eyes instantly stopped on her and he could no longer look away. Zhao Mingqiang is almost 50 years old. He is a fat and greasy uncle with a pair of eyes the size of green beans. He looks lustful at first glance. When Resigning saw Zhao Mingqiang looking at her, she almost vomited out of disgust. Resigning immediately hid behind Chen Fan subconsciously. Get out of my way, kid. Don't block me from chatting with Miss Resigning. Zhao Mingqiang stretched out his fat big hand and tried to push Chen Fan aside. But the next moment, a scream came out of Zhao Mingqiang's mouth. Zhao Mingqiang glared at Chen Fan and shouted, "Let me go, F King Hell. Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Indeed, when Zhao Mingqiang's fat hand reached out, Chen Fan took action and grabbed Zhao Mingqiang's wrist. This caused Zhao Mingqiang to suffer so much pain that he almost fainted. The housekeeper said, "This is the new president of Mingjian Hotel, Mr. Chen Fan." Chapter 69, Shooting 100 times is not enough. New CEO? Zhao Mingqiang was stunned and sneered. It seems that Rong Hongfei is really determined not to own Mingjian Hotel anymore. He actually handed it over to this kid. But it's better to hand it over to you. How about this? I'll give you 100 million and I'll take the hotel. I've also prepared the contract. Come here. Zhao Mingqiang gave an order. Then a man in a suit came over with a contract in his hand. Zhao Mingqiang said, "Mr. Chen, we are here to discuss serious matters. Should you let go?" Chen Fan said with a half smile, "We are indeed here to discuss serious matters." Having said that, Chen Fan naturally let go of Zhao Mingqiang. Zhao Mingqiang immediately put his hand behind his back, and at the same time, he couldn't help but say in his heart, "This kid actually has so much strength." Of course, he remained calm on the surface. He first took the contract and handed it to Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, please sign it. I can use 100 million to buy Mingjiang Hotel." "You have already picked it up." Chen Fan smiled, looking unfathomable. "Boss Zhao, don't be anxious. I'll let you hear something first." Chen Fan held Chen Chang's mobile phone in his hand and turned on a recording. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingqiang was completely stunned. This recording was exactly the conversation between him and Chen Chang, in which he asked Chen Chang to cause trouble at Mingjian Hotel. "Chen Chang, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." Zhao Mingqiang had a gloomy look on his face and threatened Chen Chang. Chen Chang said indifferently, "Boss Zhao, you know my character. Am I the kind of person who would be threatened by others?" Zhao Mingqiang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. "It seems that you were actually this guy's man from the beginning, just to trick me." Chen Chang shrugged. "Whatever you say." Chen Chang then added, "By the way, I still have a lot of your videos in my hands, stored in a USB flash drive. By the way, this USB flash drive has also been handed over to young Master Chen." Chen Fan said at this time, "Boss Zhao, you are really shrewd. If it weren't for these recordings and videos, I wouldn't have known that the Mingjiang Hotel would suffer consecutive losses, all because of you." As he spoke, Chen Fan opened his laptop and let Zhao Mingqiang watch the videos. "Zhao Mingqiang, you are a despicable villain. Now all the evidence is in our hands. What else do you have to say?" The butler's face was ashen. Zhao Mingqiang's face turned ashen and he glared at Chen Chang with a gloomy look. If looks could kill, Chen Chang would have died countless times in front of his eyes. However, Chen Chang pretended to ignore Zhao Mingqiang's look. Zhao Mingqiang looked so angry that he almost vomited blood. He calmed down a little, then sneered at Chen Fan, the housekeeper, and Resigning, and said, "What can these evidences prove? Can they prove that I broke the law? If you really believe that I broke the law, then go to court and sue me, ha." After a pause, Zhao Mingcheng showed a mocking look on his face. I'm afraid that the lawsuit will take several years. I can fight to the end, but I'm afraid you can't. I think Mingjiang Hotel can't last more than half a year. Mr. Zhao, I think you are a despicable person, and you must have done a lot of illegal and criminal things in secret. Chen Fan looked as if he was smiling. Mr. Chen, I warn you, don't eat carelessly, and don't talk carelessly, Zhao Mingcheng shouted at Chen Fan, and then threatened, believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. Chen Fan said directly, seeing that you reacted so strongly, I am even more certain that you have committed a lot of illegal and criminal things. Do you want to tell me everything yourself, or let me ask you and then you can answer it yourself? Zhao Mingcheng said angrily, Chen Fan, you are a young boy. Are you out of your mind? I won't talk nonsense with you. You have evidence in your hand. Then go ahead and sue me. I'll be waiting for you. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhao Mingcheng was about to leave in anger. Use the obedient talisman. Chen Fan muttered to himself at this time. Then, a yellow light that only he could see shot out from his body and then penetrated into Zhao Mingcheng's forehead. Boss Xiao, go ahead and tell me everything about your illegal and criminal activities. Chen Fan said. He quickly told the housekeeper, Housekeeper, make sure you record the video. Resigning, make sure you record the video. Yes. For a moment, the housekeeper and Resigning did not think about how Zhao Mingcheng could say that, and they responded in unison subconsciously. Oh. As for Chen Chang, his body shook inexplicably after hearing Chen Fan's words. Immediately, his eyes naturally fell on Zhao Mingcheng, waiting for Zhao Mingcheng to speak. Sure enough, Zhao Mingcheng then opened his mouth and told everyone everything that was illegal that he had done. Even under Chen Fan's questioning, Zhao Mingcheng presented all the evidence of these crimes without reservation. It was only after 2 full hours that Zhao Mingcheng stopped. It is easy to imagine how many illegal and criminal things Zhao Mingcheng has done. At this time, Resigning stared at Zhao Mingcheng, as if he wanted to strangle Zhao Mingcheng to death immediately. Indeed, more than half of Zhao Mingcheng's illegal and criminal activities were related to women. Zhao Mingcheng, I never thought you were such a beast in human form. Next, you will face the most severe legal sanctions. Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. This. Zhao Mingcheng was dumbfounded. He looked completely dumbfounded and had already collapsed on the ground. His eyes were dull and unfocused, and he seemed to have lost his soul. For more than 2 hours, Zhao Mingcheng clearly knew what he was saying and what he was doing, but facing Chen Fan, he could not control himself and could only tell Chen Fan all the illegal and criminal things he had done. He knew that he was dead, he was totally ruined. He knew that for the crimes he had committed, even shooting him 100 times would not be enough. The housekeeper had already called the police, and soon the police came and took Zhao Mingcheng away. Humph, he deserves it. Resigning still couldn't help but look angry. This Zhao Mingcheng is worse than a beast. Shooting him 100 times is not enough. Mr. Chen, how did you do it? Chen Chang couldn't help but ask Chen Fan out of curiosity and shock. Chapter 70 Conquer with Personal Charm. At that moment, of course, not only Chen Chang was curious and shocked, but the housekeeper, Resigning, and the other 5 men present were all equally curious and shocked. Several people racked their brains to figure out how Chen Fan made Zhao Mingcheng confess all the crimes he had committed clearly and with solid evidence. Of course, not to mention Chen Chang's answer to Chen Fan's question just now. He had no resistance and answered fluently. Chen Fan smiled and said, It's actually very simple. I conquered Zhao Mingcheng with my personal charm, and of course you, Chen Chang. Everyone was speechless. Finally, Chen Fan's gaze stopped on himself, and Chen Chang felt a little panic inexplicably in his heart. The scene just now seemed to have left a shadow deep in his heart. Faced with Chen Fan's explanation that sounded unreliable, Chen Chang did not dare to refute anything, and even secretly said in his heart, Perhaps. Indeed, in Chen Chang's opinion, if it was not this reason, he really couldn't think of any more reliable reason to explain what had just happened. Master Chen, I'm at Huayao Martial Arts School, serving as a sparring partner. Then, Chen Chang said to Chen Fan, Master Chen, if you need me for anything, just let me know. I will do it as soon as possible. If Master Chen doesn't have anything else to do, I'll take my leave first. Well, then go ahead. Chen Fan nodded, and naturally left Chen Chang's contact information. As soon as Chen Chang left, the 5 men all followed him. Before leaving, they seemed to involuntarily look at Chen Fan with expressions of fear and horror on their faces. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. The housekeeper was so excited that he even choked up a little. You have just taken over Mingjiang Hotel, and you have solved the biggest, most important, and most critical problem of Mingjiang Hotel. Mr. Chen, I. Butler, your words are too polite, Chen Fan smiled, then said solemnly, I am the owner of Mingjiang Hotel now. How can I allow outsiders to cause trouble here and allow some evildoers to try to bring down the hotel? Ha! At this moment, a burst of excited and happy laughter rang out, and a figure stepped in. You can indeed see this figure at the first moment, with a look of excitement and joy on his face. Dad, Chen Fan has dealt with the people who caused trouble in the hotel, and he has also arrested the person who has been plotting and sabotaging behind the scenes. I didn't expect that it was the president of Hongji Hotel. Rong Zining said quickly, with a look of excitement and indignation towards Zhao Mingcheng. Indeed, the person who came was Rong Hongfei. Rong Hongfei laughed loudly, looking at Chen Fan with an appreciative look. Mr. Chen, to be honest, when I first saw you, I didn't think much of you, but I didn't expect that you were so good at managing a hotel. That's fine, but I didn't expect that you were so good at finding and solving problems. I dare say that there is no young talent in the entire Donghai city who can compare to you, huh? Boss Rong, you are too kind. Chen Fan was very modest. I am just doing my job. Rong Hongfei liked to admire Chen Fan more and more. He nodded, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Chen, I have a question. It may be a bit abrupt. I wonder. Chen Fan said directly, we are all not outsiders, feel free to ask any questions you have. Rong Hongfei suddenly looked at Rong Zining and asked Chen Fan, I wonder if Chen Fan has a family? Chen Fan shook his head, not yet. Rong Hongfei suddenly seemed a little excited, then I wonder if you have a girlfriend? Chen Fan shook his head, no. Ha, that's great, that's really great. Rong Hongfei couldn't help laughing. Rong Zining seemed to have realized something. She lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and she looked shy. Chen Fan was stunned and thought, what's so good about being a single guy who has no family and doesn't even have a girlfriend? Seeing Chen Fan's expression change slightly, Rong Hongfei quickly said, well, Mr. Chen, don't misunderstand me. I don't have any other intentions. In fact, I mainly want to be a matchmaker and recommend a good girl to you. What do you think? After saying this, Rong Hongfei looked at Chen Fan eagerly. Well, actually, Chen Fan was a little hesitant. How could he not see that the good girl that Rong Hongfei was talking about must be his daughter, Rong Zining? What do you think of Zining? Rong Hongfei asked bluntly. Very good. Chen Fan said subconsciously. Of course, after hearing this, for some reason, Rong Zining felt a sense of loss and was not happy at all. Very good? Rong Hongfei didn't think much about it. He laughed and said, very good, that's good. You are a talented man and a beautiful woman. How about trying it out? This. Chen Fan glanced at Rong Zining, very hesitant. This was the first time he and Rong Zining met, and even if it was a real blind date, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Seeing Chen Fan's hesitation, Rong Zining couldn't help but get angry. She raised her head and stared at Chen Fan with her beautiful eyes. Chen Fan, if you don't like me, you can just say it directly. There's no need to be so hesitant. We are all adults, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. After a pause, Rong Zining gritted her teeth and said, even if you don't like me, I can still like you. Moreover, I am telling you right here that I have decided to pursue you. To tell you the truth, I was the school beauty back then, and there were countless young talents chasing after me. Chen Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Rong, I don't mean to dislike you, I just feel that we have just met. You don't dislike me, that's all. Rong Zining interrupted, the anger on her pretty face slightly relieved. I understand what you mean, then we have a long way to go, I believe you will fall in love with me soon. Rong Hongfei sighed slightly, alas, I am still old, and what I said just now was indeed abrupt, but since it is a matter for you young people can deal with it on your own. Afterwards, Rong Hongfei and the housekeeper left with a very tactful look on their faces. Chen Fan, I won't force you to like me or fall in love with me, Rong Zining said with a firm face, but I have the confidence to make you fall in love with me. Tomorrow morning I will hand you the development plan of Mingjiang Hotel. Okay, Chen Fan nodded without saying anything else. As they were talking, the two left the box and entered the elevator. The elevator had just gone down 2 floors when it suddenly opened and a beautiful figure was outside the elevator. Chapter 71, Fight. Chen Fan, upon seeing Chen Fan, the beautiful figure's face was immediately filled with surprise and joy. With a cry of surprise, she almost pounced on him and came to Chen Fan's side. Then, she took Chen Fan's arm as if no one was around. She looked at Chen Fan with a happy face. Chen Fan, I thought you didn't want to wait for me and left on your own. I didn't expect that you haven't left yet. My classmates' assembly just ended. Can you take me home? That's right, this person is Shinanchi. Just as Shinanchi herself said, her class reunion had just ended. Chen Fan, who is this? Resigning, who was standing next to him, felt jealous when he saw Shinanchi being so affectionate with Chen Fan. At the same time, she couldn't help but subconsciously have a very bad premonition in her heart. Could this girl be Chen Fan's girlfriend? Fortunately, Chen Fan followed up and said, her name is Shinanchi, a friend I have known for a short time. After hearing Chen Fan's introduction, Shinanchi was naturally very unhappy. Of course, she also knew that what Chen Fan said was actually not wrong at all. She and Chen Fan had indeed just met, and had only known each other for a short time. Although she had let Chen Fan pretend to be her boyfriend before, Chen Fan did not acknowledge her as his girlfriend. She couldn't really think that she was Chen Fan's girlfriend. At the same time, Shinanchi was also sensitively aware of something. When she looked towards Resigning, her eyes were immediately filled with hostility as if she had seen a real rival in love. She couldn't help feeling somewhat provoked. Indeed, it is obvious that Resigning is also a great beauty. Shinanchi even subconsciously felt that Resigning's looks were even more outstanding than hers. Who is this? Shinanchi was instinctively full of hostility towards Resigning. This is Resigning, the general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. Chen Fan introduced. Indeed, he had decided to let Resigning take the position of general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. In Chen Fan's opinion, Resigning is more than qualified for the position of general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. Oh, so you're the general manager of Mingjiang Hotel. Shinanchi looked indifferent, and suddenly she said, I heard that Mingjiang Hotel's business isn't very good. Excuse me, young lady, what do you do? Resigning had a smile on her face. But at the same time, she instinctively developed hostility toward Shinanchi, as if she had seen her biggest rival in love. I'm a live streamer and I have more than 1 million fans. Shinanchi said proudly. Oh, so you're a host. Resigning looked at Shinanchi, subconsciously revealing a bit of contempt. This made Shinanchi speechless. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was sandwiched between two beauties, did not feel comfortable at all. How could he not see that there was hostility between these two beauties, and a strong smell of gunpowder between them? Fortunately, at this moment, the elevator door opened with a ding. Chen Fan wanted to step out first, but one of his arms was still held by Shinanchi. It seemed as if Shinanchi was doing it on purpose for Resigning to see. She held Chen Fan's arm even tighter, as if declaring her sovereignty over Chen Fan to Resigning. When Resigning saw that Shinanchi was still holding Chen Fan's arm, she seemed to explode with anger and she couldn't stand it anymore. She seemed unwilling to admit defeat and immediately took Chen Fan's other arm. The two of them seemed to be fighting for Chen Fan. The front desk clerks on the first floor were stunned when they saw the elevator door open and three figures appeared in their sight. Indeed, they all saw it very clearly. Two stunning beauties, like door gods, held Chen Fan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Mr. Chen is so blessed. This is too good to be true. That's right. Who can be as lucky as Master Chen? To be held by two beautiful ladies on each side, I'm afraid that no young talent in the entire Donghai city would have the blessing of this. The front desk clerk couldn't help but exclaim. As for the men in the lobby on the first floor, they were all stunned after seeing this scene. Swish, the gazes directed towards Chen Fan were like sharp swords, as if they wanted to kill Chen Fan on the spot. At the same time, every man wanted to replace Chen Fan. A burst of exclamations rang out. Fuck, who is this young man? He is so lucky. Those two beauties, each of them has a stunning appearance. I'm so jealous and envious. Damn, I wish I were this guy. I don't know how many men wailed. But at this time, Chen Fan was being held by two stunning beauties, one on the left and one on the right, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Fan could see that these two beauties were clearly going to war with each other. You two can start a war, but I am innocent, Chen Fan said speechlessly, looking at the two of them. I say, you two, can you please put your hands down in public? No, they both said in unison. Unless she lets go first. Immediately afterwards, the two of them spoke in unison again. Alright, even if you two don't want to let go, you have to. Chen Fan couldn't help but get a little angry and said, look at everyone, they are all looking at us. How can you hold my arm so tightly like this? Wow, this guy is so shameless. Indeed, when Chen Fan said this, his voice was quite loud, and everyone in the hall on the first floor could hear it clearly. Especially the men among them, they were so angry at Chen Fan's words that they almost vomited blood. This guy is so ungrateful after getting the advantage. That's right, this guy is really annoying. If you don't want two beautiful women to hold your arms, then you should let me have them. Amidst a gaze that seemed to want to kill Chen Fan was held arm in arm by two beautiful women, Shenanchi and Resigning, and walked out of Mingjian Hotel. If you want to fight, you can start now. Chen Fan was speechless. No matter how hard the two men held his arms, he just pulled his arms out. You can start fighting now. Then Chen Fan said this directly and got in the car. Without planning to send either of them home, Chen Fan started the car, and the Audi sped away. Seeing that Chen Fan left so decisively, Shenanchi and Resigning naturally would not really fight. Chapter 72 Helping Others. Resigning, right? I'm warning you, stay away from my Chen Fan, Shenanchi said to Resigning with a vicious look. Your family? Hearing this, Resigning couldn't help but sneer. Did Chen Fan agree that he is your family? Just now, I clearly heard Chen Fan say that you are just a friend he just met not long ago. So what? Don't you know what love at first sight is? Shenanchi continued to provoke. Resigning looked like she was too lazy to talk nonsense with Shenanchi anymore. I don't want to waste time with you here. If you have the ability, let's compete fairly. After saying that, Resigning indeed stopped paying attention to Shenanchi, got in the car, and the car roared away. Facing Resigning's car leaving, Shenanchi responded loudly, fair competition is fair competition, who is afraid of who? Chen Fan naturally had no idea what was happening at the moment, as he had already returned to his villa. The next day, just as the sun was rising, Chen Fan was awakened by the ringing of a cell phone. I looked at the time and it was just 6 o'clock. Who calls me so early? Chen Fan was speechless for a moment and answered the phone. Chen Fan. A proud voice came from the other end of the phone. I have already written the development plan for Mingjian Hotel. I am waiting for you at the company now. Come and take a look. Chen Fan was a little surprised and sat up on the bed. Why, you stayed up all night? The person who called Chen Fan was naturally Resigning. Hearing Chen Fan's question, Resigning looked as if she was used to it. Yes, when I was in school, I often stayed up all night to do homework. This is a common occurrence for me. Chen Fan was speechless, but he couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. If he was asked to come up with a development plan overnight, he would not be able to do it. Of course, that was not possible before. Now Chen Fan is a grandmaster of Wing Chun, and his body has been transformed by gene-enhancing potions. Even if he does not sleep for several days and nights, he can still be in good spirits. Okay, I'll wash up and come back. Chen Fan hung up the phone. About half an hour later, Chen Fan drove an Audi to Mingjian Hotel. What's going on up front? After the Audi had been driving for about 10 minutes, Chen Fan noticed a traffic situation ahead. A lot of people were gathered in the middle of the road, and no one knew what they were doing. Chen Fan planned to take a detour, but it was a bit far. After driving the Audi over, Chen Fan stopped the car outside the crowd, then walked closer to see what was going on. Chen Fan walked closer and saw that it was an old woman who had fallen to the ground. Her body was twitching constantly, her eyes were rolling back, her hands and feet were shaking, and they were twisted into a horrifying angle. At that moment, even though Chen Fan was not a doctor, he could see that the old woman had obviously fallen ill for no apparent reason. But none of the onlookers dared to approach. Chen Fan couldn't help but move a little closer, wanting to see what the old woman's condition was like. A voice of dissuasion was immediately heard. Young man, don't meddle in other people's business. Indeed, be careful that the old woman's family arrives and blackmails you, insisting that you are the culprit. Yes, I have seen several such news. That's right. In today's society, it's really hard to be a good person. Chen Fan couldn't help but pause for a moment. He felt that the onlooker's dissuasion was not unreasonable. After all, he had seen quite a few news reports about people with good intentions being blackmailed. Oh, help me, it hurts so much, someone can come and save me, someone can come and save me, help me. But at this moment, a cry for help came from the old woman's mouth. The sound came quite suddenly, and it startled all the onlookers, who immediately moved further away. We have called the emergency number and the ambulance will be here soon. There were still some kind-hearted people who spoke up. Although I didn't dare to touch the old woman, I chose to call the emergency number, which was the wisest thing to do. Hearing someone speak like this, Chen Fan naturally felt that waiting and watching was the best approach. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Ding, the host is facing an event that requires helping others. Please choose A, watch quietly and be rewarded with the skill of shrinking your head when faced with something that you can consider helping, remain indifferent to avoid unnecessary trouble. B, turn around and leave. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the host. Reward, foot oil talisman in case of special circumstances, it can double your walking speed. C, choose to help, take the initiative to send the collapsed patient to the hospital, and successfully save the patient from life-threatening danger. You will be rewarded with the life and death yin yang 9-needle acupuncture technique. This acupuncture technique has been lost and can even bring the dead back to life. What? The 9 needles of life and death yin and yang acupuncture can even bring the dead back to life? Chen Fan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Do these 3 options need further consideration? Of course, the answer is C. After making the decision, Chen Fan immediately pushed through the crowd and walked towards the old woman lying on the ground. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Young man, don't touch this old man. The ambulance will be here soon. This guy is such a fool. Even if he wants to do good things, he should know clearly which good things can be done and which ones cannot be done. Chen Fan seemed to be oblivious to the sounds around him. At this time, Chen Fan had already walked in front of the old woman, then squatted down, and picked up the old woman without any hesitation. The onlookers were still afraid that they would bump into the old woman, so they stepped back and made way. This boy is really stupid. Yes, just wait and see. It would be strange if the old lady's family didn't blackmail this boy. Chen Fan still seemed to be oblivious to the sounds around him. He had already carried the old woman into the car and placed her on the back seat. Old woman, bear with it for a while. I'll take you to the hospital now. A doctor will come to see you soon. You will be fine. Chen Fan sat in the driving seat, turned around and said something to the old woman, then started the car, and it sped away. Just a few minutes later, Chen Fan drove the car into the hospital and took the old woman out of the car. Chen Fan ran directly to the emergency room, shouting loudly, "Doctor, doctor." Soon, a doctor and a nurse came out and took the old woman from Chen Fan's hands. Chapter 73 Mission completed. The doctor and the nurse pushed the old woman into the emergency room. Where is my mother? Where is she now and how is she doing? About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged woman appeared with 2 young men and asked the nurse nervously. The patient is being treated in the emergency room right now. Don't be anxious or worried. The nurse said, and then gestured to Chen Fan next to her. Yes, this young man brought the patient here. The doctor said that it was fortunate that he was brought here in time, otherwise the patient's condition would not be optimistic. You pay for my mother's life, you pay for my mother's life. The middle-aged woman shouted loudly when she saw Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan had been mentally prepared, this sudden situation still made him stunned. What do you mean? Chen Fan said calmly, your mother fell in the middle of the road. I sent her to the hospital. How could you be so kind? The middle-aged woman pointed at Chen Fan's nose and shouted loudly, if you didn't kill him, why did you send him to the hospital? What does this have to do with you? Me. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He still didn't believe that he could really be blackmailed by the other party. In that case, call the police. The police can check the roadside surveillance at any time, and they will know exactly what happened. After saying this, Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this middle-aged woman and turned around to leave the hospital. He was indeed in a bad mood. If anyone were in his situation, they would not be in a good mood if they were wrongly accused after doing good things. You want to leave? Who would have thought that this time the middle-aged woman would directly take action and grab Chen Fan's clothes? You hurt my mother so much that she was sent to the emergency room. Now we don't even know what the situation is. Do you want to just leave? Debao and Erbao, come and stop this kid. You caused my grandma to go to the emergency room, and you want to leave? The 2 young men named Debao and Erbao came over immediately and surrounded Chen Fan from the left and right. Chen Fan was speechless. If he had not been in the hospital, he would never have been afraid of making a big deal out of it and would have just walked away. But this is a hospital after all. Sure enough, at this time, the nurse spoke up and dissuaded them, saying, this is a hospital. Please be quiet and don't make any noise. You will disturb other patients. Do you have any sense of public morality? Boy, you have to pay compensation. Without 1 million, you can't leave. The middle-aged woman spoke. Although her voice was indeed much softer, the first sentence made Chen Fan almost laugh out loud. Please let go, Chen Fan said coldly, glancing at the mother and her 2 children. When they met Chen Fan's gaze, the 3 of them were subconsciously stunned and indeed let go of their hands first. The middle-aged woman still refused to give in. I'm telling you, if you don't pay us, we will never let you leave. Chen Fan simply sat down on the chair, closing his eyes and looking like he was resting. Okay, I'll sit here and wait for your mother to give first aid, and then see what the situation is. Humph, the middle-aged woman snorted at Chen Fan, and then said to her 2 sons, Dabao, Xiaobao, keep an eye on him, don't let me take the opportunity to slip away. The 2 young men, Dabao and Erbao, immediately stared at Chen Fan from the left and right like door gods. Yume, what's wrong? How is Mom? Just then, a middle-aged man appeared, looking anxious and worried. Guoming, you still remember to come. You just attend meetings all day long. Apart from meetings, have you ever cared about Mom or us? As soon as she saw the middle-aged man appear, the middle-aged woman Zhang Yume couldn't help but complain and criticize him. Dad, it was this kid who caused Grandma to go to the emergency room. The 2 young men pointed at Chen Fan. I didn't do anything. I just sent the person to the hospital out of kindness. But these 3 people insisted that it was me who did it and wouldn't let me leave the hospital, Chen Fan said to the middle-aged man Guoming. He could see that this middle-aged man named Guoming did not seem like the unreasonable type of person. And for some reason, this middle-aged man gave Chen Fan a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere at some time. But for a moment, I couldn't remember when and where I had seen it. Guoming looked at Chen Fan suspiciously, but didn't say much for a while. Then he said to Zhang Yume, Yume, what's the situation? Let's talk after Mom finishes the first aid. Guoming, you can't let this guy go. It must be this guy who killed my mother. You can't let him go. You have to make him pay compensation. Oh, and you have to arrest him and lock him up for 10 or 20 years. Zhang Yume looked at Chen Fan viciously. Chen Fan shrugged, looking quite speechless. Okay, let's wait until Mom finishes the first aid. Guoming's face darkened and he said in a low voice. Zhang Yume stopped talking, and the middle-aged man Guoming also did not speak. As for the 2 young men, they kept their eyes fixed on Chen Fan from beginning to end, trying to prevent him from escaping. About 10 minutes later, the lights in the emergency room dimmed, the door was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat walked in first. Doctor, how is my mother's condition? Guoming immediately went forward. Fortunately, the patient was brought to the hospital in time. If it was a few minutes later, the situation would have been very serious. Of course, the patient is out of danger now. The doctor said, the patient needs to be hospitalized for observation for a month. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. As long as my mother is out of danger, it's fine. She will be hospitalized and treated as needed. Guoming's face was full of gratitude. The surgery fee is 110,000 yuan in total. Go and pay the money. Another doctor came out, looked at Guoming and the other 3, and said, Okay, I'll go and process the payment and hospitalization now. Guoming said immediately he was going to process the payment and hospitalization. Guoming, why are you going? That guy is the one who killed my mother. He should pay for it. Zhang Yume grabbed Guoming and glared at Chen Fan, who was still sitting leisurely on the chair. As for Chen Fan at this time, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Indeed, the system's voice rang in his mind. Host has completed the task, and will be issued in the future. Rewards were issued successfully. Suddenly, countless knowledge flooded into Chen Fan's mind, and in the first moment, Chen Fan immediately mastered all the knowledge. Chapter 74, Life and Death in Yang 9-Needle Acupuncture. The 9 needles acupuncture method of life and death yin and yang. After fully mastering all this knowledge, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed and almost laughed out loud. Indeed, this 9-needle acupuncture method of life and death yin and yang is very awesome. As to who started it, no one knows. This kind of acupuncture can cure all kinds of diseases and even bring people back to life. For a moment, how could Chen Fan not be ecstatic? Seeing Chen Fan's happy expression, Zhang Yume snorted coldly, Humph, it seems that my mother was killed by you. Now that I heard that my mother is out of danger, I don't know how happy you are. Chen Fan was too lazy to explain to the other party. He looked at the middle-aged man Guoming and said, Mr. Gua, right? Your mother is out of danger now. Of course, if I really caused your mother to be like this, I would take all the responsibility. But in fact, it's not the case. And I was kind enough to send your mother to the hospital. Now that your mother is out of danger, I am naturally relieved. Of course, I didn't cause her death, so how could I pay for the 110,000 yuan? Even if you set it to the sky, my mom was sent to the emergency room because of you. Otherwise, why was it you who sent my mom to the hospital and not someone else? Without waiting for Guoming to speak, Zhang Yumei spoke coldly to Chen Fan, insisting that it was Chen Fan who did it. Seeing that the other party was really arrogant and unreasonable, Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything more and said directly, "If that's the case, then call the police and let them handle this matter. If the police determine that I'm the culprit, I can take all the responsibility." "You will take responsibility?" Zhang Yumei sneered. "What can you take responsibility for? You don't even want to pay for my mother's medical expenses. What kind of responsibility can I expect you to take?" "Alright, stop talking." Guoming couldn't stand it anymore, so he said to Chen Fan, "What this young man said is correct and reasonable. This matter should naturally be handled by the police. When the time comes, the truth will naturally come to light. Little brother, Yumei is just like that. Don't bother with her." Then, Guoming said something to Chen Fan. In fact, Guoming had already believed what Chen Fan said based on what he heard, but Zhang Yumei insisted that Chen Fan was the culprit, so he could only hand it over to the police. Besides, if Chen Fan is really innocent, that would be great, and it could also completely shut Zhang Yumei up. "Okay, let's call the police." Zhang Yumei seemed unable to say anything else. Ah! At this moment, a scream rang out. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to the figure lying on the bed in the emergency room. It was naturally Guoming's mother, the middle-aged woman. "Mom! What's wrong with you?" As she looked at her, a cry of surprise came out of Zhang Yumei's mouth. Indeed, the old woman's body suddenly began to twitch again, and it was obviously more violent. With a whoosh, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With a puff, in just 2 or 3 seconds, a large amount of blood spurted out of the old woman's mouth. It was actually black blood. As the black liquid was sprayed out, a pungent fishy smell spread out, mixed with a kind of energy, which instantly caused the temperature in the entire emergency room to drop. "Mom!" Guoming was so frightened that he threw himself on the old woman and shouted loudly, "Doctor, doctor!" Soon, doctors came into the emergency room. When they saw the old woman's condition, all the doctors' faces changed instantly, and their eyes flashed with suspicion. "What's going on? This can't possibly happen. This situation is simply unprecedented and unheard of. Indeed, we have already given emergency treatment and the patient is out of danger. Right now, this is really strange, a very strange thing." Several doctors looked dazed and muttered something subconsciously. Naturally, the doctors rushed over to examine the old woman. "It's you! You're the one who made my mother like this." Zhang Yumei turned around and glared at Chen Fan, looking as if she wanted to strangle him to death immediately. "What on earth did you do to my mom? If anything happens to my mom, I'll make you pay with your life." Chen Fan acted as if he didn't hear what Zhang Yumei said to him, and his eyes just stayed on the old woman. Before, he might not have been able to tell what the old woman's situation was. But after he obtained the 9 needles of life and death yin and yang, and mastered the extremely magical skills of Chinese medicine, he could see the cause of the old woman's illness at a glance. The old woman has yin energy entering her body. No matter how advanced Western medicine is, it is impossible to see the cause of the old woman's illness, let alone cure her. "Zhang Yumei, what are you yelling about?" Guoming looked at Zhang Yumei, his face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "What is the most important thing now? Don't you know that the most important thing now is mom's condition? You are yelling like this, do you know that you will disturb the doctor? If you dare to yell like this again, get out, do you hear me?" As he said this, Guoming's expression revealed a hint of intimidation. Zhang Yumei seemed to be instantly intimidated and finally stopped talking. Of course, Zhang Yumei's gaze still stayed on Chen Fan, full of anger, as if she wanted to burn Chen Fan. A few minutes passed. Seeing that the doctors had finished their examinations, Guoming asked, "Doctor, how is my mother?" A doctor frowned subconsciously. "The patient is fine, he is just old and has various ailments. Now we inject the patient with medicine, and the convulsions will basically disappear." As the doctor spoke, he picked up the needle and was about to give an injection to the old woman on the bed. "Stop! Once you inject the drug into the old woman, her condition will immediately worsen, and her life may even be in danger. Just at this moment, a voice sounded, and naturally everyone knew who spoke at the first moment. Do you want my mother to die? Zhang Yumei couldn't help but speak, staring at Chen Fan angrily. Indeed, when Chen Fan saw the doctor about to inject medicine into the old woman, he couldn't help but speak. This injection of medicine could really take the old woman's life, so he had to speak. Chapter 75 shocked the audience. Will the old woman's condition worsen? All the doctors present naturally looked at Chen Fan at once, and all of them subconsciously showed angry looks on their faces. You kid, do you know what you said? Do you mean we are harming the patients? Who are you, kid? It was this kid who harmed my mother like this. Zhang Yumei said angrily. No wonder, all the doctors seemed to suddenly realize the reason. You want this patient to die, so you're stopping us from treating the old lady. You are so young, but you are so vicious. I have never seen anyone like you. All the doctors were extremely angry. What are you still doing here, kid? Get out of here right now. Several doctors couldn't bear to watch it anymore and wanted to take action to push Chen Fan out. Chen Fan looked calm and composed, and said slowly, first of all, let me say it again, I was helping out of kindness. I was the one who sent the old lady to the hospital. Of course, the most important point is that I am also a doctor. Are you a doctor? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yumei sneered, you haven't graduated from college yet, have you? All the doctors here are experts in the hospital. How do they treat patients? Do you need to question them? Who do you think you are? A miracle doctor? This is so funny. I think you just want my mother to die. Debao and Xiaobao, drag this kid out and keep a close eye on him outside. We can't let him stay here and waste time treating your grandma. Zhang Yumei looked at Chen Fan with disgust. Boy, what are you still doing here? Are we going to let you stay and stop the doctor from treating my grandma? Get out of here. Debao and Erbao both attacked Chen Fan immediately. Chen Fan's current strength is so powerful that, not to mention that the genetic medicine has transformed his body, the fact that he is a grandmaster of Wing Chun is enough to knock these two people down. Of course, they are now in the hospital and in the emergency room, so Chen Fan would not do that. Seeing the two men rushing towards him, Chen Fan dodged them easily. You still dare to hide? Debao and Erbao became even more angry when they saw this situation, and rushed towards Chen Fan with a fierce look. Chen Fan snorted coldly, and with lightning speed, he tapped the two men's bodies. The two of them then collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Of course, Chen Fan did not hurt these two people when he attacked. He is now a Chinese medicine practitioner. He simply pressed the acupoints of the two men, causing them to lose their ability to move. Son! Zhang Yumei exclaimed, looking terrified, and then glared at Chen Fan with angry eyes. What on earth did you do to my two sons? Why are they both motionless? Chen Fan said, don't worry. Actually, I am indeed a doctor, but to be more precise, I am a Chinese medicine practitioner who is familiar with all the acupuncture points on the human body. I just temporarily disabled their ability to move. The two of them were not injured at all. Traditional Chinese medicine? Acupressure? The appearance of this scene finally stunned the doctors, and they looked a little dumbfounded. Chinese medicine acupuncture? You are kidding. However, Zhang Yumei didn't believe it at all. She shouted, first you hurt my mother like that, and now you are doing it to my son. What deep hatred do I have with you, Zhang Yumei? If you treat me like this, I will fight you to the death. Zhang Yumei roared and rushed towards Chen Fan with her teeth and claws bared. Chen Fan knew that at this moment, he had to show off his skills. Otherwise, no one present would believe in his medical skills or that he was really a Chinese medicine doctor. Zhang Yumei, right? Do you have nightmares every night and sweat a lot? Chen Fan spoke. You, how do you know? Zhang Yumei was stunned and stopped in her tracks. Seeing this, Chen Fan continued, because I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. Afterwards, Chen Fan told everything about Zhang Yumei's internal condition in detail, without missing a single detail. You. Zhang Yumei was stunned and dazed. She was in a trance. Yes, you are right. You described my physical condition so clearly and in detail. Even I am a little confused and bewildered, but you told me everything. Are you really a doctor? No, a Chinese medicine practitioner? Zhang Yumei's face was no longer filled with anger, but with surprise and suspicion. Chen Fan didn't say much. He looked at Guo Ming and his two sons, and then told them all the physical conditions of the three. This. How do you know so clearly? Guo Ming and his son were all stunned, looking at Chen Fan with disbelief in their eyes. Even Guo Ming couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Because Chen Fan even talked about his male problems without hiding anything, and what he said was absolutely accurate. Chen Fan did not stop, looking at the doctors present, and then said, although you are doctors and have excellent medical skills, you all have some problems with your bodies. Afterwards, Chen Fan also told all the doctors present what was going on in their bodies. All the doctors were stunned on the spot. Wow, I didn't expect to see such amazing Chinese medicine skills today. Little brother, I wonder who your master is. Little brother, which university did you graduate from? Immediately, all the doctors looked at Chen Fan with different eyes, full of curiosity. They all wanted to know who Chen Fan learned Chinese medicine from, so that he could have such amazing skills at such a young age. Chen Fan smiled in an unfathomable manner. My medical skills are inherited from my family. Ah. Help, it hurts so much, help me. At this moment, the old woman on the hospital bed screamed as if she was having a nightmare. Mom! Guo Ming and others exclaimed in unison. What's going on? At this moment, a figure strode in and asked. When he saw Guo Ming, he was startled and then said, Mayor Guo. When Chen Fan heard the words Mayor Guo, he was surprised and suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he felt that Guo Ming looked familiar at the beginning. Now he knew the reason. It turns out that Guo Ming is the deputy mayor of Donghai City. I have seen him on TV news before. Dean. Seeing this figure appear, all the doctors greeted at the same time. Indeed, the visitor is the hospital director, Hua Changming. Chapter 76, Yin Qi entering the body. Director, this patient is Mayor Guo's mother. I don't know what strange disease she has. A doctor said to the dean Hua Changming. What? Hua Changming was shocked. He glanced at all the doctors present and said, you guys are the best doctors in the hospital, but you can't tell what disease the patient has. Then he said to Guo Ming, Mayor Guo, don't worry, I will go to see your mother. As he spoke, Hua Changming walked over to examine the old woman. Obviously, Hua Changming also knew Chinese medicine, and he began to take the old woman's pulse. What? Immediately afterwards, Hua Changming was startled, and his fingers withdrew from the old woman's wrist pulse as if he had been electrocuted. Dean, how is it? A doctor asked. At once, all eyes naturally fell on Hua Changming first. Strange, strange. Dean Hua Changming murmured to himself, I have been practicing medicine for so many years, and I have never seen such a strange pulse. Dean, I am about to inject this medicine into the patient. Can you tell me if it is suitable? The doctor continued. After taking a look at the potion, the dean nodded and said, you can try it. The doctor glanced at Chen Fan, looking a little hesitant, and then said, Director, this young man just stopped me from giving the patient an injection, saying that once the injection was given, the old woman's life might be in danger. This young man is a Chinese medicine practitioner, and he did show off his skills just now, and he clearly told us all the conditions in our bodies. That's right, there should be no doubt about this brother's Chinese medicine skills. The other doctors nodded. Oh? Dean Hua Changming's eyes naturally fell on Chen Fan, and he subconsciously revealed a bit of suspicion. You are really a Chinese medicine doctor. Guaranteed genuine. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, Chen Fan did not say that his current Chinese medicine skills could even bring the dead back to life. Of course, if he said this, everyone present would think he was bragging, and naturally they would think he was even more unreliable. It's better not to say anything. It's rare. The dean seemed to have no doubts about Chen Fan. He nodded and said, it's rare that there are still young people willing to learn Chinese medicine. What do you think of this patient's condition? Dean Hua Changming did not waste any time and went straight to the point. When this question was asked, a hint of anticipation naturally appeared on Dean Hua Changming's face. Naturally, everyone else's eyes also fell on Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan opened his mouth and slowly said 4 words, Yin Qi enters the body. What? Yin energy entering the body? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yumei couldn't help but ask, isn't this just a superstitious statement? Has the patient come into contact with any jade or antique items recently, or been to a cemetery or other shady places? Chen Fan asked. Yes. Zhang Yumei suddenly remembered, a few days ago, I bought a jade pendant for my mother. The buyer said it was a good thing. Wearing it can make people healthy and live longer. Are you still carrying it with you? Chen Fan continued. Carry it with you. Zhang Yumei replied. Go and get it down quickly. Chen Fan said. Okay, I'll get it right away. Zhang Yumei had completely trusted Chen Fan. After saying that, she quickly went to the old woman's side and took off a jade pendant from her neck. Chen Fan glanced at the jade pendant and shuddered for no apparent reason. He said, this jade pendant has a very strong yin energy. It's best to find the seller and return the item. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Yumei said repeatedly. Ha! At this moment, a surprised voice sounded, everyone, look, the jade pendant has been taken off the old woman's neck, and the old woman's complexion is indeed a little better. It seems that your mother really has yin energy entering her body. Dean Hua Changming looked surprised. After looking at Chen Fan, he said to Guoming. Guoming nodded repeatedly, indeed, it is indeed. He said to Chen Fan, little brother, you are a miracle doctor. You are really a miracle doctor. Please save my mother. Chen Fan said to Hua Changming, Director, does the hospital have silver needles? Dean Hua Changming was subconsciously startled, acupuncture? Chen Fan nodded, that's right. Dean Hua Changming's eyes lit up, yes, I'll get it now. After finishing speaking, Dean Hua Changming strode away in a hurry. Only 2 or 3 minutes later, he reappeared with something like a roll of sheepskin in his hand. He said to Chen Fan, little brother, this is a set of silver needles passed down from my family. Handed it over to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took it, opened it, and his eyes lit up involuntarily. There are as many as 99 silver needles in this set. Each one is of different thickness and length. Of course, the difference in thickness is very small. If it weren't for Chen Fan's sharp eyesight, ordinary people would not be able to see the difference at all. Chen Fan did not waste any time. He raised his hand, and 9 silver needles shot out from between his fingers and pierced into the acupuncture points on the old woman's body. This technique. It's so magical. This is too amazing. Everyone exclaimed in amazement and looked at Chen Fan with shining eyes. At this point, everyone present no longer had any doubts about Chen Fan's identity as a Chinese medicine doctor. Can my mother really wake up? Seeing Chen Fan's acupuncture was indeed magical, but subconsciously, Guoming was still very worried. Mayor Gua, don't worry. Your mother will wake up in less than 2 minutes. Chen Fan spoke up, very confident in his acupuncture skills. Well, that's good, that's good. Guoming said repeatedly. Time passes quickly. 2 minutes passed. What's wrong with me? The old woman's eyelids moved, and then her eyes opened. She looked a little confused and spoke subconsciously. Mom! Guoming and Zhang Yumei exclaimed in unison. Mom, you really woke up, you're okay, it's great. Guoming said excitedly. He could indeed clearly see that the old woman's complexion had returned to normal, and was even better than before the accident. Mom, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Yumei asked repeatedly. The old woman said, I don't know what happened. I seem to have had a terrible nightmare, but when I woke up, I felt more comfortable than ever before. Chapter 77 The Miracle Doctor Descends. Several doctors came over and examined the old woman. After a careful examination, all the doctors couldn't help but be stunned. How could this happen? Dean Hua Changming was stunned. Dean, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my mother's health? Seeing the dean's strong reaction, Guoming felt inexplicably nervous. No problem, there is no problem at all. Dean Hua Changming's eyes flashed with a gleam of great surprise. Not only that, the old woman's body looks at least 5 or 6 years younger than her peers. What? There is such a thing? Guoming and Zhang Yumei were also stunned. That's correct. Dean Hua Changming emphasized, based on my many years of clinical experience, your mother's body is not only free of any injuries, but also the minor illnesses that come with her age have all disappeared. That's great, ha. Guoming couldn't help laughing happily. Naturally, everyone's eyes immediately turned to one person. Of course it is Chen Fan. Everyone looked at Chen Fan with shining eyes. For a moment, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little hairy. A miracle doctor, it's like a miracle doctor descended to earth. Even the Dean Hua Changming couldn't help but exclaimed, little brother, I wonder if you are willing to come to work in my hospital. I will give you a specialist clinic directly, with a monthly salary of 100,000. What? Just give him a specialist clinic? A monthly salary of 100,000? All the other doctors looked at each other in bewilderment. Such status and such high salary are unique in the entire hospital. Of course, all doctors also know that Chen Fan is indeed worthy of this status and monthly salary. In everyone's opinion, Chen Fan would agree without hesitation. But what no one expected was that Chen Fan shook his head. Work? I will never work for others in my life. I appreciate the dean's kindness. Dean Hua Changming still did not give up and continued to invite Chen Fan, and finally even asked Chen Fan to serve as the vice president of the hospital. However, what made Dean Hua Changming speechless was that Chen Fan still refused. This time, Chen Fan not only refused, but also showed a hint of anger. Dean Hua Changming then did not dare to force it any further. Little brother, can you please leave a contact number? Finally, Hua Changming sighed in his heart. The hospital could not retain such a talented Chinese medicine practitioner. He could only settle for the second best and ask for a contact number. Chen Fan thought that this was not a bad idea. As the director of the hospital, Hua Changming might be of use to someone in the future. Even Guo Ming, the deputy mayor of Donghai City, couldn't wait to ask Chen Fan for his contact information, which made the doctors envious and jealous. Of course, no one dared to hate Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan's acupuncture skills completely conquered the doctors present, making everyone amazed, and the eyes looking at Chen Fan revealed a touch of admiration and respect. By the way, Brother Chen, Dean Hua Changming suddenly thought of something. I may need your help with something. Do you have time? What's the matter? Chen Fan said politely, Dean, if you need any help from me, please let me know. I will definitely help you in any way I can. Dean Hua Changming asked, I wonder if Brother Chen has heard of Li Jiacheng? Li Jiacheng? Chen Fan was stunned. Who did he think of first? He couldn't help but be a little bit unbelieving for a moment. Are you talking about Li Jiacheng, the richest man in Donghai City? Dean Hua Changming nodded, yes, it is Li Jiacheng, the richest man in Donghai City. After a pause, Dean Hua Changming sighed, Li Jiacheng is very young, only in his 40s, and he has become the richest man in Donghai City. He should have a happy family, but unexpectedly, his 4-year-old son, who had a son in middle age, suddenly suffered from a strange disease half a month ago and has been in a long sleep. Long sleep and no wake up? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little strange. That's right, he's been in a long sleep. Dean Hua Changming said, Li Jiacheng's son hasn't woken up for half a month. Li Jiacheng has invited all the famous doctors at home and abroad to treat his son, but they couldn't even find out the cause of his illness, let alone wake him up. Fortunately, Li Jiacheng's son looks like he's just asleep, and there's nothing wrong with his body. Brother Chen, you have such amazing Chinese medicine skills. I wonder if you would like to go and see Li Jiacheng's son. Dean Hua Changming looked at Chen Fan with eager eyes. Li Jiacheng asked him to treat his son, but he was also helpless. With his decades of clinical experience, he could not figure out the cause of Li Jiacheng's son's illness or why he could not wake up from his long sleep. Chen Fan nodded, in that case, I'll go take a look. That's great. Dean Hua Changming looked happy. When Li Jiacheng finds out, he will definitely be very happy. Chen Fan then said, however, I have other things to do now. How about this, you contact me again in the afternoon, and then I will go over to see the specific situation of Li Jiacheng's son. Hua Changming nodded, of course there is no problem with this. After expressing their gratitude to Chen Fan, Guo Ming's family took the old woman out of the hospital. After agreeing to the hospital director Hua Changming, Chen Fan naturally did not stay in the hospital for long and drove to Mingjiang Hotel. You know, Resigning is still waiting for him to hand over the future development plan of Mingjiang Hotel to him. Because of the delay caused by this incident, Chen Fan was already nearly an hour late. After arriving at the hotel, Resigning might want to strangle him to death. But when Chen Fan arrived at the hotel and opened the office door, he saw Resigning looking very seriously at the plan he had made. Chen Fan couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Indeed, he could clearly see that although he had been working all night, Resigning didn't look tired at all. Chen Fan, you're here. Feeling someone coming in, Resigning looked up and a look of joy appeared on his face. She stood up and left the desk, holding the plan, and walked towards Chen Fan, handing it directly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, please take a look. I promise that this plan will satisfy you. Okay, let me take a look. Chen Fan opened the plan and after reading it for about 10 minutes, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Well, it's not bad, but some parts are not specific and detailed enough. Chapter 78 Fantasy. Afterwards, Chen Fan naturally discussed this plan with Resigning. Time flies. 2 hours passed. The look in Resining's eyes as she looked at Chen Fan became more and more admiring. After reading her plan, the opinions and insights Chen Fan put forward made her involuntarily convinced from the bottom of her heart. She knew that even her mentor's opinions and insights after reading her plan would probably not be as good as Chen Fan's. He's such a freak. Resigning couldn't help but mutter to himself, I don't know what's wrong with his brain. How can he be so powerful and smart? Hey, did you understand what I said to you? Seeing Resigning suddenly become a little absent-minded, Chen Fan was speechless and said with a glare. Ah. Oh, Resigning came back to her senses. She responded subconsciously, and then she didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face turned slightly red and she looked shy. For a moment, Resigning, who was already stunningly beautiful, looked even more beautiful. What are you doing? What are you thinking about in your little head? Seeing Resining's expression, Chen Fan could also see something and said unhappily. It would have been better if Chen Fan didn't say anything. As soon as he said it, Resining's pretty face became even redder, as red as a red apple. Facing the charming Chen Fan, she couldn't help but think too much, thinking that she and Chen Fan had become a boyfriend and girlfriend and were in love. Seeing Resining's face turn even redder, Chen Fan couldn't help but look a little surprised. Miss Rong, you're not thinking about that, are you? Resigning was startled subconsciously. What did you say? What kind of thing? That's exactly the case. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and made a kissing gesture. Suddenly, as if her little thoughts were exposed by Chen Fan, Resining's pretty face turned even redder, like red paper, almost dripping with blood. Chen Fan couldn't help but screamed, Oh, I really got it right, Miss Rong, the object of your fantasy couldn't be me, right? Resigning immediately became angry, I wish you were beautiful. Only a ghost would fantasize about you. Chen Fan naturally didn't believe it, and said with a curled lip, Oh, I don't know who was the one who kept saying that he wanted to pursue me yesterday. If you're not fantasizing about me, then who else are you fantasizing about? Resigning snorted, No matter who I'm fantasizing about, it's not you. I'd rather fantasize about a pig than you. Oh, Miss Rong, you're still fantasizing about a pig, Chen Fan said with a strange look on his face, then you really have a heavy taste. You are the fantasy pig. Resigning suddenly became furious, and slapped Chen Fan on the head with the documents in his hand. How could Chen Fan be hit by Resigning? He dodged it easily. Chen Fan was speechless for a moment. You just said that you were fantasizing about pigs, and you didn't allow me to say it. You are looking for death and you dare to hide? Resigning was completely furious. He stood up, holding the documents in his hand, and chased after Chen Fan. Ouch! Suddenly Resigning screamed in pain. She sprained her foot and felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She couldn't stand anymore and was about to fall backwards. At this moment, she felt a figure flash by and appear in front of her. Then, she felt a strong arm suddenly hugging her waist. As soon as she saw it, she knew what was going on. It was Chen Fan who took action. At the moment when she was about to fall, he hugged her waist. She could clearly feel the warmth coming from Chen Fan's big hand around her waist. Ah, bastard, who told you to touch me? Let me go. Subconsciously, Resigning roared. Although, she had indeed confessed her love to Chen Fan and wanted to pursue him. But in essence, she is a girl, and she has a reserved nature that comes naturally to her. Of course, the more important point is that from childhood to adulthood, no one of the opposite sex has ever touched her body except her father. Do you really want me to let you go? Chen Fan had a strange look on his face. Resigning became even angrier. Who told you to touch me? No one of the opposite sex has ever touched me since I was a child. Let go. Seeing that Resigning was about to get furious, Chen Fan had no choice but to let go. The next moment, with a bang, Resigning fell heavily to the ground. It was so painful. Resigning's face suddenly turned pale. Indeed, Resigning felt as if her butt was broken into 8 pieces. Ouch, it hurts so much, my butt is broken into 8 pieces. Resigning pointed at Chen Fan's nose with a look of pain on her face. You bastard, you did it on purpose, you wanted me to fall to the ground on purpose. Chen Fan's eyes widened involuntarily. He had seen unreasonable people before, but he had never seen anyone so unreasonable. Really? Girls are unreasonable creatures. Chen Fan was speechless. He was too lazy to argue with Resigning and said directly, Your plan is well written. I'll give you a score of 7. So, starting from tomorrow, you will follow this new plan we discussed together to develop the hotel business. I am confident that the hotel will be profitable within 2 weeks, not to mention 1 month. Just then, the cell phone rang. Chen Fan looked and saw that it was Xia Yueshue calling. Chen Fan answered the call. Xia Yueshue's voice came over with a bit of anxiety and panic. Mr. Chen, I'm in the luxury gold box of the Marriott Hotel. Several partners of the company are trying to get me drunk. If I don't drink, they will say that they will never cooperate with the company again. Boss Xia, don't be anxious or worried. Hold them off first. I'll be right there. Chen Fan didn't know what was wrong with him. After hearing what Xia Yueshue said, he instinctively felt a surge of anger in his heart. He wished he could teleport to Xia Yueshue's side and beat up all those so-called partners one by one. Boss Xia, find an excuse and go to the bathroom to hide for a while. I'll be there soon. After giving Xia Yueshue a suggestion, Chen Fan immediately hung up the phone, not bothering to pay attention to Resigning. He went downstairs like the wind and left Mingjian Hotel. Chen Fan got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared away. Marriott Hotel, in the luxury box. Boss Xia, come on, let's toast you a glass. If you don't drink, it will be really unreasonable. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked towards Xia Yueshue, holding a glass of wine. Everyone else looked like they were enjoying the show. Several of the men among them had bad intentions and looked Xia Yueshue up and down with lustful eyes. Chapter 79 New Shareholders. In fact, they were also attracted by Xia Yueshue's beauty, which is why they have always maintained cooperation with Xia Yueshue. Now that Xia Yueshue's company is not doing well and needs their help, this group of people know that their chance has come and they quickly take the opportunity to tease Xia Yueshue. In their opinion, Xia Yueshue would not dare to really turn against them unless she didn't want to do business anymore. Xia Yueshue naturally knew that she couldn't drink this glass of wine no matter what. Everyone, take your time eating and chatting. I'm going to the bathroom. Xia Yueshue thought of Chen Fan's reminder and spoke quickly. She didn't even wait for the other party to speak and left as if escaping. A voice was still ringing behind him. Boss Xia, please come back soon. We are waiting for you. Boss Xia, you are not going to pee, are you? Boss Xia, if you don't come back, we won't leave. After Xia Yueshue was completely out, a man said to a woman next to him, follow her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her take the opportunity to slip away. If she wants to take the opportunity to slip away, stop her no matter what. Yes, Mr. Pan. The woman hurriedly left the box. In the bathroom, Xia Yueshue looked back several times and confirmed that no one was following her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I've already hidden in the bathroom. I can't delay for much longer. Come here quickly. Whether I can keep my innocence today depends entirely on you. Xia Yueshue's face was filled with nervousness and worry. How could she not see that all these partners came for her? They said it was cooperation, but in fact it was all fake and they had other intentions. Xia Yueshue then thought of something, Mr. Chen, but we can't fall out with these partners. The company is still cooperating with them. If we fall out, the company will lose a lot of money. It would be best to have a solution that has the best of both worlds. Boss Xia, don't worry, you can leave this matter to me with complete confidence. I'll be there in 3 minutes. After Chen Fan received another call from Xia Yueshue, he hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car sped up, and sped away with a whistling sound. 3 minutes. Hearing that Chen Fan would arrive in 3 minutes, Xia Yueshue breathed a sigh of relief, went into the bathroom, and waited for Chen Fan's arrival. Mr. Xia? Mr. Xia? Soon a loud shouting voice rang out. Xia Yueshue recognized the other person immediately, Zhou Yaowen, the female secretary of one of the partners, Pan Liang. Xia Yueshue felt subconsciously nervous. Among the many partners, Pan Liang is the richest and his intentions are very obvious. He has made it clear many times that he is coming for Xia Yueshue. If Xia Yueshue agrees to be his woman, Pan Liang will inject 10 billion yuan into Xia Yueshue's company. There was no way Xia Yueshue would agree to such a thing. What is even more hateful is that Pan Liang already has a family. In other words, Pan Liang wanted her to be his mistress. Compared with other partners, Xia Yueshue felt that Pan Liang was more disgusting. But Xia Yueshue also knew that she couldn't have a falling out with Pan Liang, otherwise the company would suffer irreparable losses. Secretary Chiu, I'm going to the bathroom. It will only take 3 or 4 minutes. Hearing the voice of Pan Liang's secretary Xiao Yaowen, Xia Yueshua responded. Xiao Yaowen felt that it would only take 3 or 4 minutes, so he could just wait. Time passes quickly. It will only take 3 or 4 minutes. Secretary Qiu, I'm fine. You don't have to wait for me here. Xia Yueshua opened the door and came out, and saw Xiao Yaowen waiting for her. Xiao Yaowen said, Boss Xia, it's good that you came out. I was worried that you might be unwell and something might happen. As she spoke, she went straight to hold Xia Yueshua's hand and said, Boss Xia, everyone is waiting for you. You are the protagonist today. It would be bad to leave everyone alone in the box. They are all partners of your company and you cannot afford to offend them. Xiao Yaowen pulled Xia Yueshua back quickly and entered the box again. Boss Xia, everyone is waiting for you anxiously. That's right. It feels like a whole year has passed when I haven't seen President Xia for just 1 minute. Ha ha. A burst of booing sound was heard. Xia Yueshua gritted her teeth in her heart. If she hadn't had no other choice, she would not cooperate with these partners who were coming for her. Come on, have a drink. Pan Liang was the first to look impatient. He picked up a glass of wine, strode to Xia Yueshua, and almost raised it to her lips. Mr. Pan, I feel a little unwell. It's really not appropriate for me to drink today. Xia Yueshua subconsciously took a few steps back. Hey, it's okay to have a drink. Pan Liang looked at Xia Yueshua with a squinting look. Even if Mr. Xia can't drink, we still have so many people here. We can guarantee that we can send Mr. Xia home safely when the time comes. Yes, Mr. Xia, you have nothing to worry about. We are all old friends. Yes, President Xia, it's rare that everyone is so happy, you can't spoil everyone's fun. Pan Liang held the wineglass, walked a few steps towards Xia Yueshua, and handed the glass to Xia Yueshua's mouth again. He looked serious and earnest. Boss Xia, you have to drink this glass of wine today even if you don't want to. If you don't give me face, how can we cooperate with you in the future? Yes, Mr. Xia, you are too disrespectful. A group of people echoed. He. At this moment, a sneer sounded, and a figure pushed the door open and entered. As soon as she saw this figure appear, Xia Yueshua's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy, as if she had seen a savior falling from the sky. She quickly ran to the side of the figure. There is no doubt that the person coming is Chen Fan. Isn't it shameful? Chen Fan glanced at everyone present, 6 men and 3 women. A group of men bullying a woman, what kind of men are you? Who are you, kid? When everyone saw Chen Fan appear, they started to scold them and shame them. Everyone was stunned and anger appeared on their faces. Boss Xia, do you know this guy? If you don't give us an explanation today, we will no longer have any cooperation. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Xia Yueshua quickly spoke up and explained, this is my company's new shareholder, Chen Fan. New shareholders? Everyone looked suspicious. Why haven't we seen them before? Xia Yueshua said, this happened just in the past few days. We haven't had time to announce that Chen Fan is the company's new shareholder. Chen Fan, let me introduce you to everyone now. After Chen Fan appeared, Xia Yueshua felt completely relieved and calm. Chapter 80 Drinking. After introducing Chen Fan, Xia Yueshua specifically emphasized Pan Liang's explanation. Chen Fan, this is Pan Liang, the president of Li's Group, the largest distributor of skincare products and cosmetics in Donghai City. Skincare products and cosmetics companies across Donghai City have cooperated with Mr. Pan. Mr. Pan, nice to meet you. Chen Fan planned to shake hands with the other party. Pan Liang just glanced at the hand that Chen Fan extended to him, and said indifferently, nice to meet you. I didn't expect that you are a shareholder of a large company at such a young age. You are really young and promising. I wonder what your father does. Chen Fan said calmly, I am just an orphan without a father or a mother. Oh. Pan Liang stretched out his voice, looking somewhat meaningful, and glanced at Xia Yueshua. So, President Xia, you are trying to play this trick on us. Xia Yueshua was a little confused and said, I don't know what Mr. Pan means by this. Pan Liang snorted coldly, Boss Xia, we are all smart people, no one should try to play tricks on anyone else. Xia Yueshua frowned slightly, where did Mr. Pan get this from? It seems that Mr. Xia insists that I tell him the truth. Fine then. Pan Liang said coldly, I guess Mr. Xia just found an excuse to go to the bathroom. In fact, you asked someone to help you and block the wine. As for what you said about shareholders, do you really think we are fools? Would you believe that an orphan can become a shareholder of a big company? At this point, Pan Liang smiled sinisterly, as if he had thought of a conspiracy, and then said to Xia Yueshui and Chen Fan. Since President Xia has done this, we don't want to embarrass you. Since this guy is here to stop the drinking, then let him stop the drinking. But I'll tell President Xia in advance that if this guy gets drunk, it will be your turn to drink. What do you think? When everyone else heard Pan Liang's words, they couldn't help but applaud. Each of these 6 men has an extraordinary alcohol tolerance. Not to mention 6 people coming together, even if it was just one of them, he would definitely be able to beat Chen Fan when it comes to drinking. Indeed, in their opinion, Chen Fan was so young, and even if he could drink a lot, his alcohol tolerance couldn't be that good. After hearing what Pan Liang said, Xia Yueshui was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Chen Fan with a worried look on her face. She had no idea how much Chen Fan could drink, and she didn't even know whether Chen Fan drank or not. Chen Fan couldn't help but curse in his heart, this Pan Liang is really despicable and shameless. Indeed, he doesn't drink. He never drank alcohol. Seeing Chen Fan's embarrassed expression, Pan Liang snorted coldly, "Boy, if you don't know how to drink, get out of here right now, or you'll be embarrassed in a while. Just tell me if you can drink or not. If not, get out of here. Need I say more? This guy doesn't even look like someone who can drink. He's just a wimp, haha." A mocking laugh was heard. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. It was the voice of the system. Ding, the host is facing ridicule and sarcasm, please choose A, leave immediately to avoid greater ridicule and humiliation, and reward, foot oil talisman if you encounter a situation you can't handle, leave quickly to increase your speed tenfold. B, admit defeat to Pan Liang and others, admit that you can't drink, and be rewarded with the admitting cowardly skill once used. The other party will think that the host is a coward, and there is a certain chance that they will let the host go. C, stand up to Pan Liang and others, and be rewarded with the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk no matter what kind of wine, no matter how much you drink, you will not get drunk. Ha, good timing, the system's voice sounded, making Chen Fan so happy that he almost burst into laughter. Do these 3 options require further consideration? Of course, the answer is C. Chen Fan glanced at everyone coldly, and finally, his eyes fell on Pan Liang, drinking? Ha, I have been drinking since I was 3 years old. Drinking is a piece of cake for me. Don't say that there are only a few of you. Even if there are more people, I will still drink you all down. Mr. Chen, you are crazy. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Yueshui looked frightened and tugged at Chen Fan's clothes. The 6 of them can drink a lot, don't try to be brave, if you get drunk, who knows what they will do to you, and they will definitely not let me go. Chen Fan said to Xia Yueshui, don't worry, President Xia, I know what to do. You? Xia Yueshui originally wanted to speak again, but when she met Chen Fan's confident eyes, Xia Yueshui subconsciously chose to believe it. Chen Fan, if you really can't hold on any longer, don't force yourself. Finally, Xia Yueshui warned him worriedly. What? Ha ha. Pan Liang and everyone else burst into laughter. They all seemed to have heard a huge joke and were laughing so hard that they could hardly straighten their backs. Well, since you are so arrogant, let us see how much you can drink. After Pan Liang finished speaking, he shouted, Waiter. Mr. Pan, what do you want me to do for you? The waiter came in. Pan Liang said loudly, go get 5 boxes of beer, 5 boxes of white wine, and 5 boxes of red wine. He glared at Chen Fan and said, boy, I'm afraid I won't kill you with drinking later, huh? Chen Fan shrugged, not caring at all. Mr. Pan, are you sure you want so much wine? The waiter was shocked. Pan Liang said angrily, nonsense, what? Do you think I can't pay the bill? No, Mr. Pan, please don't misunderstand me, that's not what I meant. The waiter was shocked and said repeatedly. Pan Liang is a big customer here. He has entertained him many times and he has been very generous. He cannot afford to offend such a big boss. He hurried out of the box, and soon several waiters brought in the wine. Xia Yueshui was still frightened by this scene, and subconsciously said, Chen Fan, if you really drink all this wine, you will die. Chen Fan didn't care at all and smiled, it's okay, even if someone dies, they will be the ones who die. We? Pan Liang sneered, you kid, aren't you afraid of being criticized by the big boss for saying such things? That's right. The 6 of us can drink a lot. If we are defeated by a mere kid like you, all the years we have spent drinking together will be in vain. The others looked at Chen Fan with contempt and disdain, and they naturally thought that Chen Fan would be defeated by them. Chapter 81, Never Get Drunk. Not to mention 6 people, just one of them could drink Chen Fan to death. What are you waiting for? Let's start now. Chen Fan said without any further ado. Pan Liang sneered, very good, since you are so eager to die, we are naturally happy to oblige you. After saying that, Pan Liang directly picked up a bottle of beer and opened the cap. A series of gulp sounds were heard, and within a few seconds, Pan Liang had finished the bottle of beer. Very good, since you have already drunk it, I naturally cannot not drink it. Chen Fan also said straightforwardly. After saying this, the system's voice sounded. Host and Pan Liang fought hard, mission completed, rewarded with the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Ha ha. Chen Fan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. He looked at the white wine, beer, and red wine, then sneered at Pan Liang, is that all you can do? It seems that your alcohol tolerance is not that good either. Ha ha. Don't just talk. Pan Liang pointed at the empty bottle in his hand and said to Chen Fan, I drank this bottle of wine in 5 seconds. If you can finish it in less time, I will kneel down and call you Grandpa 3 times. Chen Fan looked mysterious. He said nothing more and took a large plate. Pan Liang sneered, what are you doing, kid? I asked you to drink, but why are you holding a big plate? Boss Pan, is there any need to say this? Someone seemed to have seen through Chen Fan's intentions, what else can he do? He must be afraid that he will vomit soon, so he prepared this big plate to hold it. What? But the next moment, everyone was stunned. At the same time, everyone else was also stunned. Chen Fan took a bottle of beer, opened the cap, and poured all the beer into it. Then, Chen Fan took a bottle of red wine and a bottle of white wine and poured them both in. In other words, this large plate of wine at this time is a mixture of a whole bottle of beer, white wine, and red wine. What do you want to do, kid? Pan Liang and others were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't know what Chen Fan wanted to do. What else can I do? Of course I drink it. Chen Fan shrugged calmly. What? Drink this big dish of wine? A big dish of beer, white wine, and red wine. Everyone was a little scared, and immediately couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with a strange expression on their faces. Chen Fan, are you crazy? Xia Yueshua was even more frightened. She tugged at Chen Fan's clothes and said, Chen Fan, don't be impulsive. If you drink like this, you will really drink yourself to death. I think it's better to forget it. Don't drink anymore. Let's leave now. These people can be angry. Even if they don't cooperate with the company, I accept it. After Xia Yueshua finished speaking, she took Chen Fan's hand and was about to leave. Boss Xia, don't worry, I know what's going on. You should have some confidence in me. Chen Fan gave Xia Yueshua a reassuring look. Although Xia Yueshua was still worried subconsciously, she still believed in Chen Fan. However, she really couldn't believe how Chen Fan could drink such a large plate of wine. Not to mention, this is a blend of 3 types of alcohol, beer, white wine, and red wine. Do you really want to drink it? Pan Liang and everyone else were also dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Chen Fan smiled, revealing a mocking expression on his face, and looked at Pan Liang and everyone else. Why, if you think you are capable, you can drink this big plate of wine, then I will take the initiative to admit defeat. Pan Liang sneered, why, can you really drink such a big plate of wine? Chen Fan nodded, yes, I can indeed drink up this large plate of wine. Pan Liang sneered, very good, if you are not afraid of death, then drink it. Death? Chen Fan said, death is impossible for me. Even a large plate of wine is just plain water to me. Everyone is good at talking. Pan Liang looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression. If you can drink all this wine and still stand there like nothing happened, I will kneel down and call you Grandpa 3 times. You called me Grandpa 3 times? Sorry, I don't want a grandson like you. Chen Fan had a look of contempt and sarcasm on his face. You. Pan Liang was angry, and then sneered, then what are you waiting for, drink up all the wine quickly. Chen Fan didn't say anything more. He picked up the large plate of wine and gulped it down. Chen Fan. Xia Yueshua looked so frightened that she was stunned. Her mouth subconsciously opened wide and couldn't close for a long time. What the hell? This kid, this is. Pan Liang and everyone else looked at it and couldn't help but look stunned. Impossible, how is this possible? After drinking this plate of wine, even the god of wine will be unable to stand and will fall down. Pan Liang and the others found it unbelievable and could not help but mutter to themselves in a daze. Drank it all. In less than half a minute, everyone saw that the whole plate of wine was finally empty. Chen Fan simply turned the large plate upside down on the dining table, and when he picked it up, there was not even a drop of wine or water on the table. Pan Liang and everyone else were tongue-tied and couldn't utter a word for a moment. Why, are you surprised? Chen Fan sneered, I told you, I started drinking at the age of 3. This little bit of wine is just a big plate of boiled water to me. Boss Pan, do you remember what you just said? What are you waiting for? Kneel down in front of me. Chen Fan said with a half smile on his face, as for the 3 times of calling me grandpa, forget it. Even if you want to recognize me as your grandpa, I can't possibly accept you as my grandson. Pan Liang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was horrified to the extreme. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible for Chen Fan to look fine after drinking such a large plate of mixed liquor. But the fact is, when Chen Fan in front of him started talking, he looked exactly the same as before he drank. It's really weird. Pan Liang muttered to himself. Even if Chen Fan asked him to kneel down, he would definitely not do so. He gritted his teeth and said, isn't it just wine? When have I, Pan Liang, ever been afraid of anyone when it comes to drinking? If you can drink, why can't I? Come on, pour me all the wine. After saying that, Pan Liang took a bottle of beer first, opened the bottle cap, and poured all the beer into the plate. Mr. Pan. The other 5 men did not move. What are you standing there for? Open the white and red wine quickly. Pan Liang urged immediately. Chapter 82, Gifted. Boss Pan, this is unacceptable. Drinking like this, and drinking so much, you will die. That's right, this guy is obviously a freak, we can't compete with him. Boss Pan, who the hell is this kid? Just because he drinks the wine, do we have to drink it? The other 5 men tried to persuade Pan Liang not to drink the huge plate of wine. Although they all knew that Pan Liang could drink a lot, they were not so good that he could finish this whole plate of mixed liquor. If Pan Liang really drank this large plate of wine, even if no one died, he would definitely get drunk and pass out immediately. Naturally, they all don't want to see such a thing happen. But Pan Liang still insisted, stop talking nonsense. Who the hell is this guy? I have been in the drinking game for many years. How can I lose to this guy? If I lose to this guy, where will I put my face? Seeing that these men were unwilling to help him pour the wine into the large plate, Pan Liang simply did it himself. Soon, he poured the other white wine and red wine into the large plate. Mr. Pan, you must not act impulsively about this matter. The 5 men were still persuading Pan Liang. But Pan Liang still insisted, and even kicked away the 5 men who tried to stop him one by one. Boy, can I lose to you? Are you kidding me? Pan Liang picked up the big plate and gulped the wine into his mouth. Ugh, Pan Liang couldn't hold on any longer after drinking only half of the drink, and he burped loudly. Indeed, he clearly felt that his stomach was about to burst, and it seemed that if he drank one more sip, his stomach would really explode. Pan Liang stopped and could smell a strong smell of alcohol with every breath he took. Boss Pan, if you can't drink it, then don't drink it. I'm much younger than you, so this amount of wine is not too much for me. Chen Fan smiled and looked at the big plate. You are already quite impressive if you can drink half of it. It's not shameful for you to lose. Poof. Chen Fan's words seemed to arouse Pan Liang's fighting spirit even more. He snorted coldly at Chen Fan, and even ignored the 5 men's advice. He picked up the large plate and continued to drink. Just a few seconds passed, and with a wow sound, Pan Liang vomited. It looked like he was about to lose his balance and he tilted and was about to fall. Fortunately, the 5 men acted in time and supported him. At this point, the outcome is naturally quite clear. Okay, we admit defeat today. You are awesome. I didn't expect that Mr. Chen could drink so much. We really admire him. Let's go. The 5 men supported Pan Liang and were about to leave. Chen Fan said, don't be in a hurry to leave. Although Mr. Pan has drunk a lot, you are all fine. How about this? The 5 of you come together and drink the rest of the wine, and then we continue drinking. What do you think? We 5 will drink with you alone? The 5 of them were somewhat tempted and looked at each other. You are quite courageous. You've already drunk such a large plate of wine, do you really think you can drink more? The five of them all looked quite incredulous and spoke to Chen Fan. Why, are you afraid? Chen Fan laughed sarcastically, looking at the five people with contempt in his eyes. Or do you think that even if I drink a large plate of wine, you will still lose to me, and your face will be completely lost? We will lose to you? Can't the five of us drink more than you? Are you kidding me, haha? Okay, drink it. Since you are not afraid, how can we five be afraid of a mere person like you? The five men rolled up their sleeves, looking like they were ready to have a big fight with Chen Fan. Since Chen Fan has the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, the result is naturally predictable. At the end of drinking, all five men fell to the ground. And Chen Fan still looked completely unharmed. Chen Fan, you drank so much. Xia Yueshue looked at Chen Fan as if he was a freak. How come you are fine? You look like you didn't drink any alcohol. And most importantly, you drank so much alcohol, don't you feel bloated at all? As she spoke, Xia Yueshue subconsciously looked at Chen Fan's belly. Immediately afterwards, her face couldn't help but turn a little red. Indeed, she suddenly realized that for a girl like her, looking at a man's abdomen like this seemed like a bad thing. I have a special talent. Chen Fan smiled and said simply, he couldn't say that he had the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even if he told Xia Yueshue might not believe it. Gifted? Xia Yueshue didn't say much. After thinking about it for a moment, she felt that this was the only possibility that could explain why Chen Fan was so good at drinking, because this was beyond the scope of what ordinary people could understand. Look at the five men lying on the ground. Xiao Yaowen and the other women all look extremely dumbfounded. Look at Chen Fan. You. These women all stuttered so badly that they couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Subconsciously, there was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked towards Chen Fan. They had seen people who could drink, but they had never seen anyone who could drink so much. He is simply not a human being. In the end, these women could only identify Chen Fan in this way. Naturally, they quickly called people to come and take the five men away. They even had to take them to the hospital for a physical checkup to find out whether their bodies had been damaged by all the drinking. After these people left, Xia Yueshue showed a grateful look on her face and said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, thank you so much. I originally thought you didn't drink, but I didn't know you were such a heavy drinker. If it weren't for you, I would have been forced by them to drink a few glasses. I don't believe what would happen. I'm scared just thinking about it. Boss Xia, isn't everything fine now? Chen Fan smiled. Besides, I'm already a shareholder of the company. From now on, your business is my business. No matter what you need, just ask and I will definitely help. Chen Fan, thank you. Xia Yueshue's face was full of gratitude. Finally, she moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. Indeed, she wanted to ask Chen Fan if he had a girlfriend. Chapter 83. Something unexpected happened. But in a flash, Xia Yueshue changed her mind. Once she asked such a question, it was hard for Chen Fan not to think that she must have other intentions towards him. She had already decided that she would not fall in love before she was 30. Chen Fan and Xia Yueshue left, and Xia Yueshue naturally returned to her home. As for what Pan Liang and the others would do after they sobered up, Xia Yueshue no longer cared. Chen Fan had just started driving when he received a call from Dean Hua Chengming. As soon as Chen Fan got through, Hua Chengming's extremely anxious voice came out first. Brother Chen, I didn't intend to disturb you, but something unexpected happened. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. In fact, he already had a guess in his mind that it must be related to the son of Li Jiacheng, the richest man in Donghai City. As expected, Hua Chengming followed up and said, Brother Chen, it's like this. I don't know what happened, but the condition of Li Jiacheng's son, who seemed to have been sleeping for a long time, suddenly changed. This kind of change is something I have never seen or heard of before. Chen Fan could also hear the deep sense of horror in Hua Chengming's voice. Oh? Chen Fan was somewhat interested. What kind of situation is it that makes the dean feel that he has never seen such a thing in his life? Hua Chengming said, just this morning, Li Jiacheng went to see his son as usual, but suddenly found that something like fish scales had grown on his son's cheeks. This situation frightened everyone in the Li family. Li Jiacheng immediately contacted all the doctors to come over. Hua Chengming explained in detail what he knew, but almost all doctors are helpless in the case of Li Jiacheng's son. Now only 4 of the most famous doctors are left to continue to observe the condition of Li Jiacheng's son. I told Li Jiaqing about your situation. He was very excited and asked me to contact you immediately no matter what. Please go over and check on his son. Okay, I have nothing to do right now, so I'll go over and take a look. Chen Fan agreed. Chen Fan was indeed very interested in the situation of scales growing on the cheeks and wanted to see what was going on. Chen Fan came to the hospital, picked up the Dean Hua Changming, and then rushed to Li Jiaqing's home. Mr. Li, this is the brother Chen I was talking about. After about 15 minutes, Hua Changming and Chen Fan arrived at Li's house, and Hua Changming introduced them. Li Jiaqing was stunned involuntarily, with a suspicious look on his face, and looked at Chen Fan. Dean, is this the brother Chen you mentioned? Is he a Chinese medicine doctor? He performed a kind of acupuncture technique and cured an old woman's illness? Hua Changming nodded. He understood Li Jiaqing's suspicion. That's right, Mr. Li. No one, including me, could figure out the cause of the old woman's illness. The old woman was almost dying. Fortunately, Brother Chen figured out the old woman's illness and used acupuncture to save her. Mr. Li, although Brother Chen is young, his attainments in Chinese medicine are indeed extraordinary. In that case, please ask Brother Chen to go and see my son as soon as possible. Since Hua Changming spoke so detailed and sincerely, and considering Hua Changming's identity, Li Jiaqing naturally believed it. But after all, he had not seen it with his own eyes, so Li Jiaqing instinctively remained somewhat skeptical as to whether Chen Fan's acupuncture was really that magical. Li Jiaqing took Chen Fan and Hua Changming to the second floor. In a bedroom, there were already many members of the Li family. Master, everyone greeted Li Jiaqing when they saw him appear. Master, the famous doctors are examining Qilin's condition. It's been 2 hours now. I'm afraid. Li Jiaqing was in no mood to pay attention to anyone present. He took Chen Fan and Hua Changming directly into the bedroom. The bedroom is furnished with numerous cutting-edge medical devices, which are obviously of great value. Four doctors, all of whom looked sweaty, were examining Li Jiaqing's son, Li Qilin. Shou Ying. Li Jiaqing said to the beautiful woman in the bedroom, "Don't worry too much. I will invite all the famous doctors from home and abroad. I don't believe that there will be no doctor who can cure Qilin's disease." Jiaqing, what happened to Qilin? He suddenly got a strange disease, and that's not all. Why did something like scales suddenly grow on his face? The beautiful woman looked at Li Jiaqing with tears in her eyes. Mrs. Li, Mr. Li, don't worry. We are examining Mr. Ling. We will have the answer soon and find out the cause of the disease soon. One of the doctors, Zhao Jishir, spoke to Li Jiaqing and Mu Shouying, appearing very confident. Will the cause be found soon? Mu Shouying said angrily, "This is the 10th time I've heard you say this. Every time you say the cause will be found soon, but what is the cause? Tell me, you quacks." In the end, Mu Shouying couldn't help but curse. The famous Dr. Zhao Jishir looked very unhappy. He was a little embarrassed. Madam Li, your son's condition is complicated. It does take some time, but this time it is absolutely true. We are really about to find out the cause of your son's illness. It will take at most an hour. Don't even mention an hour, Mu Shouying's face was still furious. Now, I can't even wait 10 minutes. I give you half an hour to find out the cause of my son's illness. Otherwise, get out of the Li family immediately. Okay, Madam Li, please don't worry. Seeing that Madam Li was angry, these famous doctors hurriedly promised. Shouying, don't be angry. What if you get sick from anger and your son wakes up and can't see you? Li Jiaqing said comfortingly. Jiaqing, but I. Mu Shouying couldn't help but choke up. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, would it be convenient for me to go over and check on your son? When Chen Fan came in, he had already seen a 5-year-old boy on the bed. He had a rough idea in his mind, but he had to take a closer look to be sure. He opened his mouth and said something to the two of them. Who are you? Mu Shouying was stunned. Li Jiaqing said, Shouying, I was just about to introduce you to Brother Chen Fan, a doctor recommended by Dean Hua Changming, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Jiaqing, you know very well that our family never believes in Chinese medicine. It is just a superstitious and deceptive method. Obviously, Mrs. Li Mu Shouying had a very bad impression of Chinese medicine. After looking at Chen Fan, she said to Li Jiaqing. Besides, he is so young. Jiaqing, please let this man leave. Chapter 84 Take all the consequences. Mr. Li, what Mrs. Li said makes sense. Treating your son is a serious matter. It concerns human life, so we should be extremely cautious. I know some Chinese medicine practitioners, but they are all old doctors who have become famous in their 40s and 50s. It is rare to find a young Chinese medicine practitioner like this, let alone one who is qualified to treat Mr. Li. The four famous doctors in the room looked at Chen Fan with contempt in their eyes. When they heard Mrs. Li speak, they quickly seized the opportunity and spoke one after another. What are you still doing here? Seeing that Chen Fan looked as if he didn't hear what they said, Zhao Jishir looked at Chen Fan and shouted coldly. You'd better go. At this time, before Li Jiaqing could speak to Chen Fan, Mrs. Li couldn't wait to say. My family has never believed in Chinese medicine, let alone a young Chinese medicine practitioner like you. If my son were to ask you to check him, the situation might be even worse. Of course, there is another more important point. I don't want to waste my son's time in vain. Chen Fan looked like he had no intention of leaving, and was carefully looking at Li Qilin lying on the hospital bed. In fact, Chen Fan was already very confident about Li Qilin's condition. As long as he uses acupuncture on Li Qilin, he can wake Li Qilin up immediately. Of course, as for the scaly things on his face, they will not disappear until 2 or 3 days later. Mrs. Li, Mr. Li. Dean Hua Changming said. Seeing that everyone did not believe Chen Fan, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious and immediately said. Everyone, I dare to guarantee with my status as the dean that Brother Chen's acupuncture skills are indeed very powerful. If Brother Chen cannot cure Mr. Li's illness, if anything goes wrong, I will bear all the consequences. A sneering voice was heard. You will bear the consequences? Can you bear the consequences? This is a human life, and this is Mr. Li Jiaqing's son. How are you going to bear the consequences? Dean Hua Changming responded sharply, Why, I can't afford it, but you can. If you are really sure about Mr. Li's condition, we wouldn't be here. Who knows why you are here? A weird voice sounded. That's right. There is no telling how many people in the entire Donghai city want to take advantage of Mr. Li's incident to get close to Mr. Li and the Li family. Now, everything else is trivial. Chen Fan suddenly spoke. He looked at Li Qilin on the hospital bed, and a solemn look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mr. Li's health is the most important thing. His condition will soon deteriorate. In 2 minutes at most, his body will begin to twitch. Nonsense. Before Li Jiaqing and Madame Li could speak, a cold shout rang out from the mouth of the most famous doctor among them, Zhao Jishir, who said coldly to Chen Fan. The reputation of our doctors is well known both at home and abroad. They are experienced and have treated thousands of diseases. You can't possibly compare to any of us. We didn't see that Master Li would have convulsions in a while, so how could you see that? You are totally ignorant. The other 3 doctors also sneered. You kid, hurry up and leave. Don't show off your skills here and scare others. We will take care of Mr. Li's situation. Dean Hua, right? No matter what your intention is in bringing a young boy like this here, you will not succeed. Hua Changming looked so angry that he almost vomited blood. Of course, for Hua Changming, what these doctors said was not important. What was important was that Li Jiaqing and Mrs. Li chose to believe Chen Fan, which was naturally extremely important. Dean Hua, there's no need to get angry with these mediocre doctors. Seeing that Hua Changming was very angry, Chen Fan said calmly. Quack. As soon as these 2 words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, these doctors immediately got furious. Do you really want to piss us off? Kid, we are just too lazy to argue with you now, so we will talk to you nicely. If you continue to speak rudely like this, we will call the police immediately. Chen Fan shrugged, his face calm. Okay, then I'll take back the word quack. But, it's only 2 minutes. We'll know if Master Li will have convulsions. If Master Li's body really. You don't have to worry about that. Zhao Jishir interrupted and sneered, with my years of clinical experience and the medical skills of the other 3 famous doctors present, we can guarantee that Mr. Li's body will not twitch in a while. If it happens, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? Chen Fan said with a half smile on his face. Your question is ridiculous. Zhao Jishir sneered and said, Your question is like saying that tomorrow is the end of the world, why don't you prepare now? Chen Fan shrugged and said nothing more. Dean, this so-called Chinese medicine doctor you brought here is so young, but he's talking nonsense. Mu Xiaoying said, he also said that my son's body will twitch in 2 minutes. Can it be that the words of the 4 internationally renowned doctors here are not as good as those of this young boy? She ordered them to leave. How about this, Dean, I will let you stay here for 2 more minutes. Once the time is up, my Li family will not welcome you. As for you, Dean, you will not have anything to do with our Li family in the future. Ah! At this moment, a scream of pain suddenly rang out. Suddenly, when such a sound was heard, everyone's body shook as if involuntarily, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Qilin lying on the hospital bed. Indeed, this sudden cry of pain came from Li Qilin's mouth. This. Subconsciously, the four doctors were dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiaqing both couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, Li Qilin has been sleeping for a long time, and there has been no movement at all. Now that Li Qilin suddenly showed some movement, the two of them thought that this naturally proved that Li Qilin's condition must have improved. Dr. Zhao, your medical skills are indeed well deserved. Mu Xiaoying looked at the four doctors with an excited and grateful look on her face. Chapter 85 Body Twitching. Mu Xiaoying also quickly spoke to the four famous doctors and said, "You said that the cause of the child's illness can be found soon. The child's condition has really improved. The Li family really didn't spend money in vain. We invited the four famous doctors to come and treat the child." Li Jiaqing couldn't help but look excited and grateful. "Mr. Li, Madam Li, this doesn't mean that your son's condition has improved." Chen Fan spoke at this time, his eyes fell directly on Li Qilin. "It's because the situation has worsened that Master Li suddenly spoke up. If you dare to talk nonsense here again, don't blame us for taking action against you and kicking you out directly." Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, the four famous doctors were naturally furious. In their opinion, Chen Fan's words were clearly questioning their medical skills. It is no longer just a matter of questioning their medical skills, it is clearly a denial of their medical skills. How could they not be furious? They even rolled up their sleeves and were ready to beat Chen Fan. "Qilin." But at this moment, a panicked voice rang out, trembling from Mrs. Li's mouth. Indeed, in an instant, the other four famous doctors all looked over, and their faces were suddenly filled with panic and astonishment. Li Qilin's body actually began to twitch. As they looked at this, Li Qilin's body twitching became more obvious. His whole body was twitching violently on the bed. This situation was very scary. As for Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiaqing, they both looked as if they had lost their souls by fright. Qilin, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare Mom. If something really happens to you, Mom won't want to live anymore." Mu Xiaoying pounced on Li Qilin. But the next moment, Mu Xiaoying subconsciously screamed in pain. Indeed, Li Qilin was twitching, and suddenly he kicked Mu Xiaoying in the chest with such great force that Mu Xiaoying almost fell to the ground. This time, Li Jiaqing was so frightened that he turned pale. "Dr. Zhao, what are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you go check Qilin's body?" Li Jiaqing forced himself to remain calm, his face darkened, and he looked at the four famous doctors including Zhao Jishir and shouted coldly, "Go and hold him down quickly. I'll go check on Master Li." Zhao Jishir also looked panicked and said quickly, "If you want Master Li's condition to worsen faster, go hold down Master Li's body." At this moment, a voice rang out. When this voice rang out, everyone's body shook involuntarily. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the figure next to them, and a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes subconsciously. The person they were looking at was naturally Chen Fan. At the same time, they naturally remembered what Chen Fan had just said. Within 2 minutes, Li Qilin's body began to twitch. But whether it was Mu Xiaoying, Li Jiaqing, or these four famous doctors, none of them believed Chen Fan at all. They even mocked Chen Fan and threatened to drive him out. But what is the situation now? Appeared. Li Qilin actually started to have body convulsions. What kind of people are those four famous doctors? Their reputations are indeed internationally renowned. If they say that Li Qilin will not have body convulsions, then it really will not happen. But the fact is, they were wrong. Very wrong. Chen Fan listened and felt that what he said was absolutely correct. Li Qilin really did experience body convulsions, and the timing was exactly the same. In extreme shock and astonishment, the four famous doctors' eyes rolled around, and for a moment no one knew what they were thinking. You. Mu Xiaoying looked at Chen Fan in extreme astonishment, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. After calming down a bit, Mu Xiaoying spoke up, "How did you know that my son's body was twitching?" She looked at Chen Fan with eager eyes, as if she was looking at the last hope of survival. "Mrs. Li, this is not difficult for me, because I am a Chinese medicine practitioner, and the most basic skills of Chinese medicine are observation, auscultation, listening, questioning and palpation. Chen Fan spoke slowly, giving others a feeling of extreme confidence. Brother Chen, what are you waiting for? Go and check on the child. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but look excited. He looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at the last chance to survive. Chen Fan took out the set of silver needles that Hua Changming had used before. Indeed, Hua Changming gave this set of silver needles directly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately walked towards Li Qilin, who was lying on the hospital bed. You kid, stop right there. Who told you to get close to young Master Li? But at this moment, a high-pitched shout rang out from Zhao Jishi's mouth. What's wrong, Dr. Zhao? It's already this late. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Fan looked at Zhao Jishi coldly. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, please think carefully about whether there is any fraud here. Zhao Jishi seemed to have not heard Chen Fan's words at all. He looked at Mu Xiuying and Li Jiaqing and spoke. Oh? Both of them looked at Zhao Jishi with a hint of doubt on their faces. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, I am sure that the culprit for Mr. Li becoming like this is this kid, of course. After a pause, Zhao Jishi glanced at Hua Changming next to him and said, Dean Hua Changming must be involved as well. Zhao Jishi, what do you mean? Hua Changming was stunned, a trace of anger appeared on his face. What do I mean? Zhao Jishi snorted coldly. Tell me, what do you mean? Hua Changming stared at Zhao Jishi with fire in his eyes. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, you won't be able to leave here today. Ha ha. A cold laugh came from Zhao Jishi's mouth. The ones who can't leave here today are you. What did you do? Don't you have any idea? Do you really need me to expose you? Hua Changming had calmed down. He didn't know what Zhao Jishi was talking about or what he wanted to say. I really don't know what I did. Zhao Jishi, please tell me. Humph, since you are so stubborn and refuse to say anything, well, I will make you give up. Zhao Jishi said, looking at Mu Xiuying and Li Jiaqing. Mr. Li, Madam Li, think carefully about why Hua Changming appeared by such a coincidence. As soon as he appeared, this kid named Chen Fan could see that Mr. Li's body would twitch. Mr. Li and Madam Li must have known our medical skills clearly, otherwise, they would not have invited us here. But even we couldn't see the situation, but this kid named Chen Fan said it all at once. Don't you think this is very strange? Chapter 86 So awesome. Mu Xiuying and Li Jiaqing were stunned and looked at each other. They seemed to think that what Zhao Jishi said did make some sense. Let's put it bluntly. Zhao Jishi said simply, the matter is very simple. Mr. Li's condition is caused by Hua Changming and this kid working together, and then deliberately came to treat Mr. Li. Zhao Jishi, shut the fuck up, you're slandering me. When Hua Changming heard this, his face turned purple with anger and he looked like he was going to attack Zhao Jishi. Zhao Jishi sneered, why, you are angry because I exposed your conspiracy, and you want to take action? Hua Changming, don't forget where you are. This is the Li family, not a place where you can do whatever you want. You have no basis for your words. What do you have to rely on? Whatever you say is true. Chen Fan sneered, you said that Master Li became like this because of us. That's what we did. It's ridiculous. Zhao Jishi still insisted, if Master Li became like this, how could you have known that Master Li's body would twitch if you didn't know in advance? Do you really think you are a miracle doctor? With extraordinary Chinese medicine skills? Chen Fan didn't say anything, but glanced up and down at Zhao Jishi. Zhao Jishi subconsciously felt a little frightened. What are you looking at? Why do you want to take action too? Then why don't you try to move your hand? Dr. Zhao, have you been feeling a little pain in your waist recently? Chen Fan suddenly asked. For Zhao Jishi, this question was naturally extremely abrupt. He was subconsciously stunned and shocked. That's right, Chen Fan was really right. He did feel a little pain in his waist recently, but since he was a doctor, he could check himself, and the results didn't show that it was serious, so after taking some medicine, he didn't take it too seriously. Chen Fan continued, looking at your reaction, that proves that I'm right. Why, you don't think he secretly investigated you, do you? Then you really think too much. Then Chen Fan continued to speak, telling Zhao Jishi's entire physical condition, word for word, without missing a single detail. Finally, Chen Fan looked at the other three doctors and told them about their physical conditions. What, this? Including Zhao Jishi, the four famous doctors were all stunned at this moment, unable to recover for a long time. When they looked towards Chen Fan, a hint of astonishment and doubt flashed across their eyes subconsciously. Naturally, I was shocked. What Chen Fan said was absolutely right. Of course, people are also puzzled as to how Chen Fan could see so accurately and say everything right. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, let me show you too. Chen Fan finally said to Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiacheng. Well, I'll have to trouble you, brother Chen. Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiacheng were already stunned by Chen Fan's display of skills. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly speak like this, he naturally nodded repeatedly. Finally, Chen Fan told them all about their physical conditions. That's right, what Brother Chen said is absolutely right. Li Jiacheng was shocked, and subconsciously, a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes as he looked at Chen Fan. Dr. Chen, I never thought that you, at such a young age, would have such great medical skills. Mu Xiaoying spoke, and her attitude towards Chen Fan finally changed. Chen Fan said, you two do have some health problems, but they are not serious. I will prescribe a prescription for you later. After a week, you will be completely fine. After he finished speaking, Chen Fan's face darkened slightly. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, I wonder if you two still doubt my medical skills. Do you still doubt that your son's current condition is related to me and Dean Hua Changming? Li Jiacheng was stunned, his face full of apology, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Dr. Chen, you are really joking. How could something like Qilin be related to Dr. Chen? Then he subconsciously glared fiercely at Zhao Jisher and others. In an instant, Zhao Jisher and others seemed to subconsciously break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. The four of them rolled their eyes around, and for a moment they had no idea what they wanted to say or do. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, let's talk about other things later. Now let's cure Mr. Li's illness first. Chen Fan looked at Li Qilin on the bed and said, although your body is no longer twitching now, it will happen again in a while, and it will be more serious. It will cause irreparable damage to your body. Li Jiacheng quickly said, Dr. Chen, the child's illness will be completely handed over to you. Dr. Chen, as long as you can cure the child's illness, as long as you ask, no matter what you want or need, I will definitely satisfy you. Hearing this, Zhao Jisher suddenly understood something, and he quickly said, Mr. Li, you can't do that. I'm afraid this kid is waiting for you to say this. Pa. Before Zhao Jisher could finish his words, a loud slapping sound was heard. It was Li Jiacheng who suddenly took action and slapped Zhao Jisher. At this moment, Zhao Jisher was stunned. Can you please shut up right now? Li Jiacheng shouted angrily, don't you know what is the most important thing right now? The most important thing is to cure my son's illness, not to listen to you doubting this and that. Even if Dr. Chen has any intentions towards me or the Li family, as long as Dr. Chen can cure my child's illness, I promise Dr. Chen, so what? Is there anything else that is more important than my son? The slap stunned Zhao Jisher and naturally stunned the other three doctors as well. All of a sudden, the four doctors were all silent, not daring to say a single word. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Zhao Jisher and others. His eyes fell on Li Qilin lying on the bed. He picked up a few silver needles. The next moment, there was a flash of cold light, and Chen Fan's hands were empty. Indeed, Chen Fan had already inserted 9 silver needles into Li Qilin's body. Li Jiacheng and Mu Xiaoying looked at this scene, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes subconsciously, and they looked as if they didn't dare to breathe. It seemed as if he took a breath, he might disturb Chen Fan. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, you don't have to be so nervous. Seeing this, Chen Fan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, I believe your son will wake up. Chapter 87 Wake Up. 5 minutes? Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiacheng were both completely stunned by the time. How much time has passed? More than half a month. Be it Mu Xiaoying, Li Jiacheng, or everyone in the Li family, they all felt exhausted during this half-month. Li Qilin is the only son of the Li family for 9 generations, and is also the middle-aged son of Li Jiacheng. No one in the entire Li family can afford to lose Li Qilin. If anything happens to Li Qilin, I'm afraid everyone in the Li family will go crazy. It is easy to imagine how torturous half a month was for all the members of the Li family. And now what is happening? 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Li Qilin would wake up. For a moment, although Mu Xiaoying and Li Jiacheng had no doubt about Chen Fan's words, they still subconsciously felt extremely unbelievable in their hearts. Really? Qilin can really wake up after 5 minutes? Mu Xiaoying couldn't help but ask emphatically. Chen Fan nodded, I am 100% sure that your son will wake up in 5 minutes. Ha ha. Li Jiacheng was excited and happy, and then said to Chen Fan, Dr. Chen, if you can really wake my son up and keep him safe, you will be my savior and the savior of the entire Li family. In this way, I will have a commercial office building in the most prosperous area in the city center. Mr. Li, I appreciate your kindness. Without waiting for Li Jiaqing to finish speaking, Chen Fan directly refused without any room for negotiation. The four doctors were speechless. The four of them quietly packed up their things and planned to slip away while Li Jiaqing and others were not paying attention to them. Indeed, in their opinion, there was no need for them to stay. Should I stay and wait for Li Qilin to wake up, and then embarrass myself in front of Li Jiaqing and others? Dr. Zhao, where do you want to go? Hua Chengming had been keeping an eye on Zhao Jishir and the other four doctors. When he saw them trying to sneak away, he spoke. Zhao Jishir was stunned for a moment, his face full of embarrassment. I suddenly remembered that I have a few very important patients today. He checked the time, it's almost time now. The patient can't afford to delay any longer. Then he said to Li Jiaqing, Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I have to leave first. Li Jiaqing nodded expressionlessly, without arguing with the four famous doctors including Zhao Jishir, and let them leave. Indeed, in Li Jiaqing's view, nothing is more important than his son getting better. Time passes quickly. Although it was only 5 minutes, to Li Jiaqing and Mu Xiuying, these short 5 minutes seemed like 50 years. Finally the 5 minutes were up. Qilin. Immediately, an excited exclamation came out of Mu Xiuying's mouth. Indeed, at this moment, no matter who it was, they could see very clearly that Li Qilin's eyelids on the hospital bed moved and his eyes opened. At the first moment, everyone clearly saw that Li Qilin's eyes were bright and clear, without the slightest trace of tiredness or pain. Even at this moment, the 5-year-old Li Qilin looked like he had just woken up. He was still quite sleepy and stretched lazily. Seeing Mu Xiuying was very excited, the 5-year-old Li Qilin's dark and bright eyes were full of doubts. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? Why are you crying? Li Qilin stretched out his hand to wipe away Mu Xiuying's tears. Qilin, tell Daddy if you feel unwell anywhere. Tell Daddy, please. Li Jiaqing looked Li Qilin up and down, his face full of concern and anxiety. Now Li Qilin has woken up and looks safe and sound, as if he had just woken up. He can't believe it at all and feels like he is dreaming. Li Qilin sat up on the bed. Dad, Mom, what happened to you today? Why do you feel so strange today? I'm fine. I'm fine. I feel very strong and energetic. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from Li Qilin's abdomen. Li Qilin touched his stomach. Mom, I'm so hungry. Okay, Mom will go cook for you right away. Mu Xiuying left quickly. Now that she saw her son was safe and sound, she felt like she had found him again, as if her son had been dead but suddenly resurrected. She knew that if she didn't leave, she would burst into tears. Dr. Chen, you are really a miracle doctor, Mu Xiuying said to Chen Fan with an apologetic look on her face. I sincerely apologize for what happened just now. I shouldn't have disbelieved you, and I shouldn't have wanted to kick you out. I can't even imagine what the consequences would be if I kicked you out. I would definitely lose my Qilin, and by then, I would be living a life worse than death. Mu Xiuying raised Li Jiaqing's suggestion again. Dr. Chen, no matter how much money or what it is, it cannot be more important than you being the lifesaver of our couple and the entire Li family. I sincerely hope that you can accept the office building in the city center. Chen Fan still shook his head. Madam Li, I really can't accept this. If you still insist, I will really get angry. This, Mu Xiuying was stunned. Li Jiaqing suddenly thought of something and said, Xiuying, since Dr. Chen insists on not accepting it, we shouldn't make things difficult for him, right? After all, Dr. Chen is our lifesaver, and we can't make things difficult for our lifesaver like this. He looked at Chen Fan and said, Dr. Chen, let me tell you this. I have a Supreme Diamond card here. With this card, you can spend money for free at any jewelry store or jade store in Donghai City. No matter what jewelry or jade you want, it's all free. Please accept it. At the end, Li Jiaqing looked like he was about to kneel down in front of Chen Fan, begging Chen Fan to accept this Supreme Diamond card. Naturally, Li Jiaqing directly stuffed this Diamond Supreme card into Chen Fan's hands. Li Jiaqing emphasized again, Dr. Chen, if you don't even accept this Diamond Supreme card, I will feel guilty towards you. After all, we were indeed at fault for what happened just now. We had a bad attitude, especially Xiuying. Xiuying quickly spoke up, Jiaqing is right. I treated you like that just now, but now you have saved my son. If you don't want to accept the office building, we can't force you, but please accept the Supreme Diamond card. Chapter 88 Pick up the car. Since Li Jiaqing and Mu Xiuying said so, Chen Fan had no choice but to accept it. Besides, he seldom goes to jewelry stores or jade shops, so he has few opportunities to use this supreme diamond card. Finally, after Li Jiaqing expressed his gratitude to Chen Fan again, Chen Fan and Hua Changming left. After sending Hua Changming back to the hospital, Chen Fan was about to drive to Mingjiang Hotel when a phone call came in. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen Fan?" "Well, I'm Chen Fan, who are you?" Chen Fan said. "Oh, hello, Mr. Chen. I'm manager's son from the luxury car 4S store. Your Rolls Royce in our store has been repaired. Is it convenient for you to come and pick it up now?" "Okay, I'll come right over." Afterwards, Chen Fan called Xia Yueshue and asked her to accompany him. After all, they were going to the car shop to repair the Rolls Royce, and Xia Yueshue was completely the culprit. "Boss Xia, my Rolls Royce has been repaired. The store manager called and asked me to come pick it up. You can come with me. After I pick up the car, you can drive the Audi back," Chen Fan said directly. "Well, then come to the company to pick me up," Xia Yueshue said. Soon, Chen Fan drove to Xia Yueshue's company, and Xia Yueshue was already waiting for him downstairs. When Chen Fan saw Xia Yueshue, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He could clearly tell that Xia Yueshue seemed to have been dressed up carefully and meticulously. She was bright and charming, and her beauty was beyond description. Chen Fan's eyes lit up involuntarily when he saw her. Chen Fan guessed right. After ending the call with Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue immediately went to dress up. Subconsciously, she felt that she was not going to pick up the car with Chen Fan, but to go shopping with Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I'm really sorry that I asked you to repair your car because of what happened before." In the car, Xia Yueshue said with an apologetic look on her face. "It's okay." Chen Fan smiled. "If you hadn't done that, I'm afraid we wouldn't know each other now, don't you think?" "That's true." Xia Yueshue couldn't help but smile at Chen Fan, which made Chen Fan stunned. He quickly shifted his gaze and concentrated on driving. Xia Yueshue's eyes turned and she suddenly said, "Chen Fan, no matter what, I was wrong about this matter. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal as my compensation to you. I know there's a new Western restaurant nearby, and the steaks there are really good." Xia Yueshue followed suit. Chen Fan nodded, "Okay, since it's a newly opened restaurant, let's go and try it." After about 10 minutes, Chen Fan and Xia Yueshue arrived at the car shop. The store manager had already been waiting for Chen Fan at the door. After all, anyone who could own a Rolls Royce could not be an ordinary person no matter how you looked at it. "Mr. Chen, we have repaired the Rolls Royce. Come and have a look. If you are not satisfied with anything, please feel free to let us know." Manager son of the 4S store looked very enthusiastic and took Chen Fan and Xia Yueshue to pick up the car. Chen Fan looked at his Rolls Royce, carefully inspected it, and said to manager son, "Well, the repair is not bad. Mr. Chen's satisfaction is the greatest encouragement and support for our work." Manager's son had a bright smile on his face. "Wow, it's a Rolls Royce. I've never seen such a nice and handsome luxury car." At this moment, a baby voice sounded behind me, so delicate. Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue, and others got goosebumps when they heard this. The voice continued, "Honey, I like this car so much. Can you buy it for me? I like it so much." Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue, and manager's son turned around and saw a woman in her early 20s holding the arm of a middle-aged bald man with a big belly. Mr. Huang Lei. When manager's son saw this man, he recognized him immediately. Xia Yueshue also recognized the other person and said to Chen Fan, "This person is an entrepreneur in Donghai City. His company is very large, with a market value of hundreds of billions. He once wanted to cooperate with my company, but I felt uncomfortable looking at him, so I refused." Huang Lei obviously wanted to refuse the woman's request, but when he suddenly saw Xia Yueshue, he immediately agreed. "Dear, whatever you want, as long as you ask, I will definitely satisfy you. I will never be stingy with money and material things for the people I love." "Oh, President Xia, what a coincidence, you are here too." Huang Lei seemed to look at Xia Yueshue at this moment and said, "I wonder if President Xia has a car that he likes. If President Xia likes it, I will buy it for President Xia. After all, we know each other. Although we cannot do business, being friends will benefit both of us." Xia Yueshue said indifferently, "Boss Huang, I appreciate your kindness. Then let's go." Chen Fan didn't want to know this so-called Mr. Huang at all, so he said to Xia Yueshue and got into the car directly. Huang Lei was stunned when he saw this, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Xia Yueshue was in love with such a young man. His anger seemed to come out involuntarily. He looked at Chen Fan with a condescending attitude and said, "I wonder if this little brother can give up this Rolls Royce and give it to me. I can see that this Rolls Royce is only worth 10 million. How about this? I'll give 15 million. Honey, you are so nice to me. I wanted this car, and you spent so much money to buy it for me." Boo! The delicate young woman said as she kissed Huang Lei hard on the face. When she looked at Chen Fan, it was as if she was giving alms to Chen Fan. "Why don't you get out of my car? I made you 5 million. You really don't know what kind of shit luck you got today. What are you still standing there for? Get out of my car." Seeing Chen Fan's indifferent look, the delicate woman walked over, blocked the car door, and pointed at Chen Fan in the car. "Come on down, what are you still doing in my car? I let you make 5 million, but I won't let you kneel down and call me aunt 3 times, you little brat can just be happy." Xia Yueshue couldn't listen anymore. "Hey, what's your attitude? Can you please speak properly? Did they agree to sell the car to you? You're talking as if the car originally belonged to you." As if afraid that Chen Fan would be angry, Manager Sun spoke at this time and said to Chen Fan, "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Huang Lei, an entrepreneur. He has a big business in Donghai City and even in the whole country. He offered 15 million to buy your car. I think it's best for you to earn the 5 million. After all, you can get to know each other and make a friend." Chapter 89 Threat. Hearing Manager Sun's words, Huang Lei's face was full of arrogance. He also spoke and said to Chen Fan, "Manager Sun, what you said is very good. I can offer you 15 million and buy your car. Let's just consider it as making friends." The delicate woman sneered, "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Do you know how many people in Donghai City are vying to curry favor with my dear, but my dear doesn't even bother to look at her? Today, you can make friends with my dear, which is a blessing you have cultivated for several lifetimes." "Oh, sorry, I don't make friends like that," Chen Fan said, looking cold and indifferent. "Of course, I can't sell this car. I like it very much. I would never give away something I like easily, let alone give something I like to a woman like you. Honey, this boy actually dared to scold me." The delicate girl Huang Yangyang immediately looked furious, pointed her finger at Chen Fan and said to Huang Lei, "You kid, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I, Huang Lei, have a wide network of contacts in Donghai City. I don't care what you do. Believe it or not, I only need to make a phone call and tomorrow I will make it impossible for you to survive in the entire Donghai City." Huang Lei threatened Chen Fan. In Huang Lei's opinion, he has seen too many such young and inexperienced boys and has dealt with many of them. In the end, these young and naive boys would kneel down before him and apologize to him. In Huang Lei's opinion, Chen Fan at the moment is naturally no exception. Huang Yangyang sneered at Chen Fan, "Why, do you still think my dear is trying to scare you? Why don't you go and ask how powerful my dear is in the entire Donghai City? Even the richest man Li Jiaqing has to give my dear some face, not to mention that my dear is also very powerful in both the black and white worlds." Having said that, Huang Yangyang looked at Chen Fan with a threatening look in his eyes. "If you don't sell me your car today, you might get into an accident someday and not only lose your car, but you might even lose your life. So no matter what, selling your car to me today is your best option. Besides, you can earn a full 5 million. Only a fool would not do such a thing." At the end, Huang Yangyang added, "Boy, I have already said this much. If you still insist on not selling the car to me, then don't blame my dear for taking action against you." This, Manager Sun looked a little frightened. She pulled Xia Yueshue beside her and whispered, "Hurry up and persuade your friend not to offend Huang Lei. This is a very bad thing for your friend, no matter how you think about it. You don't have to worry about that. My friend is quite capable," Xia Yueshue said. In fact, Chen Fan had already given her a feeling of being extremely unfathomable. In her feeling, she couldn't help but feel somewhat direct that Chen Fan should be a disciple from a big family. Seeing Xia Yueshue say this, Manager Sun was completely speechless. He walked away quickly. Indeed, he didn't want to be implicated in any way by this matter. For him, it is best to ignore such things. Naturally, he cannot offend either side, and he cannot afford to offend either side at all. Manager Sun naturally left quickly. "Are you going to attack me?" Chen Fan sneered. "To be honest, I am least afraid of threats from others. If you can take this car from me today, then my name, Chen Fan, will be written backwards. You. Huang Yangyang and Huang Lei were both stunned. A gloomy look immediately appeared on Huang Lei's face. He pointed his finger directly at Chen Fan. Okay, you are a young boy, you are a boy who doesn't know what's good for you. Just wait for me. I will call someone over now. You will be in trouble soon. You have completely offended me. Even if you want to sell the car to me now, I will not take it. Of course, if you can give it to me for free, it will be an exception. Huang Lei sneered, you gave me the luxury car for free. This is your last chance to redeem yourself. Chen Fan shrugged, if you want to call someone over, just call them over. I want to see who you can call over. Huang Lei sneered, it seems that you are really an ignorant kid. The people I called here are the ones who can smash your luxury car into scrap metal. I, Huang Lei, am a person who mixes well with both the black and white worlds. Don't think that I am trying to scare you. Huang Lei finally stopped talking nonsense with Chen Fan, dialed the phone, and then hung up. He looked at Chen Fan with a teasing look in his eyes, and said coldly, boy, I have called Brother Chen Long over. I guess you don't know who Brother Long is. When Brother Long arrives, you will know. Really? Chen Fan still didn't care at all. Brother Long? Okay, I don't have anything important to do today anyway, so I'll just wait for this so-called Brother Long you mentioned. Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang brought a chair and sat in front of the car, as if they were afraid that Chen Fan would drive away. Chen Fan looked very leisurely and was studying his Rolls-Royce carefully. Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang were furious again, and of course they sneered, looking at Chen Fan as if he was a dead person. Indeed, in the eyes of the two, as long as the Brother Long they mentioned appeared, they would be able to snatch this luxury car from Chen Fan and even cripple this ignorant boy Chen Fan. Brother Lei. Soon, about 10 minutes later, a loud shout was heard, and a burly man entered the car shop. It was dark, and at the same time, behind this figure, there was a large group of people, all of them looked ferocious. Brother Long, you're here, Huang Lei hurried to greet him. Brother Lei, there are actually people in Donghai City who dare to bully you. You are simply asking for your life. Who is this idiot? Chen Long looked ferocious, and there seemed to be a flash of cold light in his eyes. It's that guy, Huang Lei pointed at Chen Fan in the car. Chapter 90. I feel so embarrassed. Huang Lei's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. This kid is so bold that he dares to scold my little baby. He pinched Huang Yangyang's face and said, if anyone dares to scold my little baby, I will make him crippled. This kid? Chen Long looked at Chen Fan, and was subconsciously stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about anything else. Kid, what are you still doing in there? Come out right now, kneel down and apologize to Brother Lei, and then lick the uppers of Brother Lei's shoes clean. Otherwise, the brothers behind me can beat you to death with just one punch each. Indeed, behind Chen Long, there were a lot of people following him, and each of them looked ferocious. A sneering sound was also heard. Kid, what are you waiting for? Get out of the car now. Are you still planning to wait for us to take action and directly pull you out of the car? Faced with such a scene, Chen Fan remained calm and got out of the car. He glanced at the crowd and sneered, with just these few people, you want me to kneel down and apologize? And you want me to lick your shoes? Are you crazy? Ha ha. Indeed, Chen Fan was naturally very clear about how powerful he was. His body had been transformed by genetic medicine, and he was also a grandmaster of Wing Chun. Let alone the mere 100 people at present, even if the number was doubled, they would not be his opponent. What? So few people? Everyone, including Huang Lei, Huang Yangyang, and Chen Long, was stunned. The three of them looked at Chen Fan as if they were looking at a fool. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Chen Long sneered, we have more than 100 people, and we only have so few people to deal with you? Then, he asked Huang Lei, Brother Lei, this person who dared to offend you, couldn't he be a fool? Huang Lei said coldly, now, I don't care whether this kid is a fool or not. He offended me and dared to scold my little baby. Today, he must pay the price in blood. Okay, since Brother Lei has said so, then this matter will naturally be left to me. Then, Chen Long looked at Chen Fan and waved his hand, come up with 2 random people and beat this kid up. Yes, Brother Long. 2 voices of agreement came from behind. 2 figures strode out from the crowd. These 2 figures are both very burly, about 1.9 meters tall, with muscles on their bodies that look like pieces of rock. These 2 figures also have a very ferocious aura. Kid, kneel down and call us daddy 3 times, and we will beat you less severely. Ha ha. One of the men spoke, and his words caused a burst of laughter. Just kneel down and kowtow to me. I don't want to accept you as my sons, let alone my grandsons. I would be too ashamed to have grandsons like you. There was no trace of anger on Chen Fan's face as he spoke calmly. But when these two people heard this, they immediately became furious. You are looking for death, take my punch. I'm going to beat you up like a bastard. The two men took a step forward and punched with full force, directly hitting Chen Fan with a big fist. Chen Fan, be careful, Xia Yueshue was subconsciously startled and exclaimed when she saw two strong men attacking Chen Fan like this. Ah! The next moment, two screams were heard, but they did not come from Chen Fan's mouth. But it came from the mouths of those two men. When Xia Yueshue saw it, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She could also clearly see that at the moment when the two men's fists were about to hit Chen Fan in the face, Chen Fan dodged and then kicked out. With two bangs, Chen Fan kicked the two men directly in the abdomen. In the eyes of these two men, Chen Fan's kick seemed to be light and they felt as if they were hit by a bus. With a subconscious scream, their bodies flew up like kites with broken strings, drawing a parabola in the sky. Two bangs were heard, and the two men fell heavily to the ground. What, this? Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang were stunned with surprise. Obviously, they had never expected that Chen Fan would have such skills. But Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang were only stunned for a moment. Afterwards, the two looked at Chen Fan as if they were looking at a dead person. Huang Lei sneered, "You are such a daring boy, you actually dared to fight back. I originally planned to cripple you, but now, it is not just as simple as crippling you." Very good, Chen Long's eyes flashed with coldness. It seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you could have such skills. But, do you think that you can escape today's disaster like this? Boy, I tell you, it's impossible. Chen Long seemed to be emitting a hint of murderous intent. It would be fine if you didn't make a move. If you move my brother, you are provoking me, Chen Long. Originally, I was going to cripple your hands, but now, you can forget about your legs either. Brother Long, this kid is so bold that he dares to do this. Brother Long, why bother you to do it? Let us do it. Since this guy has trained two boys, let us see how strong he is. As they were talking, more than 10 people stood up from the crowd. The eyes of the dozen or so people looking at Chen Fan were filled with a hint of teasing. Of course, they had already seen a beautiful figure in the car, it was naturally Xia Yueshue. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life, and they couldn't wait to stand up. In their opinion, once they get rid of Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue will fall into their hands. Take Xia Yueshue away, and then they can play however they want. Of course, these dozen men were just wishful thinking. Such a thing is absolutely impossible to happen. Okay, go over and beat this kid up, but don't beat him too hard, or he will pass out quickly. I want to watch him struggle and wail constantly. A sinister laugh emanated from Chen Long's mouth. Okay, Brother Long, we know what to do. These 14 people walked out slowly and went towards Chen Fan. Chapter 91. Falling to the ground. Chen Fan. Seeing 14 ferocious men walking towards Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue was subconsciously frightened and shouted, "Get in the car, let's get out of here." Chen Fan stood still, and even showed a hint of cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, let alone these 14 people, even if there are 140 people, I still don't take them seriously. You think these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are worthy of being my opponents? It's a joke, haha. Finally, a sneer came out of Chen Fan's mouth, which was naturally extremely harsh to the ears of these 14 men. Everyone's face became even gloomier. They all stared at Chen Fan with sinister eyes. Very good, you are very brave. We have seen brave men, but we have never seen a boy as brave as you. You are just a weakling, and you dare not take us seriously? I will beat you to a pulp in no time. Go ahead and give this kid a good beating. Let him know how powerful we are. Humph. Finally, with a cold snort, the 14 people attacked at the same time, rushed towards Chen Fan together, and waved their fists to hit Chen Fan everywhere. Chen Fan. Xia Yueshue was so frightened when she saw this scene that her face turned pale. She subconsciously closed her eyes, not daring to look at the scene of Chen Fan being beaten and covered in blood. Aha! The next moment, a scream was heard immediately. But Xia Yueshue was stunned. She could naturally hear such a voice clearly, and it did not come from Chen Fan's mouth. What happened? Did someone suddenly appear and help Chen Fan? At this moment, Xia Yueshue was extremely confused, and then she opened her eyes. At this moment, Xia Yueshua was completely stunned, and looked like she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. All 14 people had fallen to the ground, each in great pain. They all let out wailing sounds, their voices were shrill. Subconsciously, Xia Yueshua looked around, but didn't see any helpers. When Chen Long showed up with this group of people, everyone in the store was frightened and left one after another. At this time, there was not even a single clerk in the entire store. You. At this moment, Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang were involuntarily stunned, their eyes widened with an expression of extreme disbelief, and they looked at Chen Fan. Indeed, the two of them saw very clearly what happened at that moment. In their opinion, the fists of the 14 men would definitely fall on Chen Fan without any surprise. But who could have thought? No one could have expected that Chen Fan was so agile that he actually dodged 14 fists. He immediately attacked and punched each of the 14 men. Chen Fan's strength also seems to be extremely terrifying. Under Chen Fan's punch, the 14 men immediately had no power to resist and flew backwards one after another. When they fell to the ground, each of them was in great pain. For a moment, these 14 men couldn't even stand up. Ha! As for the others, their eyes widened and they looked at Chen Fan, finally revealing a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that you were so capable. It's beyond my expectation. Chen Long opened his mouth and spoke to Chen Fan. There was no more contempt and disdain in his eyes when he looked at Chen Fan, but a hint of surprise. I don't want to waste my time here. Chen Fan slowly glanced at everyone and said directly, all of you, come together. Finally, Chen Fan fixed his eyes on Huang Lei. As for you, after I knock everyone down, you kneel down and beg for mercy. Kowtow 3 times, and then you can leave. You. Huang Lei felt that he had been greatly insulted. He was furious. You want me to kneel down and kowtow to you? You can go to hell. Even if you have some skills, so what? Do you really think you are a master? Do you really think you can fight hundreds of people with just your fists? He looked at Chen Long and said, Brother Long, this guy really looks down on you and his brothers. Let's just kill him. After saying this, Huang Lei looked towards Chen Fan as if he was looking directly at a dead person. There's no need to kill him. Chen Long looked at Chen Fan. But this kid is so bold and dares to look down on us. We must cripple him. So what are we waiting for? All brothers, come together and beat this kid into a cripple. Xia Yueshua did not close her eyes this time. How could she not see that from the moment these people appeared, Chen Fan remained calm and did not take them seriously at all? There are only 2 possibilities for Chen Fan's reaction. First, Chen Fan is indeed strong enough to deal with more than 100 people. Second, Chen Fan was stunned by the sudden appearance of more than 100 people. Xia Yueshua naturally knew that this couldn't be the latter, so it could only be the first case. For a moment, Xia Yueshua naturally didn't want to close her eyes anymore. She really wanted to see how powerful Chen Fan was. How many surprises will Chen Fan bring that she could never have anticipated? Die. Ah. Amidst a burst of wild shouting, more than 100 people rushed towards Chen Fan together. If it were anyone else, faced with such a scene, they would be so scared that their legs would go weak and they would pee at the first sight. However, Chen Fan remained calm and composed. This time Chen Fan also took the initiative. He moved his body and broke into the group of more than 100 people as nimbly as a fish swimming in the water. Chen Fan was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He attacked, and every time he slapped one of them, his palm hit the body. A scream of pain came from the other person's mouth, and he flew backwards as if he was hit by a heavy truck and fell heavily to the ground. Likewise, I couldn't get up at all for a while. It only takes a few minutes. At this time, more than 100 people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Each of these more than 100 people looked extremely painful and wailed. Scared silly, this time Huang Lei and Huang Yangyang, who were full of murderous intent just now, are now completely scared silly. The 2 men glanced at the hundreds of people lying on the ground in a mess, and cold sweat oozed down their foreheads. Chapter 92 Kneeling. You. This time, Chen Long was finally frightened, and looked a little stunned. He looked at Chen Fan with a subconscious look of fear, and his voice seemed to tremble subconsciously. How come you are so skilled? Who are you? To have such great skills, you must be an extraordinary person in Donghai City. How come I have never heard of a person as powerful as you in Donghai City? Chen Long's eyes were also full of confusion when he looked towards Chen Fan. How is it, Mr. Huang? Is there anything else you want to say now? Chen Fan looked at Huang Lei with a hint of amusement and sarcasm. I. Huang Lei was so scared that his tongue was tied. Suddenly, a loud slap was heard. Indeed, he suddenly took action and gave Huang Yangyang next to him a loud slap. Huang Yangyang was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he stared at Huang Lei in disbelief. Lei, brother Lei, why did you hit me? Huang Lei was furious. Why should I hit you? Don't you know what you did? Who made you offend this big brother? Who made you fancy the big brother's car? And want to buy the big brother's car? You are so bold, I can't kill you. After saying this, Huang Lei took action again. With a slap sound, Huang Lei slapped Huang Yangyang hard in the face again. What the hell are you still standing there for? Get down on your knees and kowtow to apologize to your brother. If your brother doesn't forgive you, I'll beat you to death when I get home, you shameless bitch. Huang Lei was furious and started cursing. He raised his hand and pretended to slap Huang Yangyang again. Brother Lei, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Huang Yangyang said this with a terrified look on her face, tears streaming down her face, and then she knelt down towards Chen Fan with a plop. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, she kowtowed to Chen Fan and begged for mercy. Brother, I was blinded by my own eyes. Please forgive me this time. If you don't forgive me, Brother Lei will definitely beat me to death when I go back. Please, forgive me this time. Please, brother. Huang Yangyang cried and begged for mercy loudly. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, he kowtowed hard on his forehead, and soon blood flowed down his forehead. Indeed, she knew it very well, and just as Huang Lei himself said, if Chen Fan did not forgive her, Huang Lei would definitely beat her to death when he returned. Huh, Chen Fan just sneered at Huang Lei, a grown man, you only know how to push a woman out to take the blame. Let me ask you, are you still a man? Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Huang Lei was almost scared to death. As soon as he said this, he knelt down in front of Chen Fan with a thud and kowtowed continuously. Soon, blood came out from his forehead. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to the two men and looked at Chen Long. If you also want to teach me a lesson, I'm happy to accompany you. I dare not, I absolutely dare not. Chen Long was shocked. Brother's kung fu was really amazing. As far as I know, there are not many people in the whole Donghai city who can have such amazing kung fu as brother. I don't know how to call you brother for having such amazing kung fu. Chen Fan said directly, I don't have time to waste here with you. Since you don't want to spar with me, then get out. After saying that, Chen Fan didn't bother to pay attention to these people and got in the car. In the car, Xia Yueshue was already stunned, staring at Chen Fan blankly. She felt a bit like she was in a dream. Although she could sense that Chen Fan was very powerful, she never expected that he was so powerful. What she just saw was a scene that was simply impossible to happen in real life. One person, just one person, knocked down hundreds of people to the ground with his bare hands. Xia Yueshue knew very well that a person with such kung fu skills could not be an ordinary person. Even if she used her knees to think, she knew that such a person must have an extraordinary identity. Suddenly, in Xia Yueshue's eyes, Chen Fan seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. She moved her lips as if she wanted to ask, but in the end no words came out. She also knew that asking questions about Chen Fan's identity would be too abrupt and impolite. At the moment, Chen Fan didn't know that Xia Yueshue was thinking so much in her mind at once. He started the car, and it sped away, leaving the shop. Outside, Chen Fan stopped the Rolls-Royce, and Xia Yueshue got out and naturally went to drive her own car. Xia Yueshue seemed to be afraid that Chen Fan would leave, so she said, Chen Fan, it's almost noon, why don't we go have a meal together now? Chen Fan nodded, okay, that's no problem. I'm a little hungry. Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan naturally went to the newly opened Western restaurant. Yueshue, it's you, what a coincidence. When Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan just entered, a young and handsome man came towards them. The moment he saw Xia Yueshue, his face showed a look of surprise. Jiang Yiming, it's you, what a coincidence. Xia Yueshue was also obviously surprised when she saw him. This is a newly opened Western restaurant. My friend and I came here to try it together. Jiang Yiming glanced at Chen Fan next to him, a hint of hostility flashed subconsciously in his eyes, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. Hello, Jiang Yiming, Xia Yueshue's college classmate. His gentlemanly and polite appearance, coupled with the smile on his face, easily gives people a friendly feeling. He stretched out his hand. Chen Fan politely shook hands with the other party as a greeting. Chen Fan, Xia Yueshue's colleague. Colleague? Jiang Yiming looked as if he had finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked towards Xia Yueshue, subconsciously revealing a touch of tenderness. Yueshue, I still remember what your favorite Western food was back then. I'll prepare it for you. I'll use the best and freshest ingredients, so you'll definitely be reluctant to leave after eating it. You're going to prepare? Xia Yueshue was a little surprised. Jiang Yiming suddenly realized something. Oh, look at me, I was so excited when I saw you that I forgot to tell you that this Western restaurant is opened by me, and I am also the chef here. Chapter 93 Eating Steak. Xia Yueshue's eyes lit up subconsciously and she smiled. Congratulations, you finally achieved your dream. Jiang Yiming was very happy. Yueshue, I'm really happy that you still remember the ideal I told you about back then. Xia Yueshue's eyes flashed subconsciously. Of course, she could hear other meanings from Jiang Yiming's words. In fact, Jiang Yiming had pursued her when they were in college, but she rejected him directly. After graduation, the two had no contact again. Xia Yueshue had indeed never expected to meet him here today. And it just so happens that this new Western restaurant was also opened by Jiang Yiming. Xia Yueshue said, everyone's ideals back then were very lofty, but you were the only one who said you just wanted to be a chef, a Western chef. I was very impressed, so I remember it. Jiang Yiming suddenly asked directly, Yueshue, when you were in school, you were already a famous campus beauty. There were countless boys pursuing you, and each one was better than the other. Now several years have passed, and I wonder which lucky guy will be favored by the campus beauty goddess. Xia Yueshue looked a little embarrassed. I am not a school beauty goddess at all. That's what others say. Whether it was when I was in school or when I was already working, I had already decided that I would not fall in love before I was 30. Jiang Yiming suddenly looked even happier. Yueshue, you and your friend come and sit here. This is the best seat in the entire Western restaurant, reserved for the best customers. No one has sat down yet, so you are the first one. Jiang Yiming looked very enthusiastic and brought Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan to a very good position. Yueshue, please wait a moment. I will prepare Western food right away. I guarantee you will feast your eyes. After Jiang Yiming finished speaking, he left immediately. Chen Fan smiled and said, Yueshue, your classmate is quite good, warm and generous, and he seems to be gentlemanly and polite. Xia Yueshue seemed to be sensitive to something, and she said directly, Jiang Yiming is indeed a good guy. When we were in school, he pursued me, but I rejected him. Oh. On the surface, Chen Fan just responded indifferently, but there was an inexplicable sense of happiness in his heart. Hey, Mr. Xia, what a coincidence to meet you here. Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Xia Yueshue's face darkened immediately. She didn't need to look back to know who the other person was, Quan Yangan. Quan Yangan is also one of Xia Yueshue's suitors. He wanted to blackmail Xia Yueshue when he was in the company before, but was beaten out by Chen Fan. When he saw Xia Yueshue, Quan Yangan naturally saw Chen Fan first, and he couldn't help but look hateful and gnashing his teeth. After saying this to Xia Yueshue, he looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression on his face. Chen Fan, I will settle accounts with you sooner or later for what happened in Xia Yueshue's company. You come here to eat, do you know what Western food is? If you don't understand Western food, don't come here to eat. It will embarrass you to death. He looked at Xia Yueshue and said, Boss Xia, I not only know how to cook Western food, I can also cook it. By the way, the owner and chef here are friends. I'll go tell him later and I'll cook a Western dish for you. I guarantee you'll have an unforgettable experience after you try it. Xia Yueshue politely refused, I'm sorry, I can't accept you making Western food. Not to mention Western food, I won't accept any food you make. Quan Yangan was stunned, as if he was trying to control his temper. Boss Xia, I was indeed at fault for what happened before. I apologize to you. In Donghai City, everyone runs a company and does business. We need each other every day. It's not good to make things too awkward. Quan Yangan insisted, I just wanted to make a Western dish for President Xia to taste out of kindness. He looked at Chen Fan and said, if this guy can cook Western food, then I won't dare to teach him how to cook. It's just that he doesn't look like someone who can cook Western food. Not to mention cooking Western food, I'm afraid he doesn't even know how to eat Western food. Quan Yangan looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of contempt and disdain. The host is being despised and looked down upon. Please choose A, admit that you can't cook Western food, let alone eat Western food. You will be rewarded with the admit fear symbol. B, immediately choose to leave the Western restaurant to avoid further contempt and disdain, and be rewarded with the magic skill of rubbing the soles of feet with oil. C. Fight back against Quan Yangon and reward the Western cuisine master. Just as Quan Yangon finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan was so delighted that he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He really didn't know how to cook Western food before, but as for eating Western food, he had eaten it before, but he was not as particular about it as others. Western food? Chen Fan looked at Quan Yangon. Of course I know how to cook Western food. In fact, compared to Chinese food, Western food is much simpler. I can learn it easily. You can learn it just by studying it casually? Ha ha. Quan Yangon sneered, everyone can brag, why don't you cook a Western meal for me to see? Yueshue, do you want to try the Western food I made? Chen Fan just looked at Xia Yueshue, as if he didn't hear Quan Yangon's words. Quan Yangon was furious. Xia Yueshue's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Great, I didn't expect that you can even cook Western food. I'm really looking forward to the Western food you make. Yueshue, just then, a figure appeared, carrying 2 steaks, and walked over. This is the top quality steak I made especially for you. It's your favorite. He placed the 2 steaks in front of Xia Yueshue and Chen Fan respectively, and then he looked at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, try it too. I guarantee you'll have an endless aftertaste after eating it. Yueshue, let me help you cut it. Jiang Yiming said proactively. Don't bother, I can do it myself. I don't really like other people cutting my steak for me. Xia Yueshue immediately politely refused. Jiang Yiming did not force it. After Xia Yueshue cut a piece, she put it in her mouth and tasted it. Her eyes lit up. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Jiang Yiming had a bright smile on his face. Yueshue, as long as you like it, you can come every day in the future. But at this moment, a very inopportune voice sounded. Although this steak is indeed well cooked, it's not top-notch. It lacks a little bit of cooking and flavor. Chapter 94 Western Cuisine Master. Oh. Jiang Yiming was angry in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. It seems that Mr. Chen has his own experience in Western food and eating steak. I can't say I have much experience. Chen Fan said, it's just that I prefer Chinese food to Western food, so I don't cook it very often. I don't know if my Western cooking skills have become rusty. After a pause, Chen Fan exuded strong confidence. However, even if I am not so good at it, it should not be a problem to make a better steak than this. Ding, the host has completed the task, and the reward is being distributed. The reward was issued successfully. The host is now a master of Western cuisine. As Chen Fan finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt very clearly that he had suddenly mastered a lot of knowledge about Western food, naturally including how to cook Western food and steak. Now, for Chen Fan, making a steak that is better than Jiang Yiming's is a piece of cake. Quan Yangon sneered and looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at an idiot. Boy, you are bragging. Even if you can cook Western food, the steak you make can never compare to that of brother Jiang Yiming. He looked at Jiang Yiming with admiration. Brother Jiang Yiming, I have known him for more than a year. I know a little about him. He is a recognized Western cuisine master by the British royal family. Even the British royal family praises his Western cuisine. He looked at Chen Fan with contempt and disdain. But, boy, who do you think you are? You probably don't even know what the British royal family is. Anyway, you just need to know that in China, no one can compare to Jiang Yiming when it comes to making Western food. What, a Western cuisine master recognized by the British royal family? Xia Yueshue couldn't help but be surprised. She was indeed surprised. Jiang Yiming smiled and said modestly, don't listen to Quan Yangon's nonsense. I was just fortunate enough to be invited by the British royal family to cook a few Western meals. This is just a small matter and not worth mentioning. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at Jiang Yiming with a new respect. He knew that being invited by the British royal family to cook a few Western meals was a great honor in the entire Western food industry. It couldn't be as insignificant as Jiang Yiming said. Of course, no matter how good Jiang Yiming is at making Western food, Chen Fan received rewards from the system out of blind trust in the system. He is completely confident that he will definitely surpass Jiang Yiming in making Western food. Chen Fan had no doubt about this. Brother Yiming, my grandfather, and I are not late, right? At this moment, a very pleasant voice sounded, and a graceful figure walked into the Western restaurant hand in hand with an old man in his early 70s. The moment he saw this beautiful figure, even Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Suddenly, Chen Fan also remembered where he had seen the other person before. Lu Yi. She is 23 years old. She is both talented and beautiful, and her IQ is extremely high, even higher than Einstein. That's right, Chen Fan had seen this beautiful figure on the internet before. Like Xia Yueshue, she was also one of the top 10 beauties in Donghai City and a business genius. Once, in just half a year, he earned hundreds of billions of US dollars for his family from stocks, which caused a sensation in the entire Donghai City and even the whole country. And this old man in his early 70s, if Chen Fan was not mistaken, should be the electrical appliance tycoon of Donghai City, Lu Hongming. You're not late, Grandpa Lu. You've arrived just in time. I've just started cooking Western food. Please wait a moment. The steak you want will be served to you right away. Jiang Yiming said with a bright smile on his face. Brother Yiming, you don't know that ever since Grandpa found out that you were going to return to China to open a Western restaurant, he has been asking you every day when he can eat the steak you made by yourself again. Lu Yi complained slightly. Jiang Yiming said, It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I should have informed you in advance. Lu Yi said, But I also know that you must be very busy opening a store. Lu Hongming spoke at this time and said to Jiang Yiming, I am an old man, my teeth have been bad for a long time, I don't want to eat any meat, I just miss the steak you make, please don't let me down, huh? Lu Hongming laughed heartily. Everyone can see that Lu Hongming is in very good health. Although he is in his 70s, he looks to be in his early 60s at most. It's my honor that Grandpa Lu likes the steak I cook. Jiang Yiming said, I will go and make the best steak for Grandpa Lu right away. Ha? Did you make these 2 steaks? At this moment, Lu Hongming's nose moved, obviously he smelled some fragrance, and his eyes immediately looked towards the dining table of Chen Fan and Xia Yueshue next to him. That's right. Jiang Yiming said, looking at Xia Yueshue, this is an old friend I haven't seen for many years. She doesn't know that this newly opened Western restaurant is mine. She came here to eat, and we just happened to meet, so I specially made these 2 steaks. Seeing the 2 steaks on the table, each of which looked like only 2 small pieces had been eaten, Lu Hongming swallowed subconsciously. Grandpa Lu, don't worry. I can prepare a top-quality steak for you in less than 10 minutes. Seeing that Lu Hongming looked a little anxious and seemed to want to eat the 2 steaks, Jiang Yiming said quickly. But what Jiang Yiming never expected was that Lu Hongming suddenly said to Chen Fan, My dear brother, do you mind giving me this steak? Of course, Lu Hongming also saw the steak in front of Xia Yueshue. Naturally, he couldn't ask Xia Yueshue for help, so he could only talk to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was stunned by surprise. He originally thought that a well-known celebrity like Lu Hongming must have some aura, but now he seemed to give people a very friendly feeling. Chen Fan suddenly developed a favorable impression of Lu Hongming. He smiled and said, If you don't mind, of course it's fine. In fact, this steak has just been served and I only tasted a little bit. Grandpa, Lu Yi glared at Chen Fan and said to Lu Hongming unhappily. Why are you so anxious? It only takes 10 more minutes. You're eating a steak that someone else has eaten. It would be bad if it gets out. I won't let you eat it. Chapter 95 Taste Issue. Oh, there are no taboos. What's the big deal? Lu Hongming didn't seem to care at all. He had already walked over and was about to sit down on the chair. Grandpa, Lu Yi's face darkened and she reached out to grab Lu Hongming's arm. Grandpa Lu, Quan Yangon suddenly spoke at this time. Actually, he didn't want to eat this steak, so he agreed to give it to you. He also said that this steak was not very good. After saying this, Quan Yangon looked at Chen Fan as if he didn't mind making things worse. In fact, he just wanted to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself, preferably in front of the most powerful and influential people. This way, it would be difficult for Chen Fan to survive in Donghai City in the future. What? Lu Hongming and Lu Yi were both stunned, looking at Chen Fan with surprise on their faces. Lu Hongming even said, Jiang Yiming's Western cooking skills are well known internationally. Anyone who wants to invite Jiang Yiming to cook a Western meal has to make an appointment a month in advance, and they may not be able to get a seat. The steak made by Jiang Yiming is unmatched in the country. Do you really think this steak is not delicious? Lu Hongming looked at Chen Fan as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Fan said directly, Of course, the steak made by Jiang Yiming is indeed very good, but it may be a matter of personal taste. I have higher requirements for steak. I prefer Chinese food. Lu Yi sneered, this is a pity. You don't know how to enjoy the steak made by Brother Yiming. At this time, Lu Hongming's attitude towards Chen Fan also seemed to have changed a little. He did not sit down at Chen Fan's table, but said to Jiang Yiming, "Yiming, then you go and prepare a steak. I want the best, top quality one. If it doesn't suit my taste, be careful or I'll spank you." Ha ha. Lu Hongming burst into laughter, like a naughty old boy. "Okay, Grandpa Lu, please sit down for 10 minutes at most. I will soon serve you the best and most delicious steak in the world." After Jiang Yiming finished speaking, he also ran away and entered the kitchen, as if Lu Hongming would really spank him if he was a little slower. "Ah, this kid, I was just joking just now, look how scared he is." Lu Hongming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandpa Lu, Quan Yangan's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He looked at Chen Fan and continued to speak to Lu Hongming. "This is Chen Fan. He said he can make a better steak than Jiang Yiming's." When I heard this just now, I almost laughed to death. Lu Hongming didn't even turn his head back, not wanting to pay any more attention to Chen Fan. He said, "The mouth is on other people's bodies, let them say whatever they want, there's no need to worry about it." Yes, Grandpa Lu is right. He is right. Quan Yangan quickly sat down at a dining table next to Lu Hongming and Louis, and continued to talk about Chen Fan. Naturally, all he said were bad things about Chen Fan. Louis couldn't listen anymore and directly exposed Quan Yangan's intention. "Quan Yangan, can you just shut up? Why are you telling us about an unrelated person? If you like Xia Yueshue, go after her. How can talking about an unrelated person in front of us help you in pursuing Xia Yueshue?" Quan Yangan couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Seeing that the grandfather and grandson did not treat Chen Fan well, Xia Yueshue felt a little uncomfortable inexplicably. She said to Chen Fan, "Chen Fan, others don't believe in you, but I do. I believe you can make a better steak. I'm going to talk to Jiang Yiming now and ask him to lend you the kitchen. I really want to eat a steak made by you." Suddenly, Xia Yueshue seemed to realize that her words were somewhat ambiguous, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. "Chen Fan, I'll go tell Jiang Yiming right now." Xia Yueshue quickly stood up and left as if she was running away. Chen Fan didn't think much about it and didn't seem to notice Xia Yueshue's reaction just now. Soon, Xia Yueshue came back and said to Chen Fan, "Jiang Yiming agreed to let you use his kitchen." Chen Fan stood up and walked towards the kitchen with Xia Yueshue. "Mr. Chen." Seeing Chen Fan appear, Jiang Yiming's face suddenly became serious and serious. "I don't know you at all. Originally, the kitchen is a key place, and it is impossible to let anyone except the chef in. But now, for Yushue's sake, I will let you borrow the kitchen. But I must remind you that there are many precious ingredients in the kitchen, so you have to be careful." Chen Fan nodded calmly. "Don't worry, I'm just frying a steak. I won't touch anything else in the kitchen." "Okay, then you go in." Jiang Yiming let Chen Fan in. Of course, he did it entirely for Xia Yueshue's sake. Moreover, he instinctively knew that even if he asked Chen Fan to cook a steak, it would be impossible for him to cook it better than his. After entering the kitchen, Chen Fan immediately became busy. Jiang Yiming seemed to turn a blind eye to this and just concentrated on his work, making the best and most delicious steak in the world for Lu Hongming and Louis. Time passes quickly. Okay, sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Jiang Yiming's face was full of joy. He took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication. Perfect. Jiang Yiming's eyes sparkled as he looked at a steak as if he was looking at a piece of art that he was very satisfied with. "This is the most perfect steak I have ever made. Grandpa Lu and Yi will definitely like it very much." Jiang Yiming brought out the cooked steak. Seeing Jiang Yiming appear, Lu Hongming couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up from his seat and walked over quickly. It's still a familiar taste. Lu Hongming had come closer. He took a look at the steak in Jiang Yiming's hand, took a deep breath, and showed an intoxicated expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "Not only is it a familiar smell, this smell is even stronger than before, huh?" A burst of happy and excited laughter came from Lu Hongming's mouth. "Yiming, your cooking skills are much better than before." Jiang Yiming was very happy to receive Lu Hongming's praise. "Grandpa Lu, don't be anxious, sit down and eat slowly." Jiang Yiming put the plate of steak on the dining table, and Lu Hongming did not let Jiang Yiming help him cut it. Chapter 96. Is this dragon meat? He sat down and looked at the plate of steak in front of him as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. "Eating this steak today is worth it even if I die tomorrow." "Grandpa, if you talk nonsense again, I will take this plate of steak away immediately. Louis made a gesture to take the plate of steak away. What are you doing? Lu Hongming hurriedly protected his food and said repeatedly, okay, Grandpa won't talk nonsense. As long as you can let me finish this steak, I will definitely not talk nonsense. As he said that, he quickly cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it very much. Grandpa Lu, how does it taste? Although Jiang Yiming had already gotten the answer from Lu Hongming's expression, he still wanted to get an answer from Lu Hongming's mouth. Perfect, better than any steak you've ever made. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Lu Hongming praised repeatedly. What's that smell? At this moment, Lu Hongming was stunned. He turned his head slightly and looked not far behind him. His eyes fell on a person, or more precisely, on a plate in the person's hand. That's right, the extremely strange fragrance he smelled was coming from the plate held in this person's hand. Lu Hongming was absolutely certain that, in his life, he had lived for so long and there were all kinds of delicious food he had eaten and all kinds of smells he had smelled. But the fragrance wafting from the plate right now was definitely the first time he smelled it. What did you bring out? Lu Hongming couldn't help but ask. Naturally, at the same time, Jiang Yiming, Louis, Quan Yangan and others could also smell the fragrance at the same time, and a look of surprise and astonishment appeared on their faces. Indeed, the person who came out with the plate was Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan had already walked to his dining table with a plate in his hand, and then he put the plate down. When Lu Hongming saw it, he exclaimed, "Steak." Indeed, not only him, but also Louis and others could see very clearly that the plate in Chen Fan's hand did contain a steak. A piece of steak that exudes an incomparably unique aroma. Yue, try this steak and see how it tastes. Chen Fan seemed to have not noticed the existence of Lu Hongming and others at all. He had already sat down on the chair, picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of steak, and handed it to Xia Yue. Xia Yue looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise on her face. She really didn't expect that Chen Fan could really cook Western food, really cook steak, and the steak he cooked had such a delicious aroma. She could swear that she had never smelled such a strange fragrance since she was a child. This steak must be delicious. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. She took the fork handed to her by Chen Fan and took a bite of the small piece of steak. In an instant, Xia Yue's expression changed. It is no exaggeration to say that she was filled with surprise and even astonishment. She even uttered a curse word directly. Damn, what kind of steak is this? It's so delicious. Could it be that this is not steak, but the legendary dragon meat? Is it really that delicious? This was definitely the first time Chen Fan had made steak. After making it, he didn't even try it and just served it out directly. Naturally, he was very confident in the system's rewards. But judging from Xia Yue's reaction right now, the taste of this steak seems to have really reached its limit. Although I made the steak, I haven't tried it yet. Chen Fan said, picking up another fork, cutting off a small piece of steak and putting it in his mouth. Wow! As soon as Chen Fan put the small piece of steak into his mouth, he couldn't help but swear. Indeed, what is this? Is this the legendary dragon meat? Dragon meat? Lu Hongming was dumbfounded. He stopped working immediately and couldn't help asking Jiang Yiming. Yiming, what's going on? Does your Western restaurant have the legendary dragon meat? Jiang Yiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa Lu, you are too good at joking. There is no dragon meat here. Quan Yangan sneered, Grandpa Lu, these two are just a pair of drama queens. What dragon meat is not dragon meat? It's just an ordinary steak. No, I have to try it. Lu Hongming did clearly see the reactions of Chen Fan and Xia Yue. They didn't look fake at all, and couldn't possibly be fake. Without any hesitation, he stood up, walked to the table of Chen Fan and Xia Yue, and said directly. Judging from your reactions, this steak seems to be really delicious. Can I have a taste? Of course. Chen Fan nodded. He didn't mind Lu Hongming and Louis's attitude towards him at all. He was also very enthusiastic. After all, he could see that Lu Hongming was an honest and straightforward person. Chen Fan nodded and even cut off a small piece of steak and handed it to Lu Hongming. Grandpa Lu, don't eat it. Quan Yangan exclaimed, as if what Chen Fan gave Lu Hongming was poison. Why are you yelling? Lu Hongming glared at Quan Yangan, is there poison in this steak? He ate the small piece of steak directly on the fork. What, this? At this moment, Lu Hongming looked as if he was stunned, his eyes were wide open, and only his mouth was chewing slowly. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lu Hongming's reaction so big, Lu Yi looked frightened and hurried over. Lu Hongming waved his hand to indicate that he was fine and asked Lu Yi to stop talking. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Hongming, and for a moment they couldn't figure out what was wrong with Lu Hongming. Grandpa Lu, were you choked by this small piece of steak? Jiang Yiming asked, unable to figure out the reason. Ah! Suddenly a loud roar came from Lu Hongming's mouth, scaring everyone present except Chen Fan. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Yi became even more panicked and her tears almost fell. If anything happens to my grandfather, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Suddenly, Lu Yi glared at Chen Fan fiercely. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Oh my god, is this steak? No, is this dragon meat? No, this must be dragon meat. Chapter 97, Worse Than Trash. Lu Hongming exclaimed repeatedly, and his reaction was almost exactly the same as Xia Yueshui and Chen Fan just now, only his reaction was even bigger. Jiang Yiming, what are you doing? Lu Hongming showed an angry look on his face. Didn't you say that you prepared the best and most delicious steak for me? Why did you give the best and most delicious steak to him? Compared with the steak I ate, that one was simply garbage. What? Jiang Yiming looked completely stunned. He simply couldn't believe what Lu Hongming said. He couldn't help but ask emphatically, Grandpa Lu, what are you talking about? You mean that this steak is more delicious than the one you ate? Nonsense, don't you know what the steak you made tastes like? Lu Hongming was furious. You just said you would make me the most delicious steak in the world. I am so disappointed in you. This. Quan Yangon showed a strange look on his face. No one knew what happened better than him. He was very sure that Lu Hongming was wrong, and the steak in front of him was definitely not made by Jiang Yiming. The person who made this steak should be Chen Fan. Just now, before Lu Hongming and Lu Yi showed up, didn't Chen Fan already say that the steak he made was more delicious than Jiang Yiming's? Naturally, he didn't believe it at first and mocked Chen Fan harshly. But now the facts seem to be before us. Judging from Lu Hongming's reaction, this steak should be the one made by Chen Fan. It is much more delicious than Jiang Yiming's. However, Quan Yangon still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked Jiang Yiming. Brother Yiming, this steak you made should be given to Grandpa Lu. I. Jiang Yiming looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. You all misunderstood. Xia Yueshui spoke at this time. She didn't want these people to continue to misunderstand Chen Fan, especially Lu Hongming and Lu Yi's misunderstanding of Chen Fan, which might have a significant impact on Chen Fan. Misunderstanding? Lu Hongming was confused. What did we misunderstand? This steak. Xia Yueshui pointed at a steak on the table in front of her. This steak was not made by Jiang Yiming. The person who made this steak was Chen Fan. You? Lu Hongming's face turned a little colder. You are so young, can you tell me the truth? This is Jiang Yiming's Western restaurant. All the Western food must be made by Jiang Yiming or the chef here. Jiang Yiming, do you think so? This. Jiang Yiming was stunned. No way, was this guy really the one who made this steak? An expression of extreme astonishment instantly appeared on Lu Hongming's face. Jiang Yiming sighed helplessly in his heart. Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, this steak was indeed made by Chen Fan. This was an ironclad fact. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and nodded. This Mr. Chen Fan is Xia Yueshui's colleague. He wanted to make a steak here and borrow the kitchen here for use. I let him use it, so this steak was indeed made by him. What? Although Quan Yangon had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help being surprised when he heard Jiang Yiming speak. Impossible, can this guy really make such delicious steak? He's not a Western chef. Quan Yangon was extremely surprised and cut a little steak and put it in his mouth. At this moment, his eyes widened subconsciously, just like Lu Hongming's reaction before. Damn, what kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. I have never eaten such a delicious steak since I was a child. Really? When Lu Yi saw that everyone had the same reaction, she couldn't help but become curious and also tried some steak. Her reaction was exactly the same as Lu Hongming and others. It's delicious, it's really delicious. Lu Yi exclaimed repeatedly. Finally, Jiang Yiming couldn't help it and tried the steak made by Chen Fan. Then he was completely stunned. A storm of shock and excitement immediately arose in his heart. How is it possible? The taste of this steak is absolutely amazing. Lost, really lost. This steak tastes much better than the one I make. Quan Yangon, do you have anything else to say? Chen Fan said to Quan Yangon. In fact, Chen Fan didn't care at all whether he could cook Western food or not. If Quan Yangon hadn't been making sarcastic remarks all the time, he would never have gone into the kitchen to make steak for Xia Yueshue. Quan Yangon hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Get lost now. You were plotting against Xia Yueshue when we were at her company before, and now you are saying bad things about her in front of others. I am not arguing with you, not because I have a good temper, but because I just didn't have time to spare. Chen Fan said coldly, as if he was about to teach Quan Yangon a lesson. I'm too lazy to bother with people like you. My time is precious. There's no need to waste it here. Quan Yong did not forget to threaten Chen Fan at the end, then he stood up and left quickly. Little brother, did you really make this steak? Although Lu Hongming was already certain in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask emphatically. Because this matter is really shocking. He was sure that when it came to Western cuisine and making steak, no one in the country could compare to Jiang Yiming. If Jiang Yiming ranked second, it would be absolutely impossible for anyone to be ranked first. But what is happening now? Suddenly, a Western cuisine master appeared and the steak he made is even better than Jiang Yiming's. Chen Fan nodded, it's genuine. Suddenly, Lu Hongming sighed and said, hey, today I finally saw what it means that there are always people who are better than you. Little brother, I wonder if you are willing to come to my Lu family and be the chef of the Lu family. Do you want an annual salary or a monthly salary? Just tell me how much you want. I can afford whatever you say. Chen Fan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I appreciate your kindness. I am interested in Western food and steak just out of personal interest. I don't make a living by cooking Western food. So, I'm very sorry that I can't go to the Lu family and be their private chef. Chapter 98. Just be careful. Just a personal interest or hobby? Lu Hongming was dumbfounded for a moment, and then he sighed, it seems that I am really old. I don't know how many young talents there are in Donghai City, and I am still in the dark. Since Chen Fan disagreed, Lu Hongming knew that he couldn't force it. He looked at Chen Fan with a look full of gratitude. Little brother, I really deserve it if you can let me eat such delicious steak once in my lifetime. Thank you very much. If you have time, I hope you can come to the Lu family as a guest. Chen Fan nodded, of course, of course. Lu Hongming looked at the steak on the table with shining eyes. Little brother, I wonder if this steak. Chen Fan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, this steak was made specially for my friend. If Mr. Lu likes it, I will make another one for him. Ah, that's great. Lu Hongming laughed happily. Then he suddenly thought of something. Little brother, I know this may be a bit abrupt, but. Chen Fan said, Mr. Lu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Lu Hongming said, I know that my little brother can make a unique steak. He must have his own special way of processing it. I shouldn't ask for it. I understand what Mr. Lu means. Chen Fan said directly, not caring at all, if Mr. Lu wants to watch, he can watch from the side. If everyone wants to watch, we can watch together. After saying that, Chen Fan went straight into the kitchen and started busying himself. As expected, he seemed to be oblivious to the presence of other people. Jiang Yiming's eyes never left Chen Fan's movements, and he even took out his cell phone on a sudden inspiration. Originally, he was a little worried that Chen Fan would stop him, but seeing that Chen Fan did not say a word, he recorded almost the entire process of Chen Fan making steak. But when Chen Fan made a steak, not only Jiang Yiming was dumbfounded, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. The whole process of Chen Fan making steak can be described as very simple. Not to mention a famous chef like Jiang Yiming, even Lu Yi or Xia Yueshue, following Chen Fan's steps, would definitely be able to prepare such a steak. Is it that simple? As expected, Lu Yi looked doubtful at the first moment. It's that simple. Chen Fan put the steak on a plate and brought it to the table. He gestured, Mr. Lu, you can try it and see if it tastes exactly the same as before. After Lu Hongming cut a little steak and tasted it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the taste is exactly the same, not different at all, this is simply amazing. He looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Little brother, judging from the steps you just took, I'm afraid anyone can make a steak like this, but I also know that the steaks made by others will definitely not taste the same as yours. I wonder what the secret is. He looked at Chen Fan eagerly, and could not speak in his life. But what Lu Hongming didn't expect was that Chen Fan didn't shy away from this at all. Use it here. Chen Fan pointed to his heart. Jiang Yiming looked thoughtful. Finally, at Lu Hongming's strong request, he asked for Chen Fan's contact information before letting Lu Yi take him away. USUF, although the steak I cook is not as good as your colleagues, I still hope that if you have time, you can come and visit my old friend more often. Jiang Yiming said. Xia Yueshua nodded, okay. Chen Fan and Xia Yueshua left the Western restaurant. Xia Yueshua naturally returned to the company, and Chen Fan was going to Mingjiang Hotel to see how Resigning handled some situations in the hotel. Tan Kui. Chen Fan was driving his Rolls-Royce and passing a commercial pedestrian street when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. There were 3 or 4 men harassing Tan Kui and another boy. Kei, I really like you, why can't you give me a chance? Chen Fan could clearly hear one of the boys talking to Tan Kui, and he also started to pull Tan Kui. Hong Tao, you can't force feelings. I've already told you very clearly, please stop bothering me in the future, okay? I don't like you, I just don't like you, there's no reason. Tan Kui said angrily, shaking off the hand of the man named Hong Tao. But the man named Hong Tao was not giving up. Tell me, do you already have someone you like? I have already found out clearly. When you were working part-time at Dihao restaurant, did you meet a boy named Chen Fan? Did you fall in love with that boy? I tell you, that boy is just a small chef. I am different from him. My family has plenty of money and power. If you follow me, I will make sure you have enough food and clothing and live happily forever. Hong Tao, how many times do you want me to tell you that I don't like you? It doesn't matter who I like. Please don't bother me anymore. If you continue to bother me, believe it or not, I will call the police immediately. Tan Kui began to get annoyed by the other party's harassment and was about to call the police. Hong Tao was not afraid at all. What's wrong with me liking you? If you can get caught for this, then call the police. If I get caught because I like you, I am willing to be caught. Tan Kui was extremely helpless and speechless. Kui, I beg you, please give me a chance. Hong Tao continued to beg bitterly. Tan Kui looked extremely helpless. Kui, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing Tan Kui's body to tremble subconsciously. She was naturally very familiar with this voice. She turned around and saw that the first person she saw was indeed Chen Fan. Chen Fan! Tan Kui exclaimed subconsciously, and immediately strode towards Chen Fan and came to Chen Fan's side. Upon seeing this situation, the boy named Hong Tao's face immediately became gloomy. He looked at Chen Fan as if he wanted to kill Chen Fan directly. He said coldly, "Boy, you are so brave that you dared to snatch my woman from my hands, Hong Tao." Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "I stole your woman? How can you say that?" Horror. Hong Tao pointed at Tan Kui and said, "Tan Kui is my woman. She is my woman for life. Stay away from my woman, or you will suffer the consequences." Chapter 99. Believe me. At the end, Hong Tao looked even more ferocious. Seeing Hong Tao like this, Tan Kui was scared and subconsciously hid behind Chen Fan. Really? I won't suffer any consequences. Chen Fan sneered and looked at the other person as if he was looking at a little kid. I won't stay far away, so what? Oh, you are quite arrogant. You don't even bother to find out who our brother Tao is at Nanshire University. How dare you snatch the woman that my brother Tao likes? You must be tired of living. At this time, Hong Tao had not yet spoken, but the other 3 men beside him already had a ferocious look on their faces, with murderous eyes, staring at Chen Fan. It seemed like in the next second, the 3 of them would attack Chen Fan directly. Chen Fan really treated the other 4 as children and said in a lecturing tone, "You are so young, but you don't study hard and learn the ways of society. Do your parents know about this? If they knew, they would be so mad at you. Who the hell do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to teach us a lesson? Parents? What happens to our parents? Does it have anything to do with you? Kneel down, you fucking kneel down right now, or I'll make you eat shit until you're full." Hong Tao was completely furious, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes when he looked at Chen Fan. Kneel down? Eat shit? Chen Fan sneered, "I didn't expect that you guys, at such a young age, have such a strong taste. Sorry, I won't let you eat shit, because watching you eat shit, I also feel very disgusted. However, if you want to kneel down, then kneel down. However, don't call me dad, I won't accept a useless son like you." You're looking for death. The faces of Hong Tao and the others were terribly gloomy. They looked at Chen Fan as if they wished they could kill him right away. A roar came from Hong Tao's mouth first. He rushed towards Chen Fan and roared as well. You dare to scold me and take my woman away. If I don't kill you today, I will take the same surname as you and seek death. Hong Tao had already rushed directly to Chen Fan, waving his huge fist and roaring as he hit Chen Fan in the face. Chen Fan was very disdainful. All of the more than 100 people that Chen Long had before were knocked down by him, without exception. What's more, Hong Tao in front of him was not even as good as any of those more than 100 people. Chen Fan kicked out and hit Hong Tao very accurately. At this moment, Hong Tao looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body stiffened. Suddenly, his face turned red. Then he curled up his body like a cooked shrimp. He just lay directly on the ground. Pain. It just hurts so much. Hong Tao was in so much pain that he couldn't speak for a moment, he just kept taking in cold air. At the same time, he looked at Chen Fan with a sinister look. How dare you hit Brother Tao? You are simply courting death. When the other men saw Chen Fan kicking out, which made Chen Fan fall to the ground, they were immediately furious. With a roar, these boys rushed towards Chen Fan together. But the same scene happened again. Chen Fan still stood still. When these boys rushed to him, he kicked at an unbelievable speed. Indeed, these men didn't even see how Chen Fan kicked. They just felt a sharp pain in their bodies. They subconsciously felt that their testicles had been shattered into pieces under Chen Fan's kick. Ah, it hurts so much, you dare to kick me here. You are dead, we will never let you go. Don't leave if you dare. Wait for me. I will call someone over to kill you. These boys were extremely angry. At this time, Hong Tao said viciously. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at a dead person. Boy, I'm telling you the truth. I'm Brother Long's man. I'm sure you don't know Brother Long, but he's the boss of this area, with the most power and influence. Don't leave if you have the guts. But even if you leave, you can't get away. There's no one in the entire Donghai city that Brother Long can't find. You're dead. Chen Fan remained calm. Chen Fan, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. Tan Kei was so scared that she quickly grabbed Chen Fan's clothes and said repeatedly. Chen Fan, let's go quickly. I've heard of this Brother Long is very famous in Nanshire University. Almost all students will be scared when they hear this name. Kei, don't worry, I'll be fine. Chen Fan gave Tan Kei a very reassuring look and said slowly. I can see what kind of person this boy who's pursuing you is. If we don't resolve this issue today, he will definitely harass you again and again in the future, and he might even do something even more outrageous. Kui, is this what you want to see? Tan Kei was startled, tears almost rolling down her eyes. She choked up a bit and said, I'm just a student. I just want to study hard and work part-time when I have time. I really don't want to encounter anything special. Chen Fan, I'm really scared, but I'm afraid that I will get you into trouble. Please believe me. Chen Fan stared at Tan Kei. When she met Chen Fan's gaze, for some reason, Tan Kei's heart subconsciously shook, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security rising from the bottom of her heart. All of a sudden, Tan Kei nodded subconsciously. Chen Fan, I believe you, but... Chen Fan said directly, I know what you are worried about. You are worried that I will be hurt. Now please believe me as well. There is almost no one in the entire Donghai city who can hurt me. Of course, Chen Fan was not bragging at all. His body had been transformed by genetic medicine, and he was also a grandmaster of Wing Chun. In the entire Donghai city, who could really hurt him? Chen Fan was very confident that no one in the entire Donghai city could hurt him. Master Hong, who dares to attack you on my territory? He must be desperate. Chapter 100 Apologize to Big Brother. At this moment, a powerful voice sounded, and a tall figure walked up to Hong Tao. Hong Tao and others have recovered from the severe pain and have stood up. Seeing the other party appear, Hong Tao was excited and happy, and pointed his finger directly at Chen Fan, who was not far away. Brother Long, that blind boy, not only did he steal my woman, he also insulted me. Don't worry, no matter who the other party is, the man looked like he could take on a big responsibility, and then looked in the direction Hong Tao pointed. However, when he looked like this, he was stunned involuntarily. No way, is it such a coincidence? Suddenly, as if subconsciously, a layer of sweat broke out on this person's forehead. Brother Long, what's wrong? Why did your expression suddenly change? Why did it become so ugly? Seeing Chen Long's face suddenly change, Hong Tao couldn't help but ask quickly. That's right, the man who appeared now was the Chen Long from before. He was called over by Huang Lei and brought more than 100 people to teach Chen Fan a lesson, but they were all knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. Chen Long knew it very well. As far as he knew, in the entire Donghai city, no one had such powerful kung fu, let alone a young talent like Chen Fan. Dead. However, Tan Kei, who was hiding behind Chen Fan, muttered subconsciously. If Hong Tao really calls Chen Long over, we're doomed. Not only will I implicate Chen Fan, but I will also definitely not be able to continue studying in Donghai City, and I can't even go back to Nanshuri University. Kei, believe me, nothing will happen. Chen Fan turned around and looked at Tan Kei. Seeing Tan Kei's pale face due to fear, he couldn't help but feel like laughing. I will help you solve the problem once and for all, and make sure that Hong Tao never dares to harass you again. Not only that, I will also make Hong Tao apologize to you. If he doesn't do so, the consequences will be very serious. After speaking to Tan Kei, Chen Fan took a step forward and walked towards Chen Long, Hong Tao and the others. Chen Fan, don't go. Tan Kei was subconsciously frightened. Indeed, Chen Long did not come alone, he was followed by more than a dozen people, each of them was tall and strong and looked ferocious. In Tan Kei's opinion, there was no way Chen Fan could be a match for these people, not to mention asking Hong Tao to apologize and resolve the matter once and for all. She almost blurted out, Chen Fan, are you crazy? Chen Fan had already walked towards the other party and came to within 3 or 4 meters. Tan Kei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that Chen Long and others did not start to attack Chen Fan. In Tan Kei's opinion, she thought that the more than 10 people on the other side would rush up and attack Chen Fan directly. Seeing this situation, Tan Kei naturally felt a little relieved. Hey! You are really brave. Brother Long showed up. It would be fine if you didn't run away right away, but you actually dared to come here on your own initiative. You've seen Brother Long, you must be regretting it now. Now you come here and kowtow to admit your mistake? Ha ha. I'm telling you, even if you kowtow until you die, I won't let you go. Hong Tao said coldly, looking at Chen Fan as if he was looking at a dead person. Brother Long, this is the guy. Then, Hong Tao looked at Chen Long next to him. But when he saw it, Hong Tao was subconsciously stunned. That's right, he could clearly see that Chen Long's expression was not right. In the more than 1 year that he had known Chen Long, he had never seen such an expression on Chen Long's face. Fear. Is this really a ghost? Hong Tao muttered in his heart, I actually saw a scared expression on Chen Long's face? No, I saw it wrong, I must have seen it wrong. Subconsciously, Hong Tao even took the initiative to ignore the expression on Chen Long's face at this moment. Brother Long? Brother Long? Hong Tao shouted several times. Oh. Chen Long finally came back to his senses and looked at him. Hong Tao, kneel down. But the next moment, Chen Long's cold shout made Hong Tao completely stunned. He was instantly confused and stared at Chen Long blankly, as if he didn't hear clearly what Chen Long said. What? Brother Long, what did you say? Hong Tao couldn't help but ask. I told you to kneel down, are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Chen Long's face was gloomy, and his eyes seemed to be spewing anger. This. Hong Tao couldn't help but be frightened subconsciously. He had known Chen Long for more than a year and had never seen Chen Long so angry. What is this? Kneel down for me. Chen Long shouted. With a thud, Hong Tao faced the furious Chen Long and subconsciously knelt down directly in front of Chen Long. The other boys seemed to be equally frightened by Chen Long's sudden outburst of anger, and they knelt down almost at the same time as Hong Tao. Long, Brother Long. Hong Tao looked trembling with fear. I don't know what I did wrong to make Brother Long so angry. Chen Long shouted, who told you to kneel before me? Hong Tao was confused, and a surge of anger rose in his heart subconsciously, but of course he dared not say anything. Kneel down before this big brother and apologize to him. Chen Long gestured to Chen Fan. The moment his eyes met Chen Fan, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. What? Not only Hong Tao, but the other boys were all dumbfounded. Their eyes widened subconsciously, filled with a strong sense of disbelief. Why are you all looking at me? Didn't you hear what I said? Chen Long was a little panicked when he saw that Hong Tao and his men looked like fools and didn't understand what they were saying. Indeed, he was afraid of provoking Chen Fan and causing him to get angry. He still remembers the scenes that happened before, which have left a shadow in his heart. Therefore, when he saw Chen Fan here, he seemed unable to control himself and felt a panic in his heart. Subconsciously, he believed that he must not make Chen Fan angry, otherwise he would die a miserable death. You are all trash. Chen Long got angry and kicked each of Hong Tao's men, knocking them to the ground. Are you awake now? Chen Long looked at Hong Tao and the others coldly. Apologize to Big Brother right now? If you are late, I will kill you. Hurry up and go. Yes. Hong Tao and others responded subconsciously. Although they had a million questions, they had no idea what was going on. But seeing that Chen Long was so furious and looked a little panicked, if they didn't apologize to Chen Fan, Chen Long would really take their lives. Hong Tao and others responded quickly. Chapter 101. Who is this person? Although they were unwilling in their hearts, Hong Tao and others looked at Chen Fan and quickly apologized. Brother, I'm sorry, we were wrong, we were really wrong. Please say a few good words to Brother Long and forgive us. Hong Tao and others could see that Chen Fan must have some relationship with Chen Long, otherwise, how could Chen Long let them kneel down and apologize to Chen Fan? Tan Kei was completely dumbfounded by this sudden scene and could not believe what she saw. She felt as if she were dreaming. Everything that was happening before her eyes was simply too unreal for her. She rubbed her eyes quickly, and when she looked carefully, she saw the same scene. Hong Tao and others were extremely arrogant just now, but now they are kneeling on the ground like dogs, apologizing and begging for mercy to Chen Fan. Who exactly is Chen Fan? Tan Kei was confused. Even a figure like Chen Long seems to be very afraid of Chen Fan. Tan Kei looked at Chen Fan, and an inexplicable emotion flashed in her eyes involuntarily. You know you're wrong? Chen Fan sneered, then tell me where you went wrong. Me. Hong Tao was stunned, subconsciously not knowing what he had done wrong. What do you mean by you? Chen Long was afraid of making Chen Fan angry, so he snorted at Hong Tao and kicked him to the ground. Brother asked you what you did wrong, tell me the truth, otherwise I won't forgive you. Hong Tao didn't dare to show any anger towards Chen Long. He knelt down quickly, and for a moment he still didn't know what he had done wrong. Chen Fan sneered, since you don't know what you did wrong, good. Now, let me remind you. You said Tan Kei is your woman? What? Chen Long's face changed drastically, and he kicked Hong Tao hard again. At this time, Hong Tao almost fainted from the pain, but facing Chen Long, he still did not show any anger. Chen Long yelled and cursed, You little bastard, you've grown up. You dare to set your eyes on my brother's woman? If I don't beat you to death when I get home, I'll take your last name. Brother Long, it's not like that. That's not how things are. Hong Tao was really scared. He could tell from the look in Chen Long's eyes that Chen Long was really going to beat him to death. He quickly opened his mouth and said repeatedly, This is all a misunderstanding, this is a pure misunderstanding. How could I possibly like Big Brother's woman? This is impossible. I swear, if I dare to like Big Brother's woman, I will be hit by a car and die in a moment. Chen Long. Chen Fan looked at Chen Long. Yes, Big Brother, what do you want me to do? Chen Long nodded and bowed to Chen Fan, which was in stark contrast to his fierce attitude towards Hong Tao just now. You heard what Hong Tao said. If I ever hear Tan Kei say that she was harassed by Hong Tao, do you know what you will do? Chen Fan said coldly. Chen Long said repeatedly, I know, Big Brother, don't worry, I will drive the car and hit Hong Tao to death. Chen Fan glanced at Hong Tao, you heard it too, right? Brother, I heard it. Hong Tao's face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he kept saying, Even if I have the courage of heaven, I will never dare to have any intention towards your woman. I'm glad you know. Finally, Chen Fan simply said this. He didn't want to pay any more attention to these people and left with Tan Kei. Hong Tao and others watched Chen Fan and Tan Kei leave until their figures disappeared around the corner. Not only Hong Tao, but Chen Long also breathed a sigh of relief for a moment, as if he had just saved his life. Brother Long, who is your eldest brother? Why do you fear him so much? Hong Tao couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. What kind of person? Chen Long still looked scared. Just remember one thing. If you run into Chen Fan, get as far away from him as possible. Otherwise, you should try to curry favor with Big Brother. Do you understand? Hong Tao and others couldn't help but take a deep breath. They never expected that even Chen Long was so afraid of someone, so one can imagine what kind of person Chen Fan would be. Chen Long said coldly, "You little brat, it's a good thing that I came here. If anyone else came to help you, the consequences would be disastrous." Seeing that Chen Long described the matter so seriously, Hong Tao and others were finally frightened. They all swore in their hearts that if they saw Chen Fan, they would stay away from him immediately. As for what Tan Kei said, Hong Tao wanted to slap himself a few times at this moment. Why did she fall in love with the woman of a big shot like Chen Fan? It's so unlucky. Chen Fan naturally had no idea what Chen Long and the others were doing or thinking at the moment. Walking into a commercial street, Tan Kei looked at Chen Fan with a look of gratitude. "Brother Chen, I really never thought that Chen Long knew you and seemed to be very familiar with you. If it weren't for you today, Hong Tao would definitely continue to harass me. I don't know what more outrageous things he would do in the end." Tan Kei couldn't help but shiver. In fact, she could already imagine what even more outrageous things Hong Tao would do. It would be easy for the 4 grown boys to take a weak woman like her away. "We are all friends. If I can help you, I will definitely do it," Chen Fan said. Besides, Hong Tao was not a good person at first glance. But now it's good. He won't dare to harass you again, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. "Brother Chen, you've helped me so much. I'll treat you to dinner tonight," Tan Kai said. "Okay." Chen Fan did not refuse. There was not much to do today anyway. If he went back now, he would go to Mingjiang Hotel to see how Resigning was progressing with the development plan. "Kei, what are you looking at?" At this moment, Chen Fan saw Tan Kei stop and look to the side. Chen Fan looked over and found that it was a jewelry store, Lai Fu Jewelry. This jewelry store is very famous. It sells a variety of high-end jewelry and has many branches across the country. Women are born to love jewelry. When Chen Fan saw Tan Kei stop and look into the jewelry store, he thought it was normal. Suddenly Chen Fan thought of something and said to Tan Kei, "Let's go in and take a look." Chapter 102 Jewelry Store. Indeed, Chen Fan was thinking of the Supreme Diamond card that Li Jiaqing had insisted on giving him. According to Li Jiaqing, this card can be used to purchase any jewelry in any jewelry store in Donghai City for free. I don't know whether it's true or not. Of course, Chen Fan knew that Li Jiaqing could not lie, but before actually using this card, Chen Fan subconsciously had some doubts in his heart. "Don't go in. Your jewelry is too expensive. I can't afford it. It's better not to look at it." When Tan Kei heard Chen Fan's words, she was subconsciously startled, and then quickly shook her head. "It's okay, I'm just going to go in and take a look," Chen Fan said. "It's okay to take a look. If there's something you really like, I can give it to you." "What?" Tan Kei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked at Chen Fan with surprise and joy. "Brother Chen, you want to give me jewelry? Is this true or false?" Chen Fan said, "Let's go in and take a look first to see if there are any jewels that you like." After saying this, Chen Fan did not wait for Tan Kei to speak again, and took the lead to enter the Lai Fu jewelry store. "Hello, sir, ma'am, is there anything I can help you with?" A waiter came over warmly and looked at Chen Fan and Tan Kei. Tan Kei said, "We just take a look." The enthusiastic smile on the waiter's face immediately disappeared. The waiter indeed stopped paying attention to Chen Fan and Tan Kei and went to greet other guests. "What do you think? Is there anything you like?" Chen Fan asked. He didn't think much about it. He just wanted to take a look at the Supreme Diamond card that Li Jiaqing gave him. However, Tan Kei couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. Is Brother Chen really going to give me jewelry? What does Brother Chen mean by this? Is he planning to confess his love to me? Oh, I'm so shy. If Brother Chen really confesses his feelings to me, should I accept it or not? Happiness really came too suddenly. I never expected that I like Brother Chen and he likes me too. Tan Kei, what's wrong with you? I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Seeing that Tan Kei suddenly looked absent-minded, Chen Fan looked at Tan Kei and asked emphatically. It would have been better if she hadn't asked. But when Chen Fan asked, Tan Kei's pretty face suddenly turned red as if subconsciously, and she looked very shy. Tan Kei, are you okay? Chen Fan was stunned. Are you sick? Of course, with the Chinese medicine skills that Chen Fan has mastered, he can naturally tell at the first moment that Tan Kei is not sick. It's just that her blood circulation suddenly accelerated and her heartbeat also quickened a little. Oh, I'm fine. To avoid letting Chen Fan see her embarrassment, Tan Kei responded and quickly diverted her attention. Huh? This diamond necklace is so beautiful. At this moment, Tan Kei's eyes caught a diamond necklace placed inside the glass counter, which was very beautifully designed. It seemed that Tan Kei fell in love with this diamond necklace the first time she saw it. 1, 10, 1 million. But the next moment, when Tan Kei saw the price, she was stunned and then gave up. Indeed, she saw the price tag, which was more than 2 million. Waiter, please take out that diamond necklace. My friend wants to try it on. But Chen Fan suddenly spoke, and these first words naturally scared Tan Kei. I'm sorry, sir, this diamond necklace cannot be tried on. The counter clerk was very polite and refused Chen Fan's request to try it on. Brother Chen, Tan Kei said quickly, this diamond necklace is really too expensive, more than 2 million. Even if I were allowed to try it on, I wouldn't dare to do it. If I accidentally bump into it, I can't afford the compensation. Let's go look at other ones. Oh, dear, this diamond necklace is so beautiful. I really like it. Just then, a voice was heard, and a young and beautiful woman appeared in front of the counter of the diamond necklace. Miss Xu, you are here. When the waiter saw the young and beautiful woman, he immediately smiled and said enthusiastically, since Miss Xu likes it, why not try it on? The waiter quickly took the diamond necklace out from the counter. This. When Tan Kei heard this, she was stunned. What was this? However, she also knew that she really couldn't afford it and couldn't buy it at all, and she was too lazy to care about it. What do you mean? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. He always hated people who looked down on others, no matter who they were. I just said I wanted to take it out and try it on, but you said I couldn't. Now this beautiful lady likes this diamond necklace, and you want to take it out without saying anything. How can you be a waiter like this? Ha, you don't have money to buy it, so of course they can't let you try it on. The young and beautiful woman Zhu Fangfang said, sneering at Chen Fan. What if you break such an expensive diamond necklace when you try it on? If you are asked to pay for it, can you afford it? Sir, please don't cause trouble in our store. Laifu Jewelry Store is a nationally famous jewelry store. Not just anyone can come here to cause trouble. The waitress said this, very proudly, as if Laifu Jewelry Store belonged to her alone. I'm making trouble? Chen Fan sneered, am I the one making trouble, or is your service attitude bad? Do you think I can't afford it? So you won't let me try it on? If I say I can afford it, will you let me try it on? Sir, please stop making trouble here. There are many guests here. Don't you feel ashamed if you make trouble here? The waiter continued. The commotion here soon alarmed many customers in the store, and other waiters also hurried over. Soon, everyone knew what happened. Everyone's eyes swept over Chen Fan and Tan Kei with contempt and disdain. Young people, isn't it good to work hard and earn money? Why do you have to spend lavishly? That's right. That diamond necklace costs more than 2 million. If you ask to try it, will the clerk let you try it? If you damage it, can you afford to pay for it? Yes, if you don't have money, why come to visit a fancy jewelry store? Isn't it better to just work hard? I don't know what's wrong with young people nowadays. They have to be vain and compare themselves with others. Sigh. Chapter 103 Supreme Diamond Card. Everyone present looked at Chen Fan and Tan Kei with ridicule and contempt. Tan Kei's face couldn't help but feel hot. Her face turned red. It's shameful. So shameful. She looked at the ground, wishing she could find a crack in the ground and then crawl into it. Sir, our waiters are all professionally trained and we definitely don't mean to look down on you. The store manager, Manager 1, came over and naturally defended his clerk first, speaking very politely to Chen Fan. But it was not difficult to see that even Manager 1 looked at Chen Fan with a bit of contempt and disdain. We do have such a rule in our store. Jewelry above a certain price is not allowed to be tried on unless we can confirm that the customer has the ability to purchase it. If this gentleman and this lady don't need anything, could you please come to our store again next time? Manager 1 even started to kick Chen Fan and Tan Kei out. The two security guards had already walked over, staring at Chen Fan and Tan Kei with eager eyes. As long as Chen Fan dared to do anything extreme, the two security guards would immediately take action and kick Chen Fan out. Very good? Chen Fan nodded slightly, very calm and composed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out this diamond necklace. My friend wants to try it on. Ha ha. Immediately a burst of sneers was heard, and a burst of mocking sneers rang out all around. This guy is really out of his mind. The manager has made it very clear that only those who can afford it can try it on. This kid still doesn't know what's good for him. Just wait for the 2 security guards to kick him out. Sure enough, the 2 security guards looked at Chen Fan with sharp eyes and were about to attack him. Why, manager, aren't my words clear enough? Chen Fan was still calm and composed. Since I must try it on, it proves that I can afford this diamond necklace. Not to mention this diamond necklace, I can also afford all the jewelry in the store. Ha, a loud laugh was heard. This kid is really good at bragging. That's right. Everyone can brag. This kid isn't some rich second-generation guy, so he's not afraid of being laughed at by everyone when he says this. The 2 security guards have already attacked Chen Fan. Manager Wen, see if this card can be used to buy this diamond necklace. At this moment, Chen Fan took out the Supreme Diamond card that Li Jiaqing gave him. This Supreme Diamond card was so dazzling that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Indeed, when Chen Fan saw this card, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The surface of this card is covered with small diamonds, covering both sides of the card. Unless it's a membership card of our store, any card, what, this? Manager Wen spoke subconsciously, but when she looked over, her voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened subconsciously, revealing a deep sense of shock. Finally, with a trembling voice, she said cautiously, "Sir, can you let me see the card in your hand?" "Of course, no problem." Chen Fan handed the Supreme Diamond card in his hand to Manager Wen very straightforwardly. Manager Wen took it carefully and took it in his hand. As soon as he took a look at it, a cry of surprise came out directly from Manager Wen's mouth. Supreme Diamond card. This is a Supreme Diamond card that only the richest family, the Li family, has. It can be used for free purchases in any jewelry store. What? Supreme Diamond card? When everyone else heard what Manager Wen said, they were all stunned, with a look of disbelief on their faces. In a flash, everyone's eyes naturally fell on the Supreme Diamond card in Manager Wen's hand. It seemed that they couldn't wait to take it in their hands and take a closer look. "Sir, I'll return this Supreme Diamond card to you." Manager Wen's attitude towards Chen Fan changed 180 degrees. She held the Supreme Diamond card in both hands and handed it back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the card back and said indifferently, "Manager Wen, I wonder if we are qualified to try on this diamond necklace now." Of course, of course." Manager Wen said repeatedly, looking very nervous, as if he was afraid of making Chen Fan unhappy. She even took out the diamond necklace from the counter herself and placed it on the counter. "Kei, come here. Didn't you say you liked this diamond necklace? Come and try it on and see if it looks beautiful." Chen Fan looked at Tan Kei and said. At this time, Tan Kei was completely confused and looked like she had no idea what was going on. She felt as if her head was filled with paste and she had lost the ability to think. The Supreme Diamond card of the richest family, the Li family? Isn't that a card only available to the Li family? Why does Chen Fan have it? Could it be that Chen Fan's real identity is a member of the Li family? A member of the richest family, the Li family, fell in love with me? He bought me a diamond necklace worth more than 2 million yuan. Are you going to confess your love to me? Tan Kei's heart was in turmoil. For a moment, she seemed not to hear what Chen Fan said to her. Until Chen Fan grabbed her arm, pulled her over, and pointed at the dazzling diamond necklace on the counter. "Now, you can try it on. Try it on." "Ah. Oh. Tan Kei stuttered subconsciously. "Hey, this diamond necklace is what I liked, I bought it, and now no one can try it on." At this moment, the young and beautiful woman suddenly spoke, took out a card and handed it to Manager Wen. "Manager Wen, this diamond necklace is mine now. Please go and swipe your card." "Yours?" Chen Fan sneered, "There is a principle called first come first served. You should understand." "Yes, you are right, first come first served, but have you paid?" The young and beautiful woman showed a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "Others may not know what's going on, but your little tricks can't be hidden from my eyes. Holding a fake card that I don't know how to make, pretending to be the Li family's Supreme Diamond card, only people with little knowledge will be fooled by you." Chapter 104. See how you slap me in the face. Fake card? Manager Wen and everyone were subconsciously stunned. At that moment, everyone was indeed stunned by the dazzling card that Chen Fan took out, and no one thought about it in this direction. After hearing what the young and beautiful woman said, everyone on the spot, including Manager Wen, thought more and more that this was very likely. Everyone started talking and discussing. The Supreme Diamond card is so precious, how could it appear in the hands of an unknown kid? Indeed, who is this guy? How come I have never seen him before? When I was in Donghai City, I knew all the young talents who were somewhat famous. The Supreme Diamond card should be in the hands of famous young talents. This kid is really brave. He actually dared to get a fake Supreme Diamond card. To have the guts to get a fake Supreme Diamond card, this guy must be a genius. Everyone was talking about it, and they all concluded that the Supreme Diamond card in Chen Fan's hand was completely fake, and Chen Fan didn't know how to make it. Fake card? Tan Kei was a little stunned. Although she knew that Chen Fan would never do such a thing, for some reason, she felt that what everyone said was not completely unreasonable. What kind of existence is the Supreme Diamond card? Even she has heard of it. Only the richest family members, the Li family, have the Supreme Diamond card. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Indeed, he had not expected that taking out a Supreme Diamond card would cause such a big commotion. He never expected that the young and beautiful woman would say it was fake. Soon after, Manager 1 and everyone else also concluded that the Supreme Diamond card in his hand could not be real. Manager 1, what are you waiting for? The beautiful young woman Hina said coldly, I don't know where this guy came from, but he is so bold. Hurry up and arrest him and send him to jail. Security, come here and arrest him. Manager Win's face darkened. Catch me? Chen Fan said coldly, didn't you say that the Supreme Diamond card in my hand is fake? If Li Jiaqing shows up now, I'll see how you guys will slap me in the face. Sure enough, as soon as the name Li Jiaqing came out of Chen Fan's mouth, everyone was stunned. The two security guards were naturally no exception. They were about to attack Chen Fan, but at this moment they were all stunned and looked at Manager 1. They didn't know what to do for a moment. Li Jiaqing? Manager 1 was also stunned. She really didn't expect that Chen Fan suddenly brought up Li Jiaqing. But then I thought, what kind of person is Li Jiaqing, and why would he really come here? Suddenly she realized something, her eyes widened, and she stared at Chen Fan, what do you mean? Can you call Li Jiaqing over? Before Chen Fan could speak, the beautiful young woman Zhu Fangfang sneered and said, Li Jiaqing is the richest man in Donghai City. How could he be so idle that he would stay at home and wait for this guy to call and ask him to come to a jewelry store? No matter how you look at it, this matter is very reliable. That's right. Does this guy mean that he can call Li Jiaqing over with just one phone call? Ha ha. In the end, everyone present seemed to have heard a huge joke and burst into laughter, almost crying. It's really hilarious. Today is really an eye-opener. That's right. I've seen many young people who can brag, but I've never seen one as good at bragging as this. It really opens my eyes. Amidst bursts of laughter, everyone present looked at Chen Fan with mocking and contempt, as if they were looking at a clown performing a show. Zhu Fangfang sneered, why are you still standing there? What you meant is that you can call Li Jiaqing over. Then why don't you call him? I tell you, my husband works in Li Jiaqing's company. I know a little about Li Jiaqing's schedule. From 5 in the morning until 11 at night, Li Jiaqing's work schedule is full. It's impossible for Li Jiaqing to show up. Zhu Fangfang also looked at Chen Fan with a mocking look on her face, why don't you make a phone call? If you can call Li Jiaqing over, I will take your surname. Take my last name? Chen Fan sneered, so, you mean, you want to recognize me as your father? Sorry, I'm not interested in someone like you at all. There's no way I can accept someone like you as my daughter. You. Zhu Fangfang was stunned and cursed, how can you be so uncultured? If the Supreme Diamond card in your hand is real, I will eat shit immediately. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile, oh? You have a strong taste, but I'm sorry, you like to eat shit, and I don't like to see you eat shit, because it's really disgusting. You. Zhu Fangfang was angry again, and she looked like she was about to vomit blood. She pointed directly at Chen Fan's nose. Stop talking nonsense, you can call Li Jiaqing over, what are you waiting for? Call him now. Chen Fan looked at Manager Wen and Zhu Fangfang, then glanced at all the people watching, with a calm expression. Okay, it seems that you have never met Li Jiaqing in person. Fine, I will call Li Jiaqing now and ask him to come over. I will see how you will slap your own faces later. Ha ha. Finally, Chen Fan sneered, said nothing more, dialed the phone, and turned on the speakerphone. When Chen Fan hung up the phone, everyone was dumbfounded. They had indeed never met Li Jiaqing in person, but they had seen Li Jiaqing on some interview programs and knew what Li Jiaqing's voice sounded like. Indeed, the voice that came from the phone call just now should be the Li family himself. Everyone is looking at each other in bewilderment. No way, can this guy really call Li Jiaqing over with just one phone call? If this is true, then who exactly is this kid? His identity and background are too terrifying. Oh? Xu Fangfang sneered, you are really a good kid. You found someone who sounds like Li Jiaqing to answer the phone. It seems that it is not surprising that you can get a fake Supreme Diamond card. You really have some skills. Xu Fangfang looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression on her face. Chen Fan shrugged. You can doubt me as much as you want. It will only take about 10 minutes for Li Jiaqing to show up. I want to see what else you can say. Chapter 105 really appears. I'd like to see what tricks you want to play. Xu Fangfang sneered, it's impossible for Li Jiaqing to appear here. Indeed, how could Li Jiaqing appear here? That is undoubtedly a fantasy. Everyone present, including all the waiters in the store and manager one, could not believe that such a thing could happen. As for Li Jiaqing, they had only seen him on TV. It is easy to imagine how difficult it would be for anyone to meet Li Jiaqing. It is naturally impossible for ordinary people to see Li Jiaqing. Manager 1, do you really believe what this guy said? Do you really have to wait until Li Jiaqing shows up? Xu Fangfang continued to stir up trouble. You know, the business in the store is so good, even if it's just 30 minutes, it will delay the store and we don't know how much money we will lose. Manager 1 thought about it and felt that it made sense. After a little thought, she said to Chen Fan, Sir, our business cannot be delayed by you. Please go to the security guard for a while. If Li Jiaqing doesn't show up when the time is up, we will call the police and send you to the police station. Manager Wen, do you really want to do this? Chen Fan smiled. Very well, you can do this, but if Li Jiaqing really shows up, I will suggest that Li Jiaqing fire you because you don't even have the most basic judgment of truth and falsehood. You just listened to an outsider's lies and suspected that the Supreme Diamond card in my hand was fake. Don't you think about it? After a pause, Chen Fan continued, you said that the Supreme Diamond card is extremely precious and only the richest family, the Li family, has it. Who do you think can forge it? Who has the ability to forge it? Even if they can forge it, do you dare to use it? It will be discovered in a minute. This. Manager 1 was a little stunned. Indeed, she suddenly felt that what Chen Fan said made a lot of sense. Xu Fangfang sneered, so, you mean that the Supreme Diamond card in your hand is really real? You can really call Li Jiaqing over with just one phone call. Who are you trying to scare? Who do you think you are? Are you the richest man in the country? I just laugh. She said to Manager 1, Manager 1, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Catch him quickly and pack up the diamond necklace for me. I have to go for beauty treatment later. You don't have to thank me for exposing this liar. Otherwise, the jewelry in your store may have been taken away by this liar. Manager 1 seemed to have finally made her own judgment. She thought about it for a moment and said, how about this? It will only take a few minutes anyway. Let's wait a little longer. If Li Jiaqing doesn't show up when the time is up, we will call the police and send this guy to the police station. You. Xu Fangfang said angrily, with her hands on her hips, Manager 1, if you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer sooner or later. Time passes quickly. Just when everyone was waiting for Li Jiaqing to appear, and at the same time, was sure that Li Jiaqing would not appear. Brother Chen. A figure appeared and strode out towards Chen Fan with a happy and enthusiastic look on his face. What? This? Is this really Li Jiaqing? Everyone was terrified when they saw this person appear. Everyone's eyes were wide open and dull, staring at the figure, as if they wanted to see something from inside the figure's body. Really, you are Li Jiaqing? Everyone stutters and has a bad tongue. Brother Chen, I'm extremely sorry. Li Jiaqing looked quite humble. After he came to Chen Fan, he was very apologetic. I never thought that giving you a Supreme Diamond card would cause you trouble. I am really sorry. How about this, Brother Chen? I will give you this Lai Fu jewelry store directly. You don't have to come to choose from it anymore. If you like something, just call me and I will have someone send it to you. What? Waves of gasps came out from everyone present as if subconsciously. Li Jiaqing's words indeed caused a storm of shock in everyone's heart. This can't be true. This can't be true. I'm hallucinating. No one could believe what they saw and heard. Indeed, Li Jiaqing actually showed up. After Chen Fan called, Li Jiaqing really showed up. Immediately afterwards, Li Jiaqing, the richest man in Donghai City, appeared even more humble and apologized to Chen Fan. What is even more shocking is that Li Jiaqing actually said that he would give this Lifu jewelry store to Chen Fan. Is there anything crazier than this? I guess not. Chen Fan said, I can't take over the jewelry store. I appreciate Mr. Li's kindness, but I feel a little guilty for calling Mr. Li over and disturbing his work. Li Jiaqing's face darkened. Brother Chen, what you said is too polite. Don't call me Mr. Li. I feel uncomfortable. I am older than you. If you just call me brother, I will feel much more comfortable. Brother? Everyone was stunned. What do you think, Manager 1? Do you still think the Supreme Diamond card in my hand is fake? Chen Fan looked at Manager 1, who was also stunned, and sneered. Manager 1's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. He shook his head and said, impossible. How could it be fake? How could there be a fake Supreme Diamond card? Who has the guts to make a fake Supreme Diamond card? That means they don't want to live. Chen Fan smiled and said, Manager 1, you changed your mind so quickly. That's not what you said just now. You were planning to arrest me, lock me up in the security room, call the police, and send me to the police station. Manager 1 panicked and almost knelt down in front of Chen Fan. He kept saying, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I just believed what others said. Manager 1 subconsciously glanced at everyone and suddenly shouted, Zhu Fangfang, stop. Come here and explain what you are saying to me clearly. Indeed, when Manager 1 saw Zhu Fangfang in the crowd, he looked frightened and wanted to sneak away. 2 security guards had already gone over and stopped Zhu Fangfang. Zhu Fangfang was still unyielding. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? What do you want? Chapter 106 Very embarrassing. Ms. Zhu, don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. We just want you to explain the situation clearly. Manager 1 came over. At this moment, she hated Zhu Fangfang so much. If Zhu Fangfang hadn't talked nonsense, she wouldn't have misunderstood Chen Fan, leading to such an embarrassing situation. She might even lose her job at any time. Zhu Fangfang subconsciously glanced at Li Jiaqing, her heart filled with shock. Indeed, she never expected, not even in her dreams, that Chen Fan would actually call Li Jiaqing over with just one phone call, the richest man in Donghai City, Li Jiaqing. Who would have thought of such a thing? It's like seeing a ghost. Zhu Fangfang looked at Chen Fan and also didn't think there was anything special about him. From his temperament, he was completely different from the many wealthy second generations she knew. Although Chen Fan is indeed handsome in appearance, in Zhu Fangfang's opinion, his temperament is far different from those rich second generations. Since Li Jiaqing has appeared, Zhu Fangfang knows that she naturally cannot stay any longer. Otherwise, even Li Jiaqing has been offended. She knows that she will definitely not be able to stay in Donghai City in the future. Explain the situation clearly? Zhu Fangfang was still stubborn, but her tone was much softer. This situation is actually very simple, it's just a misunderstanding. Who would have thought that he had a Supreme Diamond card? Can you think of it? Zhu Fangfang glanced at the other people around her. But no one responded to Zhu Fangfang, and everyone chose to remain silent. This made Zhu Fangfang so angry that she almost vomited blood. Indeed, at this moment, everyone's eyes were on Li Jiaqing. Hello Mr. Li, I am Dong Mingxiang from Xinjiang Industrial. Hello Mr. Li, I am Gu Li from Yukai Media. Everyone was eager to please and introduce themselves to Li Jiaqing. No one had the time to pay attention to or care about what Zhu Fangfang said. Li Jiaqing ignored everyone around him and only looked at Chen Fan. He seemed worried that Chen Fan would get angry. Brother Chen, how do you want to deal with this matter? Li Jiaqing said, no matter how you want to deal with it, I will immediately send someone to do it. No matter who you want to deal with, tell me. As long as it is someone you want to deal with, I will not let anyone go. What? Manager 1 was shocked, his expression was nervous and panicked, and he stared at Chen Fan intently. Mr. Chen, this matter really can't be blamed on me, it's all Miss Zhu's nonsense. I hope Mr. Chen can forgive me this time. So, Mr. Chen, you have the Supreme Diamond card in your hand. As long as you want jewelry, no matter what kind of jewelry, as long as our store has it, I will pack it for you immediately. After a pause, Manager Wen continued, in addition, if our store does not have the jewelry that Mr. Chen is satisfied with, Mr. Chen, you can feel free to give us suggestions. We will definitely prepare the jewelry according to what Mr. Chen said. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Tan Kei was already scared silly. She came to Chen Fan and whispered, Brother Chen, I think Manager Wen has done a very good job. Why not? Chen Fan nodded, and then said to Manager Wen, in that case, let's do as you say, but I have one condition. Manager Wen was overjoyed, Mr. Chen, don't just tell me one condition, I will agree to all 100 conditions. It's very simple. Chen Fan looked at the beautiful young woman Zhu Fangfang, I hope this person will never appear in Lai Fu jewelry store again. You? Zhu Fangfang was stunned, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared on her face. She looked at Chen Fan and seemed to be about to curse him, but in the end, she could only be angry but not say anything. Indeed, Li Jiaqing is here, and he has just made it very clear that as long as Chen Fan wants to deal with someone, Li Jiaqing will deal with that person immediately. As long as Li Jiaqing dealt with it, Zhu Fangfang was very sure that she would not be able to stay in Donghai City any longer and would have to leave obediently. For a moment, how could she dare to be as arrogant as before? This is a small matter, Manager Wen agreed immediately, and then looked at all the waiters. Everyone, listen to me, from now on, when Zhu Fangfang comes here to look at jewelry, you are not allowed to entertain her. Do you hear me? Yes. All the waiters responded in unison. At this moment, all the waiters hated Zhu Fangfang in their hearts. It was Zhu Fangfang who talked nonsense and offended the most important customer in the history of Lai Fu jewelry, a customer who held a supreme diamond card. He even almost offended the richest man in Donghai City. Even if Manager Wen didn't say anything, if Zhu Fangfang came to Lai Fu jewelry store again in the future, all the waiters would tacitly agree not to entertain her. You? Zhu Fangfang's face turned blue, red, and white, looking very ugly. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her and they seemed to be gloating over her misfortune, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. At the same time, she regretted so much that she wanted to slap herself a few times. Who told you to be so mean? Why did you say that just now? Zhu Fangfang didn't dare to stay here any longer and left in shame. There was a whisper of voices, full of shock. Oh my god, this is actually true. He actually managed to call out Li Jiaqing, the richest man in Donghai City, with just one phone call. Who is he? No one has ever heard of such a person in Donghai City. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Jiaqing is very busy, but he can call Li Jiaqing over with just one phone call. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Fan, filled with shock. Everyone felt equally confused. Chen Fan naturally didn't bother to pay attention to other people. He looked apologetic and said to Li Jiaqing, Brother, I called you over here. I'm really sorry to bother you. What are you talking about? No matter big or small, as long as you come to me, I'll be waiting for you 24 hours a day. When Li Jiaqing said this, everyone else was shocked again, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Brother, I don't have anything to do here, so I won't bother you. Chen Fan said apologetically. Okay then. Li Jiaqing said, no matter what it is, if you can use me, just call me. Finally, Li Jiaqing didn't want to stay any longer and simply left. Naturally, all eyes were focused on Chen Fan. They all wanted to curry favor with Chen Fan, but Chen Fan was too lazy to pay any attention to them. Everyone was turned down by Chen Fan and felt very embarrassed. Come, Kei, I'll help you put on this diamond necklace. Chapter 107A Peerless Beauty. Chen Fan picked up the necklace worth more than 2 million and put it on Tan Kei. Tan Kei was so nervous that her palms were sweating. After all, it was a necklace worth more than 2 million. After all, the person who put the necklace on her was the one she loved. After all, such a thing has never happened before, and this is definitely the first time in history. She couldn't help but close her eyes slightly, waiting for Chen Fan to confess his love to her. But she did not wait for Chen Fan's confession. What she waited for was a burst of exclamations. It's so beautiful, Miss Tan. You look so dazzling wearing this diamond necklace worth more than 2 million. Indeed, it's like this diamond necklace was specially made for Miss Tan. It is an honor for this diamond necklace to be worn on Miss Tan's neck. A series of flattering voices rang out. Tan Kei felt a little embarrassed and her face turned red. Originally, Tan Kei had a good appearance, but now she looked shy, and with the diamond necklace worth more than 2 million on her neck, Tan Kei looked even more radiant. Well, this diamond necklace really suits you when worn on your neck. Chen Fan looked at Tan Kei with a bit of surprise in his eyes. 10K was still a little scared, but, Brother Chen, this diamond necklace is still too expensive, more than 2 million, I dare not take it out. Chen Fan smiled and said, it's okay. With this supreme diamond card in my hand, I can buy any jewelry here at will. Just think of this diamond necklace as something I bought at a street stall for 50 yuan. Bought it from a roadside stall for $50? Manager Wen and everyone else were so excited that they vomited blood, but naturally no one dared to say anything more. Everyone had learned their lesson and no one dared to offend Chen Fan, let alone provoke Chen Fan. But 10K was also a little dumbfounded. It was clearly a diamond necklace worth more than 2 million yuan, how could it be considered as something bought for 50 yuan at a roadside stall? Don't but, Chen Fan interrupted and said, just listen to me, it won't go wrong. Well, okay then. 10K was stunned and couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. K, take a look at the others. If you like any of them, just tell me and I'll buy them all for you. Chen Fan waved his hand and pointed at a pair of earrings on the counter, saying, K, what do you think of this pair of jade earrings? They suit your temperament very well. You will definitely look very good in them, and they will make you even more beautiful and charming. When 10K saw the price, she was shocked. More than 3.5 million. This pair of jade earrings is even more expensive than the diamond necklace just now. 10K subconsciously waved her hands repeatedly, Brother Chen, forget it, this pair of jade earrings is really too expensive, I really can't afford it, I wear it on my ears, what if I accidentally lose it? Chen Fan didn't care, if you lose them, it's lost. I'll buy you another pair. Indeed, Chen Fan had a good impression of 10K. He was several years older than 10K and he always treated 10K as his own sister. When buying something for your own sister, there is naturally no reason to be reluctant no matter how expensive it is. Of course, if 10K knew what Chen Fan was thinking, she wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh. Manager Wen, what if this pair of jade earrings is lost, do we have a second pair? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask Manager Wen. Manager Wen was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. How could a pair of earrings worth more than 2 million yuan be lost? She naturally did not dare to say anything more at the moment, and directly answered Chen Fan's question, Mr. Chen, it is like this pair of jade is the only one, there is no second pair. That's even better. It turns out that this pair of earrings is unique. Chen Fan looked at 10K, you should take this pair of jade earrings. After all, they are unique. After saying this, Chen Fan didn't wait for 10K to speak, and asked Manager Wen to take the pair of jade earrings out from the counter. K, come here, let me put them on for you. Chen Fan didn't wait for 10K to speak, and directly put the pair of jade earrings on 10K. Chen Fan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. Kui, with this pair of jade earrings and this diamond necklace, you are simply a peerless beauty. 10K looked embarrassed when Chen Fan praised her, and her pretty face turned red. Finally, Chen Fan also chose a bracelet for 10K. After finally leaving Lai Fu jewelry store and getting in the car, 10K still felt lighthearted. She felt as if she was dreaming. Chen Fan sent 10K back to school and went to Mingjiang Hotel. As expected, Chen Fan was not disappointed. Resigning began to conduct business for the entire Mingjiang Hotel according to the previously agreed development plan, and the progress was very smooth. Chen Fan was certain that it would only take 2 weeks at most for Mingjiang Hotel to become profitable. Afterwards, Chen Fan drove to Xia Yu's company to see the situation in the company. What are you doing? Let me go. Chen Fan was driving his Rolls-Royce and when passing a commercial street, he saw 4 men harassing a woman. From the voices, Chen Fan felt that they were a little familiar. Chen Fan took a closer look and recognized who the other person was at the first moment. Mu Xian, with whom I had dealt before, is a beautiful lawyer and a lawyer at the famous Qingyuan law firm in Donghai City. Now that he has seen it, Chen Fan naturally cannot ignore it. He parked the Rolls-Royce on the side of the road, strode over, and shouted, "Stop it. 4 men are bullying a woman in broad daylight. Aren't you ashamed?" The 4 men were all startled. They turned around and saw a young man in his early 20s. The 5 of them sneered in unison, looking ferocious. "Get the hell out of the way and stop meddling in other people's business. Boy, if you dare to meddle in other people's business, we will beat you into a cripple." Chen Fan. Mu Xian exclaimed. She really didn't expect Chen Fan to suddenly appear. She shouted loudly, "Chen Fan, save me." Chen Fan strode over with great momentum. He snorted coldly and kicked the 5 gangster-like men in just 2 or 3 kicks, causing them to fall to the ground and wail. Indeed, for Chen Fan, dealing with just 5 small-time thugs like these was just a matter of snapping his fingers. Mr. Mu, please get in the car. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Chapter 108 So kind-hearted. Chen Fan said, looking at Mu Xin. Judging from her attire, Mu Xin seemed to be going to work. Mu Xin looked a little embarrassed. I have an appointment with a guest, but this guest asked me to go to Guanghua Billiards Court to meet him. You probably won't be on your way, so I can just take a taxi there myself. Chen Fan said, I know where the Guanghua Billiards Court is. It's on the way. I'll take you there. That's too much trouble for you. Mu Xin said, and she suddenly thought of something. Chen Fan, there is one more thing I want to trouble you with. Chen Fan said, tell me, if I can help you, I will definitely help you. Mu Xin said, this customer has asked me out many times, and I deliberately didn't go every time. But this time I couldn't not go because the boss asked, so I had to bite the bullet and go. This customer. Chen Fan glanced at Mu Xin. Mu Xin was wearing a professional suit, revealing her long legs and a perfect figure. Coupled with Mu Xin's outstanding looks, it was indeed easy for some men to not harbor malicious intentions. This customer has taken a fancy to you and wants to do something to you? Chen Fan naturally realized it at the first moment. Mu Xin was furious. Yes, if I go alone, I'm afraid he will do something bad to me. Besides, we're going to a place like a billiard hall, which is full of men. Chen Fan nodded, don't worry, I'll go with you. Mr. Chen, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Mu Xin looked at Chen Fan with gratitude. Chen Fan smiled and said, we all know each other now, so we are friends now. I will help you if I can. Chen Fan started the Rolls-Royce and arrived at the parking lot of Guanghua Billiards Court a few minutes later. Mr. Mu, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Xin and Chen Fan came to the box designated by each other. As soon as they opened the door, a man in his early 30s, Wu Yifan, looked at Mu Xin with a smile and said, please come in. Wu Yifan let Mu Xin in, and suddenly saw Chen Fan following in. He was subconsciously stunned. Who was this? Mu Xin introduced, oh, this is my friend. I met him on the road. When he heard me say I was going to the billiards court, he also liked billiards, so he came along. Chen Fan nodded. He did like billiards, but it was just a liking. His skills were not that good. After hearing what Mu Xin said, Wu Yifan seemed to not believe it at all. I didn't expect that attorney Mu brought a friend with him. Come over and play with us. Someone else spoke up. Indeed, in this box, besides Wu Yifan, there were 2 other men, one tall and thin, the other short and fat. In addition, there were 3 women, who were obviously there to play ball with the 3 men. Come in and play with us. Wu Yifan said, with a hint of conspiracy in his eyes, as if he had some bad idea in mind. Chen Fan walked in openly. He was certainly not here to play billiards, but to protect Mu Xin from being bullied by these people. Mr. Mu, I know you can play billiards, so let's start. After playing a few games, we can talk about other things. What do you think? Wu Yifan said. Mu Xin could only agree. She nodded and said, okay, let's play a game of billiards first. Wu Yifan smiled sinisterly, and then said, the loser will be punished. Drink this big glass of beer. This, Mu Xin was stunned. Wu Yifan said indifferently, if attorney Mu doesn't want to play, I won't force him. As for our cooperation, I still need to think about it carefully. Mu Xin subconsciously panicked. The cooperation between Qingyuan law firm and Wu Yifan this time was extraordinary. The boss of the firm had repeatedly told her that she had to succeed in this mission and failure was absolutely not allowed. Otherwise, she would pack up and leave immediately. Okay, the loser gets a beer. Mu Xin could only agree reluctantly, and she looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan understood immediately, nodded at Mu Xin, and gave Mu Xin a reassuring look. Okay then. Wu Yifan said, having already placed the billiard balls, and then said to Mu Xin, ladies first, you go for the first ball. Mu Xin did not refuse and hit the first ball. When the 4th and 5th balls were hit, it was Wu Yifan's turn to shoot. What happened next made Mu Xin dumbfounded. After Wu Yifan started, he did not stop until the end of the round. Mu Xin was so frightened that cold sweat almost broke out on her forehead. She felt as if she had been tricked. With such billiard skills, the opponent is not just a billiards enthusiast, he is actually a billiards master. Brother Fan, a woman was very tactful and immediately poured a glass of beer and brought it over. Wu Yifan saw it and couldn't help but said, "Such a small cup of beer, do you look down on our lawyer Mu? Change it to a big cup." "Okay, Brother Fan." The woman didn't mind making things worse, so she quickly took the largest beer glass and poured a full glass of beer. Wu Yifan had already taken the large glass of beer in his hand and handed it to Mu Xian. "You have to accept the defeat, Mr. Mu, this glass of beer is yours." This. Mu Xian was a little dumbfounded. Wu Yifan's face darkened. "Okay, I'll drink it." After Mu Xian glanced at Chen Fan and saw Chen Fan nodded to her, she suddenly believed Chen Fan inexplicably. She took the big glass of beer and drank it in a few big gulps. "Little brother, do you want to play too?" Wu Yifan smiled and looked at Chen Fan. He could naturally see that Mu Xian called Chen Fan over to protect her. Naturally, he couldn't let Chen Fan go. If Chen Fan wasn't drunk, in his opinion, Chen Fan staying here would only serve one purpose: to be an eyesore and a nuisance. "Let me play?" Chen Fan couldn't help but hesitate. He saw clearly Wu Yifan's billiards skills just now. He was indeed a billiards master. His billiards skills were completely insignificant in front of his opponent. In front of Wu Yifan, he was a rookie. Bite. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Host, accepting the challenge, please select A, dare not accept the challenge, leave quickly, reward foot oiling talisman twice the speed of leaving. B, actively admit that his skills are not as good as Wu Yifan's, saying that he is a rookie, and reward him with the admit frustration symbol." Chapter 109 Proposal. C, accept the opponent's challenge and be rewarded with a god-level billiards master. When the system made such a sound, Chen Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Do these three options need further consideration? It is definitely option C. At this time, Wu Yifan looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression. "That's right, you should come and play too. After all, you are here even if you don't want to. Besides, aren't you a friend of Lawyer Mu? Lawyer Mu has already lost a game. Do you really have the heart to watch Lawyer Mu keep losing?" Wu Yifan glanced at Mu Xian and saw that after Mu Xian drank a large glass of beer, he was not drunk at all. His eyes lit up. He liked drinking with beautiful women like Mu Xian. He felt that if Mu Xian got drunk after just 3 or 2 glasses of wine, it would be meaningless. Of course, the prerequisite is to get Chen Fan drunk first. Wu Yifan's billiard skills are indeed very impressive. He used to be a professional billiard player, but few people know this about him now. No matter Mu Xian or Chen Fan, they can't compare with his billiard skills. Of course, professional billiard players are excluded. In Wu Yifan's opinion, it can be clearly seen from this game of billiards that Mu Xian is not a billiard player at all. Naturally, it is even less likely that Chen Fan is a professional billiard player. Facing Wu Yifan's mocking expression, Chen Fan smiled and shrugged. "Mu Xian and I are friends, of course I can't watch her lose, it's just a game, come on." "Okay, brother is really straightforward." Wu Yifan's face was full of joy. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Chen Fan losing and getting drunk after drinking a big glass of beer. Similarly, in Wu Yifan's opinion, Chen Fan's alcohol tolerance must be average and he can't drink much beer. Of course, if Wu Yifan knew that Chen Fan had the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, he would naturally not think like this. "However, I have a request," Chen Fan suddenly said. Wu Yifan's face darkened, but he still tried to speak. "First of all, if you lose, there must be a punishment." "If you lose and there is no punishment, it would be too boring. It's better not to play. What do you think?" Chen Fan nodded, quite in agreement. "Of course, my requirement is the same. There must be a punishment for losing. However, the punishment you mentioned is too childish and not fun at all." "Oh?" Not only Wu Yifan, but also the other people in the box, as well as Mu Xian, were all surprised and confused after hearing Chen Fan's words. "Child's play?" Wu Yifan asked immediately. "Brother Chen, how do you want to play?" Chen Fan stretched out 5 fingers. "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Wu Yifan looked at Chen Fan's outstretched hand. 5 glasses of wine. Chen Fan said, "If anyone loses, it's not 1 glass of beer, but 5 glasses of wine, and this wine is not just beer." "What, if you lose, you have to drink 5 glasses of wine?" The other people in the box, including Mu Xian, were all startled. "Mr. Chen, why are you making such a big deal?" Mu Xian looked worried and whispered beside Chen Fan. Although I only played one game with Wu Yifan, his billiard skills are really amazing. I feel that he has the strength of a professional player. If you lose, just drink a glass of beer. If you drink too much, you will get drunk quickly. By then, I can't imagine what these people will do to you and me. Mr. Mu, do you believe it? Chen Fan looked at Mu Xian with an inexplicably strong self-confidence. Mu Xian instinctively felt such confident power from Chen Fan, and she was subconsciously stunned. Chen Fan emphasized, "Don't worry, I know what's going on." "Yeah." Mu Xian said no more and nodded slightly. Although, on the surface, she did seem to believe Chen Fan, she was still somewhat uneasy in her heart. First of all, Wu Yifan is very good at billiards. This time, Wu Yifan also had a high alcohol tolerance. She couldn't figure out how Chen Fan could defeat Wu Yifan. Drink 5 glasses of wine? Wu Yifan was also a little surprised, then he burst into laughter and said repeatedly, Okay, Brother Chen is indeed a generous person. Indeed, if I lose, it would not be fun to just drink 1 beer. 5 beers is 5 beers. Chen Fan smiled, I didn't say 5 glasses of beer. Wu Yifan was stunned, looking a little confused. 5 glasses of mixed drinks. Chen Fan said. 5 glasses of mixed liquor? Wu Yifan was startled subconsciously, and then he suddenly realized something, and a hint of surprise finally flashed in his eyes. He was a little bit unconvinced, and then tried to say, is it a mixture of white wine, red wine, and beer? Chen Fan looked a little unfathomable. That's right, drinking this kind of wine is refreshing and exciting, don't you think so, Mr. Wu? What, a mixture of white wine, red wine, and beer? Everyone else in the box was shocked. Wu Yifan also frowned subconsciously. He had indeed drunk this kind of wine before. Even though he had a good alcohol tolerance, he could only drink 1 glass at most. But will he be afraid? Obviously not possible. Furthermore, and most importantly, in his opinion, his billiard skills were definitely much better than Chen Fan's. First of all, in billiards, there is no way he can lose to Chen Fan. Not to mention any mixed liquor, no matter how strong the liquor is, the person who is supposed to drink it is Chen Fan. Wu Yifan snorted in his heart, how dare you make such a suggestion? You are simply courting death. How can I not fulfill your wish? Wu Yifan laughed and said, okay, since Brother Chen has such a suggestion, it is exactly what I want. Yes, mixed drinks are refreshing and exciting to drink. Wu Yifan was also very straightforward. He called out the waiter and brought in a box of red wine and white wine. The waiter was also shocked, but since the customer wanted to drink it this way, there was nothing the waiter could say and he could only do as the customer asked. Pour red wine, white wine, and beer together. This kid is really interesting. Yes, he is quite good at playing. Could it be that he just wanted to have a drink, so he played a game of billiards with Mr. Wu? Indeed, I can't think of any other reason other than this to explain why this guy made this suggestion. Brother Chen, the wine is ready, let's start. Wu Yifan seemed a little impatient. He really wanted to get Chen Fan drunk as soon as possible so that he could attack Mu Xian. Chen Fan nodded without hesitation. Because the system's voice had already sounded when he accepted Wu Yifan's challenge. Chapter 110, Accepting Defeat. Host has completed the task, rewards are being distributed. Rewards were distributed successfully. The host is now a god-level billiards master. Chen Fan was so overjoyed that he almost laughed out loud. Are you good at billiards? Chen Fan looked at Wu Yifan and sneered in his heart, I'll show you what real billiards skills are later. Just wait and drink the mixed drink, hee hee. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Wu Yifan was puzzled when he saw Chen Fan looking at him. Chen Fan smiled and said, nothing, I'm just a little nervous because I'll be able to see Mr. Wu's billiard skills soon. Wu Yifan laughed and said, if that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. You go for the first ball. Chen Fan did not refuse and hit the first ball. Then when it came to the 5th goal, it was Wu Yifan's turn. Although Chen Fan is now a god-level billiard master, he has never tried it before, so he needs a period of adaptation. Besides, don't forget that Chen Fan already has the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Let alone just 1 cup of mixed liquor, he would drink hundreds of cups just like drinking plain water. Seeing that it was Wu Yifan's turn to make a move, Mu Xian was subconsciously startled. She stared at the pool table and kept repeating in her mind, mistake, mistake. Because just now, that's how she lost to Wu Yifan. Once Wu Yifan made a move, it was almost impossible for him to stop until the end of this round of billiards. Mu Xian was soon disappointed. After Wu Yifan made his move, he made no mistakes at all. At this moment, Mu Xian couldn't help but wonder if Wu Yifan was actually a professional billiard player. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, you lost. Wu Yifan looked at Chen Fan with a hint of teasing. At this moment, Wu Yifan couldn't help but subconsciously think in his heart how he should play a good trick on Chen Fan and make him look bad after Chen Fan got drunk. Brother Chen, you are asking for trouble. The short and fat man had a joking look on his face. He took the initiative to bring a large glass of mixed wine and directly brought it to Chen Fan. You have to accept the loss. Drink. You were the one who proposed such a good idea. If you go back on your word, everyone will look down on you. Chen Fan said, of course, I will accept the loss and I will definitely drink this mixed drink. Chen Fan suddenly looked at Wu Yifan. I just hope that you, President Wu, will also be willing to accept the defeat. Wu Yifan agreed immediately. Needless to say, if I can't even do something as basic as admitting defeat, what kind of man am I? I might as well crawl out of here like a dog. Of course, Wu Yifan sneered in his heart. My billiard skills are not inferior to those of professional billiards players. How could I lose to you? What a joke. Brother Chen, since you said so, what are you waiting for? Drink this glass of wine quickly. Wu Yifan couldn't help but urge Chen Fan. Indeed, in Wu Yifan's opinion, as long as Chen Fan drank this large glass of mixed wine, he would definitely get drunk immediately. By then, Mu Xian will definitely not be able to escape his clutches. He. As if he thought of something extremely wonderful, Wu Yifan couldn't help but let out a laugh. At this time, Chen Fan was also very straightforward and took the mixed drink handed over by the short and fat man. Then, in full view of everyone, Chen Fan drank the entire glass of mixed liquor in one breath. Not a drop left. Chen Fan turned the big wine glass upside down, and indeed not a single drop fell out. This. As if subconsciously, everyone in the box was stunned. If they had not seen with their own eyes the waiter mixing the three kinds of wine together, they would have believed that what Chen Fan drank just now was plain water. At this moment, everyone in the box naturally looked at Chen Fan. Wu Yifan and the others were naturally waiting for Chen Fan to get drunk and fall down. As for Mu Xian, her eyes widened and she looked like she was about to suffocate. She looked at Chen Fan and muttered to herself subconsciously. Don't get drunk, don't fall. Don't get drunk, don't fall. Everyone was looking at Chen Fan and no one spoke. For a moment, the scene naturally seemed a bit weird. About 3 minutes passed, and Chen Fan couldn't help but say, don't look at me like that. A glass of mixed drink means nothing to me. This. Everyone in the box was dumbfounded involuntarily. As for Wu Yifan, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and astonishment, looking at Chen Fan as if he was looking at some freak. You drank such a big glass of mixed liquor? And you're still fine? Wu Yifan's eyes widened, almost popping out. Chen Fan said directly, my alcohol tolerance is indeed quite good, President Wu, let's play another round. Ah? Oh, Wu Yifan came to his senses after a moment of stunned silence and responded subconsciously. After his eyes turned, he nodded, okay, let's play another game. Indeed, he naturally would not believe that Chen Fan's alcohol tolerance was really that terrible. He could drink a few more glasses of mixed drinks and still be like nothing happened. In Wu Yifan's opinion, no matter how good a person's alcohol tolerance is, he or she would not be able to withstand drinking 3 large glasses of mixed liquor in a row. Moreover, Wu Yifan was very sure that he could not lose to Chen Fan at the billiard table. Wu Yi still wants Chen Fan to start the game. Chen Fan shook his head, Boss Wu, you won the first game, so you should go first. Wu Yifan smiled proudly, Brother Chen, I'm not bragging about my billiard skills. If I were to start the game, it might not even be your turn. Chen Fan didn't care, really? If President Wu really has such billiard skills, I'd be happy to see it. It's just a mixed drink, I'll have another one. Okay, very good. Wu Yifan said no more, and kept saying okay, while sneering in his heart. Since you want to die so badly, there is no reason for me not to help you, humph. In that case, I'll start this round. Wu Yifan said, and without further hesitation, he started the game. After 10 balls, Wu Yifan made a small mistake and it was finally Chen Fan's turn to shoot. Chen Fan, you must win, you must win, you must not lose, you must not lose. Seeing that it was Chen Fan's turn to take action, Mu Xian subconsciously became excited and nervous, muttering to herself silently. Pop. The balls collide with each other. Chen Fan kicked off. Chen Fan finally teed off. Chapter 111. Win the first game. At this moment, Mu Xian's palms were sweating from nervousness, and her eyes were fixed on Chen Fan's every move. Naturally, at the same time, Wu Yifan and others also looked at Chen Fan. Wu Yifan's face looked relaxed. In his opinion, Chen Fan couldn't possibly beat him in terms of billiard skills. He was also very sure that Chen Fan would lose soon. By then, once it is his turn to take action, Chen Fan will definitely lose this round. But soon, a hint of nervousness appeared on Wu Yifan's face. No mistakes. Indeed, Chen Fan had already scored 7 or 8 goals without making any mistakes. As the balls hit each other, one billiard ball goes into the hole each time. The others looked at each other, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. There was a whisper. What's going on? How come this kid's billiard skills have suddenly become so much better? I'm afraid Mr. Wu will lose this round. That's not necessarily the case. It's hard to tell who will win until the last ball. Indeed, many billiard games sometimes end in a stalemate at the last ball. Other people in the box were talking about it, but they still didn't think Chen Fan would win this game. Soon, everyone, including Wu Yifan, was shocked. Because, as the billiard balls continued to go into the hole, they finally came to the last ball. Lost. Then, as Chen Fan hit the last shot, the billiard ball went into the hole. This round of billiards is over. Chen Fan won. Impossible, how is this possible? I can't lose. How could I lose? Wu Yifan was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Boss Wu actually lost. Everyone else in the box looked at each other. Mr. Chen, you won, you were so awesome, ah. Mu Xian was so excited that she kept saying it over and over again, and finally, she couldn't help but shouting. She also looked a little out of control. She rushed to Chen Fan and kissed him hard on the cheek. In fact, this can't be entirely blamed on Mu Xian. It was because when Chen Fan was playing just now, she was too nervous. She stared at Chen Fan without blinking, fearing that Chen Fan would make a mistake. She knew that if Wu Yifan won again, in her opinion, Chen Fan would definitely get drunk after the second glass of mixed wine. She didn't even dare to think about what terrible things would happen at that time. Now, Chen Fan wins. For a moment, Mu Xian could no longer control her emotions. She was already restrained by not kissing Chen Fan hard on the face several times in a row. Of course, soon after that, Mu Xian realized what he had done. She actually kissed Chen Fan? Am I crazy? Mu Xian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Moreover, there were not only her and Chen Fan in the box, but also other people. Sure enough, at this moment, she could see very clearly that the eyes of Wu Yifan and others when they looked at her and at Chen Fan were instantly burning with rage. Especially Wu Yifan, the look he gave towards Chen Fan seemed to wish he could kill Chen Fan. He gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Fan, as if Mu Xian was his woman, but now she kissed Chen Fan. Chen Fan seemed to ignore Wu Yifan's look. He directly picked up a large glass of mixed wine and placed it in front of Wu Yifan. Boss Wu, I'm sorry, you lost this round. Since I'm willing to accept the defeat, I hope you can do the same. Looking at the large glass of mixed liquor in front of him, Wu Yifan's face looked extremely ugly, as dark as liver. He never dreamed that he would lose. Of course, he never thought about drinking this mixed drink. It can be said that he was not mentally prepared at all for drinking a large glass of mixed liquor. At this moment, Wu Yifan hesitated for a moment. What, Mr. Wu, are you trying to cheat? Chen Fan sneered and said, Mr. Wu, you said it very clearly just now. I and everyone else in the box heard it clearly. If Mr. Wu is playing dirty, he is not a man and should crawl out of here like a dog. President Wu, there is no need for you to grit your teeth at me, you just said this yourself. You. Wu Yifan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Looking at the large glass of mixed wine in front of him, he still couldn't help but hesitate. He wasn't sure if he could still stand after drinking this large glass of mixed liquor. Chen Fan, I hate people who cheat the most, Mu Xian said to Chen Fan, if I meet a cheater, I will never have anything to do with him. Besides, Xingyuan law firm will not cooperate with a person who plays tricks. I believe the boss of the law firm will understand me. Chen Fan, let's go. After Mu Xian finished speaking, she grabbed Chen Fan's hand and was about to leave immediately. Wu Yifan subconsciously couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The reason he went to Qing Yuan law firm was because he had a crush on Mu Xian. Although he wanted Mu Xian very much, of course he only wanted Mu Xian's body. He had no true feelings for Mu Xian, and he didn't want Mu Xian to look down on him at this moment. Okay, it's just a big glass of mixed wine. Wu Yifan gritted his teeth and took the glass of mixed wine from Chen Fan's hand. He looked at Mu Xian and said, "Mr. Mu, you look down on me too much. Am I the kind of person who would cheat? It's just a glass of mixed wine. I don't take it seriously." After saying this, Wu Yifan looked as if he was going all out. He raised his neck, put the wine glass to his lips, and after a few big gulps, he really drank the whole glass of mixed wine without leaving a single drop. "Mr. Mu, you see, there's no way I'd be the type of person who'd cheat," Wu Yifan said to Mu Xian with a bit of pride on his face. Mu Xian finally smiled. "It seems that I misunderstood Mr. Wu just now." "Of course," Wu Yifan said loudly. After drinking this large glass of mixed wine, the situation was not that bad. "Mr. Wu, do you want to play another game?" Chen Fan said with a half smile on his face. Wu Yifan said, "Of course I will. I lost to you in the last round, but I was just unlucky." "You really think that your billiard skills are better than mine? That's impossible. Come on, play another round. If you win, you serve first this time." "Really? It's just that you have bad luck?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "If that's the case, then we really need to play another round." Chapter 112. Want to become a disciple. But after a pause, Chen Fan showed disdain on his face. He looked at Wu Yifan and said, "If I kicked the ball first, you wouldn't have a chance to shoot." "What do you mean?" Wu Yifan was subconsciously stunned. It seemed that because he had drunk a large glass of mixed liquor, Wu Yifan's brain seemed a little inflexible. The short fat man sneered, "Oh, you are quite good at bragging, you even boasted to the sky, saying that Boss Wu had no chance to make a move. Why didn't you say that you are a professional billiard player? But even if you are a professional billiard player, you can't have such strong skills. Who are you trying to scare, kid? You said that Boss Wu didn't have a chance to make a move. Do you still think you'll have such good luck in this round?" The tall and thin man also spoke, sneering at Chen Fan, looking at Chen Fan as if he were a fool. "Boy, I'm telling you the truth. Mr. Wu used to be a professional billiard player, but later on, because his skills were too strong, he couldn't find any opponents. That's why Mr. Wu stopped being a professional billiard player. Do you think you could be Mr. Wu's opponent?" Chen Fan looked indifferent and didn't listen to anything the two men said. "What is the result? You will know it just by watching." Chen Fan didn't say any more nonsense and kicked the ball directly. Wu Yifan's eyes were on the pool table, and the two men's eyes were also on the pool table. As for Mu Xian, she was naturally extremely nervous, and her eyes were fixed on Chen Fan's every move. Naturally, she was more afraid that Chen Fan would lose to Wu Yifan than anyone else. After Chen Fan hit the first ball, Wu Yifan and the other two naturally wanted to see Chen Fan make a mistake, and then it would be Wu Yifan's turn to shoot. But unfortunately, Wu Yifan and the other two had their eyes wide open, almost bulging out, with a look of extreme disbelief in their eyes. Indeed, Chen Fan did not make any moves, but every time he made a move, he was able to hit a ball into the hole. There were even several times when the ball was in a very difficult position, but Chen Fan still managed to hit the ball into the hole. Seeing these scenes appear, Wu Yifan and the other two stared with their eyes wide open, and they seemed to subconsciously forget to breathe. "Wonderful." As if subconsciously, these two words popped up in the minds of Wu Yifan and the other two. Needless to say, Wu Yifan was a billiards master. The two men were also avid billiards fans and had watched countless billiards matches. All three of them were sure that they had never seen such an exciting game of billiards. It was simply incredible. Bang bang bang. Wu Yifan and everyone else seemed to hold their breath, and their whole bodies seemed a little stiff. The entire box was silent, with only the sound of the balls hitting each other. When the last sound of the ball hitting sounded, finally, a billiard ball went into the hole. Silk. As if subconsciously, everyone present took a deep breath. Chen Fan was right, he was not bragging at all. From the moment Chen Fan teed off until the last ball went into the hole, Wu Yifan really didn't have even a single chance to shoot. You. Wu Yifan's voice trembled, and he looked at Chen Fan as if he had seen a ghost. "Boss Wu, how about this? You lost this round again. Chen Fan said directly, "You should also drink this glass of mixed wine." Wu Yifan's gaze was not at all on the glass of mixed wine that Chen Fan handed over. He just looked at Chen Fan with a look of extreme surprise in his eyes. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Wu Yifan spoke at this time and changed the way he addressed Chen Fan. He asked, "Brother Chen, you have been learning billiards for many years. I am sure that among the many billiards masters in the country, your skills are definitely ranked first. Why, I have never seen you in various billiards competitions. Because I never play billiards." After a pause, Chen Fan's face darkened and he emphasized, "Boss Wu, you've already lost. Shouldn't you drink this glass of wine?" Wu Yifan suddenly said, "I have a condition. As long as Brother Chen agrees to this condition, I will drink even 100 glasses of mixed wine, let alone one glass. You want to negotiate terms with me?" Chen Fan's face darkened. Seeing this, Wu Yifan quickly said, "Brother Chen, don't misunderstand me. I have absolutely no ill will towards you now. In fact, my condition is whether I can become your apprentice and learn billiards techniques from you." "Mr. Wu, what are you doing?" The two men were dumbfounded, and they were completely stunned. What? Wu Yifan wants to become a disciple? He wants to become Chen Fan's disciple? Mu Xian also looked quite dumbfounded. She absolutely never expected that things would turn out like this. She asked Chen Fan for help just to protect her. First of all, she had no idea that Chen Fan's billiard skills were so amazing. Naturally, she didn't know that Wu Yifan was so passionate about billiards. His skills were indeed amazing, but now that he was defeated by Chen Fan, he actually wanted to worship Chen Fan as his master? Of course, it was only at this time that Mu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yifan naturally said that he wanted to take Chen Fan as his master, and naturally he didn't dare to do anything to her, let alone do anything to Chen Fan. Wu Yifan's words also surprised Chen Fan a little, and then he sneered, "I accept you as my apprentice? Ha, this is impossible. Don't think I don't know what you want to do to Mu Xian. Brother Chen, I deserve to die. I really do." Wu Yifan looked terrified. With a plop, he suddenly knelt down in front of Chen Fan. "I shouldn't have had such bad thoughts about my sister-in-law. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Brother Chen, please forgive me this time. I swear, I will never dare to do such a thing a second time." Bang 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 bang. At the end of his speech, Wu Yifan suddenly kowtowed directly to Chen Fan, and his forehead hit the ground heavily. Wu Yifan's forehead soon broke and blood flowed out. The two men, one fat and one thin, were frightened first. They hurried over to help Wu Yifan up. "Boss Wu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Boss Wu, you are drunk, get up quickly." As they spoke, they both wanted to help Wu Yifan up. "What are you doing? Get out of here." Wu Yifan pushed the two men away and looked at Chen Fan with sincerity. "If Brother Chen doesn't forgive me, I will never get up, even if I die." Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, but now, you have already lost, and as a man you should accept defeat. I'll drink it." Without waiting for Chen Fan to finish, Wu Yifan took the large glass of mixed wine. "I think this stock is so easy to make money, huh?" Chen Fan's face couldn't help but show joy. Chapter 113 Uninvited Guests. After a few big gulps, Wu Yifan really drank the entire glass of mixed liquor. Wu Yifan turned the wine glass upside down, and not a drop of wine fell out. Wu Yifan's eyes were still on Chen Fan, and he said again, "Brother Chen, I have already drunk the wine. I admire Brother Chen's billiard skills from the bottom of my heart. I beg Brother Chen to accept me." Bang! Just as he said this, Wu Yifan could no longer kneel, and fell down directly. Snoring sounded instantly. "Mu Xian, let's go," Chen Fan said to Mu Xian without even looking at Wu Yifan, who was lying on the ground. Mu Xian was stunned. When she saw Chen Fan suddenly looking at her, her face turned red subconsciously. "Ah? Oh." She seemed to have just come to her senses and continued, "I didn't expect Wu Yifan to be so useless. He fell down after just 2 glasses of wine and instantly fell asleep like a dead pig." Chen Fan smiled, "That's not just any wine." Mu Xian nodded, "That's true, but..." After a pause, Mu Xian looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise in her eyes. "However, you drank a large glass of mixed liquor, but you look like nothing happened. It's really curious." Chen Fan shrugged and said vaguely, "I was born like this. I am immune to alcohol." "Oh. Mu Xian said, and suddenly something in her mind moved her. She said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, the after effects of that beer are starting to kick in. I feel a little dizzy. I can't stand up anymore and I'm about to faint. Brother Chen, can you please be a good person and take me home?" Chen Fan didn't think much about anything else. He could indeed see that Mu Xian was a little drunk. Her pretty face was slightly red and there was something wrong with her eyes. Chen Fan nodded, "Okay, then I'll take you home first, and then it won't be too late for me to go to Mingjiang Hotel." "Brother Chen, you are so kind to me," Mu Xian said directly after getting in the car. "If Brother Chen doesn't have a girlfriend yet, I would be so humbled for many lifetimes if I could be his girlfriend." "Mr. Mu, you are right. I really don't have a girlfriend." Chen Fan looked at Mu Xian and said, "But I should also tell you the truth. We have only known each other for a short time. Maybe we don't know each other well enough. Do you understand what I mean?" Mu Xian was even happier. "Of course, I understand what Brother Chen meant." What Brother Chen meant was that I still have a chance because Brother Chen doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Chen Fan said no more and concentrated on driving. According to the address Mu Xian gave him, the Rolls-Royce roared away. "Brother Chen, this is my home. It's less than 60 square meters. I hope you don't mind." Soon, Chen Fan and Mu Xian entered the community, got on the elevator, and went directly to Mu Xian's doorstep. Mu Xian opened the door and entered the house, and said directly to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, just treat this place as your home. I feel a little uncomfortable now, I'm going to take a shower first." Mu Xian is going to take a shower? Chen Fan was stunned. Mu Xian went to take a shower first. Even if Chen Fan didn't want to think too much, he had to think about it a little more. Soon the sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. When Chen Fan heard such a voice, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He wanted to leave, but Mu Xian was still taking a shower inside. If she came out after the shower and found that he was gone, that would be bad. Chen Fan sat down, opened the mobile app, and carefully looked at the growth of the stocks he had selected. Ha ha! Chen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw it. The prices of several of his stocks soared again, and he made tens of millions in just 2 or 3 days. "Brother Chen, what are you looking at? You look so happy." Chen Fan didn't know how long he had been looking at his phone. Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Chen Fan subconsciously looked over and was stunned for a moment. Mu Xian had just finished taking a shower, her hair was still wet, and she was only wrapped in a bath towel, her shoulders were fully exposed, and her whole body exuded a faint, fresh fragrance. Chen Fan didn't dare to look anymore and lowered his head to check his phone. However, what Chen Fan did not expect was that, not knowing whether Mu Xian did it on purpose or not, she did not even bother to put on her clothes. She just wrapped herself in a bath towel, walked directly over, and sat down next to Chen Fan. Mu Xian showed a curious look, leaned over to look at the phone in Chen Fan's hand, and asked, "Brother Chen, you are playing stocks?" Chen Fan quickly moved further away from Mu Xian. Indeed, he was afraid that if he couldn't control himself, he would do something worse than an animal. "Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem so scared of me?" Mu Xian was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but say. She looked at Chen Fan with pitiful eyes. Chen Fan calmed down and waved his hands. "No, why would I be afraid of you? You just took a shower, you will catch a cold if you wrap yourself in a bath towel like this. Hurry up and put on your clothes. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Mu Xian suddenly shouted, "Brother Chen, can you please stay with me today? I'm scared." Chen Fan was speechless and said, "What are you afraid of?" Mu Xian had a reason. "I am afraid of Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan lost so badly, he will definitely come to retaliate against me. He said he wanted to worship you as his master, who knows if he is true or not. I know Wu Yifan a little bit, he is very hypocritical. I am really afraid that I will find him here, he has already known my address from my colleagues in the company." Chen Fan said, "Mr. Mu, you can rest assured about this. Even if Wu Yifan had 10,000 guts, I believe he would not dare to come to you and take revenge on you, unless he really doesn't want to live anymore." This. Mu Xian looked at Chen Fan. She could indeed suddenly feel a strong sense of self-confidence from Chen Fan. In her heart, she already believed what Chen Fan said. Wu Yifan would definitely not come to her house to take revenge on her. But at this moment, she really didn't want Chen Fan to leave. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a heavy knock on the door. "Ah. Mu Xian was startled subconsciously. She screamed in panic and said subconsciously, "It's Wu Yifan, it must be Wu Yifan. I didn't expect Wu Yifan to come here so soon. Brother Chen, what should we do now?" Chapter 114. Are you worthy of being an uncle? Wu Yifan won't sober up so quickly. Chen Fan frowned slightly and sneered, but even if it's Wu Yifan, it doesn't matter. If it's really him, then he's here to die. Mu Xian, don't be afraid, hide behind me. Mu Xian obediently hid behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan went to open the door, and sure enough, the person outside was not Wu Yifan. Instead, he was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, accompanied by 4 burly men. One could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Uncle? When Mu Xian saw this middle-aged man, she was subconsciously startled, and then her face became extremely ugly. What are you doing here? Mu Xian, who is this guy and why is he here? The face of Wei Guoming, the middle-aged man called uncle by Mu Xian, was also ugly. He glanced at Mu Xian and saw that she was only wearing a bath towel. He looked even more furious. You little bastard, you've really made it. I found so many talented young men in Donghai City for you, but you didn't like any of them. You actually brought a wild man home. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Mu Xian responded angrily, yes, you are right. I just want to piss you off to death. If you piss you off to death, there won't be someone who comes to me to ask for money at least 5 or 6 times a month, and beats and scolds me if I don't give it to him. Is there an uncle like you in the world? Wei Guoming sneered, I'm your uncle, so what if you give me some money to spend? Don't forget, your parents passed away early, so who raised you? It was me. I raised you since you were a child. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death on the streets, or you would have fallen into the hands of human traffickers. Do you know what would happen to you if you fell into the hands of human traffickers? Wei Guoming scolded Mu Xian and went straight into the house. He opened the refrigerator as if it was his own home, took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and drank it all in a few big gulps. You will suffer more than death. The tendons of your hands and feet will be cut, and you will be begging on the streets. You think you can have such a life today? Who gave it to you? It was me, your uncle. Wei Guoming sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. What's wrong with me asking you for some money? Without me, you wouldn't be where you are today. You should be conscientious. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning. Wei Guoming, let me tell you, Mu Xian said with a look of anger that made her face turn red. When have you ever taken care of me? When have you ever taken care of me? When have you ever given me a penny? Yes, my parents died early, and you took me in for half a year. During that half year, how did you treat me? You didn't even treat me as a human being. How dare you say that? Later, I couldn't stand your beatings and scoldings, so I ran away by myself and went to an orphanage. You. Mu Xian obviously remembered her extremely tragic and painful past. As she spoke, she suddenly choked up and tears quickly appeared in her eyes. She pointed at Wei Guoming's nose and said, Wei Guoming, I know what you are doing here. You are here to ask me for money. I tell you, even if you have taken me in for half a year, I have paid back all the money I owe you. Tell me how much money you have asked from me. If not 1 million, then at least several 100,000. I am not a bank. No matter what you ask for money, I can give it to you. Mu Xian wiped her tears and pointed directly at the door. Please leave my house immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police. Wei Guoming snorted coldly, then why don't you call the police and let the law enforcers see your true colors, an unfilial person? I'll see whether the police will stand on my side or yours. You. Mu Xian was speechless for a while. She felt sad and powerless, and more helpless. It's not that she hasn't called the police before, and not just once, but when the police came, they could only say it was a family matter. Finally, the police left and Mu Xian could only give Wei Guoming some money. Because if Wei Guoming is not given money, he will continue to make trouble. Wei Guoming may have nothing to do, but Mu Xian is naturally different. She still has to go to work, and she can't let Wei Guoming continue to make trouble in her home. Mu Xian was indeed helpless, because this only encouraged Wei Guoming's arrogance, which not only did not abate in the slightest, but became even worse. She thought about moving. However, she also knew that even if she moved, it would be of no use. Because Wei Guoming had threatened her that if she dared to move, he would immediately go to the Qingyuan law firm where Mu Xian worked and make trouble. Let us see who will be embarrassed then. Mu Xian had no choice but to compromise and allow Wei Guoming to come to her again and again to ask for money. Recently, Wei Guoming was not even satisfied with asking her for money, and did something that was outrageous to both humans and gods. Wei Guoming took her photo and sent it to some rich young men, hoping that one of them would fall in love with Mu Xian. He was just waiting to see Mu Xian marry into a wealthy family so that he could rise to prominence along with her. There were even some rich second generations who took a fancy to Mu Xian, but they were only attracted by Mu Xian's body and wanted to spend money to spend some time with Mu Xian. Wei Guoming actually accepted the other party's money. But the result is naturally predictable. How could Mu Xian agree to do such a thing? In the end, Mu Xian could only compensate the other party. Mu Xian now hated Wei Guoming with all her might, but she was also helpless. Chen Fan, who had been watching from the sidelines, could more or less see the relationship between Mu Xian and Wei Guoming, which was naturally not good. Seeing Mu Xian's extremely painful expression, let alone the fact that Chen Fan and Mu Xian were friends, even a stranger, an outsider couldn't bear to watch it. Get lost. Are you qualified to be someone's uncle? Chen Fan looked at Wei Guoming coldly. Forget about being someone's uncle. Even if you are a human being, you are not qualified. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you? Who do you think you are? Wei Guoming was immediately furious. He stood up from the sofa and pointed his finger at Chen Fan's nose. I tell you, no matter who you are to Mu Xian is not someone you can get. Chen Fan said coldly, you are Mu Xian's uncle? Don't be ridiculous. I think you are just a beast. Do you think you are worthy of being a human? Ha, I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you like a dead dog. What? Just you? Wei Guoming was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. After looking Chen Fan up and down, his face showed contempt and disdain. Chapter 115 Slap. You are just a little chicken, and you dare to hit me? Wei Guoming said coldly to Chen Fan. I think you don't even know how to write the word die. Have you seen the 4 people I brought with me? Any one of them can beat you to death with one punch. Boy, it doesn't matter if I tell you that they are from Huayao Martial Arts School. Wei Guoming sneered at Chen Fan, looking at you, it's impossible for you to have heard of the existence of Huayao Martial Arts School. However, you just need to know how ridiculous what you said just now is. Wei Guoming looked Chen Fan up and down again, the contempt in his eyes became even stronger. Boy, I don't care who you are to Mu Xian. From now on, you and Mu Xian have nothing to do with each other. If I see you at Mu Xian's house in the future, I will immediately ask the 4 of them to break your legs. Do you understand? What the hell are you still standing there for? Get out of here. Do you think this is a place for you to stay? Bang! Wei Guoming looked extremely arrogant, pointing at Chen Fan's nose and cursing. At this moment, a loud slap suddenly sounded. Without a doubt, it was Chen Fan who took action. Chen Fan had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Wei Guoming. You dare to hit me? Wei Guoming was completely stunned at that moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he looked a little dazed as he looked at Chen Fan. Why, you are not even a human being in my eyes, why can't I hit you? Chen Fan had a blank expression on his face. Besides, if I don't hit you when you scold me, wouldn't that be unfair to you? Damn it. Wei Guoming's face was extremely gloomy. Pop. Wei Guoming had just finished cursing when Chen Fan attacked again, slapping him hard on the other side of the face. Obviously, Chen Fan's attack this time was much more powerful than before. Because it was obvious that half of Wei Guoming's face quickly became red and swollen. You are looking for death. A sentence also just came out of Wei Guoming's mouth, but what came out instead was a scream. Pa! Indeed, Chen Fan attacked again and slapped Wei Guoming hard in the face. Bad mouth. Pop. Chen Fan said 2 words coldly, and slapped him again. Suddenly, Wei Guoming's mouth moved, and with a puff, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. This. Stunned, Mu Xian couldn't help but be stunned first. The way she looked towards Chen Fan was as if she didn't know him at all. She really never expected that Chen Fan's billiard skills were so amazing that even his attacks were so quick and efficient without any hesitation. Quickly, a bright light flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. She looked a little absent-minded and muttered to herself. So handsome, this is too handsome, these slaps from Chen Fan really made my heart beat wildly. Yes, this is the man I, Muexian, need, and only a man like this can completely conquer me. Her heart was moved. At this moment, Muexian was completely attracted to Chen Fan. If before, she just had a good impression of Chen Fan, and just liked him a little bit. At this moment, what she felt for Chen Fan was love, the kind of love that made her want Chen Fan to protect her forever. It's the kind of love that makes her willing to give everything for Chen Fan. Fuck, you actually dared to hit Boss Wei. It seemed that after seeing blood spurting out of Wei Guoming's mouth, the four men finally reacted and roared in unison. Are you four dead? You're just standing there watching me get beaten by this brat. Wei Guoming finally became furious and roared. But at this time, the sound coming out of his mouth was obviously leaking. Break this kid and cripple his legs. I want him to never be able to stand up again. Wei Guoming's eyes flashed with an extremely sinister look as he looked towards Chen Fan. Wei Guoming, if you dare to let these four people treat Chen Fan like this, I will never let you go even if I die. Muexian was shocked. Indeed, how could she not see that these four men were tall and strong, with arms as big as thighs and fists as big as casseroles? It is obvious that these four men are all fitness experts. That fist as big as a casserole, let alone 8 fists, even if it was just one fist, if it hit a person, it would definitely kill the person. In Muexian's opinion, if Chen Fan was hit by a punch from the other party, he would definitely be injured. Muexian discovered that she had fallen in love with Chen Fan at that moment, so how could she allow these people to hurt Chen Fan? Oh. Wei Guoming looked Muexian up and down, and indeed saw something. You actually defend this kid like this. This is not like you at all. It seems that you really love this kid and really want to protect him. Muexian's eyes seemed to burst out with anger. Wei Guoming, get out of here right now. If you dare to attack Chen Fan, I swear, you will never get a dime from me again. I will never talk to you again, and you will never see me again. I will quit my job as a lawyer. I don't believe that I can't hide from you in such a big world. Wei Guoming, on the other hand, looked very happy and said to Chen Fan, boy, I have to say that you are very resourceful and charming. You actually managed to win my niece over. Do you know how many outstanding young talents I introduced to Muexian, but she didn't like any of them? She chose you instead. Okay. Finally, Wei Guoming's eyes fell on Muexian. I can stop these four people from beating up your boyfriend, but I can't just let it go about the fact that he slapped me. Muexian asked coldly, so what do you want? It's very simple. Wei Guoming said, you saw them. Wei Guoming pointed at the four big men. Muexian said coldly, I'm not blind, I saw it, what do you want? Wei Guoming was delighted. Actually, I didn't invite them. It was a famous young man in Donghai City who invited them. He has taken a fancy to you, so he first invited the four of them to protect you. So, what you have to do is very simple. Come out with me immediately. I will take you to meet this young man. This young man has a lot of money. He has already booked a presidential suite worth tens of thousands of dollars a night and is waiting for you to come over. Chapter 116 You Will Die Ugly. Wei Guoming, you are so shameless. Upon hearing this, Muexian was shaking with anger. How could she not know what Wei Guoming was trying to do? Besides, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Muexian knew it clearly a long time ago. Wei Guoming must have already accepted some money from the other party. Muexian asked coldly, Wei Guoming, how much money did you receive from him? Wei Guoming was stunned, looking confused. What money? What are you talking about? Then he suddenly realized something and showed an angry look to Muexian. Muexian, what are you thinking about? Do you think your uncle took some money from the other party and then sold you out? Muexian said coldly, isn't it? Wei Guoming looked extremely sad and said, Muexian, what are you thinking? After all, I am your uncle and you are my nephew. No matter how bad I am, I would never do such a thing as selling my niece. You actually think of me like this. You really disappoint me. Sigh. Wei Guoming, are you disgusting? Stop acting in front of me. I won't fall for it. Muexian said directly. Hey, Wei Guoming sighed again. Muexian, I don't care what you think now, and I don't care what you think, but I only have one thing to tell you. No matter what your uncle does, it's all for your own good. I just want you to marry a good family and no longer have to suffer so much in the future. After all, your parents. Muexian yelled, Wei Guoming, please don't mention my parents again. A gloomy look flashed across the depths of Wei Guoming's eyes, and then he sighed again. I know that your parents are the eternal pain in your heart. I won't mention them if I don't want to. Now you have finally found someone you love, and you don't want to lose the one you love again, right? Of course. Muxian said these two words without any hesitation. When Chen Fan heard this, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He didn't know what was wrong with him and why he had so many romantic relationships recently. Since you said these two words so decisively, I don't need to say more to you. You should also know what you should do and how to do it. Wei Guoming had a gloomy look on his face and glanced at Chen Fan several times. In fact, he already had another plan in mind. As long as Muxian agreed to accompany the young man, as soon as Muxian turned around and left, he would immediately let these 4 strong bodyguards beat Chen Fan severely to avenge the 3 slaps just now. As if she had seen through Wei Guoming's plan, Muxian suddenly said, "You can ask me to go with you, but Chen Fan must go with me." Originally, Chen Fan wanted to ask Muxian to stop paying attention to Wei Guoming and just beat Wei Guoming out. But on second thought, the young master Wei Guoming mentioned is the key. He also wanted to see who this young man Wei Guoming was talking about, who had taken a fancy to Muxian and had even booked the presidential suite for Muxian to go in. Well, Wei Guoming agreed after a slight hesitation. "Okay, let this kid go with us." In fact, Wei Guoming also had another idea in his mind. Since the rich young man had already taken a fancy to Muxian, it was naturally impossible for him to let Muxian have any relationship with any other man. At that time, Chen Fan's appearance would undoubtedly be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. "Chen Fan, do you want to come with me?" Muxian turned and looked at Chen Fan, with an inexplicable expectation in her eyes. Chen Fan nodded without any hesitation. "I'll go with you. I want to see what the other party wants to do to you. If the other party dares to do anything wrong, then I'm sorry, the other party will die in an ugly way." After saying this, a strong sense of self-confidence emanated from Chen Fan. Muxian inexplicably believed in Chen Fan at the first moment. Chen Fan's overall state indeed gave Muxian a strong sense of security. For a moment, as if subconsciously, Muxian couldn't help but love Chen Fan a little more. The other party will die a miserable death? As for Wei Guoming and the 4 men, he couldn't help but sneer. Obviously, Wei Guoming and the other 4 knew the rich young man and knew clearly what kind of status he held in Donghai City. Wei Guoming said sarcastically, "Okay, then we'll wait and see how you make this rich young man die in an ugly way. Come on, we'll take you there now." Muxian went back to the bedroom, changed her clothes and came out. Wei Guoming led the way. As for the 4 men, they surrounded Muxian and Chen Fan, as if they were afraid that Chen Fan and Muxian would run away. Wei Guoming did take Chen Fan and Muxian to the most famous 5-star hotel in Donghai City, the only hotel with a presidential suite. After reaching the top floor of the hotel, Wei Guoming knocked on the door. "Mr. He, I brought the person you wanted here." Almost immediately, the door of the presidential suite opened, and a man in a suit and sunglasses appeared in the sight of Chen Fan and Muxian. "Come in, Mr. He, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The man in a suit and sunglasses took Wei Guoming, Muxian and Chen Fan into the presidential suite. Inside the presidential suite, 4 young men were playing mahjong around a mahjong table. Beside 3 of the young men, there were 3 young and beautiful women, who were serving them, massaging their shoulders, feeding them fruits, etc. "What?" the man in suit and sunglasses asked. "Hush." Just as he opened his mouth, the young man without a female companion made a gesture to silence him, and then said, "Let me finish this round." Suddenly, the man in the suit and sunglasses didn't dare to say another word. He stood by with his hands hanging down, not moving a single word. That's nonsense." After only 2 or 3 minutes, the young man without a female companion shouted happily, and then he looked at his other 3 companions. "You lost again, take out the money quickly." "He Shengming, you are simply the god of gambling. We have never beaten you." Needless to say, He Shengming's father is the gambling king, so he must have inherited the genes. "Oh, I'm really fed up. We don't want to play anymore. We always lose. It's not fun at all." The 3 young men had lost interest. I'm lucky today. I made more than 300 million in one go." He Shengming looked excited and happy. "Mr. He, I have brought the person you wanted to you. Chapter 117 You are not qualified." The man in a suit and sunglasses looked cautious and spoke to He Shengming again. "Where is it?" He Shengming asked casually. "Mr. He, I'm here," said the man in a suit and sunglasses. "Are you Muxian?" He Shengming turned around and immediately set his eyes on Mu Xin. For a moment, as if subconsciously, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. She looks hundreds of times better in person than in photos. Wei Guoming had been nodding and bowing since the morning. Indeed, just now, when he heard He Shengming say that he had made 300 million by playing mahjong, his eyes lit up like two small light bulbs. The smile on his face was also extremely bright. Yes, Mr. He, this is my niece, Mu Xin. Mu Xin is very outstanding. She graduated from an internationally renowned university and is now a lawyer. Yeah. He Shengming looked Mu Xin up and down, and nodded with a satisfied look on his face. It's really good. He Shengming suddenly said, Mu Xin, go take a shower. Mu Xin had a blank expression on her face. I'm not used to taking a shower in a hotel outside. Besides, I just took a shower at home. Oh? He Shengming couldn't help but smile, and there was no sign of anger on his face. When the other three young masters saw Mu Xion's attitude, they burst into laughter. This beauty has a unique personality, Mr. He, this is exactly what you like. That's right, the four of us have finally found our female companions, so we should have some fun, don't you think, Mr. He? As the three young men spoke, they kissed their female companions on the face several times. The three female companions leaned against the three young gentlemen and acted coquettishly. It's really good to have some fun, guys. How about we play a few more rounds? He Shengming looked at the three young gentlemen with great interest. Seeing this, the three young gentlemen seemed not to want to spoil He Shengming's interest and nodded almost at the same time. Okay, then let's play a few games. As long as Mr. He is happy, it doesn't matter how much money we lose. The four of them started playing mahjong again. He Shengming said, Mu Xin, go wash some grapes and bring them to me to eat. Mu Xin stood there motionless. Hey, what about you? Are you deaf or dumb? Mr. He asked you to wash grapes. Don't just stand there like a telephone pole. You have no eyesight at all. What are you still standing there for? When the three female companions saw Mu Xin lying motionless, they became angry first and started scolding Mu Xin. Wei Guoming, what is your niece doing here? Is she here to perform sculpture for me? He Shengming also became a little angry. He turned to look at Wei Guoming and said something. Mr. He, Mu Xin has never been to such a luxurious place. She hasn't reacted for a while. Mr. He, don't worry. Let me talk to her. Wei Guoming quickly went to Mu Xion's side and whispered to her. Mu Xin, what on earth are you doing? Don't be so stubborn as to argue with a wooden man. Don't forget what we agreed on before. If you dare to make Mr. He angry, it will embarrass me. If you embarrass me, then I will definitely not let that kid have an easy time. You should understand the interests involved. Chen Fan. Mu Xian still stood still, looking at Chen Fan. She inexplicably felt that Chen Fan would solve all problems, naturally including the current difficulties, for Wei Guoming and He Shengming as well. You are the gambling king's son He Shengming? At this time, Chen Fan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but every word was extremely clear and came out of Chen Fan's mouth. There was also a strong sense of self-confidence in this voice, which seemed to be revealed subconsciously. As if subconsciously, He Shengming and the others turned their gazes to Chen Fan. He Shengming and the other three saw a stranger at first sight. Who are you? Why are you here? Who let you in? He Shengming frowned slightly. For some reason, Chen Fan seemed to give him an inexplicable feeling of oppression, which made him very unhappy. Chen Fan's sudden words startled Wei Guoming. He quickly said, Mr. He, this is what happened. This is Mu Xian's boyfriend. He knew that Mu Xian was coming to see Mr. He, so he insisted on coming with her. Are you Mu Xian's boyfriend? Sure enough, He Shengming's gaze towards Chen Fan suddenly became sharper. Chen Fan knew that in this situation, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. Anyway, both he and Mu Xian knew that they were not yet at the stage of dating. Yes, I am Mu Xian's boyfriend. Afterwards, Chen Fan glanced at He Shengming and said, I just wanted to see who is the person who likes my girlfriend. I didn't expect it to be the gambling king's youngest son, He Shengming. Yes, it's me. He Shengming admitted it straightforwardly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Now that you have seen it, why don't you get out of here quickly? Do you want to play a few more games with me? Mr. He, who the hell is this kid? How can he be qualified to play mahjong with you? Wei Guoming spoke up immediately, and his eyes towards Chen Fan were full of contempt and disdain. Bite. Just as Wei Guoming finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. The host is being looked down upon and despised. Please make a choice. A. Admit that you are not qualified to play mahjong with He Shengming. You will be rewarded with the admit frustration symbol. B. Leave immediately to avoid being despised and looked down upon. You will be rewarded with a foot grease talisman. C. Respond to Wei Guoming and reward the god of gamblers' abilities. The system's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind, and Chen Fan almost laughed out loud. This choice was not difficult for Chen Fan. Of course, the answer is C. Wei Guoming, where did the slap marks on your face come from? Chen Fan looked at Wei Guoming coldly. Have you forgotten so quickly? Do you still want me to reward you with a few more? Ha! I am not qualified to play mahjong with the gambling king's youngest son? This is an international joke. The person who is not qualified to play mahjong with me is the gambling king's youngest son, He Shengming. What? As soon as these words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Fan, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? Mu Xian was also subconsciously startled and said worriedly in a low voice beside Chen Fan. Mu Xian, don't worry. Chen Fan looked at Mu Xian and gave her a reassuring look. Chapter 118. Let's play a game together. Mu Xian didn't know what to say for a moment. However, there was really nothing she could do at this moment. She knew that by saying this, Chen Fan had undoubtedly completely offended the gambling king's youngest son, He Shengming. It would be strange if He Shengming let Chen Fan go. But of course, Mu Xian has also figured it out. If Chen Fan were to die here today, she would accompany Chen Fan without hesitation. You are so bold? Wei Guoming was stunned and first became furious, as if the person Chen Fan was talking about was not He Shengming, but him. You said I'm not qualified to play mahjong with you? He Shengming was stunned for a moment. He looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at a freak. Then a burst of laughter came out of his mouth, and it looked like he was almost crying. Security, go kick this lunatic out. Ha, this is making me die of laughter. Ha ha. As He Shengming spoke, he gave an order to the man in a suit and sunglasses next to him. What? Do you think I'm lying? Or are you afraid of something? Chen Fan smiled slightly, looking unfathomable. It's a lie. You must be lying. You said I am not qualified to play mahjong with you. Isn't that a lie? Is it still the truth? It's ridiculous. A hint of anger involuntarily appeared on He Shengming's face. When the three young masters heard Chen Fan's words, they were all stunned at that moment. They looked at Chen Fan as if they had seen a monster. The three of them spoke up. You are so brave, you dare to say in public that the gambling king's youngest son He Shengming is not qualified to play mahjong with you. Who do you think you are? I've never seen anyone so courageous. He's simply courting death. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here. You're really ruining our interest. The tempers of these three young gentlemen seemed to be even more violent, and they all looked like they couldn't wait to beat Chen Fan up. Chen Fan seemed to ignore the three people and only looked at He Shengming. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, we can find out clearly if we play a game together. For a moment, Chen Fan looked even more unfathomable. Ha, a sneer came from the mouths of the other three young gentlemen. Who the hell do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to play mahjong with Mr. He? There are so many people who want to play mahjong with Mr. He. Who do you think you are? Get out of here right now, I can't control my temper anymore. What are you still standing there for? Do you really want to die? The three young masters were about to leave their seats and attack Chen Fan. Boy, please get out. The man in a suit and sunglasses had already attacked Chen Fan, grabbed Chen Fan's shoulders, and planned to drag Chen Fan out directly. But a scene that surprised everyone suddenly appeared. Chen Fan seemed to have easily avoided the grab of the man in suit and sunglasses. Ha! You still dare to hide? The bodyguard was angry, as if he had lost face in front of He Shengming and others for not catching Chen Fan. Immediately afterwards, the bodyguard became even more embarrassed. No matter how he attacked Chen Fan could easily dodge. Not to mention catching Chen Fan, he didn't even touch the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. Finally, Chen Fan took action and kicked out directly. Amidst a scream, there was a loud bang, and the man in the suit and sunglasses fell heavily to the ground. For a moment, the bodyguard's face turned pale with pain, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead like rain. Ha! Everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Fan with surprise on their faces. I didn't expect you to have such skills. It's beyond my expectation. He Shangming spoke at this time. When he looked at Chen Fan, there was a hint of inexplicable color in his eyes, as if he subconsciously flashed. You have such skills, which can be said to be much better than my bodyguard. How about this, you become my bodyguard, and I will give you a monthly salary of 100,000, how about it? A monthly salary of 100,000? Wei Guoming was shocked at first. This was a situation he had never expected. Not only did he Shangming not want to kill Chen Fan immediately, but he also provided Chen Fan with a job. This was simply outrageous. I'm sorry. Chen Fan refused directly, working for others? This is simply impossible for me. It will never happen in my lifetime. Chen Fan showed a hint of sarcasm on his face and looked at Yi Shangming. It seems that the so-called gambling king's youngest son is nothing more than this. I don't even bother to play mahjong with you, because you will lose miserably. Mu Xian, let's go. After saying this, Chen Fan and Mu Xian were about to leave. Wait a minute. He Shangming's eyes looked gloomy as he looked at Chen Fan coldly. Very good, in that case, I will help you. Of course, if you don't have any chips, you are not worthy of playing with me. He Shangming looked at Chen Fan with a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. You can't afford to play with us for money. How about this, it's her Mu Xian. If I win, she'll be mine. If you do, He Shangming continued, I won't say anything. You can never win against me. Chen Fan smiled and said, how about this, we play 5 games in a row. Whoever loses a game will take off a piece of clothing. Do you dare to play? You, haha. He Shangming was surprised, then he laughed out loud. Okay, very good, then let's play like this. I didn't expect you to be so good at playing. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. He Shangming seemed a little impatient. He asked one of the young men, Go, to give up his seat to Chen Fan. After Chen Fan sat down, he smiled and said, Mr. He, we have already agreed that whoever changes his mind later will get out like a dog. Ha, you sound like you're the winner. That's right. Mr. He has completely inherited the abilities of his father, the gambling king, and he is even better than his father. The other young masters looked at Chen Fan as if he were a fool. I will lose to you. You must be joking. He Shangming sneered at Chen Fan. I started playing cards when I was 3 years old. When you were 3 years old, you were probably playing with urine. Ha ha. When these words came out of He Shangming's mouth, the 3 young gentlemen couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking at Chen Fan with mockery and contempt in their eyes. Chapter 119, Admit Defeat. Chen Fan seemed to turn a blind eye to the ridicule and contempt of these 3 young gentlemen. He naturally knew that no matter whether it was 5 games or 50 games, he would not lose to He Shangming. Because, when he responded to Wei Guoming, the system's voice had already sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Host has completed the task, rewards are being distributed. The reward was issued successfully, the host is now a gambling god. Ha ha. At that moment, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed and almost laughed out loud. Naturally, no one knew better than him what this meant. This means that he is now the god of gamblers. Not to mention He Shangming, the son of the gambling king. Even if the gambling king himself appeared here, he would not be his opponent in terms of gambling skills. He Shangming, right? You'll be asked to take off all your clothes in a moment, hee hee. Chen Fan sneered in his heart. The young man had left his seat, and Chen Fan sat down in it with a leisurely look on his face. The 4 of them started playing mahjong. Under the gaze of Mu Xian and everyone else, after more than 10 minutes, a word came out of Chen Fan's mouth, and everyone was stunned. Indeed, Chen Fan gently shouted out a word. Who? That's right, Chen Fan won this round. And it seemed that Chen Fan won easily and without any difficulty. Moreover, the short time taken made everyone else stunned. A game of mahjong should take at least 20 minutes, but what happened is that only a dozen minutes had passed. This round of mahjong is over. And it was Chen Fan who made the mistake. You. The 3 young gentlemen looked at Chen Fan in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. In their opinion, even if Chen Fan could play mahjong, he could never be a match for the gambling king's son. But what is the truth? Chen Fan actually won, and he got a big win. This is simply something that is completely impossible to happen. Humph. A young man snorted coldly, looking at Chen Fan coldly, and said, "You were such a daring boy, you dare to cheat when playing mahjong with us, you want to die, right? Come on, drag this boy out and beat him up." Although the man in the suit and sunglasses had already stood up, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked towards Chen Fan. Indeed, he still hadn't figured out why he couldn't catch Chen Fan. In his feeling, Chen Fan was like a feather floating in the air, and it was impossible to catch him. But at the same time, he could also feel very clearly that Chen Fan's strength was extraordinary. That kick on his body made him feel as if he had been hit by a large truck. At this time, the young man asked someone to come and beat Chen Fan up, so he dared not do anything else. At this moment, it was not just the man in the suit and sunglasses who did not dare to take action. The other 5 bodyguards in the box also seemed to be intimidated by Chen Fan and did not dare to take action against him. A bunch of rubbish. Didn't you hear what I said? The young man was naturally furious. Or are you deaf? Go ahead and beat this kid up. He even dared to cheat when playing mahjong with us. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I beat him up. Seeing that this young man looked extremely furious, the bodyguards were a little panicked, but they still had to take action against Chen Fan. I'm cheating? Which eye of yours saw me cheating? What you say and do should be based on reason and evidence, Chen Fan said with a sneer. Naturally, he was not afraid of anyone here, including these bodyguards. But he didn't want to be wrongly accused for no reason. The young man said confidently, "If you weren't cheating, how could you have defeated us, let alone the gambling king's youngest son, Mr. He? This is simply impossible." Chen Fan sneered, "Is the gambling king's youngest son so great? Excuse me, is the Mr. He you are talking about the god of gamblers? You." Everyone present was stunned when they heard Chen Fan speak like this. Chen Fan looked directly at He Shengming. "Mr. He, what do you think? Do you think you are the god of gamblers?" He Shengming couldn't help but sneer. "What do you mean by that? You mean, only the god of gamblers can beat you? Ha ha." What He Shengming never expected was that others naturally did not expect it either. Chen Fan nodded and said, "That's right. Unless the god of gamblers shows up, he can beat me. Otherwise, no one can be my opponent. You. Ha ha." He Shengming was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and then a burst of laughter came out of He Shengming's mouth. He Shengming looked like he had heard a huge joke and burst into laughter, almost crying. "Boy, you are not afraid that the strong wind will blow your tongue away. You are totally ignorant. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the god of gamblers?" The other 3 young gentlemen were also stunned, then looked at Chen Fan with mocking expressions on their faces and spoke one after another. Chen Fan said directly, "No matter what you say, you lost. This is an ironclad fact. There is nothing you can do even if you don't accept it. Everyone." Chen Fan's eyes slowly swept over He Shengming and the other 3 people. "Since you have already lost, then just admit defeat. How come you, the son of a gambling king, can't even do something as simple as admitting defeat? If this gets out, the one who will be embarrassed is not me, but you. You." He Shengming was stunned. Although he did lose to Chen Fan, he was furious, but at the same time, he had to admit that what Chen Fan said did make some sense. "Well, you were lucky to win this round." He Shengming gritted his teeth at Chen Fan and said, "But you just won the first round. Don't be so proud. There are still 4 rounds to go. By then, I think you will lose so badly that you won't even be able to keep your pants." Humph. Finally, He Shengming snorted coldly, and although he was extremely reluctant, he still took off his coat. Since even He Shengming was willing to admit defeat, the other 2 naturally followed suit and took off their coats. Chapter 120. The slap in the face comes so quickly. Seeing that He Shengming and the other 2 had taken off their first piece of clothing, Chen Fan sneered, "Mr. He, it seems that I am going to disappoint you. It is impossible for me to lose and not even be able to keep my pants. The ones who can't even keep their pants should be you 3. He Shengming snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and continue." Soon, a scene that made He Shengming and the other 2 stunned appeared again. Chen Fan messed up again. And this time the time was even shorter, so short that in less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan had already won. Everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Fan as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Why are you talking nonsense again? Indeed, this is completely impossible. The time it took this time was even shorter than the first time. The 2 young men looked completely dumbfounded, as if their 3 perspectives had been overturned. They knew that even the gambling king himself could not do this. I won 2 rounds in a row, and the time it took was shorter each time. In the opinion of He Shangming and others, the occurrence of such a situation would be absolutely impossible if Chen Fan was not cheating. But Chen Fan's every move was right under the eyes of the three of them, and they could see that Chen Fan was not cheating at all, and even if he wanted to do something, it would be impossible for him to do it. No need to look at me in such surprise. Chen Fan smiled, looking at He Shangming and the other two with a hint of sarcasm and contempt. I've said it before. Unless the god of gamblers shows up, you three can't possibly be my opponent with your level. You three have lost this round. So what are you waiting for? Take off your clothes. Don't go too far, kid. Do you know what our status and position are in Donghai City? Our power in Donghai City is second only to the richest family, the Li family. Even if the Li family sees us, they will have to give us some face. Chen Fan said indifferently, what does your status in Donghai City have to do with me? And what does it have to do with you having to take off another piece of clothing after losing this round? Chen Fan glanced at the three people and said, or do you not want to take off your clothes at all? You want to cheat? Playing tricks? He Shangming was stunned and furious. In my dictionary, He Shangming, there is no word like playing tricks. It's just taking off clothes, what's the big deal? Since I lost to you, I can only accept the defeat. But you are too early to be happy, and it's too early for you to be arrogant. There are still 3 games left. In the next 3 games, I will not let you win even 1 game. After saying this, He Shangming suddenly glanced at the 2 men, and the 2 men immediately nodded in response. Obviously, these 3 people are starting to join forces to deal with Chen Fan. How could Chen Fan not see what these 3 people wanted to do? Chen Fan didn't seem to care at all. He is now the god of gamblers. In the face of the absolute power of the god of gamblers, no matter what tricks He Shangming and the other 2 want to play, they will never succeed. Although He Shangming and the other 2 were also extremely reluctant, in the end, they had no choice but to take off their clothes. The 3rd game begins. 20 minutes had passed. Chen Fan won again, also by winning the game. He Shangming and the other 2 were about to collapse. The 3 of them really had a great understanding of each other and almost defeated Chen Fan many times, but in the end they always managed to save Chen Fan from danger. In the end, the person who won this round was still Chen Fan. The 2 young men went crazy and grabbed their hair hard, looking at Chen Fan as if they saw a monster. There's still a 4th and 5th game, He Shangming subconsciously thought with a hint of luck. I just don't believe it. With my ability, I will lose all 5 games. Even when I played mahjong with my father, this has never happened before, let alone this kid. The 4th game begins. The 5th game also began. Lost. In the next 2 games, He Shangming and the other 3 also lost. At this moment, He Shangming and the other 2 subconsciously widened their eyes and looked at Chen Fan, their eyes filled with a strong sense of disbelief. You, He Shangming said you 3 times and couldn't even utter a word. He lost 5 games in a row, and he knew exactly what that meant. It meant that Chen Fan's gambling skills were even better than his father, the gambling king. The gambling king has long been famous in the casino, and his gambling skills are recognized as being excellent. The current situation would never have happened if he had been competing with the gambling king. But the fact is, Chen Fan did defeat him in 5 consecutive games. This shows that Chen Fan's gambling skills are even better than the gambling king. But what kind of person is the gambling king? He is a household name. How could Chen Fan's gambling skills be better than the gambling king's? For a moment, He Shangming's mind was in a mess and he felt like he was about to lose the ability to think. You lost again. Chen Fan showed a mocking look on his face and glanced up and down at He Shangming and the other 2. It seems that your gambling skills are indeed very ordinary. If these words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, the 2 young masters might be able to accept it, but when He Shangming heard these words, he almost vomited blood. In Donghai City, his gambling skills were already among the best. When did they become just average? Don't be so proud, kid. Don't think that you are the god of gamblers just because you beat us 5 times. He Shangming gritted his teeth at Chen Fan and said, if you have the guts, let's play 5 more games. I don't believe that your luck will always be so good. As if subconsciously, He Shangming still attributed Chen Fan's victory over them to Chen Fan's good luck. Chen Fan sneered, Mr. He, you still want to admit defeat, huh? A sneer came out of Chen Fan's mouth, and Chen Fan deliberately glanced up and down at He Shangming. Indeed, He Shangming was only left with a pair of shorts at this time. Seeing Chen Fan looking at him, he naturally understood what Chen Fan meant at the first moment. Suddenly, He Shengming's face seemed to subconsciously turn hot. Indeed, he really didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Before, he kept saying that he would make Chen Fan lose so badly that he wouldn't even be able to keep his pants, but what is the situation now? The man who couldn't even save his own pants was him, the son of the gambling king, He Shengming. If this matter were to get out, he would not be able to continue living in Donghai City. Chapter 121 The God of Gamblers' Successor. But right now, he is indeed the loser. If he was unwilling to admit defeat, he would also be embarrassed if the news got out. All of a sudden, thinking of all this, He Shengming's face became extremely ugly. It turned from red to blue, from blue to white, and finally turned into the color of liver. As for Mu Xian, she had already turned around and was too lazy to look at He Shengming and the others. At this moment, Mu Xian's heart was involuntarily filled with shock. She had witnessed Chen Fan's superb billiard skills, but she had never expected that Chen Fan was also so good at playing mahjong. Mu Xian couldn't help but mutter in her heart, how come Chen Fan is so good at everything? What on earth can't he do? A man like this is simply too powerful. No matter what, I must hold such a man firmly by my side. Of course, Chen Fan didn't know what Mu Xian was thinking at this moment. He looked towards He Shengming and the other two with a look of ridicule and contempt, and spoke calmly. I don't need to say much about the final result. The three of you, not me, are the ones who lost and couldn't even keep your pants. Of course, it would be difficult for you to take off your last pair of pants. So, let's end today's matter here. But from now on, you three must avoid me when you see me. Of course, this also includes Mu Xian. Don't go too far, kid. He Shengming couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chen Fan shrugged, looking like he had seen an idiot. Mr. He, what did you get from saying that? Am I going too far? You wanted to take Mu Xian for yourself, I just saved her, how could I be going too far? Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything more to He Shengming and the others, and said directly, either you accept the loss, or I will leave now. It seems that Donghai City will soon be in turmoil again. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The moment he heard this voice, He Shengming's whole body seemed to be startled involuntarily, and he exclaimed, Dad. Sure enough, the next moment, a tall figure walked slowly in from outside, followed by 6 bodyguards. Gambling King He Zhong. When Chen Fan saw the other party appear, he also recognized him at the first moment. After all, in Donghai City, the Gambling King He Zhong is indeed a household name. He once defeated foreign gambling masters and won fame for the country. It's a disgrace. He Zhong, who is in his 60s but looks only in his early 40s, looked at He Shengming, snorted coldly, and said, You just play around all day and don't do your job. From today on, you stay at home and are not allowed to go out for half a year. Do you understand? Dad, He Shengming was obviously intimidated by the Gambling King's aura. His voice was stammering and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Put on your clothes. He Zhong was intimidating without being angry. He just glanced at He Shengming, and He Shengming's whole body seemed to tremble subconsciously. He Shengming hurriedly put on his clothes. Little brother, I wonder if you can play a game with me? Then, the Gambling King He Zhong looked at Chen Fan, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, even if you are the king of gambling, I don't want to play mahjong with you. I'm in a hurry and I have a lot of things to do. Ha ha. Gambling King He Zhong laughed loudly, and a gleam of light flashed involuntarily in his eyes as he looked at Chen Fan. It seems that the god of gamblers has indeed been inherited by someone, and that person is you. Even if you don't play a game with me, I can see that you should be the successor of the god of gamblers. What? This kid is actually the successor of the god of gamblers? Is he the successor to the god of gamblers? Everyone in the box was stunned at the same time, and their eyes all fell on Chen Fan, with a flash of shock and disbelief in their eyes. If these words had not come from the mouth of Gambling King He Zhong, if they had come from anyone else, everyone in the box would have immediately regarded the other person as a madman. At the same time, precisely because these words came from the mouth of Gambling King He Zhong, they were even more shocked and astonished. This naturally means that Chen Fan has an 80% chance of being the successor to the god of gamblers. Dad, is he really the successor of the god of gamblers? He Shengming was also dumbfounded at this moment, his eyes widened with disbelief, and then looked at Chen Fan. He Zhong snorted, You and him have played 5 rounds of mahjong. You should know better than me whether he is the successor to the god of gamblers. He Shengming was stunned for a moment and was unable to speak. However, the look he gave Chen Fan finally changed, revealing a hint of admiration and adoration. As for the existence of the god of gamblers, he had only heard of it through rumors. It is said that the god of gamblers only showed up 50 years ago, and no one has seen the god of gamblers since then, and no one has even heard the slightest news about him. Now, when Shangming suddenly heard the words successor to the god of gamblers from the mouth of the gambling king, how could he not be excited for a moment? He didn't know how many times he had fantasized about the god of gamblers appearing and taking him in as his last disciple. Are you really the successor of the god of gamblers? Shangming became even more excited, and his voice trembled violently. He looked at Chen Fan with shining eyes, as if he was ready to worship Chen Fan at any time. Gambling king, I am also very happy to see you in person. Chen Fan seemed to have not heard what Shangming said at all, and said directly to Zhong. But I'm really sorry, I do have other things to do. When he said this, Chen Fan didn't even stay for a moment. He took Mu Xian's hand and left. Little brother, since you have something to do, go ahead and do it first. Zhong's voice continued, I will visit you later. Dad, I want to go with you too. Shangming became excited when he heard this. Suddenly, Zhong slapped Shangming in the face, you useless thing, don't think I don't know what you did outside. I know it clearly. Don't take my words to heart. I told you to stay at home for half a year, so that's half a year. Shangming's face was immediately filled with regret, and he regretted so much that his intestines turned green. When they arrived outside the hotel, Wei Guoming followed behind them. Wei Guoming felt that the scenes that just happened in the box were so unreal, as if he was dreaming. Chapter 122 You are the king of the sea. This kid in front of me could actually be the successor to the god of gamblers? Wei Guoming's heart was already filled with shock. Facing Chen Fan, he had already completely changed his attitude. With a bright smile on his face, he spoke to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I've seen that you're not an ordinary person, so I brought you here. If I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have been able to meet the gambling king. I knew that Chen Fan, even the gambling king values you very much. Wei Guoming, Mu Xian couldn't help but sneer, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Why don't you just die? At this time, facing Mu Xian, Wei Guoming did not dare to show any anger, and said with a smile. Mu Xian, I know you're still angry with your uncle, but blood is thicker than water. After all, we are all family. There's no such thing as overnight hatred between family members, right? Mu Xian looked extremely disgusted with Wei Guoming. Wei Guoming, I never want to see you again. If you let me see you again, you know what the consequences will be. You should have heard Mu Xian's words very clearly. Mu Xian is not trying to scare you. You should take care of yourself. Naturally, Chen Fan didn't bother to pay any attention to Wei Guoming. He started the car, and it sped away. Mu Xian, I have something urgent to deal with. I'll take you home first. In the car, Chen Fan said to Mu Xian, don't worry, even if Wei Guoming has 10,000 guts, he won't dare to look for you or harass you again, unless he really doesn't want to live anymore. Mu Xian nodded, and looked at Chen Fan with a grateful look on her face. I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. To be honest, I have thought about dying many times because of Wei Guoming. Chen Fan comforted her, Mu Xian, now everything is over. The past is no longer important. What is important is the present and the future. That's right. Mu Xian wiped her eyes and looked at Chen Fan, subconsciously revealing a touch of tenderness. Chen Fan, you are right. What is important is the present and the future. Because, from now on, there is a very important goal in my life. Oh? Chen Fan was driving seriously. Seeing Mu Xian speaking so seriously, he couldn't help but be curious and asked casually, what's the goal? Mu Xian said without hesitation, my goal is to make the person I love fall in love with me, and then we can live happily together for the rest of our lives. Chen Fan didn't think much about it at all, he couldn't help but smile, and then subconsciously said, the person you love, could it be me? In an instant, Mu Xian's pretty face seemed to turn red involuntarily. She lowered her head slightly, turned her eyes away, and did not dare to look at Chen Fan. Seeing that Mu Xian didn't say anything, Chen Fan subconsciously glanced at Mu Xian next to him. When he did so, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. How could he not see that Mu Xian looked a little shy at this moment? Then, the answer is naturally very clear. But Chen Fan couldn't help feeling speechless. It seems that his luck with women is a bit too good. How come she is a beautiful woman and has already fallen in love with him? He doesn't have a clone, so what should he do? Seeing that Mu Xian didn't say anything, Chen Fan said jokingly, since attorney Mu doesn't say anything, it seems that I am just being sentimental. No. Mu Xian looked a little panicked, and said quickly, you are not being sentimental. The person I am talking about is you, it is you. After a pause, Mu Xian looked even more shy. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Her eyes were burning as she stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I am now very seriously asking you a question. Chen Fan said casually, you ask. Can you be my boyfriend? Mu Xian asked, and her pretty face suddenly became even redder, all the way to her ears. It was always boys who pursued her, and she rejected them all. She has never actively pursued a boy, never, not even once. At this moment, she took the initiative to confess her feelings to Chen Fan. This was definitely the first time in history. For a moment, Mu Xian was nervous and flustered, her face flushed and her heart was beating fast. Ha, Chen Fan couldn't help laughing and said jokingly, it seems that I am really popular, Lawyer Mu, you have to work hard. You, Mu Xian was stunned, almost fuming, Chen Fan, what do you mean by this? Chen Fan looked quite proud and said slowly, Mu Xian, I won't hide it from you. In the past few days, quite a few beautiful women have confessed their love to me and said they want to pursue me. I am really in a dilemma and I don't have the heart to hurt any of you. So, I will just let you try your best and see who can move my heart the most in the end. That's who I will be with. Mu Xian was so frightened that she looked at Chen Fan as if she was looking at a freak. Chen Fan couldn't help but ask, Mu Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this suddenly? I'm telling the truth. Mu Xian couldn't help but be speechless again. Mu Xian did not disbelieve Chen Fan's words. Instead, she felt that Chen Fan was telling the truth. After all, Chen Fan drives a Rolls-Royce, and he is so capable, it seems that there is nothing that Chen Fan can't do. Moreover, Chen Fan is also handsome. Just ask yourself, which beautiful woman would not like or be moved by a man like this, and would not want such a boyfriend? Poof. But in the end, Mu Xian couldn't help but hum and uttered two words, Sea King. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned, feeling a little amused and helpless, Mu Xian, I'm really not the king of the sea. It's not something you can control if someone falls in love with you, right? If you really hate me for this, I won't blame you. How could I hate you? Mu Xian changed the subject and said, you should know that not everyone can be the king of the sea, and not everyone can be the king of the sea casually. If someone can be the king of the sea, doesn't it mean that this person is particularly outstanding? Don't you think so? Oh. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the truth. Mu Xian continued, so you are the Sea King. Not only will I not hate you, but I will like you more. Don't worry, I will compete fairly with other beauties who like you. Chapter 123 Strange Disease. Chen Fan was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. However, when Mu Xian thought in this way, it could indeed be seen that Mu Xian was indeed a great lawyer and was indeed reasonable. The residential area where Mu Xian lived soon arrived. Before getting off the car and entering the residential area, Mu Xian still did not forget to say to Chen Fan, Chen Fan, you helped me a lot. I really fell in love with you. I fell in love with you when you were playing billiards before. Don't worry, I won't force you. I will compete fairly with others. As for who you choose in the end, I will sincerely bless you. After saying this, Mu Xian entered the community. Chen Fan didn't think much about it. He did have something extremely urgent to do at this moment. The person who was looking for him was the Dean Hua Changming. He had no idea how many WeChat messages he had sent him, nor how many phone calls he had made. Hua Changming said that an important patient had come to the hospital, and the patient's family had already made a big fuss in the hospital, saying that if the hospital could not cure their family's illness, they would sue the hospital, and even all the doctors in the hospital, in court. The dean also sent a message saying that all the experts in the entire hospital were helpless against this disease. What's even worse is that the disease grew on the other person's butt. According to the dean, although the other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, it was not difficult to see that she was a great beauty. The dean also asked Chen Fan to come to the hospital as soon as possible to help. For a moment, Chen Fan naturally had no time to care about the gambling king He Zhong. After sending Mu Xian home, he sped up and rushed to the hospital. The dean had already been waiting for Chen Fan at the hospital gate. As soon as he saw Chen Fan stop the car and got out, Hua Changming immediately went over and grabbed Chen Fan's arm, looking extremely anxious. "Brother Chen, you are finally here. If you don't come, the other party will tear down the hospital." "What's the other person's condition? Is his illness serious?" Chen Fan asked calmly. "It shouldn't be serious, but it is." Dean Hua Changming was a little ambiguous. Chen Fan was startled, showing a strange look, and looked at Hua Changming. "Dean, what you said is unworthy of your status as Dean." Dean Hua Changming couldn't help but be stunned. He did look a little embarrassed. He explained. "The most important thing is that the patient's disease is on his buttocks, and his family members refuse to let a male doctor see him. In our hospital, male doctors are generally more skilled, so..." After a pause, Hua Changming's face flashed with a trace of doubt. "Although the other party's family did not allow us to examine the patient, the hospital's experts can still more or less see that the other party is suffering from a strange disease, and the symptoms are something that even I have never seen or heard of." "Oh?" Chen Fan suddenly became interested. According to the patient, something seemed to have grown on her buttocks and it was very painful. In addition, there were traces of black blood on her face and arms, which seemed to be moving. It looked very scary. A hint of horror seemed to appear on Hua Changming's face subconsciously. "Don't worry, Dean. I have a basic idea of what's going on." Chen Fan looked very confident. That's good, that's good." Hua Changming couldn't help but look happy and excited, and said, "Brother Chen can even cure Li Jiaqing's son's strange disease. Now this strange disease is not an easy thing for Brother Chen. It's right here." As he spoke, Hua Changming took Chen Fan into the hospital building and came to the door of a consultation room. Indeed, before Chen Fan even entered, a roar was heard. "What kind of crappy hospital is this? How come there isn't even a skilled doctor here? I'm telling you, if anything goes wrong with Tongtong, I won't let you go, let alone the hospital. Family members of the patient, don't worry. I have invited a miracle doctor to come over." Dean Hua Changming did not dare to delay any longer and pushed the door open, and immediately spoke to a middle-aged woman. "Miracle doctor?" The middle-aged woman's face immediately showed a hint of joy. "Where is the miracle doctor? Where is he? Why don't you quickly ask the miracle doctor to come and treat my Tongtong? This is Chen Fan, the miracle doctor." Dean Hua Changming gestured to Chen Fan next to him. "What?" The middle-aged woman was stunned for the first time. She pointed her finger directly at Chen Fan and said to Hua Changming, "Hua Changming, are you kidding me? How old is this kid? He is only in his 20s. Look at the doctors here, all of them are in their early 40s. All the doctors are helpless with my Tongtong's strange disease." "Only him? He is a miracle doctor?" "This is indeed a miracle doctor," Hua Changming tried to calm himself down and said slowly to the middle-aged woman. "Please believe me, this miracle doctor's medical skills are very powerful. If this miracle doctor cannot cure the patient's illness, no matter what happens, I will bear all the consequences." "You will bear the responsibility?" The middle-aged woman sneered. "What can you bear? Let me tell you, my Tongtong is not an ordinary person. No matter what happens, you can't bear it." She glanced at Chen Fan coldly. "Anyway, no matter what, I can't let this kid treat my Tongtong, and he's a boy. Hua Changming, don't you know what's wrong with my Tongtong?" At this time, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up and said, "The patient's condition is indeed very serious and can't be delayed any longer. Don't worry, I'm just curing the disease and saving lives. I don't have, and I can't have, any other thoughts." Indeed, when Chen Fan came in, he saw a person lying on the bed with his back facing the ceiling. At the same time, Chen Fan could also see that there were indeed traces of black blood flowing on the patient's arms and legs. With Chen Fan's current miracle doctor skills, he could tell at a glance what the patient's condition was. "Poisoning. Is the condition really very serious?" The middle-aged woman looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. "You didn't even do a check, but you said that my Tongtong's condition is very serious. Who are you trying to scare, Hua Changming? What kind of miracle doctor did you invite? He is even more unreliable than all the doctors here." Chapter 124 Poisoned. At this time, Hua Changming couldn't help but have a little doubt about Chen Fan's words. He could clearly see that although the patient's condition was indeed strange, he did not look like he was in critical condition. "Brother Chen, are you telling the truth? The patient's condition is already quite serious?" Hua Changming asked Chen Fan in a low voice. Chen Fan nodded. "Yes, it's quite serious. In about 1 minute, the patient will vomit blood, and in 3 minutes, the patient will pass out. Vomiting blood? And falling into a coma? The middle-aged woman pointed at Chen Fan's nose and cursed, "Who are you trying to scare? The doctors here are all highly skilled." They didn't say anything. How could my Tong Tong vomit blood and fall into a coma? It's too unreliable. Hua Chengming, I don't want to see this kid. Get him out now. The middle-aged woman began to hate Chen Fan extremely, and she even wanted to take action herself and drive Chen Fan out. Where did this kid come from? After hearing Chen Fan's words, the other doctors couldn't help but say, "We have examined the patient carefully. Although the situation is indeed strange, it is impossible for him to vomit blood suddenly. Indeed, although the patient's condition is a little strange, I can still guarantee that he will not vomit blood. As for the coma, that's even more nonsense." All the doctors looked towards Chen Fan with eyes full of contempt and suspicion. If it weren't for the fact that the person was brought by the dean, they would have already taken action and directly kicked Chen Fan out. "Everyone, please be patient," Dean Hua Chengming completely believed Chen Fan's words. He looked at all the doctors present and the middle-aged woman Zhu Yuyu. "It's only a minute, and it will pass quickly. If the time is up and the patient doesn't show the condition that Brother Chen described, there's no need for you to say anything. At that time, I will kick Brother Chen out directly." Humph, Zhu Yuyu snorted coldly, but didn't say anything else. Naturally, a minute passed quickly. Everyone present had their eyes on the patient. "Dean, what are you waiting for? Get this guy out of here right now." Zhu Yuyu saw the patient on the bed and saw that he showed no signs of vomiting blood. She glanced at Chen Fan coldly and said to Hua Chengming. But just as she finished speaking, the patient cried out wow and actually spurted out a mouthful of blood. Tong Tong? Stunned. At this moment, the middle-aged woman Zhu Yuyu was stunned and terrified. Subconsciously, she let out a scream. She threw herself directly onto the hospital bed. Looking at Zhang Yutong, whose face was pale and painful, she felt indescribable sadness in her heart. She looked like she was about to cry. "Tong Tong, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." This. He actually vomited blood? All the doctors present were stunned. You looked at me and I looked at you, and you could clearly see the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. They did examine the patient carefully and seriously, and although the situation was a little strange, vomiting blood would not occur. But the fact is that the patient really vomited blood. Just as Chen Fan said, after 1 minute, the patient vomited blood. Suddenly, the expressions of all the doctors present changed. Naturally, they all remembered Chen Fan's words, that the patient would vomit blood in 1 minute and would fall into a coma in 3 minutes. Suddenly, all the doctors present looked at each other in bewilderment. Indeed, they wanted to not believe what Chen Fan said, but they had no choice but to believe it. Because the facts are already before us. "Sister Yu, I'm in so much pain. My whole body aches. Am I going to die?" The patient on the bed uttered a very weak and intermittent voice. "Sister Yu, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I still have a lot of things to do. I promised my fans that I will release an album every year." "Tong Tong, what nonsense are you talking about? You will be fine. You will release an album every year. And every album will be a big hit. You will become a singing queen." The middle-aged woman comforted the patient and said. Hearing this, Chen Fan naturally knew that the patient was a singer. The patient was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and for a moment Chen Fan couldn't recognize him at all. However, Chen Fan rarely pays attention to things in the entertainment industry, and probably doesn't know which singer this is. Ms. Zhu, Hua Chengming looked at the time and his face changed. He reminded her, the 3 minutes are almost up. If nothing unexpected happens, the patient will definitely pass out like Brother Chen said. "Can you let Brother Chen check on the patient?" Ah. Subconsciously, a cry of surprise came out of Zhu Yuyu's mouth. She seemed to have suddenly remembered something. She turned her head sharply to look at Chen Fan and asked directly. "How can you tell that Tong Tong will vomit blood?" Chen Fan said calmly, "It's very simple. Because I know medical skills and I'm a Chinese medicine doctor now. Observation, smell, questioning and palpation are the most basic skills of Chinese medicine. Judging from the patient's complexion, he has been poisoned, and it's a very strong poison. The poison has already entered the body and caused the patient to vomit blood. If we delay any further, the poison will flow to the brain and the patient will fall into a coma. By then, the situation will be even worse. I'm afraid even I can't do anything. What, poisoned? Zhu Yuyu's face suddenly changed. What are you going to do? At this time, seeing Chen Fan suddenly take out something that looked like sheepskin and took out 9 silver needles from it, Zhu Yuyu couldn't help but frown. This is a silver needle. I use it to help the patient expel the poison from his body. Chen Fan said slowly, as long as the poison is expelled, the patient will be fine after a few days of rest. Is it true? Not only all the doctors here thought so at the same time, Zhu Yuyu naturally had the same doubt. All the doctors present were helpless in the face of the patient's condition. Just a few silver needles were enough to drive the poison out of the patient's body, and he would recover after a few days of rest. Why does this sound so unreliable? Chen Fan's face became very serious. He spoke word by word. Now, time is very urgent. If I don't take action, the patient will really fall into a coma. At that time, Chen Fan didn't continue talking. Zhu Yuyu naturally understood what Chen Fan meant immediately. Chapter 125 Zhang Yuton. She looked at Chen Fan and said, "You can give me acupuncture, but I warn you in advance, if anything happens to my Tongtong, I will not let you go." Chen Fan didn't take Zhu Yuyu's words to heart at all, because he was very confident in his acupuncture skills and there would be no problem in expelling the venom from the patient's body. "Sister Yu, I believe this doctor," Zhang Yutong suddenly said. Indeed, Zhang Yutong didn't know what was wrong with her. She inexplicably felt a great sense of security towards Chen Fan. "Okay, then you can give acupuncture to my Tongtong, everyone else please leave," Zhu Yuyu said. Finally, all the doctors left, including the Dean Hua Changming. Naturally, the only patients left in the ward were Zhang Yutong, Zhu Yuyu, and Chen Fan. Chen Fan said calmly, "Please take off your pants, just to your knees." This. Zhu Yuyu was subconsciously stunned, a hint of anger appeared on her face. Chen Fan spoke up immediately, "Hurry up, time is running out. I am a doctor and I definitely don't have any bad intentions towards my patients. Sister Yu, just take off your clothes. It's already this late." Zhang Yutong said, "As long as this doctor can cure my illness, it's totally fine for me to take off my clothes, not to mention my pants." "Tongtong, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhu Yuyu couldn't help but glare at Zhang Yutong, and then naturally helped Zhang Yutong take off his pants to his knees. What, this? When Zhu Yuyu saw it, her face suddenly changed. There were purple and black spots on both sides of Zhang Yutong's buttocks, with several tooth-like marks, as if they had been bitten by something. "Tongtong, what is going on?" Zhu Yuyu's face turned very ugly. Zhang Yutong didn't say anything and looked confused, as if she herself didn't know what was going on. "I'm giving acupuncture," Chen Fan spoke at this time. As soon as he said this, he raised his hand, and with a whoosh, a cold light seemed to flash in the air. Zhu Yuyu didn't react to what was happening. When she looked carefully, she saw several silver needles had been inserted into Zhang Yutong's buttocks. "What?" When she saw this, Zhu Yuyu exclaimed. Immediately, she looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise on her face. Indeed, she could see very clearly that as Chen Fan inserted the 9 silver needles, the purple-black color quickly faded. In just 4 seconds, the purple-black color almost completely disappeared, leaving only a faint mark. "I don't feel any pain anymore, not at all." Zhang Yutong also spoke, his voice full of surprise and excitement. Wow, suddenly, Zhang Yutong opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Tongtong," Zhu Yuyu exclaimed subconsciously. Chen Fan said, "Don't worry, what spit out is venom. Once the venom comes out, everything will be fine." At this time, Zhang Yutong looked at his arm, and sure enough, those black threads swimming in it were also disappearing rapidly. After a few seconds, these black blood threads finally disappeared completely. "Ah. I'm fine now. I don't feel any pain at all. I can also clearly feel that my body is better than ever before." Zhang Yutong was so happy that she almost jumped off the bed. Fortunately, Zhu Yuyu's face darkened and she reminded him, "Tongtong, lie still, the needle is still stuck in your buttocks. Besides, you haven't even put on your pants yet." As soon as these words came out of Zhu Yuyu's mouth, Zhang Yutong's face couldn't help but turn red. Indeed, she naturally thought of the first thing that there was a third person here besides her and Zhu Yuyu. How could she not blush when she thought about the extremely embarrassing situation that might arise? A minute later, Chen Fan said, "The venom in my body has been completely eliminated. I'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of rest." Having said that, Chen Fan took back the silver needle. Zhu Yuyu naturally hurried to help Zhang Yutong put on her pants, as if Chen Fan would do something bad if she was a little slower. Zhang Yutong sat up on the bed, then she took off her sunglasses and her mask. When Chen Fan saw them, he almost couldn't help but exclaimed. Indeed, although he doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, once a celebrity appears in the industry, no matter how little he pays attention to it, he will know some news intentionally or unintentionally. That's the case with the singer right now. Zhang Yutong? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask emphatically, "Are you Zhang Yutong?" Zhang Yutong saw Chen Fan's surprised expression. She smiled, nodded and said, "Yes, it's me, Zhang Yutong." After receiving a positive answer, Chen Fan almost took out paper and pen and asked Zhang Yutong to give him an autograph. Indeed, Zhang Yutong is very famous in the domestic entertainment industry, and her fame is extraordinary. Born in a girl group, she is a singer and actress with millions of fans. She is both talented and beautiful. Later, Zhang Yutong went solo, and her popularity not only did not decline, but instead reached its peak. "Dr. Chen, thank you for saving me," Zhang Yutong said with a grateful look on her face. She looked at Chen Fan and said, "You can't imagine how much pain I felt when I was lying on the hospital bed. When I saw that all the doctors were helpless, I felt so desperate. It was you who saved me. Dr. Chen, you are my lifesaver. Dr. Chen, this is for you." Finally, Zhang Yutong took out a stack of signed photos and handed them to Chen Fan, leaving Chen Fan speechless. Zhang Yutong said quickly, "I know that compared with your life-saving grace, these autographed photos are insignificant. Dr. Chen, you can also make other requests. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to do it." "Tong Tong, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhu Yuyu's face suddenly changed and she glared at Zhang Yutong. Chen Fan smiled and said, "If I can save people, I will naturally help them. It's not for any reward or anything like that. I am very happy that I can cure your illness. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. You are such a good doctor." Zhang Yutong looked at Chen Fan with shining eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. "Dr. Chen, I will hold a small internal fan meeting tomorrow. Ordinary fans cannot attend. I hope you can come tomorrow." Chapter 126, Gambling Stone Conference. "Sister Yu, give Dr. Chen an admission ticket." Zhang Yutong glanced at Zhu Yuyu. Zhu Yuyu thought it was okay and gave Chen Fan a fan ticket. Zhu Yuyu said, "Dr. Chen, don't underestimate this small ticket, but it has been sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Even if it's 100,000 yuan, there are still people who want it." "So awesome?" Chen Fan was indeed a little surprised. He knew that Zhang Yutong was very popular, but he really didn't expect that Zhang Yutong was so popular. "My daughter Tong Tong is now the most popular star in the entertainment industry." Zhu Yuyu looked very proud. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Chen Fan, "Dr. Chen, I have something to ask of you." "You say." Chen Fan said simply. "That's what happened today. I hope Dr. Chen can keep it confidential and not mention it to anyone." Zhu Yuyu said sincerely. Chen Fan nodded, "That's no problem, it's just a small matter." Zhu Yuyu was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that Chen Fan would be so easy to talk to. Finally, Zhu Yuyu was still a little worried, so she took Zhang Yutong to get checked again. Only after she was absolutely sure that Zhang Yutong was fine did Zhu Yuyu feel relieved, and the two left the hospital. Of course, before leaving, Zhang Yutong repeatedly reminded, "Dr. Chen, I really hope to see you at the fan meeting tomorrow." Chen Fan nodded, "If there is nothing special tomorrow, I will go." "Brother Chen, thank you very much, thank you very much." Dean Hua Changming was very excited and held Chen Fan's hand tightly. If you hadn't cured Zhang Yutong's illness, the hospital's reputation would have suffered a great loss. "Brother Chen, do you really not want to open a specialist clinic in the hospital?" Dean Hua Changming finally brought up the matter again. Chen Fan naturally still refused. Hua Changming had no way to deal with Chen Fan. He didn't dare to make Chen Fan angry, let alone say anything harsh to offend Chen Fan. He couldn't afford to offend Chen Fan. Chen Fan drove his Rolls-Royce back to Mingjiang Hotel. Resigning also handled the affairs of the entire hotel in an orderly manner. In the office, Chen Fan looked at the situation of several stocks. "Mr. Chen, Li Jiaqing is here to see you." Just then, the secretary walked into the office and looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise. Indeed, the secretary never expected that Li Jiaqing, the richest man in Donghai City, would come here in person to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan was also a little surprised. He didn't know why Li Jiaqing suddenly came here to find him. "Let him in," Chen Fan said. The secretary turned around and went out, and soon brought someone into the office, who was Li Jiaqing. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Li Jiaqing was surprised and said, I never expected it, that Brother Chen is actually the new president of Mingjian Hotel." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Yeah, I didn't even think of that." This was naturally the truth from Chen Fan's words. Who could have thought that the system would give him such a large industry? "Brother Chen, not only are you an excellent doctor, but you are also the president of Mingjian Hotel. You are truly a young and promising man." Li Jiaqing looked at Chen Fan with admiration on his face. Chen Fan asked directly, "I wonder why you suddenly came here today, brother?" "Oh, by the way, look at me, I almost forgot something important." Li Jiaqing just remembered it and said quickly, "It's like this. There will be a gambling stone fair in Donghai City this afternoon. I wonder if Brother Chen is interested in going with me to take a look. Actually, Brother Chen saved my son's life. He is the savior of my Li family. I don't know how to repay Brother Chen. I gave Brother Chen a Supreme Diamond card and also caused trouble for Brother Chen. I feel really bad. So I thought that after we get to the gambling stone field, I will select a few good rough stones for Brother Chen. Maybe we can get top quality green ones." After thinking for a while, Chen Fan said, "I have never been to a gambling stone field. I'll go and see it for myself. Anyway, I have nothing to do for the time being." Li Jiaqing immediately looked very happy and said, "To be honest with you, Brother Chen, I have a good eye for choosing rough stones. I have made a lot of money every time I gambled on rough stones before, so Brother Chen, just follow me. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money." Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, apart from the Mingjian Hotel and a few stocks, he didn't have much money. Naturally, his current assets cannot be compared with those of Li Jiaqing, the richest man in Donghai City. If you can make a fortune from gambling on stones, it would naturally be the best thing. Li Jiaqing asked Chen Fan to get in his car and told the driver to drive to the gambling stone field. Li Jiaqing introduced a lot of things about gambling stones to Chen Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but nod his head after hearing this. He really didn't expect that there would be so much knowledge in gambling on stones. "Brother, I didn't expect that gambling on stones would be so particular. Today I have really opened my eyes." Chen Fan couldn't help but say. "When you get to the gambling stone field, you will be more open-minded." Li Jiaqing reminded, "By the way, the people who will be in the gambling stone field are all rich people. Not only the rich people in Donghai City, but also the rich people in the province will appear in the gambling stone field." Chen Fan didn't feel anything about this. He is confident that sooner or later, he will be at the forefront of the country in terms of wealth. About 20 minutes later, the driver drove the car to the gambling stone field. Li Jiaqing and Chen Fan were eliminated. When Chen Fan looked forward, he was indeed subconsciously stunned by surprise. This gambling stone field is so huge, it is the size of several football fields. In the parking lot outside, all the cars parked are luxury cars without exception. For a moment, even Li Jiaqing's BMW seemed insignificant compared to all these luxury cars. "Let's go in and take a look." Li Jiaqing seemed a little excited at this time. "Brother Jiaqing. Mr. Li, you are here too. Brother Jiaqing has always had a good eye. I wonder which rough stones he's chosen this time." Li Jiaqing took Chen Fan and walked towards the gambling stone field. People kept greeting Li Jiaqing enthusiastically. Li Jiaqing responded politely one by one. "Mr. Li." At this time, a man in his early 30s in a suit and tie, after seeing Li Jiaqing, hurriedly walked over here. "Mr. Li, as usual, I have reserved several pieces of raw stones of very good quality for you," the man said. Chapter 127. It depends on fate. Li Jiaqing nodded. "Okay, then please ask Manager Zhang to take me over to have a look." "Mr. Li, please come this way." Manager Zhang was very enthusiastic and took Li Jiaqing and Chen Fan to the inner field of the gambling stone field. Manager Zhang also introduced the grand occasion of this gambling stone meeting to Li Jiaqing. Finally, Manager Zhang seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, Mr. Li, even the gambling king is here this time. He seems to have taken a fancy to the rough stones I saved for you and seems to be interested in competing with you." Li Jiaqing was a little surprised. "This is really a bit beyond my expectations." "Yes." Manager Zhang nodded. "If the gambling king competes with you later, I will stand on Mr. Li's side." As they were talking, Manager Zhang took Li Jiaqing and Chen Fan and quickly entered the inner venue. As expected, Chen Fan saw at a glance that the gambling king He Zhong was among them. At the same time, Chen Fan was also a little surprised to see several other familiar faces. When he and Xia Yueshua went to eat Western food before, they met Lu Hongming and Lu Yi in the Western restaurant of Xia Yueshua's college classmate Jiang Yiming. Of course, Jiang Yiming and Quan Yangan were also there. Seeing Chen Fan and Li Jiaqing appear together, all the people present who knew Chen Fan didn't seem surprised at all. Lu Hongming and He Zhong also came over with a cheerful look on their faces. They seemed to be very familiar with Chen Fan and greeted him. "Brother Chen, I didn't expect to see you here." "Brother Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon." Lu Hongming and He Zhong both looked very polite and looked at Chen Fan. These two people are considered big figures in Donghai City. They actually went there at the same time and greeted a young man at the same time. Naturally, it is conceivable that all eyes were on Chen Fan. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. Don't know. None of the people present knew Chen Fan. This was naturally an unimaginable thing in the eyes of everyone present. Indeed, in their opinion, the person who could make two big shots like Lu Hongming and He Zhong take the initiative to say hello must be from a very important background. But what they saw was a strange young man. At that moment, everyone's eyes seemed to involuntarily reveal a hint of curiosity. Naturally, everyone wants to know what kind of person Chen Fan is. "Oh? Do you know each other?" Li Jiaqing was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Lu Hongming and He Zhong, two big figures in Donghai City, also knew Chen Fan and seemed to be quite enthusiastic about Chen Fan. Chen Fan said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I have met him once." Lu Hongming laughed, "Indeed, I have met him once, and I was deeply impressed. I wonder when I will have the honor of eating the steak made by Brother Chen again." Chen Fan shrugged, "It depends on fate." Jiang Yiming, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but have a gloomy look in his eyes. Gambling King He Zhong also spoke at this time and said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, I still say the same thing. I wonder when you can come and play a game with me." Chen Fan said indifferently, "Then let's talk about it when I have time." Stunned. Such a scene made everyone watching it dumbfounded. Everyone looked confused. What on earth is going on? At this time, Manager Zhang seemed to have just realized something. It turns out that the protagonist today is not Li Jiaqing, nor the gambling king He Zhong, nor Lu Hongming, but this young talent. Manager Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Chen Fan, "My dear brother, you came to the gambling stone field. It really brings glory to our humble place. I wonder which rough stone you have taken a fancy to." This was exactly what Li Jiaqing wanted to say. Seeing that Manager Zhang had already said it, he naturally said, "Brother Chen, let me choose a rough stone for you. I guarantee that it will produce green." Chen Fan nodded and was about to agree. Although Li Jiaqing did tell Chen Fan a lot of knowledge about gambling on stones in the car, this was Chen Fan's first time to come to such a place and his first time to gamble on stones. How could he tell whether there was green in these raw stones? To him, they were all just stones of different sizes. At this moment, a mocking and sneering voice sounded, "Hey, you don't know how to look at rough stones, but you are imitating the big guys to gamble on stones. Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Chen Fan looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Quan Yangan. Naturally, Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this clown-like person. Quan Yangan insisted, "I was wondering why this guy was so arrogant. It turns out that the person behind him is Li Jiaqing, the richest man in Donghai City." He looked at Li Jiaqing and said, "Mr. Li, I have kindly reminded you here that this guy is not a good person. He is insidious and shameless. He is just using you to select rough stones for him." Li Jiaqing said coldly, "How I do things and who I make friends with, is it your turn to point fingers at me?" Quan Yanan's face suddenly turned pale, but facing the richest man in Donghai City, he naturally did not dare to be arrogant. "I don't know how to look at raw stones?" Chen Fan sneered at Quan Yangan. In fact, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, just after Quan Yangan's voice sounded, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Fan's mind. "Ding, the host is being looked down upon and despised. Please make a choice. A. Admit that you can't read the rough stone. You will be rewarded with the Admit Fear talisman. B. Take the initiative to leave the gambling stone field, avoid direct conflict with Quan Yangan, make Quan Yangan look down on the host even more, and be rewarded with the magic skill of rubbing the soles of feet with oil. C. Refute Quan Yangan and reward the gambling stone master." Ha ha. Chen Fan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Such a choice was not difficult at all for him. Is there anything else to think about with such a choice? Of course, the answer is C. What? Do you know how to look at raw stones? Quan Yangon sneered at Chen Fan. He knew that Chen Fan was very good at cooking Western food, even better than Jiang Yiming. Subconsciously, Quan Yangon thought, how could such a person possibly look at the raw stone? But he seemed to have actively overlooked one thing, that is, being good at cooking Western food and being able to appreciate raw stones are two completely different things, two things that are completely unlikely to conflict with each other. Of course I can look at the raw stones. Chen Fan looked full of confidence. He glanced at the 20 raw stones of different sizes in the venue. Chapter 128, Raw Stone. There are a total of 20 pieces of raw stones here. I can tell at a glance whether there is green in them and the quality of the green. Can you tell? Chen Fan looked at Quan Yangon with a hint of sarcasm and contempt in his eyes. What? When these words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, Quan Yangon was naturally stunned. Immediately afterwards, a burst of laughter came out of his mouth. He laughed as if he had heard a huge joke, and tears almost fell out. Oh my god, this is the biggest joke I've ever heard since I was a child. It's almost making me laugh to death. Quan Yangon looked at Chen Fan as if he was looking at a madman or a fool. Boy, do you know what your words just now mean? Chen Fan didn't care. What does it mean? Quan Yangon snorted and said, it means that you are a gambling stone master. Only a gambling stone master has such ability. You can tell at a glance whether there is green in these 12 raw stones and the quality of the green. Can you be a gambling stone master? This is obviously impossible. If you want to be a gambling stone master, I, Quan Yangon, will write my name upside down. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but frown slightly at this time. Brother Chen, there is really no need for this kid to fight. I will take you to see the raw stone. Indeed, he was naturally clear about Chen Fan's situation. Just now in the car, he introduced the matter of gambling on stones to Chen Fan. How could Chen Fan become a master of gambling on stones in the blink of an eye? He knew very well that among the 12 raw stones, even he could only determine that 2 or 3 of them definitely contained green. As for the other raw stones, he couldn't tell at all, at least he couldn't be sure. Of course, he also knew that the master of gambling on stones was an exception. However, the master of gambling on stones has long retired and will never come out again, let alone look at the raw stones. Therefore, when Chen Fan said these words, Li Jiaqing thought that Chen Fan was naturally competing with Quan Yangon. Seeing that Chen Fan looked like he didn't want to bother with him anymore, Quan Yangon still refused to give in. He already had a rather sinister idea in his mind. He just wanted to make Chen Fan lose face right now, in front of Li Jiaqing and many other big guys. Who told you to brag? Hey! Chen Fan, you're bragging too much? Why don't you talk anymore? Quan Yangon said sarcastically, since you talk about yourself so well, why don't you show off your skills? Otherwise, you're just a boastful idiot who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Quan Yangon, please watch your mouth. Li Jiaqing couldn't stand it anymore and sneered at Quan Yangon. Quan Yangon was indeed subconsciously startled, and then he looked righteous. Mr. Li, even if you are angry today, I still have something to say. I don't want you to be deceived. I am doing this entirely for your own good. You are totally nonsensical. Li Jiaqing snorted coldly. Chen Fan looked at Quan Yangon, smiling. Whether I am bragging or not, you will know it in a while. If I am not bragging, what will you do? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Quan Yangon couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. In fact, he was waiting for Chen Fan to say this. Quan Yangon sneered, if you are not bragging, I don't care what you say. But if you are bragging, then you should kneel down immediately, call me Grandpa 3 times, and crawl under my crotch. How about that? Are you scared? Don't you dare? Chen Fan shrugged, you are asking for death, so you can't blame me. Quan Yangon was so happy that he almost burst out laughing. He looked at Chen Fan and said, so you agree? Chen Fan nodded, of course, I know whether I am bragging or not. If you want to die, I will certainly help you. When these words came out of Chen Fan's mouth, Quan Yangon seemed to subconsciously feel a jolt in his heart, as if he really felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about it, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. In his opinion, no matter what, Chen Fan would not be able to tell whether there was green in these 20 pieces of raw stones. Of course, the more important point is that it is impossible for Chen Fan to tell the quality of the green. This ability can only be achieved by someone like the master of gambling stones. But is Chen Fan the master of gambling? In Quan Yangon's opinion, this is absolutely impossible. Indeed, at the moment, not only Quan Yangon thinks so, but Li Jiaqing and everyone else also thinks so. Li Jiaqing frowned and said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, Quan Yangon is clearly humiliating you on purpose. Don't act on impulse in this matter. What if you see it wrong? Do you really want to kneel down? And you have to crawl under Quan Yangon's crotch. This matter." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who acts on impulse. I can really tell whether there is green in these 20 pieces of raw stones, and I can also tell the grade of the green. If you don't believe me, you will know after taking a look." Li Jiaqing didn't know what to say. He could only trust Chen Fan temporarily. However, in Li Jiaqing's opinion, only a master of gambling on stones has such ability. But is Chen Fan a master of gambling on stones? Obviously, it is impossible. In fact, Chen Fan is already a master of gambling on stones. Just now, when he was retorting to Quan Yangon, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Host has completed the task, rewards are being distributed." Rewards were issued successfully. Therefore, Chen Fan is now naturally a veritable master of gambling on stones. At that moment, Chen Fan received countless knowledge about gambling on stones. Now, he took a look at the 20 pieces of raw stones and immediately saw clearly whether there was any green in them. Indeed, among these 20 pieces of raw stones, 5 of them have no green. Chen Fan spoke slowly, this one, and this one. Among these 5 pieces of raw stone, there is no green. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but frown. Indeed, among these 5 raw stones, there were 3 that he liked, and he thought there was green in them. He has always been very confident about his vision. But what is happening now? Chen Fan actually replied that none of the 3 raw stones he had taken a fancy to had any green in them. Hey, this kid is really fooling around. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'll see how he ends up, kneeling down in kowtows to Quan Yangon, and even crawling under Quan Yangon's crotch. As for what Li Jiaqing was thinking at this moment, Chen Fan naturally didn't know. He glanced at the remaining 15 pieces of rough stone. As for the remaining 15 pieces of rough stone, there is indeed green in each piece of rough stone. Chapter 129, really accurate. "Are you really sure?" asked Manager Zhang of the gambling stone field. Indeed, he did not believe what Chen Fan said. In fact, among the 5 raw stones, 3 were specially left by the gambling stone field for Li Jiaqing to ensure that they would produce green. But now Chen Fan said that there was no green among the 3 raw stones. Isn't this equivalent to saying that their gambling stone field was intentionally trying to cheat Li Jiaqing? Li Jiaqing is such a great man, how could they be responsible for this? Therefore, Manager Zhang subconsciously did not believe what Chen Fan said at all. Not to mention that in Manager Zhang's opinion, Chen Fan can tell the quality of green in other raw stones. Only a master of gambling on stones can do such a thing. Obviously, whether it was Manager Zhang or everyone else, Chen Fan could not be a big shot like the gambling stone master. "Brother Chen, are you really sure that there is no green among those 3 raw stones?" Lu Hongming couldn't help asking. He had also taken a fancy to the 3 raw stones and was planning to compete with Li Jiaqing. Chen Fan nodded, very confidently, "I shouldn't be wrong." Lu Yi couldn't help but snorted coldly, "Why do you say you won't be wrong? Are you a master of gambling on stones? You say you won't be wrong, but what if you are wrong? Will you pay for these 5 rough stones? You really think you are a master of gambling on stones?" Seeing Lu Yi suddenly say this, Quan Yangon was immediately very happy. He seemed to have found an ally. He sneered at Chen Fan and said, "You are actually nothing, but you are pretending to be awesome here. Who are these people? They are all big shots in Donghai City. How can they not see through your little tricks?" "My little trick?" Chen Fan looked at Quan Yangon, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. "Okay, since you said I'm playing a little trick, then I'll play a little trick there." Manager Zhang glanced at the gambling king He Zhong, Lu Hongming, and Li Jiaqing. Now this little brother said that none of these 5 rough stones have green in them? I wonder if you 3 still insist on taking these 3 rough stones out of the 5. Without waiting for Lu Hongming to speak, Lu Yi sneered at Chen Fan, looked at Lu Hongming and said, "Grandpa, how can we believe his words? He is not a gambling stone master. He said that there is no green in these 5 rough stones. Does that mean there is really no green? He is just talking nonsense. Is Grandpa's vision for rough stones not as good as his?" Lu Hongming nodded, agreeing with what Lu Yi said. He slowly said, "I have always liked gambling on stones. I have been gambling on stones for almost 30 years. I am still very confident in my vision. Manager Zhang asked, so, Mr. Liu, you still insist on taking these 3 rough stones, right? Lu Hongming nodded without any hesitation. That's right, I want all 3 of these rough stones. I am sure that they can reveal the best green. Manager Zhang nodded calmly. Okay, Mr. Liu is really generous. Each of these 3 rough stones is worth 20 million, so the total value of the 3 is 60 million. Louis snorted, are you still worried that we can't pay? Manager Zhang smiled awkwardly, that's not the case. I actually want to see what the Gambling King and Mr. Li think, and whether we should compete. Li Jiaqing thought for a moment and said directly, I still believe what Brother Chen said. There is a high probability that there is no green among these 5 rough stones. I give up. Indeed, Li Jiaqing went through some ideological struggle in his heart, but in the end, he gave up. He saw that Chen Fan had an inexplicable confidence. It seemed that what Chen Fan said was indeed an ironclad fact. I give up. Gambling King He Zhong followed. Lu Hongming laughed loudly, looking extremely proud. I didn't expect that Brother Jiaqing and the Gambling King would admit defeat one day. Very good, then the 3 rough stones I've chosen are all mine. Cut the stones right away. I'm sure there's green inside. I'm looking forward to seeing what expressions you two will have later. Li Jiaqing shrugged, I don't care. Gambling King He Zhong smiled wryly, just think of this as a first move. There are still 15 pieces of raw stones here. Chen Fan, you'll see how you get slapped in the face in a moment, huh? Quan Yangon sneered at Chen Fan, you've definitely called me grandpa 3 times, so be prepared to crawl under my crotch. Quan Yangon was extremely proud and arrogant, as if Chen Fan had called him grandpa 3 times and had already crawled under his crotch. Open the stone. Lu Hongming shouted. The staff who had been prepared nearby came over immediately, moved the raw stone to the machine, and started cutting. As the huge machine roared, the first piece of raw stone was slowly cut. Naturally, Lu Hongming and everyone else's eyes were fixed on the raw stone, waiting for a bright green color to appear in their sight. But soon, Lu Hongming was disappointed. Not only Lu Hongming was disappointed, but Lu Yi and Quan Yangon were even more disappointed. No green. Lu Hongming sighed, but then he looked at the other 2 rough stones and he was very confident. Since this piece of raw stone doesn't have green, then these 2 pieces must have it. Let's continue to cut the stone. But in the end, not only Lu Hongming, but also Lu Yi and Quan Yangon, all of them were involuntarily dumbfounded and stunned. No green. Both of these pieces of raw stones have been cut, but they also have no green. Lu Hongming was still unwilling to give up, so he asked the staff to continue cutting the raw stone. They cut the huge piece of raw stone into almost palm-sized pieces, but still could not see any green at all. How is this possible? Lu Hongming was a little dazed for the moment. He was not sad about losing 60 million yuan in an instant, but he couldn't believe when his vision had become so bad. Seeing Lu Hongming in a daze, Lu Yi came to her senses and comforted him, Grandpa, it's okay. It's just 3 rough stones. Everyone has bad luck sometimes. Grandpa, you just made a mistake for a moment. Don't take it to heart. Yes, Grandpa Lu, you are just unlucky at the moment, don't take it too seriously. Quan Yangon also comforted him. In a flash, as for Li Jiaqing, He Zhong and others, their eyes had already fallen on Chen Fan. Brother Chen, you are amazing. You are so accurate. Li Jiaqing couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up, fortunately I believed you, otherwise, I would have lost a lot of money. Chapter 130 Cutting Stone. Gambling King He Zhong couldn't help but exclaimed at Chen Fan, I never thought that Brother Chen has such good eyesight at such a young age. It's really rare, really rare. Poof. Louis snorted coldly, what kind of eyesight is that? It's just good luck. Didn't you say that the remaining 15 pieces of raw stones all have green? If you can really tell the grade of the green inside, I will believe that your eyesight is really amazing. It's just a pity that only a gambling stone master can do that, not you. Boy, your good luck ends here. Quan Yangon also looked at Chen Fan with a cold expression. He naturally subconsciously felt that Chen Fan was able to see that there was no green in those raw stones purely out of luck. Since you have determined that all of these 15 pieces of raw stones contain green, and can tell the quality of the green, what are you waiting for? Tell me now. Quan Yangon looked at Chen Fan with an expression of enjoying a good show, just waiting for Chen Fan to make a fool of himself. Manager Zhang couldn't help but said to Chen Fan, Brother Chen, you can see that there is no green in these rough stones. It is enough to prove that you have good eyesight and have reached a certain level, but After a pause, Manager Zhang of the gambling stone field glanced at the 15 rough stones and said, "But if you can tell the quality of the green, that would be amazing. It requires a very sharp eye to see it. As far as I know, there seems to be only one person in the world who can do it, and that is the gambling stone master. And I know that the gambling stone master has not come out for several years. No one knows what this gambling stone master is doing." Li Jiaqing couldn't help but speak, and said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, since you can see that there is green in these 15 pieces of raw stones, I believe you, I will buy all 15 pieces of raw stones. As for the quality of the green inside, it will be clear after we open them up later." "Boss Li, you are clearly looking down on Chen Fan," Quan Yangon said sarcastically. "People have said that he can tell the quality of the green. Since people have said it, let him say it." "Indeed." Louis couldn't help but say, "I want to see if his eyesight is really that good or if he's just bragging." Quan Yangon snorted coldly. "Needless to say, this guy is just bragging." Chen Fan looked like he was too lazy to pay any more attention to Quan Yangon and Louis. He said to Li Jiaqing, "Brother, don't worry. I know what I am doing and I will definitely not embarrass myself later." Li Jiaqing was stunned, but didn't say anything more. Indeed, he could see a strong self-confidence on Chen Fan's face. It seems to be just as Chen Fan himself said, Chen Fan can really tell the quality of the green among these 15 raw stones. Chen Fan didn't say anything more. He arranged the 15 raw stones one by one, naturally sorting them according to the quality of the green they contained. "Have you really arranged them all?" Quan Yangon said to Chen Fan with a mocking look on his face. "Why don't you think about it again? Maybe if you think about it for a while, you can really arrange them all correctly." Chen Fan still didn't bother to pay attention to the clown Quan Yangon. He looked at Manager Zhang and said, "That's right, this is the order. You can cut the stone." Manager Zhang looked a little dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Chen Fan could really tell the quality of the green. He asked emphatically, "Brother Chen, this matter is indeed very serious. Are you really not going to take a closer look?" Before Chen Fan could speak, Li Jiaqing spoke first. "I completely trust Chen Fan. How about this, Manager Zhang? I want all 15 pieces of raw stones. You name a price." "What? You want all these 15 pieces of raw stones?" Manager Zhang's mouth opened wide and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Li nodded, "Very sure, since Brother Chen said that all the 15 pieces of raw stones have green, it is definitely true. Judging from the order, the raw stone ranked first has the largest volume, so the green content must be quite amazing. This business can definitely be done." After calming down a bit, Manager Zhang asked Lu Hongming and Gambling King He Zhong, "Are you interested in these 15 rough stones?" Lu Hongming snorted coldly, "This kid's luck has already run out. I don't believe that there is green in these 15 pieces of raw stones. What's more, he can tell the quality of the green inside. If I am interested, wouldn't I be throwing my money here in vain?" Gambling King He Zhong said, "I'm not interested either. Brother Chen should have a good eye for rough stones, but it's impossible to be so exaggerated. So let alone the quality of the green, it's hard to say whether there is any green in these 15 rough stones." Manager Zhang asked, "So, you two are not going to compete for these 15 pieces of rough stones?" Gambling King He Zhong and Lu Hongming nodded in unison, "That's right." Manager Zhang also said to Li Jiaqing, "Mr. Li, now that the Gambling King and Mr. Lu are not competing with you for these 15 rough stones, then now, these 15 rough stones are all yours, and the total price is 1.5 billion. If Mr. Li thinks there is no problem, you can start cutting the stones now." Li Jiaqing nodded without even frowning. "Okay, let's start cutting the stones now, starting with the piece of raw stone with the lowest green grade." "Okay, Mr. Li." Manager Zhang smiled brightly. It is true that this time the gambling stone field had the fastest transaction and the highest price in history. How unhappy Manager Zhang was. "Cut stone!" Manager Zhang shouted. A rumbling sound was heard immediately, and the cutting knife was seen cutting towards the last piece of raw stone. There was already a burst of noisy sounds all around. As expected of him, he is the richest man in Donghai City. He spent 1.5 billion without hesitation. That's right. I don't know where Li Jiaqing got the confidence to trust that kid so much. That guy definitely can't be a master of gambling on stones. How could what he said be right? That's right. Let alone the quality of the green in these 15 pieces of raw stones, I'm afraid at least half of them have no green at all. Do you believe it? Of course I believe it. Li Jiaqing will lose so much money that he will vomit blood.